Chapter 28, Phase 31, in the Promised Land. May 18, 71 CE. The Bering Sea, just outside of Norton Sound. 3 weeks had gone by after the Archangel had left the Orb Union with resupply, heading towards its intended destination. One of the patrolling recon aircraft spotted the ship as it came into range of Alaska. The aircraft crew reported the sighting, and JOSHA ordered 4 Des Moines classes to go and escort the Archangel. The ships ordered to escort the ship headed out and came alongside the vessel within 30 minutes. The group headed northeast toward the Norton Sound Inlet where Alliance headquarters was. The JOSHA base, or the Joint Supreme Headquarters Alaska as its full name was, though it is pronounced Joshua, was the Alliance's current headquarters. That had been the case since the loss of the Victoria base in the African community, which had been the previous headquarters. The base itself was large and underground, designed to be able to withstand attacks, assaults, or anything that had been thrown at it, so far up to a nuclear attack in theory. The base had heavy fortifications in place and was accessible by a series of hidden gates, which were also heavily defended. Many on the Archangel's crew was hoping that this was the start of the end to their journey. The path here had been longer as well as twisted than it had ever been predicted. Yet, the feelings present on the white ship weren't ones of relief as they would have been weeks earlier. Where it had been feelings of looking forward to completing the mission, it was now one of apprehension and worry. The officers, including Muru herself, wondered what would happen next to them and the Archangel. Nothing had been said or even hinted as to what the higher UPS had in mind for the future. And the silence was becoming more problematic than it being trust in those in command. While on the other hand, the Heliopolis students recalled the words Kira had said Tyler believed would likely happen at this place. Such thoughts had been coming up the closer the Archangel had gotten to Omni's headquarters. It was a reminder that Tyler was gone after sacrificing himself so that they could continue onward. Without Tyler, they had been leaning on one another, and through several discussions outside of the eyes of the Archangel's officers, they had come to an agreement. The Earth Alliance and its Omni couldn't be trusted at their word, and it was for a couple of reasons. The first of which was they had received little help from their allies during their journey. There was little reason for that to change. While the Archangel's officers were good people so Kira and his group could trust them, there weren't many beyond that. The only other Omni officer that had been nice or helped had been Admiral Halberton, and Tyler had seemed to know the man. The second reason the Alliance couldn't be trusted came from the words Kira said Tyler mentioned. When Tyler said something could happen, it tended to occur, even if not exactly as he said. It was almost a sixth sense with him. And according to Kira, Omni was more than displeased with the Archangel, its crew, and most of all with its involvement with recent events. Tyler had been more trustworthy with his views and what he said from Heliopolis onward than any in Omni. He'd made it clear that he had had more motivation to help them stay out of trouble than anyone. That wasn't the only worry or question unanswered for the Archangel's crew upon their arrival at JOSHA. They still had the ZAFT pilot that had been extracted from the buster. He was in the ship's brig. There had been no decision made of what would be done with the teen. It would likely be the higher UPS that would make that decision. Then for the ship officers, there would be the debriefing, and that was another matter with its own set of issues. The mission on the outset had been simple, but what had happened was anything but simple. Muru and Natarl knew some wouldn't be happy or even understand what actions they had taken. Muru didn't kid herself. The Archangel had been involved in one disaster after another, starting with Heliopolis to the most recent around Orb. And it wasn't like any of the officers, along with herself, had meant for any of the events to happen. Those at Artemis had brought what they got on themselves, and if not for the actions of some, the ship would have fallen there. Then what had occurred with the 8th orbital was tragic, with so many good people dying. However, the Archangel had done what it could to minimize that, and Muru would state that for the record. ZAFT had just been so persistent in pursuing the Archangel that all the events happened the way they did. Natarl, while she was proud overall with the performance of the Archangel and her crew, she wouldn't deny it could have been better. The loss of most of the ship's officers at Heliopolis was disastrous. They had all been good men and women. Yet, there hadn't been a prediction or signs of ZAFT sneaking into the colony, killing many, and stealing the mobile suits. Then the first group of allies they had come to had not helped them, instead of trying to steal what remained of the G project. Natarl did regret the 8th Fleet's losses, but the Archangel had made it down to Earth because of their efforts. Still, ZAFT hadn't given up their pursuit of the Archangel and had chased them into Federation territory twice. Then while it had come up with Admiral Halberton, Natarl didn't know how higher UPS would present the subject of Tyler's involvement and actions. She had her own issues with the teen, even before his actions around Shira. He was rebellious, didn't listen to orders, and seemed to go out of his way to flaunt his disrespect for authority. But with him also being a member of the Federation's military, there were other problems beyond his attitude. Tyler had been around the fruits of the G project long enough to know about them. He had even said the Federation had the schematics of the 5 prototypes and the Archangel itself. Thus, the Federation had everything from the project, which she didn't doubt Omni wouldn't appreciate. The G project could have been advantageous if the war required Omni to fight the Federation. With the Federation always seeming to keep ahead when it came to technology, anything that could give an edge was needed. That was especially necessary if the Federation's military had mobile suits of their own as rumors suggested. Yet, any advantage Omni could have had against the Federation was gone with them having the data. The Federation could use, employ, and improve any part of the G project now. And the responsibility for them getting it would fall on the crew and those assigned to the G project. 2 hours after the escort had joined the Archangel, the ship came into view of Norton Sound's entrance. The group entered the bay, and Muru spotted the waterfall that hid the main gate of JOSHA. The main gate was the strongest of all of them and was the central defensive position for the base. The site of the destination didn't change the air on the bridge or the rest of the ship. The 2 escort ships split off and headed out to patrol the bay itself while the Archangel moved towards the main gate. The base control raised the Archangel and told them to set course that would direct them inside. "We have been told to for the main gate, and they are awaiting us to set navigation to auto," Pal reported. Muru cleared her head of the thoughts she'd been having and focused on the task at hand. "Ensign, confirm the signal is from Josh A," she ordered. "If confirmed, then Arnold will switch the navigation to auto per orders." Pal put in a command, and the return said the signal was genuinely from JOSHA control. "Signal confirmed," he stated. "Switching navigation to auto," announced Arnold as he changed his controls to the automated system. "They have control." The Archangel sailed forward, and just before they reached the waterfall, it parted, revealing the main gate. The ship moved through it into a docking area filled with Omni ships of most seaborne classes. There were even transport subs in the dock, though Muru did note there were several docks empty currently. She wondered why so many ships would be out, and it gave her a feeling of unease. The Archangel came into a large dock before the ship was locked into it, and the crew wondered what would be next. As the Archangel was docking, the senior Omni officers of the base were meeting together to discuss what had arrived in their laps. The ship had been nothing but trouble from the moment it launched from Heliopolis. The Federation was pressing for answers and making rather serious threats if they weren't provided from its actions. The official statements made in response hadn't gone over well, and the Federation rightfully suspected they were lies. Then, by reports, the project that the ship was supposed to deliver to Ptolemaeus had been almost completely stolen by ZAFT. The only reason a task force hadn't been sent out after Artemis was the data that the ship carried. The Archangel would have been dealt with earlier if not for Halberton not cooperating and doing as he was suggested. Those that wanted the Archangel destroyed could just do it outright with the chance it still carried the data from the G project. The chance of getting mobile suit schematics was too tempting to pass up. Thus, some had suggested that Halberton have technicians extract the data and then let ZAFT take down the Archangel. It could have been done easily with the battle in orbit the 8th Fleet had with ZAFT. But instead, the man had insisted the ship still had use and sacrificed a good portion of the fleet to protect the ship. And yet now, the ship had defied all odds and made it to Omni HQ when predictions said it wouldn't. "The Archangel, I never thought it would actually make it here after what it has faced," one of the commanders around the table remarked. Even when it kept getting into one fiasco after another. There were mutterings of agreement to the comment. "You think maybe Halberton's force of will protected the ship," posed another commander a tad jokingly. "It wasn't supposed to really see much combat before reaching Ptolemaeus." Another officer scoffed, "More like they relied on those coordinators they charmed somehow." At the head of the conference table, Captain William Sutherland, the most senior officer in the room, hadn't been paying much attention to the conversation until the last 2 comments. He was looking over personnel files, specifically the pilot, Kira Yamato. He'd schemed over the 2 other files which had been on the other suit pilots, neither of which were on the ship anymore. The girl, Lakis Christopher, had held little interest in his view. True, she had the same first name as the idol daughter, which belonged to Siegel Klein, the plant's chairman, but the likelihood that she was the same girl was laughable. Her coordinator parents probably liked the name. The thinking of coordinators rarely made sense to genuine humans. And then, of course, most importantly, she was one of those abominable coordinators herself. Yet, there was nothing else of interest or note other than that. However, the other pilot, Tyler McGregor, had been a different matter, and he was much more a risk than any. He was part of the Federation's military, and there were records with the Earth Alliance on him. The young coordinator was suspected of having been involved with incidents of sabotage and other problematic things. There was no solid proof of the suspicion, but there was enough information to imply it was true. And that McGregor had been at Heliopolis suggested the Federation had been on to the project. So, Sutherland hadn't a problem at all that McGregor was stated to have been killed in action. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Plus, it saved the trouble of having others take care of the young man, and Sutherland was fine with that, less work to see to. If the Federation would just mind their own cursed business, the Archangel arrival would be more a victory. Sutherland himself believed that the Federation and those that were a part of them were no better than the plants or ZAFT. The Federation military was made up of a mix of naturals and coordinators, or rather traitors and horrible mistakes after all. Then, the Federation had ignored the requests for assistance in the fight against ZAFT over the war years. And that was done even though their member nations were made up of nations of Earth, so they should have the same responsibility to repel invaders. They claimed neutrality as an excuse not to be involved in the fight against mankind's enemy and enjoy the peace that others paid with blood and lives to obtain. Captain Sutherland put down the datapad he had been looking at and focused back on the others gathered around the table. Indeed, Halberton had little to do with this, other than buying the vessel an opportunity. Sutherland shrugged. He could have settled the matter when he had the chance, but that is not up for discussion right now. The remaining young coordinator, along with 2 others, is the real reason that the Archangel is here now. The officer in the seat next to Sutherland looked at him. Captain Sutherland, it is too soon to be positive on that. None of us will deny that coordinators have, the man hesitated, unusual abilities. But let us not jump to the conclusion that they were the only reason the ship made it here. Records indeed state that the mobile suits and their pilots played a part, but they are not solely responsible. The Archangel class design has now been proven formidable and so has of course been approved to be put into production. While that's true, Sutherland mused, even were those mobile suits piloted by top armor pilots, it is a slim chance that the ship would have reached here. It was those pilots they had which made a difference. There was silence around the room for a full minute, but the officer next to Sutherland spoke again. Yet, by what information that has been acquired recently, 2 out of the 3 coordinators aren't on board any longer. According to reports, 1 was killed in action during the Archangel's battle against ZAFT outside of Orb. And by what I've read, that 1 was the most dangerous of the 3 coordinators who became involved in these series of events. The female vanished during the stopover in Orb for the ship to make repairs, and there has been no other information on her since. A rather fortunate turn that those 2 vanished, even if it was in different ways. The fact still is that 2 of them have been dealt with. That just leaves the younger male coordinator, and that's easily dealt with, the first officer that had spoken about the Archangel remarked. Sutherland raised a hand to his chin and thought, that's correct, still the GAT series will make up our main fighting force going forward against ZAFT to victory, Sutherland stated. Technicians will begin the data extraction as soon as the Archangel docks and the crew are out of the way. With the 5 complete blueprints of the GAT series, mass production can start quickly. That being said, we can't allow people to know that the strike was operated by a coordinator child, no matter which one of the 3 it was doing it. There was no argument about hiding that a coordinator had piloted the strike with any at the table. But that still left questions about the other 2 machines the Archangel had carried, which hadn't been part of the project. They clearly had elements of the G project, which suggested a leak potentially. However, that also could mean they had tech, which the other prototypes didn't. Any new technology, especially if it were Federation tech, would be valuable in development. Captain, what of the other 2 mobile suits that the Archangel carried? The commander on Sutherland's right asked. The winged one, of course, is assumed to belong to the Orb Union originally, but it could still have technology which could be used. And with Orb part of the Federation, that machine may even have some of their equipment. Sutherland sighed. From what I'm to understand, he said in an even tone holding back the bitterness, Orb took it back while the Archangel was resupplying. So, there will be no chance to inspect it here. Should the crew have been thinking straight, they will have information on that unit that can be used. But what of the Black One, what is known about that unit? Asked another officer. As reports had called it, the Shadow was a mystery as there had been little info on that unit. It did bear striking similarities to the X-207 Blitz, but that was mostly what there was to go on. There is little information on the 3rd mobile suit. It seemed very similar to the X-207 Blitz, but there's little creditable information other than that, Sutherland commented. And with its destruction, there is nothing left to look at. Again, should the crew have been fulfilling their duties, we may get more information from them on the unit. While the mobile suits are all well and good, said Sutherland's right neighbor, with coordinators have piloted all 3 machines. The officer paused, clearly angry about the fact, it's like glaring evidence of our own inferiority to them. Sutherland picked up the datapad again and switched over to see the specs on the Alliance's 6 newest additions to the GAT mobile suit series. The 6 machines each had specialties and strengths. The GAT X-251 Sinister and the GAT X-252 Forbidden were fast and meant for assault. The GAT X-333 Bandit in a very similar suit, the GAT X-370 Raider, could transport other suits and be armed for assault. Then, the GAT X-130 Raptor and the GAT 131 Calamity were the heaviest armed of the 6, both wielding artillery. While the next stage of the GAT series isn't fully complete, Sutherland said, with the information which will be extracted, we will get that taken care of. And all the technology from the GAT series will be transferred and further developed for future operations. And this time, it's we who will benefit from it, not ZAFT nor the Federation. Sir, what have you told Azrael? The first officer asked. Sutherland put down the datapad again and scanned those who sat at the table. I told him that we would take the necessary steps to address the standing issues and fix all the problems that have come up recently. What has happened in the recent months has all been a rather unfortunate chain of events. Sutherland paused, just like what will happen here. There was muttering of understanding and agreement around the table. All of what will happen and what we do will be for the preservation of our blue and pure world, Captain Sutherland said with finality. None will win against that. Meanwhile, once the docking procedure for the Archangel was done, contact was made with the bridge from the base's control center. A message from the Joint Operations Room to the Archangel of the 8th Orbital Fleet, and it comes directly from Captain William Sutherland. We commend you on your achievements in making it to JOSHA through so many difficulties and hardships. We will be debriefing you upon your experience at a later time, so all are to stand by aboard the ship until further orders are received, the Alliance officer stated. Muru was a little surprised as the Archangel had been on a mission that had spanned more than 4 months. To be just told to stand by and not get ready to report was rather odd to Muru, and she doubted she was the only one that thought so. Stand by on the ship, she asked, is that what you said? Correct, with all this talk about an impending attack on Panama, things are hectic around here. Just sit back and relax, for now, Captain, the Alliance officer returned. The comlink disconnected and those on the bridge were left to wonder what was happening within the Alliance. Muru glanced at Natarl but saw that she had no more clue as to what was going on than she did. The orders to stand by were odd with how far the Archangel had come and how important their mission had been considered. Muru and Natarl were both thinking about the report they would soon be turning in or presenting to their superiors. The rest of the crew wanted to know what would happen next to the ship and them. That there were rumors about Panama being attacked by ZAFT was worrisome. That base had the only mass driver the Alliance could use for military purposes, so losing it would cripple Omni for a time. If such a rumor was true, it could explain why there were so many empty docks. They were likely sent to protect Panama. While the rumor about Panama facing an impending attack was new, that wasn't what worried Mew and Crystal. Now having reached JOSHA, the big question was what would the Archangel do next? Nothing had been said even to imply what the ship would be assigned to do, which was concerning now. Neither Mew nor Crystal had met Captain Sutherland, but they had heard some things about the man. He was part of Josh A.'s general staff as of 2 years ago, but that was the closest fact they had. And when the two were off the bridge and in Mew's quarters, Crystal looked up the captain's record and showed it to Mew. They weren't encouraged. The man was a member of the anti-coordinator group Blue Cosmos. The group was known for radical views and also acting on them. Truthfully, the Earth Alliance protected the group from ZAFT and the Federation, who had expressed issues with them. Granted, Blue Cosmos didn't act within Federation territory, mostly since they would be punished. However, that hadn't stopped the group from telling the Alliance to be harder on the other factions. That Captain Sutherland was a member said that he would be very negative about the ship's pilots. Mew feared that the debriefing would be worse than what had happened with Admiral Halberton. Then the other point worried the two, which came from what Kira mentioned Tyler said. From their observations, the older teen was either very well informed or had an amazing intuition with how he predicted things, maybe a mix of both. Thus far, Tyler had been able to say how things would go and be right most of the time. It was possible he could be getting some of his information from the Federation, but it seemed there was more to it than that. And Tyler had said something to the effect that the Archangel wouldn't get a warm or good reception at JOSHA. Mew would admit that so far, they hadn't gotten a good welcome, almost anything but that. But he didn't think that's what Tyler had been referring to, yet he couldn't figure out what else there was. The other thing that Tyler had said was the crew would be divided and then one group taken care of. Mew rubbed the back of his head and sighed, am I the only one that feels we're going to be facing more trouble here than we have before now? Crystal had been having much the same question as Mew had just stated. Their allies hadn't been the most helpful before now, and there was little reason for that to change. Yes, Halberton had been an ally and had acted the part, but no one else had. Recalling Kira saying Tyler claimed there wouldn't be a warm welcome, Crystal mused, and it isn't just you Mew, I wish it were, but I fear that this will be much like Artemis if not worse. I very much doubt we have allies here. Mew frowned, yeah, I believe you are right on having no allies. He paused, then let's make sure we are keeping our eyes open so that we don't get stabbed in the back. Crystal nodded, yes, I fear all of us have targets on us, the whole crew in fact, she remarked. The question is whose targets are the biggest and most likely to get struck. You're worrying about the kids, Mew questioned. She stared at him, and you're not? Those teens aren't soldiers, they just wanted to help us not die. Mew's head fell, and yet since they enlisted, they will be treated just like we will be, he said tiredly. Crystal's shoulders slumped, correct. And then I'm afraid Kira is in the most danger, more than any of us, with him being a coordinator. I fear Captain Sutherland or one of the other general staff members may have him kill silently if they can get him alone. I guess, Mew began, we really haven't paid attention to what Tyler said as we probably should have. That kid seems to know things that he shouldn't, so tends to be right when what he says will happen. And as for Kira, he is not to be alone even on this ship until further notice, he stated, I don't care which of the crew is with him since I wouldn't doubt you have a point with Kira being silenced if the chance comes up. Crystal was more than appalled that they had come to the point they had. Before Heliopolis, she and Mew wouldn't have needed to plan to counter for those who were supposed to be allies. The very thought would not have come up except a select few whose records showed they were dangerous. Yet, here they were, having to do just that against their superiors that made up Omni's Earthbound General Staff. Crystal shook her head in frustration. When did we come to the point we have to prepare ourselves for assassinations from those that are supposed to be our allies? Mew would love the answer to the question Crystal asked. He had the very same question himself. This war had soured many, he wouldn't deny that, but he didn't think that it had driven those in the alliance to go to assassination. Mew had wanted to believe there were enough in the alliance leadership who had enough common sense to not lower themselves just to kill one for their human type. But those they had been encountering had been showing signs such was becoming more normalized. I wish I had an answer to that, Crystal, I really do, Mew replied. Things have changed without us seeing or knowing it. Crystal leaned against the nearest wall. Back when Tyler said the Federation was concerned with the alliance getting mobile suits, or even trusting them, she paused. I thought it far-fetched. Crystal hesitated, but now, I'm not sure if I want to believe such possible, but I fear there is more to the view than any have given it. Mew sighed. I certainly understand better the view Tyler had, and now I'm worried that the alliance may consider fighting the Federation in the near future. The top brass wants to win this war, and now I can't see that ending with the Federation staying neutral. I fear this war will become much worse soon, and I can't see how it could end anymore. But will attacking the Federation occur? Crystal mused. The higher UPS have always avoided the subject. Those that have been honest had stated we would not stand a chance, even with mobile suits. It is why it has never happened. The losses would be horrible, and there would be little to no gain. Plus, Omni would still be fighting ZAFT at the same time. It's the worst decision that could be made. The crew milled about the ship for the rest of the day since standing orders were to stand by on the Archangel. The mood only seemed to sour further as time kept moving forward for the whole crew. They went about their jobs, but they were more going through the motions rather than performing duties. Meanwhile, Kira was held up in the quarters he didn't feel like going anywhere else. He had been to Lakis's quarters which were empty now, and it only echoed her absence. Kira had only gone to Tyler's quarters once, it had been painful even to enter and see his friend's things. Kira was still having trouble accepting that Tyler was gone, having saved him from a Thrun, who had been trying to kill him. However, that visit had given him a lot to think about as mostly he'd found a message left by Tyler. Kira. Should you be reading this, something bad has likely happened to me, and I'm not on the Archangel by the time you get to JOSHA. Understand that what this message contains is not to be shared with any of the ship's officers for any reason until the time is right, and you will know when that is. You can see this as a type of confession to clear the air between us and extend the help I'm able. Kira, there was so much I wanted to tell you along our recent journey but couldn't say anything due to Federation protocol. When I came back to the Archangel, my mission was to find and neutralize data the ship was carrying. I doubt the crew knew that the Archangel carries copies of the G Project's unit's specs. It is better they don't know, as Omni higher UPS will be blamed for things they had nothing to do with in truth. Early on during my assignment, it was suggested that I let the Archangel be destroyed as that admittedly would have been the easiest and cleanest way to achieve the goal. However, whatever others may say, I couldn't do that since the crew even with all of their flaws they're still good people. It's why I suggested the Archangel dock in Shira when the captain was asking for places to resupply. While the ship was in port, I, along with others, got on the Archangel and neutralized the data we were assigned to handle. It was a form of sabotage, so I couldn't outright deny what Natarl was accusing me of. Even if I had explained the reasons, she wouldn't have listened to me at the time. They wouldn't have believed me were I to have told the truth that their allies were looking for a means to sink them and retrieve the data. The assignment was important. When the Alliance gets mobile suits, they will use them against the Federation and its member nations. Some will argue that, but I fear it is only a matter of time before the member nations will come under attack because of the Alliance's vendettas. And while I may have delayed mobile suits getting to Omni, that is the best I could do for the time being. Also, I make a warning that should any activate the Strikes OS and go beyond the system menu, they will be stopped. I put a contingency in place so that the OS crashes and wipes itself. So, if battle comes up, you will have to rewrite the OS, and I apologize for putting you through that. But please understand that the Earth Alliance and its Omni can't be trusted, and I swear it's the truth to you. Their goal isn't peace, it is domination which they will use mobile suits for without hesitation. So when you get to JOSHA, don't trust any outside the Archangel's crew. Do not get into a situation where you are alone, those there will not hesitate to kill you. Until the crew is ready to see the truth, they won't listen to what could be told to them, they have to be willing to listen. I would have liked to tell you all in person, and I might have already, but in the case, I couldn't for one reason or another. I wrote this letter to explain things. Please forgive me should I have worried you in some way, I never meant to. Kira, you're one of my best friends after all. Tyler. Kira had been going over the letter Tyler had written since it contained a lot. First, it said that Kira had been right to believe in Tyler. He had not been trying to hurt the Archangel nor its crew, if anything, he'd been helping them far more than any of their allies. And now the mention of data made sense, it had been the mobile suit data that the Alliance wanted. That Tyler said, the Archangel was as much under threat from their allies as their enemies were concerning. For Tyler to believe, and rightly, Kira agreed the Alliance would attack the Federation's member nations, which served as his motivation. Kira worried that Tyler had seen the need to booby-trap the Strike's OS since he didn't do something unless he thought it was required. But now that Kira knew it was there, he could avoid the trap, but should technicians inspect the mobile suit, they would be the victim of Tyler's work. And Kira figured that Tyler had been expecting that, which is why he had done what he had. It both comforted and hurt Kira to know that Tyler had always been doing what he could to help him and their friends. It also made Kira worry, as Tyler seriously believed that the Alliance would do horrible things were going to happen to the crew of the Archangel. At the same time, Mirelia had just gotten off her shift, as had Tal. Mirelia was taking Tyler's death only a little less hard than Kira had been. While Kira was isolating, none of the others that had been Tyler's friends couldn't do that effectively. Mirelia would keep her feelings inside when she was on duty, but she let it out with tears and avoided the crew between shifts. She recalled the times she had railed on Tyler for his behavior and his actions. Now she regretted some of the things she'd said. Mirelia wished she could apologize to Tyler for some of the mean things she'd said to him. And yet, with Tyler gone, she would never have the chance to say how much she appreciated some of the things he did. Tal had been doing what he could to comfort Mirelia, but he was also dealing with Tyler's death. All of those from Heliopolis had been taking the news of Tyler's fate hard. None of them had really understood how much they'd counted on him until recently. Tal knew that he'd taken Tyler's actions for granted, he had always been there ever since he came to Heliopolis. Still, he was guiding Mirelia to the mess hall to get something to eat before getting some sleep. And convincing Mirelia to eat something was becoming more of a challenge lately, which worried Tal. But he managed to get her to eat, and after she finished, Tal suggested that they swing by the infirmary to get her something to help her sleep. Meanwhile, Dirka was lying on a bed in the infirmary after being brought here to check him over. He'd had some minor injuries that had been tended to, but nothing major out of the last battle. Dirka assumed that he would be taken back to the brig cell he'd been thrown into earlier. He still had his restraints on after all. However, he was left to lay in the bed waiting for whatever was next for him. Dirka bet he would be let go if the Federation had picked him up, but it was unlikely with the Alliance. Heck, the likelihood of him seeing the plants again was slim, and that left a bad taste in his mouth. Dirka accepted that he would probably be treated as a prisoner of war, which he didn't look forward to. However, it would keep him alive for a potential opportunity to escape and move on from there. Nevertheless, the doctor had gone somewhere, leaving him where he was and no one around. The thought of slipping out of the infirmary had crossed his mind, but where would he go? His mobile suit was no doubt locked down by this point, so it would be unable to help him. There was no place on this ship that he could hide since he didn't know its layout. In the end, laying where he was just happened to be the best option for Dirka to go with. But he didn't miss a very glum air on the ship. It was impossible to miss. What had caused that mood, Dirka couldn't say, but the glumness was dragging him down. Yet, his attention was drawn to the present as the door to the infirmary opened. Hopefully, that meant the doctor was back, and Dirka could at least be told what was next for him. So, how long would I be left to lie here, Doc? Dirka asked. Both Tal and Mirelia looked over to the bed where the voice had come from. Neither had expected there to be anyone other than the ship doctor in here, and the voice didn't sound familiar. Tal moved forward and pushed the divider back and found the ZAFT pilot that had been taken out of the buster. Tal was apprehensive at seeing the ZAFT pilot again. The last time had been just a glance, and most had been in shock at hearing about Tyler's fate. You, Tal uttered, you're the ZAFT pilot that was in the buster. Mirelia snapped her head to look at Tal, for she had heard the buster had been brought on board and the pilot extracted. From what Lieutenant Laflaga had said, Tyler had disabled the buster while he'd been out in the battle. She didn't like the guy was here, but the doctor could have been looking him over. There really hadn't been details stated on how the shadow had been destroyed, so this guy could have had nothing to do with it. Dirka glanced at the ones that had entered the infirmary and saw they weren't the doctor, but they were in Omni uniforms, so likely part of the crew. Who knew why they were here? Yet, they had the same glum air as the rest of the ship seemed to have hanging over it. So, Dirka made the best of the situation as he was able. Well, didn't expect visitors from any on this ship, he remarked before he smiled a little mockingly. You two look like you were just at a funeral or something like it. So, what, a friend of yours decide to be stupid by going out and getting killed or something? That simple question snapped something in Mirelia, and rage flashed up in her and made her blood go beyond boiling. This idiot had the gall to say Tyler went out and stupidly fought before he died for nothing. So, Mirelia grabbed a scalpel on the nearby table and twisted around, attempting to stab Dirka. Dirka barely had the time to shift out of the way of something coming down at him. A moment later, Dirka saw that what had been sent in his direction was a scalpel, and it had been done in a stabbing motion. Dirka's gaze snapped back to the girl that withdrew the tool and raised it above her head clearly to repeat the action. He had no idea what brought this on, but if it had been something he'd said, Dirka would willingly apologize if given a chance. He hadn't meant what he'd said to be serious, it had been a joke to lighten the mood, nothing more. Tal was shocked for an instant at what Mirelia had just tried to do, she wasn't a violent person. And while the question the ZAFT pilot had said wasn't nice since it was a reminder of Tyler being gone, Tal doubted the guy had meant it as an insult. But a second later, Tal moved forward and hooked his arms under Mirelia's and held her back and prevented her from making a second try at stabbing the guy. Tyler would never want any of them to do horrible things because of what happened to him. "Miri, stop," he shouted, "don't do this, it isn't you." Mirelia struggled against Tal. "Let me go, Tal," she snarled before her voice rose to a screech. "Why does he have to be here when others aren't? Tyler is gone, so why does he have to be here instead? Tyler had more reasons to live for, he should have come back instead of this scum." At the same time, Flay found Kira in his quarters moping as he had been for weeks now, and it worried her. Since the last battle, Kira had been almost like a ghost, barely eating or being seen by the crew. However, today, Kira looked thoughtful instead of lost as he had been the previous times she'd come to check on him. He had looked to be reading over a page with writing but Flay couldn't see what was on the paper. Still, Flay had then convinced Kira to come with her to visit Dr. Graham to get something for Kira to sleep. Yet, as they had just about reached the infirmary, they had heard shouting from within. Kira recognized the voice yelling to be Mirelia's, but he couldn't tell what she was screeching about. So, Flay and he quickly entered the infirmary and found an unreal scene. Mirelia was grasping a scalpel, and Tal held her back from using the tool against the ZAFT pilot. However, Mirelia stopped struggling a moment later and dropped the scalpel to the floor. The moment Tal let go of her, she sunk to the floor, tears flowing from her eyes. "Why are good people who are protecting others being killed?" She kept sobbing before she spoke again. "I want Ty back, I need to apologize for the things I said about him." Tal hugged Mirelia, wanting Tyler back as much as she did. His absence was creating a widening hole in them all. Kira knew he wasn't the only one to miss Tyler and wished for him to appear alive and well with all their hearts. He had spent nights recently crying himself to sleep at the loss of one of his best friends. But now Kira saw he had been ignoring his other friends' struggles to accept Tyler's death. He should be doing what he had done for Tyler and Athrun after Bloody Valentine had occurred. However, before he could move forward and try to help, there was a click behind him. Kira turned around and, to his shock, saw Flay holding a gun pointing it at the ZAFT pilot. Dirka also heard the click of the gun and was staring wide-eyed at the red-headed girl pointing a gun at him. Staring down the barrel of a gun wasn't new to Dirka, there was a week of training with ZAFT that was survival training. During said training, the recruits were given a gun and some clips, however, they weren't told the clips had rubber bullets. The testers were made to believe they were facing down real guns that could kill them during the whole test. It was to help learn the value of preserving your own life above all else, even if it meant killing another. In that experience, he had met Nicole, and the two had gone against the proctor. Dirka would never forget when he faced their gun, and the bullet was coming at him. However, right now, the same fear for his life was going through Dirka's mind. The girl he was looking at appeared ready to pull the trigger and kill him. Kira didn't want Flay to have blood on her hands, he knew what that was like and hated it. Plus, Tyler wouldn't want another hurt because of his death, regardless if they could have played a part in the event. Tyler had always believed in justice taking its course and punishments being handed to those who earned them. Killing out of anger was wrong, and Tyler had made that clear, and Kira agreed with him. Thus, Kira moved to be between Dirka and Flay holding up his arms. Flay gazed at Kira with incredulity for his action, it made no sense. His friend was dead because of ZAFT, who this guy was a part of. If anything, then Kira had more reason than she did to want this guy dead. "But Kira, why?" she questioned. "It's because of those like him," Flay reasoned, jabbing a finger at Dirka, "that your friend is dead. You have more reason to want him dead than any of us, so why are you stopping me?" Kira shook his head. "It wouldn't change anything," he stated as evenly as he could, "nor would it bring Tyler back." Kira's throat was dry, and his heart ached at stating Tyler was gone out loud. "It isn't worth it in this," and, Kira paused as the pain swelled, Tyler wouldn't have wanted it to happen. The door to the infirmary slid open, and a couple of the bridge officers came in with Dr. Graham. They all stopped as they took in the scene of the teens. There were two volunteers on one side of the room, one of them sobbing. The redhead was pointing a gun at Kira, who was standing before the bed where the ZAFT prisoner was on. Graham had gone to the officers to ask them what would be best with their prisoner. "What is going on in here?" Graham asked. The incident was brought under control and cleaned up, with the ZAFT pilot being escorted to one of the brig cells. However, that wasn't the end of the situation entirely since it was a breach of protocol. As the superior's report loomed ahead, thoughts of what needed to be said came to many of the officers' minds. This strained the relationship between Muru and Nataral Amarjan as Nataral thought the situation was handled poorly. The prisoner should have never been left alone, even for a short time. Tensions were high, so the prisoner was a threat to hurting others and driving a member of the crew to do something foolish. And since Muru was the ship's commanding officer, it had been her responsibility to keep that in mind. It was a mistake leaving him in sickbay for so long, Nataral reasoned. Even with us being at HQ, that doesn't mean that we ignored rules and protocol. Muru grunted acknowledgement to the statement, for she knew it was true, the prisoner they had on the Archangel shouldn't have been left in sickbay. However, the ship was still short-handed, so there wasn't personnel to watch things that weren't urgent or essential. Rules and protocol assumed there was a full crew for the ship, so it wasn't fair to judge this incident by them completely. The Archangel had been running as an Omni crew to the best it could be with the journey it had traveled. And with Nataral, she would include it in her report to the General Staff, which Muru would likely do the same in her position. Nataral continued, and then there was the fact that he was briefly left unattended. Indeed, is there a point you're trying to make, Nataral? Muru asked tiredly. Nataral wasn't one to like to call out another, especially a fellow officer that she'd worked with. But when a mistake was made, it needed to be acknowledged and corrected so that it didn't happen again. Nataral would say that Muru had done admirably commanding the Archangel through what it had faced. Nataral would ask any other officer to do better, knowing what they had at the outset. She doubted that any other officer could have done any better than them, and likely would do worse. Still, what happened needed to be addressed. Firearms management was lax among other things. There is no other option to report this incident along with the rest of what happened on board this ship, Nataral stated. Muru said nothing in response, yet Nataral didn't want to come off as critical of Muru Ramius. She wanted Muru to see her as a friend as she saw Muru as much as a colleague. Captain, she said, and Muru turned to face her. Please try to understand, I'm not saying that you are unfit or failed as an officer, for I feel that you have done an admirable job with the circumstance that we've been under. I am merely attempting to point out the vital importance of maintaining order and structure. That shouldn't change due to field promotions or emergencies. Muru nodded. I understand the idea, the principle of it anyway. The military must be regulated, such requires soldiers that follow orders given by their superiors and commanding officers that can see the bigger picture and then make the appropriate decisions. Otherwise, the ship cannot fulfill its mission and be victorious or survive in battle, Nataral said. It had an often quoted idea of Nataral's father, which she respected. While what Nataral said was all well and good when stated, the application was far from simple as it was made to sound. Principles and ideals were nice on the face of it, but taking them to heart and applying them was a different matter. So, the rhetoric was more something to work towards rather than expect. There are some of us, Nataral, that know that but still have great difficulty doing it, Muru replied. Nataral was taken aback at the reply, yet Muru kept going, Lieutenant, I'm fully aware that I'm not suited for the position I am in. I wasn't trying to imply that, Captain, Nataral started. Muru, however, cut over her. It's fine, Nataral, I know such to be the truth. I know a lot has come between us throughout this journey, but still, I am truly grateful for your help and insights, Nataral. I do not doubt that when you become a commander of a ship, Nataral, you will do very well, above most if not all expectations, Muru stated before parting ways with Nataral. The next morning, all of the officers of the Archangel, both commissioned and non-commissioned, were called to a debriefing. It was to be in front of Josh A.'s general staff in one of the large court-like rooms the base had. The expectation was that Muru and Nataral would be giving their side of events to the general staff. Both had been working on the talking points they would use and answers to potential questions those hearing them would have. Mew and Crystal had discussed what might come up at the debriefing, and their expectations hadn't been good. The circumstances the Archangel had been under during its journey had been unlike any of the predictions. The ship and its crew had done the best they could under that kind of pressure, both would state such for the record if required. However, the more complex subject would be the coordinators on the ship. The general staff would have some sort of bias and use that to condemn the Archangel's mobile suit pilots. The Archangel's officers were escorted to a large room with chairs in the center and a raised stage in front of the chairs. The whole crew stood as the general staff officers came in and took their seats, then they were directed to the chairs in the center of the room. The only thing that any had been told about the debriefing was the general staff had questions about their journey here. However, with 3 high-ranking Omni officers, the foremost being the officer in charge, one with the rank of captain by the insignia on his uniform. Muru assumed the man was William Sutherland. She had heard that he was strict and was known to dislike coordinators. There were other officers on the sides of the room, Muru assumed for recording this inquiry. Captain Sutherland gazed at the crew of the Archangel, wondering many things about them and how they handled themselves. From what he had read, they had done well in some circumstances but failed spectacularly in others. To be sure, their mission had been a difficult one, more so with ZAFT having interrupted when it was almost done. Due to ZAFT's actions, many good officers had been killed, which was regrettable. And that the Archangel got here to JOSHA was commendable overall. If that was all there was to this, there would be little need for a full debrief. However, the other actions that made the work of the Archangel and her crew questionable. Good morning, I'm Captain Sutherland of the General Staff, and you're all here to answer questions to help in the understanding of what has happened to bring you to JOSHA. This meeting will be held according to court-martial regulations, so the proceedings will apply the same rules. All of you can be seated. Crystal and Mew didn't like that this debrief would be held as a type of court-martial. That implied that this wasn't going to be as much a question-and-answer session as much as it would be an accusation of what they did. It was pretty much what they both expected this meeting would devolve into, but for it to start that way didn't help. Sutherland continued, "We have gotten the log data from your Navcom and the general ship logs and are in the process of analyzing it," he stated. "You've gone through some hell to get here, I must say I'm impressed, Captain Ramius." Muru nodded in acknowledgement to the compliment. "It is hoped that you can give a summary of what events played out in the form of testimony. Remember, this will be on the official record, as such, anything stated will be written as an official statement. Thus, you are required to state the truth to the best of your abilities. Shall we begin?" "Yes, sir," Muru replied. Then, Sutherland began, "Let us start with File 1, which is ZAFT's surprise attack on Heliopolis since that's where things are not clear." Sutherland brought up images of Heliopolis. "This event is what led to your promotion, Captain Ramius, so you will be the first to testify about this event." The question and answer session proceeded with Muru giving the event as she had experienced it. She recounted taking the strike and trying to get away from ZAFT forces. Then she brought up the appearance of the Asuka and the Shadow, then moved on to those two, forcing ZAFT back. With how Kira and Tyler had piloted the mobile suits they were in, Muru had to admit she'd suspected they were coordinators and said as much to the general staff. Sutherland interrupted her right after she said she assumed Kira and Tyler were coordinators. "So you already your suspicions about the two young men?" he asked, bringing up files with their pictures on them to display them on the main screen of the room. "That the two were coordinators living in the colony, correct?" Muru nodded. "Yes," she answered, thinking about how those two had made machines that should have had the same OS as the strike work. How they had grasped the system so quickly, Muru couldn't say, but she believed it was more than them being coordinators. They seemed familiar with the OS or at least parts of it somehow. From what I'm to understand, they were students at the technical college the colony had. But they hadn't seen or knew of the mobile suits before that day. And as neither could have seen the project before that, for them to be able to reprogram them told me they were likely coordinators. They later admitted they were coordinators, thereby confirming the suspicion I had. "Then tell us," Sutherland said, "what did you think of their performance and abilities? You did get to see them use such when they were fighting off ZAFT after all." Muru hesitated for a moment since, honestly, she had been impressed and intrigued with how Tyler and Kira had made using mobile suits seem so easy. Even against ZAFT, they would beat them and prove that the G project was incredible when used by certain individuals. And Tyler being a Federation pilot made her wonder more about just how good they could be. "Well, sir," Muru started, "I admit that I was somewhat entranced with what they could do." Sutherland grunted in response, but the grunt was almost sarcastic in nature by what Mew heard, and he didn't like it. He could tell this would likely lead to blaming Kira and Tyler in some way for what happened back in the colony. Crystal was on the edge of her seat, not liking the implications any more than Mew did. Sutherland continued, "From what the logs say, you fell unconscious not too long after that and were cared for by teenagers from the colony, which you later restrained." "Yes," Muru answered. Sutherland nodded. "I agree with that decision," he admitted, "it was the correct one under the circumstances. To regroup and assess the situation was indeed the best course of action as your injuries made more difficult. However," Sutherland paused, "before you could meet up with friendlies, you came under attack by a mobile suit that had entered the colony being chased by Lieutenant Laflaga and Major McAllister." Sutherland shrugged his shoulders. "A stroke of bad luck, no questions about that, but then you handed the controls of the strike over to an uneducated civilian, one of the very civilians that you said you were suspicious of being a coordinator. Because of that, you failed to follow through with taking control of the situation, is that right?" Mew shot out of his chair, angry that this captain was implying that any of them had not tried to prevent what happened to the colony. Le Cruzet was to blame for what happened, that masked man was a threat to all. "Sir, if you're implying that what happened with the strike was preventable, then you're wrong. If you'd have been there." "Commander Laflaga," Sutherland interrupted, "we are only confirming facts at the moment, not accusing anyone of anything. This isn't the time for personal opinions when we are clarifying records." Mew gritted his teeth at that reply but felt Crystal tugging him down. He looked at her, and she shook her head to say that now wasn't the time to talk back. So, Mew sunk back down to his seat, still angry that things were being stated in the way that implied Kira and Tyler were at fault. Sutherland kept going, while one suit was keeping the ZAFT CGUE at bay, Kira Yamato boarded the strike and due to his inexperience was led to fire the 320mm hyper-impulse Agni cannon without any knowledge of its power. Although he did manage to drive away the CGUE, his actions led to serious structural damage to Heliopolis. ZAFT then sent in assault forces into the colony after the Agni's firing, which strongly infers they felt threatened by it and respond in kind. Crystal held Mew's arm this time when he tried to rise, as it was clear his anger was getting the better of him. Not that Crystal didn't understand the feeling Mew was fighting, she too wanted to punch Captain Sutherland for what he was saying. But she knew that wouldn't help them or those they wanted to defend from the general staff. "Captain, that is nothing but conjecture," Crystal stated as calmly as she could. "You said you and the general staff were confirming facts, not speaking in hypotheticals." After a moment, Sutherland nodded. "While that may be so, however, as a commander with battlefield experience, this logic is easy to understand and comprehend." Sutherland paused. "If you were the member of the opposing team, would you just ignore a taunt like that or wave off the threat?" Mew calmed down a bit before speaking. "No, I would not leave such a thing unchecked," he bitterly admitted. Mura was irritated that Captain Sutherland implied that what she'd done was the wrong decision. ZAFT would have kept coming, fighting back was the logical option that had been available. "Are you implying that fighting back was the wrong decision, sir?" Mura challenged. Sutherland held up a hand. "I wouldn't go that far, Captain," he assured, "but you trusted coordinators that you had just met. That's not just bad luck, that is poor judgment, which led to the results." Mura rose. "But sir, they were the reason we made this far." Once again, Sutherland interrupted. "They also could be the reason that Heliopolis collapsed, or did that point not come up?" The man paused. "Nevertheless, there is no real point to dealing in hypotheticals now. But imagine if they were normal teenagers, unable to reprogram the OSs, then they wouldn't have been able to pilot the strike or the other mobile suits. There would be no way for them to use the mobile suits in that scenario. And that would have led us to a very different outcome." Mew and Crystal started to get out of the chairs. "Different outcome?" Mew challenged. "You know full well that if they hadn't done what they did, ZAFT would have your whole project." Muru gestured for both Mew and Crystal to sit down and not argue further before she turned back to Sutherland. "And the one who allowed access to them to one and later all three mobile suits was you, was it not, Commander Ramius?" he asked. "Are you saying that you hold me responsible for what happened, sir?" Muru challenged. Sutherland tilted his head. "Apparently, you have forgotten, but it is important to remember that the coordinators are our enemies. Their abilities are dangerous, make no mistake about that point. Even if they were young civilians, 3 of them were still coordinators just the same." Sutherland looked over the Archangel's crew. "So, I'll ask the question, why did none of you realize this when all the facts pointed it out?" Muru stood up slowly with dignity in her posture. "Sir, if it weren't for all 3 of those teenagers, we wouldn't be in this room answering this inquiry," she said in a steady tone of voice. Her reply wasn't the response the officers had wanted. If it weren't for them, Heliopolis might not have collapsed. Sutherland shot back. "Nor would the Federation have started looking into the whole event. Do you have any idea what Flak Omni has gotten because of your actions? Those coordinators will bring nothing more than chaos the longer they are around and will leave it in their wake." Mew was shaking with anger with this questioning session, yet Crystal spoke up before he could say what was going through his mind. "Captain Sutherland, you said at the start of this that this inquiry would be held to the rules of a court-martial tribunal. With that in mind, sir, are you speaking of just the facts without letting your personal opinion or views affect how this inquiry will proceed? You called us out for stating personal opinions before already, which needs to be observed on both sides. For you know what will happen if you let your judgment be affected by either your opinion or views," she asked clearly, leaving no question as to what she was requesting. Captain Sutherland glared at Crystal before he took a moment to calm down and sat back down in his chair. "I was only saying that things could be different, were these teenagers not coordinators, that's all," he remarked. "Whether it could have been different or not isn't the point, Captain. We're here to confirm and clarify the facts of the events that have happened," Mew said, keeping his anger in check with effort. None of the kids deserved any of the slander they were unknowingly getting, they had been giving it their all. "You seemed displeased, Lieutenant, any particular reason why? And remember, what you say does go on the official record," Sutherland returned. Mew gritted his teeth. "Yes, sir, there's a reason for me being displeased. You've been saying, implying, and accusing our volunteer pilots of doing wrong. You clearly haven't taken even one opportunity to talk to any who know them. They are kids like any you would meet anywhere you care to mention. They were thinking more about what they were going to do in the evening other than schoolwork, not piloting mobile suits to fight for their lives when this all happened," Mew stated. "Whether that is true or not isn't what this meeting is for, Commander, do please keep that in mind." Sutherland paused. "Those teenagers are with the crew, and so their actions will be judged as the crew's actions." Mew felt seriously irked by this. "You're twisting the truth. We were only..." Sutherland cut over Mew before going further. "Only what?" Commander. Mew was at a loss of what to say, but then Crystal spoke up for him. We were completing our mission to the best of our abilities, sir. So, if you intend to accuse us of wrongdoing, then define the crime that the facts indicate we've committed or end this ridiculous show and cease telling us your hatred of coordinators, Captain Sutherland. Please adhere to the rules set for a court-martial tribunal and stop lecturing us on the view you share with Blue Cosmos. Or by the rules you stated this would go by, this inquiry, its records, and the information that has come with it, including your accusations will be dropped, she stated. The other two Earth Forces officers gained expressions of anger, yet Sutherland smiled a bit. Come now, relax. I'm not saying that you are to blame for everything that's transpired. In fact, I believe that you did quite well getting through some difficult situations. However, when the Archangel arrived here, only 2 GAT series machines were on board instead of 5. So, tell me, how can those who gave their lives for all of you to get here now rest in peace? We have no other choice but to make things as clear as possible about the results and who was responsible for them. And in a manner that satisfies everyone, he commented. Moving on, the Archangel was then involved in destroying the Artemis military base. And while there, witnessed advanced forces wiped out. Crystal wouldn't stay silent with that fact, not after what those at Artemis tried to pull. Captain, while the destruction of Artemis is regrettable, they brought that base's downfall on themselves. There was a moment's pause before Sutherland spoke. Would you care to expand on that, Lieutenant Commander? Mew was up from his seat in the next moment. Those at Artemis refused to listen to us, kept us there with the reasoning that their barrier couldn't possibly be defeated. So, when ZAFT got past, Artemis was unprepared, and if not for the crew's actions, the Archangel would have been sunk there too. Yet, Sutherland interjected, you escaped and traveled through enemy territory to meet up with the 8th Orbital Fleet. And in that process, they managed to lose more allies in the form of the advanced force sent from the fleet. Then when you reached the 8th Fleet, you subsequently led it to be almost cut down. Mew and Crystal had jumped back to their feet. Unbelievable, he growled. You weren't there, so you don't know what we were, Crystal started. Sutherland interrupted, you were what? Do tell. Murray rose, we were following Admiral Halberton's orders, sir, to the best of our abilities. And does his will supersede that of this panel? Sutherland posed. I can't recall when that happened. The questioning continued, and it didn't get any easier for the crew of the Archangel. The reaming used against the 3 pilots that had protected the ship from being destroyed continued. However, out of the 3, Tyler was implied to be worse than Kira or Lakis, especially his connections with the Federation military. The facts of Tyler's rank and other facts that Muru, Natarl, Mew, and Crystal had heard from Tyler himself were stated. At the same time, those that remained on the Archangel were left to wonder what the officers were being asked. It was really just the mechanics and the Heliopolis volunteers that were left on this ship. Murdoch was unhappy as a group of technicians had come on board minutes after the officers had left. When asked, Murdoch said they told him they were there to inspect the strike and the buster before saying to get out of their way. Kira kept silent since he knew that said inspection would cause the OS to crash and be wiped. And if what Tyler's letter said, he had also made the data they wanted unusable. He believed that there would be repercussions when discovered, and it would unlikely be pretty. Kira didn't know how right he was about Tyler's work before the Archangel arrived at JOSHA. The base's technicians got to work after the mechanics were out of the way with the data extractions they were assigned to do. However, it didn't take long for them to find the data they were after had been corrupted and fragmented. The data was damaged so much that it was still recognizable but not usable in any way. It was actually kind of horrifying, the condition of the data. It was too thoroughly corrupted and fragmented to be natural. That meant that the schematics of the prototypes were now unavailable for use. That did still leave the strike and the buster to work with, but the general staff had been looking forward to getting the specs of the GAT series. So, the technicians knew they wouldn't like the data being unusable, but that was out of their hands. At least there was the strike and the buster to work with, as it would still have enough to finish the next machines of the GAT series. That would satisfy the general staff enough and others in Omni as the data was gone. So, the technicians moved on to the strike and began inspecting it for what they were assigned to do. And yet, when one of them activated the operating system and began diving into it, things went bad again. The system crashed within 30 seconds, and when it was booted back up, there was nothing there. The technicians worried further about the OS disappearing on them. It had been the first look at a potential working operating system Naturals could use. The hope was to see some specific things that correct the problems with Omni's current operating system. But with the system gone, there was nothing they could do to get it back. It had been wiped so clean it had to be set up before this. The Buster system was too far from the original to make sense of, so its OS was useless. The lead technician decided to go and report the issues they had come up against rather than waiting on it. The report was given to an officer as the general staff was in their debrief at the moment, and that wasn't supposed to be disturbed. The in-charge officer got the report and didn't look forward to the general staff's reaction. The G project data and the potential natural use OS were why the Archangel was not destroyed, and its crew court-martialed and discharged. Nevertheless, the officer simply took a breath before entering the conference room. The officer skirted around the edge of the room, came up behind Sutherland, and delivered the news. Sutherland hadn't been expecting the in-charge officer to come into the meeting. It had been made clear it wasn't to be interrupted without good reason. However, it took effort on Sutherland's part to keep his rage under control when he was told the prizes they were supposed to be getting were gone. According to the report, the G project data was corrupted when it wasn't salvageable. The technicians' report said what they found couldn't be an accident, so they suspected enemy agents did it. The data loss would cause some setbacks, frustrating as it was, but it wasn't a complete loss in the end with the strike and the buster on the ship. However, the other prize which was now lost was the OS the strike had since it had disappeared. The techs looked at it when it suddenly crashed and was wiped from the machine. It was likely the work of the enemy agents suggested before, and that work would mean delays. The strike and the buster could still provide data for mass production of mobile suits, but it would take longer than if the schematics were retrieved. For an enemy agent to have gotten close enough to have done the work was beyond a failure of the crew's performance. For all any knew, it could have been that Federation soldier McGregor that had been involved. They should have been watching the teen and never left him alone. He was untrustworthy. And because of that mistake in judgment, most of the G project had been lost. The sacrifices made were almost meaningless, and that was unacceptable. Thus, Sutherland chimed in after the officer next to him finished talking about the Archangel coming down to Earth. Not only has your actions destroyed much of the 8th Fleet, your negligence continued to make things worse, he growled. The line made little sense to the Archangel's crew, and it was almost like Captain Sutherland was referring to other things. Mew and Crystal felt that whatever the officer had whispered to Sutherland hadn't been news he wanted. Mew did recall Kira's words about Tyler mentioning there being data of some sort on the Archangel. He wondered if that data was something the higher UPS were interested in, and Tyler had somehow denied them. Still, Sutherland continued, you stop in non-allied ports, not thinking about how they could get access to military secrets. He paused, what were any of you thinking? Muru stood up again, we were doing the best to follow through with the mission we had, sir, she stated firmly. And while that dedication is commendable, Sutherland replied, when you arrived here, you had only 2 units from the G project you saved, but neither of the 2 other mobile suits the ship had been carrying. Sutherland paused, how are we to face those that sacrificed their lives for the Archangel and the rest of the G project? It is our duty to clarify what happened so that we can hold those that are responsible accountable for the subsequential actions and consequences in a way that satisfies all parties. The inquiry continued from there on the events of the Archangel's journey but also what resulted from them. Most of the crew were left to wonder how anything they had done would have led to what was being stated. Muru and Natarl were baffled and worried when details of the Federation demanding answers about what had been going on with Heliopolis came. With the Orb Union being a member nation of the Federation now, or according to Tyler, had been for a year, the G project had been technically wrong. The project's development did violate the treaty Tyler had mentioned, and the Federation had been using that to grill some within the Alliance's leadership. Muru knew that none of the damage they had done or were involved in had been intentional. The ship and its crew had been doing their best to complete their mission and had bad luck along the way. Mew and Crystal were silent for the rest of the inquiry, their outbursts before had done nothing to help. And through listening, they were learning quite a bit, most of which ranged from unpleasant to seriously concerning. With Tyler having said Orb was a part of the Federation, it was obvious they would look into what happened at Heliopolis. It was an expectation. If anything, the Federation had been assisting the Archangel from the shadows along its journey looking back. That may be due to Tyler's involvement, and it wouldn't surprise either pilot if the kid had pulled some strings. However, the mention of the Shadow and the Asuka not being on the ship when it arrived kept coming up. It angered Mew as it reminded him that Tyler had sacrificed himself for the ship and its crew. The Asuka was back in Orb, it belonged to them after all, so it would have been stealing if they had kept it. Lakis's disappearance may have been unexpected, but in the end, she was avoiding this crap that she didn't deserve. In fact, the subject of the mobile suit pilots would come up with each event, and it was always in a bad light. The teens were blamed for most things, from ZAFT's actions to allies being killed, none of which was fair on them. Mew knew that no armor pilot would be held to the standard that the Archangel's pilots were being. And if he saw right, when Sutherland went over the Shadow's destruction, the guy had a small smile as Muru stated he had been killed in action. It made Mew want to sock the guy in the face before he slugged him until he couldn't feel his hands. This so-called inquiry was nothing more than a means to point fingers rather than acknowledge the results. While Mew was angry, Crystal ignored her feelings of anger and studied what was being said and who was saying it. Pinning blame was obvious, but that wasn't the whole point of this, she did not doubt it. The Archangel's performance was not appreciated, and her best guess was because the Federation was pushing for answers that the Alliance didn't want to give. That checked out with something Kira had implied Tyler had said in some way, which made her very worried. If the Archangel was such an embarrassment, why let it continue its mission when it reflected badly on the Alliance? The only logical answer Crystal could come up with had something to do with the data Tyler had brought up. It would explain why Sutherland was mad after receiving news of some kind. Whatever the data was, it had not been retrievable by the technicians here. That also said there had been or still were technicians on the ship doing who knew what. The disrespect aimed at the Archangel suit pilots was horrible, and Crystal had gotten close to calling the general staff out of that. But Sutherland seemed to be keeping the facts just short of being seen as personal views. And yet, those on the general staff were making it clear they disliked coordinators. Not only did they hate them, but they also blamed them for every loss Omni suffered and anything that went wrong. Tyler specifically got more attention than Kira or Lakis did, the point of him being with the Federation being mentioned often. There were files shown that claimed Tyler had been involved in sabotage more than a year ago, but Crystal saw no proof of the claim from what she read. She had to admit, and this certainly would fit a bad reception as Tyler had implied the Archangel's crew would receive from those here. Tyler had been right on the money about that, which led to the other predictions. Should Tyler have been right about the reception, then it was just as likely he was right about the other part he'd said. It had been inferred that the crew would be divided into two groups, and then one group saved, and the other disposed of. Crystal knew it would be best to discuss this with Mew. Things were just going sourly, and no sign that would change. The Archangel's crew were excellent at what they did, so none of them should be taken care of. The whole inquiry lasted for around 3 hours while the questions came from the general staff. By the end, most were tight-lipped and gave short answers to questions asked while holding in their feelings. The only thing that didn't slander from the general staff was the official announcement of the rank promotions presented to some of the officers earlier. Sutherland did stand up after the questions stopped. This wraps up our proceedings. Thank you all for your cooperation in answering the questions to clarify events in this long process. We'll be in touch with you concerning the next mission of the Archangel soon. All of you are to return to your posts. Sutherland paused and looked down at the datapad he had. You are all dismissed with the exception of Commander Mew Laflaga, Lieutenant Commander Crystal McAllister, Lieutenant Natarl Badgeruel, and Crewman Flay Ulster. Mew stood up, not understanding why Crystal, Natarl, Flay, and he were asked to stay. Stay, sir, he questioned. May I ask what for? Sutherland looked at Mew. Yes, the 4 of you are being transferred, so you are to report to the Personnel Bureau tomorrow morning at 0800 hours, dismissed. A/N. And I'll leave the phase off there and continue in the next one. Now, on to the elaboration of details for this phase as I do for these. Originally, this and the next phase were one phase, but it was getting long for my liking so I split them and this was the best split point. So with this phase, readers would have noticed it is the event where the Archangel reaches JOSHA and report to their superiors. Now, there were some points that I wanted to point out that aren't in canon. First, with Kira there when in canon he is not, that puts him in danger as he is a coordinator and such are hated by the higher UPS. That is mentioned by both Mew and Crystal as well as Tyler in his letter to Kira. Second, I wanted to highlight Mew's and Crystal's growing doubt in Omni's direction and behavior. They are noticing that there is more going on than what had been seen in the open as Tyler implied. Their loyalty is moving toward being with the Archangel rather than Omni and the Alliance in this phase and will continue to do so in the next. Third, Tyler's letter that he left to Kira which gives some foreshadowing. The letter gives the summary of what Tyler did which most on the Archangel didn't know about. Tyler had a good idea of what the Archangel would be facing if they reached JOSHA even if he didn't know the exact details. That is seen by Tyler stating Kira was in danger and the system trap he placed on the strike. Then finally, the debrief report the Archangel's crew went through with the general staff at JOSHA. The general scene is similar to what is seen in canon but there are a few differences as my characters are involved. It may be implied that the general staff suspects Tyler had done things while on the Archangel. It is hidden with the reasoning that the general staff is confirming facts of the Archangel's journey. Of course, the Archangel's crew doesn't like the implications the general staff is insulting their coordinators. The reactions of some will come up in the next phase but the whole debrief scene was improved in my view. Now, to sum up this, please some of you write a review and tell me what you think of the phase. The next phase will come in 2 weeks, titled Horrible Truth. Peace out until then. Chapter 29, Phase 32, Horrible Truth. Again I don't own anything Gundam though that would be awesome. I only own my own characters and ideas that go into this story. May 20th, 71 CE. JOSHA, Alaska. The Archangel's crew was left to wonder what would happen next. The ship would lose 2 more pilots and its acting vice captain, leaving only Kira to protect the ship when needed. And it didn't sound like they would necessarily be getting a replacement for those being transferred. But the crew left and returned to the Archangel as per orders. Mew and Crystal quickly got together to discuss things both from the meeting and what lay ahead. Mew was the first to let out a frustrated sigh. Well, that meeting was a mess if ever I've seen one, he started. Those fools don't understand a damn thing. While I don't disagree, Mew, Crystal replied, what any think of the general staff isn't the point any longer. Mew gazed at his friend, Do you mean what they said or what they implied? Crystal exhaled, both honestly. She paused. I know what they said about our suit pilots angered you, and I feel the same. But looking beyond that, we can get a glimpse into what the real story is. That they are up to something among other things, Mew returned. Crystal nodded. Kira mentioned that Tyler implied the Alliance had a reason not to sink the Archangel and that it wasn't a performance-based thing. That the ship had been carrying something they valued more than anything else. The data which Kira said Tyler and others took care of is the only thing that makes sense to me. And if that data wasn't usable upon extraction by technicians that I would bet were on the Archangel while we were in that meeting, then it could explain why Sutherland was angry about whatever that officer told him. But we still don't even know what that data was about, Mew said, yet I would say you are likely right about it being why the captain was put off. Mew shook his head. The whole time we've been here at JOSHA has been nothing but one bad thing after another. Much as a bad reception that a certain teen told us about back in Shira, Crystal remarked. Yet, once again, Tyler's proven to be either very well informed or has a hell of an intuition, maybe both, Mew admitted. But with our transfers, that leads to the separation that Kira mentioned, or at least that's what it feels like to me. Crystal frowned. You're not the only one that feels that, Mew, and were I to hazard a guess, I fear we're in the safe group rather than the disposal group mentioned. Mew blinked since Crystal implied that the rest of the Archangel's crew would be sent out to die if what Tyler said was correct. It was crazy even to consider that allies would do such a thing, and yet, in the last few months, crazy had become almost normal. You really think that the general staff here would send the Archangel out on some suicide mission, Crystal? Had Mew asked that question before the meeting with the general staff, Crystal would have said such was possible but unlikely. However, with how the inquiry had gone, she wasn't sure at all if that was unlikely anymore. The hatred of coordinators drove people to do horrific things. Blue Cosmos and others like them had proven that. And with what Crystal had seen with the general staff here at JOSHA, they all shared those views to some degree. If you had asked that 4 or more hours ago, Mew, I would have said it was possible but extremely unlikely. She hesitated. However, after that meeting, I've lost any confidence I had and wouldn't put it past some of the general staff. Mew's head fell. Then we are in the same boat. He stopped for a moment. Have we really been so blind not to see our leaders moving to the same level as terrorists? Crystal shook her head. No, I think this war has just made the line between those involved in it and those that are not blurry to the point of beyond recognition. So then, what do we do now? If we follow orders, we leave JOSHA and will probably never see the Archangel or its crew again, only to read about their deaths and the ship's sinking. Mew gave Crystal a deadpan gaze. You even have to ask, he posed. At this point, orders can go to hell for all I care. I'm not letting the crew of the Archangel be sent to die. Crystal smiled at Mew's response since she fully agreed with his view. None on the Archangel deserved to die for any reason. If what Tyler said was correct, and at this point, Crystal believed it was, then the Archangel was going to be sent to be sunk. Then I suggest we make it look like we are following orders for the time being so that we will be watched less, Crystal remarked. Mew smiled and nodded. A wise idea. Better not to draw attention to ourselves with this until the opportunity comes to us. That evening, Kira had decided it would be best for him to put an OS back on the strike just in case fighting came. Something in him said battle was coming soon, and he wanted to be as ready as he could be. Kira was the one that would defend the Archangel since Tyler and Lakis were not around. When he got to the hangar, Kira found no one around, so he went over to the strike and got to work. Thankfully, Kira at Tyler's suggestion back in February had made a basic copy of the operating system just in case of emergencies. So he had a framework to work with and so would only need some tweaking to get it to where it needed to be. At the same time, Mew had pulled Murdoch aside. Listen, Chief, don't let any take the equipment from the hangar. Trust me, we will need it, I feel. I can't say what for, but I'm sure they will be needed, Mew said. Murdoch gazed at Mew curiously as he was going to be transferred the next morning. By what Murdoch had heard, Mew and Crystal were going to be sent to be teachers at the pilot academy over on the west coast of the Atlantic Federation. Their knowledge would benefit the young training rookies, Murdoch had no doubt, and they needed as much of that as they could get. So, why then was Mew worried about the Archangel's equipment? I'm all for being as ready as possible, Commander, Murdoch began, but with you transferring tomorrow, you have other things to think about. Mew glanced around for a moment to make sure there was no one else in the corridor that could listen in. You are not to mention this to anyone else, but Crystal and I don't intend to go through with the transfer orders, Mew replied. Murdoch was about to protest as the incoming rookie pilot needed the experience of those like Mew and Crystal, yet Mew didn't let him. Something is going on that we aren't being told about. The two headed for the hangar as Murdoch had been doing his final rounds before getting some sleep. Murdoch was trying to wrap his head around the fact that Mew and Crystal planned to defy orders of the Earthbound General Staff. Then he was worried that Mew said there was something going on around the base and probably beyond it. If they suspected something weird was going down, then Murdoch believed them as they had been mostly on point with that kind of thing. What do you think is going on, Commander? Murdoch questioned, since I'm getting the nagging feeling you are right. Mew rubbed the back of his head as they entered the hangar. Honestly, Murdoch, I wish I could say more specifics, but it's more a gut feeling. Murdoch stopped since as he glanced around the hangar, he stopped on the open cockpit of the strike. Hey, who's in there? He demanded. Kira heard Murdoch's voice, but he hadn't expected anyone to come into the hangar at this late hour. So he saved his work before storing the keyboard and exiting the cockpit. Kira waved to the two men. Sorry, Mr. Murdoch, Kira started, just was doing work to occupy my time and mind. Mew was surprised that Kira was down here at this time of night as he was normally down in the hangar during the daytime. The other thing was the kid was alone, which was dangerous for him even if the kid didn't know it. Those here at JOSHA could and likely were gunning for Kira in the effort to kill him since he was a coordinator. Rather late to be working, Kira, wouldn't you say? Mew posed. Kira didn't look at the armor pilot as Tyler's message had said not to say what it contained until the time was right. The letter had said the Archangel's crew could be trusted, but no one outside of them. I guess it is, but maybe I'm just antsy, Kira replied, still not looking at either man. Mew would normally believe Kira at his word, the kid didn't seem to know how to lie effectively, which wasn't a bad thing. However, Mew felt Kira wasn't saying something and that something was big. What it was that Kira wasn't saying Mew couldn't say, but something in him said it was important. Being antsy is one thing, kid, Mew started, but what were you working on? Just fixing up the strike's OS, Kira muttered, too soft for Murdoch to hear, but Mew caught it. Mew couldn't think of any reason for Kira needing to fix the strike's OS, it should be as it had been before. The operating system should be as the Asuka's as far as Mew had understood, so there was nothing to fix or change should Kira need to use the strike. Thus, once again, Mew felt there was something more going on than was being let on. Kira, why would the strike's OS need fixing? Mew asked. Murdoch twisted around to stare at Mew as he hadn't heard what the kid had said a moment ago. So if the suit's operating system had been damaged, then he wanted to beat up those technicians that had been on the ship. It had already taken a solid 2 hours to clean up the mess of the base personnel looking through things. Murdoch shook his head in frustration. Kid, I take it those technicians looked through the strike's OS and didn't clean up their mess, he questioned. Kira nodded, not trusting what would come out of his mouth right now. Murdoch let out a growl. Damn it, he cursed, those techs have made more work for us in 2 hours than we normally do in a few days. Mew hadn't missed that Kira was hiding something, the signs were there, but Mew couldn't figure out why he was not saying anything. And right now, Mew wanted any information he could get that may explain things. Kira, what is it that you're not telling us? Mew asked, you're avoiding saying something. Kira hesitated as Tyler had been specific on some points, the alliance couldn't be trusted had been an ongoing theme. He had also said that what the message had contained was to be kept secret until the right time. Kira felt Mew would understand Tyler's reasoning, more so now than he would have earlier, and so, perhaps they would listen now. Thus, Kira exhaled heavily before speaking, I was not fixing the OS, I was reinstalling it. The OS was wiped, Murdoch began showing anger, but Kira continued, it wasn't the technicians' work, they just triggered the system wipe. It was a booby trap set up if some went looking around for something they wanted. Tyler put it into place before the Archangel left Shira as a contingency as he put it. Mew blinked at being told that Tyler had put in contingency before the Archangel had headed out from Shira. It wasn't exactly that Mew was surprised the older teen had laid the groundwork, Tyler had a knack for it. It fit as Tyler's predictions had been pretty much on the money, it was that he had planned this far ahead that was kind of impressive. That Murdoch and his mechanics hadn't noticed Tyler putting that idea in place said the teen had quite a skill set. Did he mention anything else? Mew asked. I'm open to any information right now. The data they were after was copies of the G Project's machines, Kira stated. It is likely why you got blamed for things you didn't know about in your debriefing. And I was right, Tyler was defending the Archangel, he made sure the Alliance wouldn't lose its reason not to be sunk. Kira paused, realizing that Tyler had put himself into the position to receive much of the blame rather than the crew. And he made it seem that he was the cause of the mobile suit data so that none of you would get the brunt of the backlash. Mew was sort of stunned at what Kira was saying as the kid was telling the truth as he knew it. Kira's information was filling in holes that had mystified both him and Crystal. Knowing the data was mobile suit schematics clarified why the general staff was so angry about the extraction failing. It also said Tyler had likely done it during the Archangel's time in Shira, which Natarl accused him of being a traitor for, among other things. The task Tyler had likely couldn't be talked about at the time, so that he couldn't have defended himself. Mew felt sorry for Tyler, he had been trying to help and protect them, but the Archangel's crew hadn't been listening or watching him, himself included. Any other warnings from Tyler, Kira? Mew inquired, because I'm all ears and more than willing to believe anything he may have said to you. That last line told Kira that Mew would take Tyler's warning seriously and others could believe him at his word. He took that as it being the right time to say what Tyler had told him about what he suspected of the Alliance. He said the alliance couldn't be trusted, that their goal isn't peace, but domination by whatever means they see necessary. He and those in the Federation are sure once Omni gets mobile suits, they will use them in an attempt to force the Federation to surrender and take orders from them, Kira iterated. He mentioned that those here would try to kill me and plan to kill those on the Archangel in some way. Mew was not liking what he heard, but as Tyler hadn't been far off his predictions, what Kira said had merit. If anything, then Tyler had been right on with most events on how they played out. So, at this point, Mew would take anything said by Tyler as very likely the truth of what would occur. He and Crystal had lost faith in the general staff, and what they said, they weren't there to help them. But Kira saying the Alliance fully intended to use mobile suits against the Federation didn't sit well. The Federation was akin to a sleeping giant, and should the Alliance wake up that giant, Mew didn't think the Alliance would be around to regret that action with how things stood. Mew sighed, well, that pretty much confirms what Crystal and I were suspecting, he admitted. Murdoch gaped at Mew, Commander, you aren't serious, are you? Yes, I am, Mew returned, thus far, Tyler's predictions have been on the money with maybe a detail or two off. I don't know how that kid could know what he did, but I'm through doubting Tyler, doubting him has not helped in any way. Mew turned to the entrance of the hangar, Kira, you do what you got to in defense of the ship. Crystal and I will help as we can whenever battle comes this ship's way. The next morning, the four that were to transfer were heading for the gangway that led off the ship. Mew and Crystal had bags to make it look like they were leaving as ordered, but the bags were filled with random things. The rest of the Archangel's crew was waiting by the exit to see those leaving off. All four had helped the ship and its crew tremendously during their journey, so seeing them off was the way to honor them. Mura was sorry to see all four go, they had all contributed greatly to the Archangel on its journey. While she and Natarl had their disagreements, Mura was grateful for her insight and experience. And Mura couldn't say where they would be without Mew and Crystal. Natarl was the first in line to leave Flay right behind her. The girl had been resistant to the transfer, but Natarl had told her it was pointless to argue with it at this time. Before leaving, Natarl saluted Muru. While we've had our difference of opinion at times, Muru, it had been an honor, she said. I am glad to have served with you, farewell Captain. Muru returned the salute, likewise, Lieutenant, it was a pleasure to have you with the ship during its journey. I don't think we could have made it without you. Muru smiled, I hope we meet someday again, hopefully not on a battlefield. Mew and Crystal came toward the exit next after Natarl and Flay had left the ship. They had both agreed that their exit had to be convincing, so the whole crew had to believe they were going. Mew was to express frustration with the general staff as he had earlier, which should arouse the least suspicion. They would be looking for an opportunity to find out more about what was going on before getting back to the Archangel. To be honest, I want to give them a piece of my mind on several things, Mew remarked, the Personnel Bureau and the General Staff, that is. Crystal would applaud Mew's performance, it was one of the better ones that he'd done in a while. And with what Mew had told her Kira had said, there was information that they needed before returning to the ship. Unfortunately, that Tyler had said the Alliance couldn't be trusted now made more sense. In her view, the General Staff was a prime example of not working for the greater good anymore. Rest assured, Mew, you're not the only one, Crystal added. But we don't have much say in what assignment we got right now, you know that. Muru gave a sad smile, I doubt it would do either of you any good, she replied. Mew glanced at Crystal, and you are fine with being sent to the Pilot Academy in California to be an instructor, he asked. Crystal shook her head, no more than you, but again, we don't have say in this transfer, she reasoned. Mew was impressed since if he didn't know it was an act, he would have believed what Crystal had just said and not publicly argued with her. Muru could understand why both Mew and Crystal would be chosen to be instructors for soon-to-be pilots. Rookie pilots would need as much help as possible, and the two would fit that bill well. Arguing wouldn't do either of you any good, Muru admitted. Your teaching will save the lives of rookie kids who are going to be out there fighting, both of you. Mew really wanted to tell Muru what he and Crystal planned, but they had to fool the Archangel's crew in this. To best help the ship and its crew, Mew and Crystal needed to find out what was going on, and they couldn't do that on the ship. Still, Mew had to finish up his act, so he put on an angry expression, it's nice to be told that, but damn it, I still don't like this, Mew returned. Muru smiled, thank you both, Commander, Lieutenant Commander, it won't be the same without both of you. Mew pulled a worried face that made Crystal actually question if Mew could have some feelings for Muru. She hadn't missed some of the subtle signs they liked each other's company, but there hadn't been a lot of progress. Be safe out there, Mew said. Crystal also saluted, indeed, watch yourselves out there, and don't be sunk. Both Mew and Crystal turned and exited the ship, and once they were out of earshot, Crystal leaned close to Mew, I must say Mew, quite an act you put on, she mused, one of the better ones I've seen. Mew smirked, hey, I can pull it when I need to, and same for you, quite convincing, he replied. Crystal smiled softly, in fact, I am left to wonder why you haven't said anything to Muru about liking her company. Mew felt his cheeks flush as Crystal continued, call it woman's intuition, but you have later to do that as we will be going back to the ship later. As the day went on, the Archangel was informed it was being assigned to Josh A.'s defense fleet until further notice. It was a tad odd as the Archangel had been designed for space combat more than in atmosphere combat. Then there was still no decision on what would be done with the ZAFT captive on the ship. Muru was left to wonder what the higher UPS were thinking, for she couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, those that were transferring were gathered at the docks with the transport subs were at. As Mew and Crystal headed for the subs, they were supposed to board, both were looking around. Crystal was struck by how most of the personnel appeared to be Atlantic Federation. In fact, she realized that all those she saw were Atlantic Federation, which was suspicious to her. Hey, Mew, Crystal whispered, is it me, or are all here Atlantic Federation? Does that strike you as odd? Mew glanced around and saw that Crystal was right, all at the docking area were Atlantic Federation personnel. No, Crystal, Mew returned, it isn't just you, something is going on, and it's getting more suspicious with everything I see. The two met up with Natarl and Flay, who were waiting to board the subs they were to get on. As they came up to them, Natarl was speaking, aren't these ships supposed to be heading out to Panama, she asked. Natarl then noticed Crystal and Mew coming up, which ship are you two supposed to be boarding? Crystal was the one that spoke up, we are bound for Panama and then California from there, she replied. As boarding started, Mew saw that opportunity was knocking for him and Crystal to slip away and start looking for clues. He nudged Crystal and gave her a look to say it was time to get to work, to which she nodded. In the commotion of loading, the two slipped away and headed into the command area of the base. Crystal was right beside him, but she quickly noticed that they had met no one yet when they should have. Mew, the base is looking empty, something is very wrong, she remarked. I'm getting a bad feeling that this base isn't what it seems anymore. Mew nodded, something is definitely wrong here, and it is beginning to feel like a trap of some sort. He would have said more, but before he could, alarms began going off, what the hell? Crystal glanced around, that doesn't sound good, I think things are about to go from bad to much worse. The two mobile armor pilots weren't by any means the only ones to wonder what was going on when the alarm started sounding. Muru, who was on the bridge of the Archangel, was trying to think of a way to get the opportunity for the crew to have shore leave when the alarms began sounding. The comm link was connected, and Muru found herself looking at the image of Captain Sutherland. Captain Sutherland, what's going on? She asked. All defense forces are to launch at once and commence interception, Sutherland stated, they tricked us. ZAFT switched the target from Panama at the last minute to here at Josh A. Back with Mew and Crystal, they picked up the pace and ran the rest of the distance from the elevator to the control room. However, just before they got there, he had a feeling he'd had in several the battle on the way here registered. He looked to the elevator that led down to the control room, no way, he's here too. Mew? What is it? Asked Crystal. Mew reached for the gun he had picked up as they had been searching the base, cruise it, he's here, I'm getting the same feeling as before when I was around him, he replied. Crystal grabbed the gun she had on her hip, acquired the same way Mew had gotten his. Then there came a trembling and shaking as the sounds of fighting began to be heard. Both mobile armor pilots entered the elevator, and Mew smashed the button to descend. When the elevator reached the level the control room was on, the lift opened, and the two exited. They moved forward to get on either side of the door to the control room, but as they looked inside, a gunshot came in their direction. Cruzat had been here to see the fruits of his work, to see the massive death that would come. And he was not disappointed in the means the Alliance had chosen to use to kill ZAFT and unwanted forces. For them to put a Cyclops system in place was genius, and it would do much like the one used at Endymion. But there had been the sound of the elevator opening, and so Ra spun around and squeezed off 2 shots from his gun and moved away from the console he'd been at. Well, Mew La Flaga, we seem to have a horrible habit of crossing paths with each other, don't we, he called. Mew grimaced, what are you doing here, cruise it. Crystal shot back at the masked man, who was heading for a door on the other side of the room, why Mew, you think I would miss such a show as this? But if you're still here, then it means that your usefulness along with your companions has run out, for the Earth Alliance seems not to need you anymore. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, cruise it replied before he disappeared. Both Mew and Crystal scanned the control room, guns at the ready, but both relaxed a bit when they saw they were alone. The two started glancing over the consoles taking in the information, and a couple of things became clear. ZAFT was attacking the Earth Forces HQ, there were far more of them than there were defenders, and there was no one actively in charge in a situation that such was needed. The Archangel was only with one pilot, and while Kira was good, he was not a one-person army. Plus, the two couldn't make it back to the subs in time, not that either would have if they could. But it was as Mew came across one console and saw the display that horror filled him, as did rage. He waved Crystal over and let her see what he had, and she had a similar reaction to Mew himself. On the console screen, the image showed a large array of dishes that were hooked to power. By the information listed, every dish was set to emit microwave radiation and heat in mass, multiplied by each dish when they were turned on. The array of emitters, were they to activate all at once, would turn a 10-kilometer diameter area into a blast furnace in a matter of seconds. All that would be left as evidence would be a crater and charred debris from what had been in range. Mew trembled in a fury at realizing just what had been planned to happen here. Crystal gasped at seeing the data. No, this, her voice stopped with the horror she was feeling, this is almost like Endymion all over again. The only difference is that we know it's coming, she muttered in a mix of shock and anger. Mew was furious but managed to keep himself in control. I said this was feeling like a trap, but damn it, I didn't think it would be to this extent. He paused. If we live through this, then I want to see Sutherland and the rest of the general staff hanged for this. The two looked at each other, and they both knew that they couldn't stay where they were, not with what they had learned. Mew was out of the door first, closely followed by Crystal, both of them sprinting down the base's corridors. Once they got out of the main base and out into the underground city area, they found a working jeep. Mew jumped into the driver's seat, and Crystal slid into the passenger side. The car started before Mew put the pedal to the floor, and they sped off towards the closest aircraft hangar. Mew showed his driving skills as the roof of the underground cavern began falling, and he swerved to avoid being hit. As that was going on, the Archangel had moved out of the main gate, and Maru saw the battlefield before them. The air and sea were filled with ZAFT forces assaulting the defenders without hesitation. She knew that even with Kira defending them, their chances of making it through this were slim to none and closer to none. But orders were to hold the line. Hopefully, base command was sending for help. Meanwhile, Tyler and Lisa had been flying for hours since leaving Tessway. They were flying at a high altitude to keep out of sight and notice from any below. Tyler calculated they would get over JOSHA at the current speed within the next half an hour or so. And while they traveled, Tyler had been thinking about recent events as things had taken a worrisome turn. He also had access to the information network, which he'd not had for a time now. And while Tyler had figured things would be bad from what Lisa and Lakis had told him, he wasn't pleased it was as bad as it was. Operation Spitbreak had the original target of Panama, which made sense logically as it would cut off the Alliance's supply line. However, while Tyler had been at Tessway, new info from the network said the target had been switched to JOSHA. The change in target made Tyler suspicious there was something in the shadows that was going on. Hitting JOSHA had its merit, Tyler wouldn't deny that, but to switch at the last minute was odd. The methodology made sense. After all, you want to beat an organization, it is best to go for their head or command structure. But some creatures could still keep going even when you cut off their head. Tyler felt that the Alliance would be more like one of those creatures that having their head cut off would only slow it down for a time. In the back of his mind, Tyler was really suspecting that JOSHA was not what it seemed anymore. If the signs of a rat being present were true, it was likely the Alliance somehow knew ZAFT's real target. And if they were aware early enough, the Alliance would have set up a trap for ZAFT. Evidence implied that such had been leaked to the Alliance, but no clue as to who was responsible for that. ZAFT probably had no idea their operation was now them walking into a trap more likely than not. But from what the network said, the National Defense Committee either didn't believe that was possible or didn't care. And nowadays, Tyler couldn't say if ZAFT was being blind ignorance or intentional recklessness. Hypothetically, should ZAFT fall into that trap, their losses would be harsh to put it mildly. And they would look for vengeance for the losses and turn to none other than Panama. The dominoes lined up were becoming clearer, and the more Tyler saw, the worse the line became. Each domino event led to an event that was worse to some degree than the last. The acceleration of the war's downturn was gaining momentum, and Tyler doubted he was the only one who was more than worried about what was coming. Neither side was backing down, if anything, then both were becoming more aggressive. And while from the Alliance that was unfortunately expected as of late, ZAFT it wasn't until now. That led to Tyler's more personal problem with what was going on at JOSHA, which involved the Archangel. ZAFT's operation gave a prime opportunity for Omni to get rid of unwanted forces, and none really questioned it. Such could be written off as defending forces falling in defense of Alliance HQ. It was no secret to the Federation that the member states of the Earth Alliance weren't friends. A common enemy more held the Alliance together in the form of ZAFT. Tyler had personally seen the dynamics between the main members, the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation. That dynamic was cooperate against ZAFT, but if the opportunity to outdo the other came up, you took it without hesitation. The two were more competitors than allies, and that competition was a dirty one from what Tyler had seen. Thus, Tyler knew that the Archangel and its crew would be in danger with the situation as it was. With what he'd seen on the network during points of the Archangel's journey, Tyler knew the ship was going to be sunk if its allies had any say about it. The Alliance was embarrassed by the ship and its crew, their actions had more than just reflected badly. And if not for the data they wanted so badly, the Archangel would have been dealing with Allied forces trying to take them down. Tyler had tried to get the idea over to the ship's officers without saying it bluntly, but none had understood his hints. The battle he and Lisa would be getting into would be an eye-opening experience for those on the Archangel. They would see their allies had abandoned them and left them to die. It irked Tyler as it was a show of the Alliance's mentality with personnel, which frustrated him. If you weren't useful to the Alliance in their eyes or could be manipulated, you were as good as weapon fodder. The Alliance sent more good people to die needlessly because they couldn't be manipulated than most ever knew. Tyler was brought out of his thoughts when the first signs of battle ahead became visible. ZAFT had clearly dropped forces from orbit, but there were also forces from Carpentaria more than likely. They looked to have assaulted from the west and were pushing forward toward the base and the city that was around it. ZAFT had most of their current suit models in this for all types of environments, whether water, air, or ground. By Tyler's estimate, ZAFT outnumbered Omni by around 10 to 1 or so, which could be a bit more or a tiny bit less. It said that ZAFT was throwing much of their fighting force at this operation, blindly ignorant they were going into a death trap. That fact said to Tyler that Admiral Tries was unlikely involved in this, that man wouldn't be so foolish or blind to what this operation could encounter, which meant that the plant's National Defense Committee was spurring this. Nevertheless, what really frustrated Tyler was this whole battle, or drama as it truly was, the point of it was to kill en masse. It was that simple. ZAFT was doing this to destroy Omni's earthbound leadership, while the Alliance would use it to cut down ZAFT forces and wipe out unwanted allies. ZAFT didn't know that Omni leadership was long gone from the base by this point, so their targets were nowhere to be found. Omni's defending forces were probably being told to hold the line in some form with an automated message. They didn't know they were already considered dead by the rest of Omni. On the other hand, ZAFT was blindly walking into what the Alliance set up in whatever form they did. And ZAFT would only realize they had been duped and tricked when it was far too late to do anything about it. Tyler ended out sighing, "I knew this would be a mess," he began over an open channel to Lisa, "but seeing it with my own eyes just ticks me off more." Lisa knew what Tyler was talking about, more of what he was not saying yet implying without words. He was right, this whole battle was a mess, and it would only get worse before the end. To see this much needless death about to happen certainly doesn't encourage any chance of the war ending anytime soon, I admit, she replied. Tyler didn't speak for a moment as most of what was coming to mind were curses to vent how Tyler felt. The pain he was in was more annoying at the moment than something he was to concentrate on ignoring. Tyler was infuriated that those who set this up didn't care they would be responsible for all the deaths. Heck, Tyler doubted any of them saw this as their action, more a victory for the Alliance. While I agree, Lisa, we have a more pressing matter in this, I would say, Tyler returned. How much do you want to bet the Alliance has some sort of trap prepared and this base's commanding group is waiting to spring it? The bet that Tyler suggested was one that Lisa wouldn't take as it was a fool's gamble. There was no doubt that the Alliance somehow had found out ZAFT would target JOSHA and not Panama. Lisa couldn't say how they did, but it didn't matter how they had used the information to plan a response for ZAFT. That there were nowhere near the defending force there should be for a headquarters was merely proof. The forces the Alliance wanted to keep were around Panama, those they didn't were here. Thus, as Tyler said, all the signs of how Omni was handling this pointed to a trap. I would not take that fool's gamble, Tyler, she answered. The real question is what kind of trap have they set up for this? That was the question Tyler didn't have an answer to, and he wanted it as it was important. To wipe out ZAFT, the trap would have to affect a rather large area, limiting what the trap would use. In fact, there were only two feasible ideas that were coming to Tyler as he considered the question. A network of explosives set up at strategic points to collapse the base on ZAFT when enough of them got in could work. However, Tyler didn't see that as reliable as it would only kill those in the base itself. ZAFT would have to be real stupid to push everything inside JOSHA, and while aggressive, they wouldn't make that kind of mistake yet. The other possibility Tyler could think of frankly horrified him with its application. The second idea Tyler had was some sort of Cyclops microwave system. It would have taken work to put such in place, but were there enough microwave dishes in place, they could do a lot of damage in theory. The Cyclops system was really only limited by how many dishes were being used. The more dishes, the larger the area the blast furnace the system made would be. Tyler focused back on the task at hand and pushed what nasty surprise the Alliance had to the back of his mind. I suppose we will have to figure that out later, Lisa, Tyler said, we have work to do first. And no offense to ZAFT right now, but my priority is making sure the Archangel doesn't get sunk. Should they get in my way of that, I will take them down. While Lisa could understand Tyler's focus, his health would not appreciate the point. Fair point, but do try to keep the fancy maneuvers down to a minimum, she stated. Your health is bad enough, the strain will make it worse, and that's the last thing you need. Tyler knew Lisa was right, his health was poor and difficult enough to keep it from worsening. And if it weren't for the Archangel and Tyler's friends being in danger as they were, Tyler would have taken more time to recover. so, the suggestion Lisa was giving him was more a reminder for him to be aware of his health. I make no promises, but I'll certainly will do my best to take it easy on myself, Tyler returned. He tapped out a command on his right arm control pad to have the flight frame eject from the Freedom. The frame had give the suit engines that didn't use the machine's own power source. Once the flight frame was clear, Tyler activated the Freedom's phase shift armor, which had been off for the flight from Tessway. Lisa did much the same for the Shadow and followed the Freedom as it began descending towards the fighting. Tyler knew that coming down on the ZAFT side did present an issue that they could be seen as enemies. Then again, the battle was going so heavily ZAFT would unlikely notice their presence. At the same time, Mew and Crystal reached the hangar, both hoping that the Archangel was still flying. When they got there, they saw the personnel were in chaos, which made sense as the chain of command was nowhere to be found. And what was worse, when they looked at the exit, DINs were coming inside. Mew knew that the more ZAFT got in, the more likely the Cyclops system would be activated. He and Crystal told those they came across to run as far away as possible. As unlikely as it was they would get far enough away, there was still the slim chance they could get far enough. Then Mew and Crystal found working F-7D Spearhead craft next to each other. Mew was putting on the helmet in the cockpit after getting into it, still thoroughly frustrated with this situation. This is crazy, he cursed, I'm not cut out to play the hero. Crystal was doing the same as Mew, but she heard his cursing and felt much the same, but here they were, doing what heroes did. Yes, it is crazy, Mew, she shouted, but it's what we have to work with, so make it work. They closed their cockpits and launched out to the battlefield, hoping to find the Archangel and at least get that ship out of this. And it didn't take long for them to find the ship in the thick of the battle fighting off multiple ZAFT mobile suits. The strike was putting up a fight to be sure, but Mew could see that Kira would be drawn away and then overwhelmed. There were already ZAFT suits working on that while others were working on wearing down the Archangel. Crystal could see that the ship had already taken damage, most of the weapons seemed to be working, though. However, the Valiants took hits, effectively putting them out of commission, further wearing down the ship. And when Crystal glanced up, the battlefield just showed the futility of this whole endeavor. The defense forces would either die by ZAFT's attacks or vaporized by the Cyclops system. Mew, Crystal started, with how things are, you and I know that none of us will be getting out of this alive. It's going to take some sort of incredible miracle to have even a chance of living through this. Mew knew that Crystal was right, the two of them couldn't make anywhere near enough of a difference to change things right now. ZAFT was trying to kill them, and the Alliance, who were supposed to be allies, were doing the same. I know things look grim at best, Crystal, Mew returned, but what else can we do? As you said, we need a damn miracle to have a prayer of getting out of this, let alone the Archangel doing the same. It was then Mew saw missiles hit the Archangel and blow a hole in its left catapult. Both he and Crystal tried to get ZAFT to back off even a little bit, but they weren't making progress. Then Mew's craft got hit, and he knew that he had to land soon. The Archangel was the best choice from where he stood, so he swung around to make a try landing in the open catapult. Archangel, this is Commander La Flaga, respond, Mew stated over an open channel but got no response. Archangel, come in now. On the Archangel, Mirelia spotted the aircraft heading towards them, and from what she saw, it appeared damaged. The craft looked to be aiming for the damaged catapult from what she was seeing. Aircraft on approach, Captain, she called, it looks damaged, ma'am. What? Muru brought up the main screen to see Mirelia was right, there was a spearhead heading right for them. Is it trying to come in for a landing? She questioned. Arnold was the only other to speak up, the pilot can't be serious, he uttered. Muru picked up her bridge phone, Murdoch, some maniac is about to try to land in the damaged catapult, have your men take cover. Murdoch let go of the COMM unit he had and yelled for his boys to get back from the left catapult. Mew hoped the decks would be clear, he had no way to stop the craft he was on anymore. He managed to get the landing gear to touch the deck before the front wheel broke and the craft nosed down to the deck. Thankfully, Mew hit the deceleration cables a moment later, bringing him to a stop. Murdoch was shocked to see Mew jumping out of the aircraft, not because he didn't think the commander could come back, but for the way he did. Mew didn't stop to chat, he raced out of the hangar to get to the bridge. The crew had to know that they were bait for the trap set by the top brass. Mew soon reached the bridge, to which all there were shocked to see him since he was supposed to have transferred. Commander, Muru uttered, I thought you and Crystal already left for California. What are you doing here? Mew came up to Muru, Captain, this isn't the time for that, we need to get the hell out of here now, he insisted. Everyone looked at Mew, not understanding what he was talking about, they were supposed to be defending the base. The brass are out of their damn minds, and I mean more than you would think. Mew paused to calm down a margin, what have they told you to do, hold this place to the end. Muru couldn't come up with words to answer Mew. Their standing orders were to hold the line and engage at will, there had been nothing else. Yet, The ship shook as missiles hit it again before Mew kept going. Listen, a Cyclops system was set up under the base, who knows when it was put there. But it is massive enough to turn everything in a 10-kilometer radius into a smoking crater. Those on the bridge were horrified to hear what Mew was saying the higher UPS had done and planned to do. We can't win with what is left here, and reinforcements aren't coming. Mew stopped for a moment to control his anger. ZAFT is going to break through what defenders there are and get into the base, and when that happens, the system will be activated. Muro couldn't believe what she was hearing, it was crazy even for Mew. Still, he continued, this was the top brass's plan for dealing with ZAFT from the beginning. All of us here have already been written off as dying heroically in defense of Josh A. Mew paused, knowing that as right as Tyler had been, it was too late to listen to what warning he'd given. Tyler tried to warn us that our allies would send this ship and its crew to die, and he was completely right. Muro didn't want to believe it. That's impossible, they wouldn't do that to us. Mew shook his head, still gritting his teeth. I've seen it with my own eyes, and so has Crystal, I'm telling you the truth. There isn't a single officer in the control center, it's as empty as a crypt. They left us behind to be the bait for ZAFT to lure them into the trap. This line is being held by you and Eurasian forces they have given up on. This angered the crew except the Heliopolis teens. To them it was confirmation of what Tyler had been telling them. Tyler had been saying from the outset from Heliopolis in different ways the Alliance was not around to help them. And only the 8th Fleet had worked with them along the way. Then Tyler had a knack of predicting things, they had all seen it in action even if they couldn't explain the idea. And here again was proof that Tyler's intuition or whatever it was could predict things with amazing accuracy. It was Tal that spoke first. It's just as Ty said, those at JOSHA separated out those they wanted and then dispose of the rest, he admitted quietly. We tried to tell you, Tyler doesn't tend to be wrong, cuz he said, none of us can guess how he knows what he does, but he just does. It's why we trust him and his judgment, he has proven it works and he wants us to stay alive. And yet, Sai began, none of you ever believed it even after seeing the idea, and so here we are. Meanwhile, Tyler had spotted the Archangel among the defensive lines of the remaining Alliance forces. He also caught sight of an aircraft making a landing on the ship right through an open catapult. It was a move that Tyler would normally applaud as it could be tricky to pull off successfully. However, Tyler needed to get to the Archangel as Omni was doing poorly at holding ZAFT back. The problem with that was that once ZAFT got far enough in, the trap would undoubtedly be sprung. And as Tyler looked the Archangel over, it was clear the ship was not doing good, she was being battered badly, and while she was fighting now, it would be long for her to sink if things didn't change. Tyler did see the strike above the ship, fending off ZAFT units from the Archangel. Kira was doing okay for the moment, but Tyler feared that his friend would be overwhelmed given time. And as Tyler was cutting distance down between him and the Archangel, he could see the strike being slowly drawn away. Tyler dived down to be just above the water as there were somewhat fewer ZAFT machines at that level for him to handle. He flew along, trying to get to the Archangel as quickly as he could. Tyler did disable some ZAFT mobile suits along the way as he was closing the distance. Lisa wasn't far behind Tyler, and she could see his logic of avoiding combat as he could. Time wasn't on their side, once the base's main gate was breached, the clock would be ticking down till the trap was sprung. However, she caught sight of the duel starting to attack the Archangel as it began moving forward away from the base. It implied they might know they were bait and weren't expected to live through this if they stayed. So, she headed for the duel to get it to leave the ship alone while Tyler would defend the front of the ship from any that approached. Tyler didn't miss Lisa going off, for he had spotted the duel too, but that machine wasn't the only one attacking the Archangel. So, Tyler trusted Lisa would keep the duel busy while he took care of any other ZAFT forces who insisted on assaulting the ship. And as the strike was drawn away, Tyler saw a Gin come to be directly in front of the Archangel's bridge and pointed its beam rifle at the bridge. He put his foot down and pointed his beam rifle at the Jin's weapon, and pulled the trigger destroying the rifle. Tyler then surged upward at the Gin, taking out a beam saber as he went. The Gin pilot had just enough time to see something come up from below to be in front of him before the suit's head was cut off. Tyler then kicked the Gin off its lifter and away from the Archangel. After the flash cleared, the bridge crew looked ahead to see the back of an unknown mobile suit. Mew and Crystal, who had been trying to fight ZAFT forces attacking the Archangel, stared at the unknown. Mew was in a sky grasper while Crystal was still in her spearhead, but the appearance of the mobile suit caused pause. Granted, both pilots had said they would need a miracle to get out of this, and here possibly was that miracle. Tyler deployed the Freedom's wings to help with the machine's mobility and have the vents on the front let out steam. He was where he needed to be, and nothing, not even his health, had stopped him from getting here. The Archangel was flying even if not as stably as it should be, it wasn't sunk, and that was key. There was still time to get the ship, and those on board away from this place before whatever the Alliance had planned went off. So, he connected an audio channel to the Archangel. You know, you lot have a serious knack of getting yourselves into trouble, he began. It's definitely towards the top of the list of those I've seen with the bad luck, among other things. All on the Archangel were wondering if they had heard right. The voice coming over the COMM channel sounded like Tyler's, but he had died around a month ago. Even Kira in the strike wondered if he didn't imagine this. His heart lifted a margin at hearing Tyler's voice, he had wanted to hear it for weeks now. And when he looked down, the audio channel was coming from the white Gundam that had just appeared. No way, Muru uttered, Tyler's alive. Video connected, and Tyler's face appeared on the main screen. Were you expecting someone else perhaps? He questioned. Isaac was done staring and began going towards the Freedom, but something slammed into the side of the duel. Crystal saw the duel get hit, and then before her very eyes, the shadow materialized. Tyler would have to applaud Lisa for the move she did, it was almost like Tyler was in the shadow instead of the Freedom. But then his attention was drawn back as Jinns attacked him. Tyler brought out the Freedom's plasma cannons and fired 2 rounds, destroying the Jinns. Quite the pickle you're in, to put it mildly, Tyler continued, and as much as the urge to say I told you so is burning in me, it wouldn't say the point effectively. Tyler had every right to say I told you so to the Archangel's crew. Mew wouldn't deny that in the slightest and planned to apologize to the kid when he got a chance. He had warned them about their allies, flat out told Natarl she was walking forward blind, and he had been absolutely right. Yet, here Tyler was bailing them out of a situation they couldn't solve themselves. Mew seriously wanted to ask Tyler how the hell he had managed to survive the Shadow's destruction. True, the kid was something else, he could defy odds better than most, but even this was really stretching it. Mew couldn't even begin to guess where Tyler had gotten the mobile suit. Tyler always had the knack of getting what he needed for any given task from what Mew had seen. Honestly, Mew was more amazed that Tyler was alive and well enough to be here. Surviving a mobile suit being destroyed was a feat in itself. One didn't do so without a price paid, normally in the form of injuries. Tyler, how are you even here? Muru questioned. Tyler was a tad irked that those he'd come to save were questioning him being there. He'd busted many things to get here in time, his health wouldn't let him forget that any time soon. The fighting he'd done with the Freedom in the last 5 to 10 minutes had not felt nice. That's what I get asked, Tyler mused a tad testily, man, I bust my butt off along with an array of other things to get here, so it would be nice to receive something more than shock for once, you know. Tyler took a moment to calm down, however, taking into account what I endured, I suppose it shouldn't be all that surprising I'm getting the reactions I am. Yet, catch-up will need to take place later as ZAFT isn't going to give us the time for such. Tyler was to bring up the Freedom's shield to block incoming bolts from ZAFT machines. And they are proving me right, persistent, I'll give them that, Tyler remarked. Doubt I need to say it, but the Archangel should leave this field as soon as possible. Tyler paused, knowing what he was about to say would potentially come as a shock, or else they knew about the idea. And I bet the JOSHA base isn't an option, most likely because it's been made into some sort of trap for ZAFT for which you and the other Alliance forces left are the bait for. Crystal and Mew weren't very surprised that Tyler had somehow guessed there was a trap in place. He had been right about pretty much everything else thus far with what occurred at JOSHA. So, of course, he somehow knew about the trap even if the Cyclops system hadn't been mentioned specifically. No idea how you do it, Tyler, but you're right on the money, the base is a death trap, Mew replied. The tone of voice said to Tyler that Mew had a better idea what the trap actually was where Tyler didn't. And by the sound of it, you know what your so-called allies have planned and in place, Tyler stated. Crystal heard Tyler's almost bored tone, like the Alliance setting a trap wasn't a surprise at all. She was left to wonder if that meant the Alliance had done this before, if Tyler, a Federation soldier, had come to expect it from the Alliance. If Tyler expected such behavior, it was probable that several in the Federation did the same with the Alliance. So, as Mew sounded like he was dealing with his anger, Crystal spoke up first, the top brass planned for all of those left here to be bait for ZAFT, as you said. And once ZAFT penetrates far enough into the base, the trap will be sprung. Their Cyclops system will be activated, Mew continued, and they expect all of us to burn along with ZAFT. Hearing about a Cyclops system both irritated Tyler and also, at the same time, confirmed the Alliance was still resorting to horribly dirty tricks as they always seemed to. It wasn't the first time that Omni had used a Cyclops system to kill ZAFT forces and sacrifice their own people along with them. The Alliance used what was originally designed to melt lunar ice as a weapon was proof they couldn't be trusted with technology that could be militarized. It meant that one of Tyler's guesses as to what the Alliance had ready was right. It also said that it was no longer a question, the Alliance had been tipped off about ZAFT's target in Operation Spitbreak. Then the Alliance had known for probably half a year or more while ZAFT forces had been kept in the dark. Such would limit who the rat could be as most wouldn't privy to the information. So, the Alliance is pulling that stunt again, are they? Tyler said tiredly. Then keep the Archangel going forward and don't stop for anything, I will give you a path. The Archangel surged forward away from JOSHA, still under the assault of ZAFT, but it was somewhat lighter. ZAFT was focusing on getting into the base, which didn't sit well with Tyler at all. And if not for his belief that all deserved a chance to live, Tyler would have let ZAFT do what they were. But as Tyler was the way he was, he felt the need to warn ZAFT of the Alliance's trap so they could possibly save lives. Attention all ZAFT and Omni forces, this is Federation Commander Tyler McGregor, this battle is a setup by Omni. They have laid a trap to kill as many of us as possible in the form of a Cyclops system underneath the JOSHA base that will go off. Recall your forces and fall back immediately before the system is activated, save as many as you can. I repeat, there's a Cyclops system under the Alliance base meant to kill as many of us here as possible, fall back and retreat immediately, he transmitted over all comm channels. Mew had to admit that he respected Tyler trying to warn ZAFT about the Cyclops system. It took courage and integrity to do, for the teen would try to save those who had attempted to kill them was commendable. Crystal also thought it noble of Tyler to try and warn ZAFT about what they were walking into. If there is one thing that can be said about Tyler, it's that he will go the distance to save as many lives as he is able, Mew remarked. Crystal smiled, not only that, he is our miracle worker when we really need one, she added. After Tyler had given his warning, he saw what was left of Omni was making their way away from the base, so they had taken what Tyler said seriously. However, ZAFT had only a slight hesitation which he had hoped for more. In fact, more than half of ZAFT forces were still moving forward like nothing had been said. Tyler didn't want to give up after one try, there were too many lives in the balance to be so quick to accept things as they were. But Tyler knew words alone wouldn't be enough to convince ZAFT of the pending lethal danger that had been set up for them. And as he racked his brain, a thought came to him, followed shortly by a potential plan. As it was now clear the Alliance had abandoned JOSHA, Tyler had no doubt a serious data dump was in progress. Since JOSHA had direct access to the Alliance's mainframes and servers, there was an opportunity to get immense amounts of data before the base was destroyed. The Alliance hadn't considered the point and thus probably hadn't secured data access, so it was their own fault they were being robbed blind. With that in mind, Tyler may get data from the information network, which could convince ZAFT what he'd said was the truth. Thus, Tyler accessed the network, and it took around a minute to find the same data he had been hoping to get. The file was a schematic of Omni's Cyclops system below the base. And the glance that Tyler got of it, the size would affect around 10 kilometers or so, making it a blast furnace wiping out everything in it. While Tyler knew the Alliance was not above doing horrible things, this certainly was up there as evidence of the point. The point was that Tyler had the proof he was telling the truth. Now, he just needed to find the best way to get it where it would help best. Giving the file to any given soldier was no guarantee that it would get the intended results. But the next moment, Tyler spotted the Blitz fighting on the field with some Jins and Dins. Athrun had mentioned to Tyler that Nicole, who had been piloting the Blitz, was reasonable and listened to logic. If Nicole could get the file's info to the mission commander, then maybe ZAFT would pull back. And as it happened, Tyler knew a way to get a direct channel to any G project machines. So, he typed in the code for the secret emergency channel to the Blitz, hoping this would work. Nicole had been working with the group of Dins and Jins on this operation. Isaac had gone ahead as he normally did, but he was angrier than usual. Operation Spitbreak was ambitious, Nicole would admit, but something was nagging at him. While Omni's main forces down at Panama made sense, throwing everything ZAFT had at their headquarters seemed real risky. Nicole couldn't see Admiral Trice agreeing with the committee on how this operation was being done. And during this battle, Nicole had a feeling in him that something was off. Then had come that unknown suit and the claim from its pilot that the Alliance had a trap set for them. Nicole wasn't as quick to dismiss the claim, it would potentially explain the unease and suspicion he'd had about this battle. Yet, Nicole was brought out of his thoughts when the Blitz's emergency channel activated. It was a feature that he'd looked at but hadn't seen how it could be used effectively. Nicole Amalfi, this is Tyler McGregor, a voice started, we have spoken before now. Time is of the essence, so I'll get straight to the point. Nicole remembered Tyler McGregor, he was supposed to be Athrun's friend. The guy was very reasonable and seemed very smart and aware of what happened around him. But according to Athrun, he'd died last month when the Aegis's destruction, so that he had survived that was impressive. Athrun said you're reasonable and listen to facts, Tyler continued. What I said to ZAFT forces is not a lie, there is a Cyclops system set to activate below JOSHA. I'm going to send you a file to prove my claim. Nicole got the transmission and brought up the file sent to him. A second after he glanced it over, he was horrified at its contents. The file showed that what Tyler said was correct, there was a large array of Cyclops microwave dishes under Omni's HQ. And with the amount of them, it would create a destructive disintegration wave kilometers wide. It would wipe out the majority of ZAFT's force here if they were near or worse in the base itself. Nicole was about to ask how Tyler had gotten this, but he didn't get the chance. Get the file to ZAFT's mission commander, they need to have all pull back before that system is activated. For once it's set off, it will be too late to do anything to bring back those who will die, Tyler insisted. While Nicole could appreciate Tyler was trying to save not just the lives of Omni but ZAFT as well, it made him wonder. The Federation had been clear and firm in their standing of neutrality with things that came to this war. True, they would do what they could to extract innocent bystanders from war zones, and Nicole respected that. But this was beyond protecting bystanders, this was pretty much interference and the Federation didn't do that often. It could be Tyler acting on his own, but he would then likely have to justify that to his superiors. Nicole would honor the request and get the information he had gotten to the mission commander with that in mind. He got on the line with the lead Voskilov class Sidna. Captain Mars, I have received information from a neutral party that lends evidence to the claim of the Omni base being a trap, Nicole stated. I'm sending it to you, I'm convinced that we are being lured into a trap by Omni in this. The sub-captain brought up what the Blitz's pilot had sent to the vessel and froze. The image showed an array of dishes with the title Cyclops System at the top. The image alone was frightening as it implied many dishes synced to go off together. But was caught Mars' attention was on the left side of the image was its status, which was stated to be primed. A primed Cyclops system was ready to be activated at the push of a button, it was already fully charged. Mars decided there was too much of a possibility that the image was genuine to ignore. Received Blitz, thank you. Mars turned to his XO, give the order to all forces, fall back. Until we know for sure if there is a Cyclops system or not, we are to assume there is. Tyler had been waiting for a response to him giving info to Nicole. He hoped and was relatively sure Nicole would get the file to ZAFT's mission commander. The file was too dangerous to wave off, most commanders would agree with that point. While Tyler waited, he brought out the Freedom's railguns and plasma cannons. He activated the multi-lock-on system screen and began shooting at ZAFT machines, aiming for weapons and cameras rather than the cockpits. In Tyler's opinion, there was already more than enough of a change of mass death without adding to it. He did give a moment after every 10 shots from the weapons to cool off, having the steam come out of their rears. A couple of long minutes later, Tyler noticed that ZAFT forces were pulling back from the base. It certainly was a relief to see. Tyler would have liked it to have been believed when he had told the truth, but the point had gotten across. Tyler would have preferred the process was going along more quickly, but that ZAFT was pulling back at all was better than them not. He did not doubt that Alliance Higher UPS had their fingers on the trigger of the Cyclops system and were just waiting for some sort of signal. Tyler's best bet of the signal was the base's main gate being breached. That would likely start a timer of when the button pushing was to be done calculated by estimated time for ZAFT forces to get to the middle of the base. Tyler's attention was shifted when the duel broke away from fighting the shadow and zoomed towards him. Isaac hadn't missed the fallback order, no it had frustrated him. ZAFT was making decent progress with overwhelming the base's defenders and getting inside. The claim of there being a trap was garbage, the Alliance wasn't smart enough to do that. Plus, they wouldn't have known that Operation Spitbreak was targeting JOSHA, so there wouldn't have been the time to set anything up. The unknown white mobile suit was nothing but a meddler and needed to be removed before it sowed more doubt. So, as much as Isaac wanted to take down the enemy black machine, he could come back to it after the meddler was dealt with. That said, Isaac broke away and rushed at the Freedom shooting his beam rifle as he went. Enough of your lies, Isaac shouted, you're an Alliance sympathizer, so nothing you say should be believed. Tyler twisted the Freedom and blocked the incoming shots with its shield. It was a displeasure to see the duel's pilot was as much a hothead as ever, it wasn't helpful. Tyler was tempted to whip the duel, and if there weren't a serious time constraint, he likely would have done so. However, Tyler wouldn't waste time on the idiot with the Cyclops system ready to go off. The Freedom weaved out of the way as the duel drew a beam saber and slashed down at it. Would you wake up and shove your emotions to the back burner, Tyler snapped, if you don't pull back, you're dead, do you want to have your life end here? Isaac didn't listen to what the enemy pilot said, they were trying to fool him, and he wouldn't fall for it. You first, you damn natural, he screeched. It was official to Tyler he had met a non-crazy person that needed anger management more than Natarl. He hadn't thought he'd meet another with emotional control issues beyond what Natarl did around him. And Tyler didn't lump in terrorists like Blue Cosmos and other radicals who wanted this war so much. Tyler dodged the duel's railgun that was swiveling in the attempt to follow him. He drew a beam saber just as the Freedom got in front of the duel again. Tyler rushed forward, fully intending to slice part of the duel before sending it on its way. Isaac faced forward and saw the enemy machine with a beam saber in hand coming at him. He didn't have the time to move his shield to block, this enemy had gotten Isaac, so all he could do was let out a shout as the beam saber came at him. However, Tyler swung his saber to slice through the duel's knees, separating it from its lifter. The duel shook, but Isaac realized that he was alive, meaning his opponent hadn't attacked the cockpit. Isaac would have done so without hesitation, you killed your enemy so they couldn't come back to kill you. Isaac didn't have much time to wonder why his opponent had spared him. Enough, this battle is over, now get the hell out of here, Tyler shouted before the Freedom kicked the duel forward. The duel began falling, but then a din flew down and caught it before hitting the water. Isaac was left stunned at what had just happened, as he would have never thought it would happen to him. His opponent had spared him when they had the golden opportunity to end his life. Isaac saw mercy as to be put aside in battle when it came to the enemy. Mercy was only to be extended to innocent bystanders, they had never asked or volunteered to be involved. Soldiers on a battlefield had signed up for the chance to be killed when they enlisted, it came with the territory. He didn't, Isaac muttered, but why spare me? After sending the duel away, Tyler returned his attention back to making sure the Archangel's path was as clear as possible. And it was around when most of the ZAFT forces were flying away from the base that Tyler's fears became a reality. An alarm went off in the Freedom's cockpit, and Tyler saw it was a hazard warning for the area behind. Omni had activated their Cyclops system as he'd expected, and Tyler couldn't stop the curse that came out of his mouth. The first who knew the horrible start of the event was inside JOSHA, and their deaths quickly came. Their bodies exploded as their bodily fluids almost flashed to steam, and the expansion ended their lives. The next to figure out what was happening were the ZAFT subs and what was left of the Alliance's defender. They detected the microwave radiation that appeared and quickly began to surge outward. On the Archangel, Psy's console lit up, and alarms began blaring. They activated the Cyclops captain, he shouted. Muru hadn't wanted to believe Mew when he said the Alliance would use the Cyclops, even when in her heart she knew he was telling the truth. And here was the proof that Mew, Crystal, and even Tyler had been right about Omni. Give her everything she's got, Muru yelled, full speed ahead, get us out of here. The Archangel's engines increased their output to their maximum, pretty much all on the battlefield that could were trying to get away from the growing radiation wave. Kira landed on the Archangel and glanced back and saw a pinkish wave spread outward from the base's center. To his horror, he'd only read about Cyclops systems in historical textbooks and so had never thought he would see the idea with his own eyes. The system was originally invented when the moon was being colonized back at the beginning of the cosmic era. It was supposed to be for melting lunar ice, both for water for moon bases and cities, and to get rare metals under them. Kira had heard that the Alliance had militarized the Cyclops system, but he hadn't wanted to believe that any in the system's influence would be effectively vaporized or cremated with the radiation's heat. And within seconds, rear optics for ships and machines were blinded by the microwave radiation. Tyler had put his foot down and was ahead of the Archangel as the Cyclops energy was building. Every machine and vessel on the field were racing away from the death trap that was moving outward. But as that was going, Tyler caught sight of a damaged Jin's lifter have an explosion, and the suit started falling. Tyler moved over and grabbed the suit, not letting it fall and be destroyed by the approaching blast furnace. JOSHA split open, and the roof to the underground city came down, crushing it. The Cyclops activation created a little more than a 10-kilometer crater in its place. What was left of the defending Omni forces Tyler calculated was 30% at best, likely more, between 20 to 25%. On the other hand, ZAFT had more than 60% of its fighting force left. Had they not pulled back, Tyler wouldn't doubt Omni would have nothing, and ZAFT would be the one with less than 30% left. He had helped prevent a serious loss to human life today, but Tyler wished he could have saved more. ZAFT forces began heading back to Carpinteria, leaving the remaining Omni alone. Tyler looked for a clear place to land so that he could check over the ZAFT pilot he'd saved. And it didn't take long to find a place that fits what Tyler needed. So, he flew over to the spot and gently set down the Gin against some rocks. Tyler then got out of the Freedom and used the zipline to get to the ground. The dismount hurt a bit, but Tyler ignored the pain instead of going over to the Gin. Tyler already knew where the emergency access pad was, so he climbed up and opened it up, putting in the default code. The cockpit opened, and Tyler climbed back down and waited, hoping the pilot would come out independently. Tyler wasn't really up to much physical work with his health as it was, and it had gotten a tad poor due to the fighting. Thankfully for Tyler, the pilot soon got out and used their own zipline down, but the man collapsed shortly after touching the ground. After getting his bearings back in order, Tyler got over to him, removing his helmet as he went. The pilot had removed his own helmet and was breathing raggedly when Tyler reached him. "Were you the one that saved me?" the ZAFT pilot asked. "Yes, I did," Tyler answered simply. The ZAFT pilot could see that the guy in front of him was wearing a Federation pilot suit. What a Federation soldier was doing here was of no consequence now. The pilot had saved a life that would end soon enough, their efforts were wasted. "Why did you do so?" he said before coughing. "It would have been better if you had let me die." Tyler never liked seeing people die, and it was clear that this pilot was pretty much going to. His injuries were too much for him to overcome. Even so, Tyler believed that every person deserved a chance to try and live. And though seeing his efforts were not enough to save this pilot's life, Tyler would have done exactly what he had if given the opportunity again. So, Tyler took a deep breath. "Hard as it can be to believe, I think everyone deserves the chance to live, no matter if they're a coordinator or natural, soldier or civilian." Tyler paused, thinking there was only really one thing he could still do for this man. "Tell me, you have a family." Why this Federation soldier cared about anything to do with him, the ZAFT pilot didn't know. He was going to die here, his family would be told he had been killed in action. They would be provided for as was policy for ZAFT, families of fallen soldiers were looked after as a sign to honor the sacrifice. But if this Federation soldier were willing to deliver a final message, then the pilot wouldn't say no. So, the man nodded painfully, then if you wish for them to hear a message, then tell me, and I'll make sure they get it, I swear. The ZAFT pilot told Tyler what he wanted his family to hear, his wife and their newborn child. Only a few minutes later, the pilot let out his last breath and was gone. Tyler retrieved the man's ID to find where the message he had promised to deliver needed to go. Tyler was angry, he wanted to curse all of those involved in the Cyclops trap before he slugged them. No one inherently deserved to die. Tyler firmly believed that and lived by it. It was a thing about this war Tyler didn't like, it killed people without bias or thought. Meanwhile, Lisa had seen the Freedom land in a clearing with a gun. Tyler would likely be checking on the ZAFT pilot he'd saved. And, of course, he wouldn't be thinking about his health, which probably was doing badly. Tyler would likely need to see a doctor, the sooner, the better if she were to guess. So, she maneuvered the shadow over to be a short distance from the Freedom to check on Tyler. When Lisa had reached the ground, she spotted Tyler over by the gun, the pilot in front of him. As Lisa got closer, she could see the ZAFT pilot was already dead. The expression on Tyler's face wasn't from the pain he was no doubt in, it was righteous anger. Lisa placed a hand on his shoulder. Are you going to be all right, Tyler? She asked. Tyler had glanced behind him and saw Lisa there. While he appreciated the sympathy, it wasn't what he wanted right now. This whole battle, this whole mess, shouldn't have happened in the first place. No, it wasn't even a battle, it was a show, a drama played out to satisfy the worst scum of the human race. Instead, Tyler grimaced, his voice caught due to the anger he felt, this event shouldn't have happened. Tyler's voice failed again, those who orchestrated this scenario, his fist clenched hard, they will face justice for this crime. I swear that they will, whether I have to drag them to their trial or kill them in the most horrible way I can. While Lisa could understand the anger Tyler was expressing, it would change things as they were. Many had died today who shouldn't have had to, all for those who valued human life so little they willingly threw others away. It was the untold story of the war, good men and women were sent to die for a cause needlessly. And those who were responsible for that didn't often get held accountable for what they did. Then it wasn't that she didn't think Tyler would carry through his intention to make those who were the reason people died, he would unlikely be able to anytime soon. I feel much as you, Tyler, but swearing vengeance isn't helpful right now, Lisa remarked. You have your health to consider. As if his body had heard the reminder, Tyler felt a wave of pain wash over him, which the painkillers helped lessen a moment later. Thanks for the reminder, Lisa, Tyler replied through gritted teeth. I'm managing the best I can. Lisa could hear the pain coming into Tyler's voice, so things weren't going anywhere near well right now. Heck, that Tyler could stand on his own was impressive, especially after fighting in the battle. And it was clear to her that Tyler didn't like to have seen the ZAFT pilot die, he had tried to save the man. Well, it would probably be a smart idea to have you see a doctor sometime very soon, Lisa suggested, though up to you whether you follow that suggestion. Tyler didn't want to admit that Lisa's suggestion was the best thing he could do for himself right now. He was nowhere close to being healthy, Tyler should really be in a bed recovering, were he honest. Even simple tasks felt harder than they would normally, which showed how bad things were for him. In the end, Tyler sighed, I'll put it on my list of things to do and give it a priority, he returned. Lisa held in the laughter that wanted to get out from Tyler's reply. He was so stubborn in not admitting when it was wrong sometimes. Tyler wouldn't admit that his health was getting the better of him, and Lisa didn't expect Tyler to until he literally couldn't ignore it. At the same time, Kira had lifted off the Archangel once the danger was over from the Cyclops system. He would find Tyler and welcome him back and make sure he was alive. And it was less than a minute that Kira spotted the mobile suit that Tyler's voice had come from. The shadow was a short distance away from it, so Kira took that as the spot Tyler was. Kira found a spot close by the white machine and sat down in the strike. Both Crystal and Mew saw Kira's action, and while Mew radioed the Archangel, Crystal found a long enough area of flat ground to make a landing. After Mew had told the Archangel their location, he also had the Skygrasper land around where the spearhead was. Mew exited his aircraft and took off his helmet, gazing over the area of destruction the Cyclops system had made. Honestly, he was angry that the top brass would lower themselves to this level. But he was also sad that so many had lost their lives when it could have been avoided. In the end, Mew tossed his helmet to the ground. Damn it, this whole crapshoot stinks, he cursed to himself. Crystal came up to Mew. Indeed it does for everyone, she commented, but looking on the bright side, little that there is, we got back one we thought was lost. Mew sighed, yeah, that seems to be one of the few good things that are going for us, he replied. He watched as the Archangel came to be right alongside the shore and the extending gangplank. Meanwhile, Kira had descended to the ground and saw Tyler with someone else close by to his relief. As Kira approached, he noticed the woman was the one besides Sakura staying at his house in Shira. Tyler spotted Kira coming, and he began walking in that direction but could only take 3 steps before his body stopped listening to him. Lisa instantly noticed Tyler starting to fall, so she grabbed him by the arm. She then moved him to the nearest rock and sat him down on it. Looks like you'll have to give that doctor's visit top priority, she said simply. Tyler glanced back at Lisa and found she was giving him a look that she'd had multiple times since he'd woken up. It said to him that he was pushing himself too hard and not just taking it easy but to back off a bit. Tyler said nothing to her, not only because he didn't want to admit she was right but also due to the waves of pain coursing through him. Just as Kira was about to reach him, the pain died down somewhat for Tyler. He managed to get to his feet and not collapse back to the rock. For Kira, it looked like Tyler was okay, even if he was a tad pale, but with what he'd been through, that was no surprise. So, Kira got to Tyler and embraced him, so glad that he was not dead. While he appreciated the gesture, Tyler's body wasn't as pleased with the pain sweeping over it that the painkillers were toning down. Tyler, thank goodness you're alive, Kira said in a wavering voice, I thought I'd never see you again. Tyler held back the grunts that were desperately trying to escape him and patted Kira on the shoulder. I really am sorry for making you worry, Kira, Tyler said, I didn't plan what happened in any way, so it blindsided me good. It's taken more time to shake off the aftermath than I like, and really, I'm still in that process. Kira drew back a bit, looking Tyler over more closely, and what Kira saw wasn't encouraging at all. Tyler was plainly still healing. How much healing had been done, Kira couldn't say as Tyler's suit covered the majority of his body. But Tyler's face had a very worn look to it, like he hadn't gotten needed sleep in like weeks. Lisa came up behind Tyler and smacked his shoulder, not too hard but enough to make sure he understood he was not admitting the whole truth. You should still be taking things slow and easy, but then rarely do you listen to the advice of others, Tyler, Lisa remarked. Tyler couldn't stop the pain-filled grunt that came out at his shoulder being hit as it had. The sound alone worried Kira, as that had sounded like Tyler was hurting real bad. Yet, Tyler turned stiffly and attempted to glare at Lisa but could only get a weak glower. Do you mind not making the pain harder to ignore, Lisa? Tyler snapped. It's difficult enough for me as it is, don't add to it, please, the painkillers are doing more than they're meant to already. Kira's worry increased with Tyler mentioning painkillers. Tyler wasn't one to resort to them, he hated the effects they came with. In fact, as far as Kira knew, Tyler only used them when either he didn't have the choice, or things were so bad that he needed serious help. Still, Tyler continued, and I do listen to the advice of others, I just don't see a reason to follow said advice. In this case, doctors recommend more time that can't be afforded in my view. Tyler turned slowly back to Kira, who still had his worried expression, to which Tyler waved a hand. Forgive my nasty attitude, it's been a rough past couple of weeks. Kira didn't exactly disagree that Tyler had a rough time while he was gone, but he felt there was more than that. Hopefully, Tyler would tell him more later, that's how he was about some things. Instead, Kira shifted his gaze to the mobile suit that Tyler had been using, wondering a great deal. The shadow was here, meaning someone else had likely built a second one. But Tyler had come in this white machine. Instead, there had to be a reason. The suit definitely looked like a Gundam like the Strike, and the shadow was. So then, Ty, what's the story with this machine, and where did it come from? He asked. The story of how the freedom had come to Tyler was a complex one, and he knew it. And there were details that he couldn't say to just anyone right now. Lakis and Siegel had and were putting their lives on the line for it. Tyler knew that Kira wouldn't like Lakis or Siegel being in danger any more than Tyler did. Plus, Tyler didn't think it would go over well with those from the Archangel learning he'd been around the plants. It was even worse if they learned that he'd been involved with a theft which one of the high-standing plant officials had been helping in. Siegel and Lakis were already likely dealing with enough crap, so needed no more added. Well, as it happens, Kira, this mobile suit came into my possession due to a chain of events which I got roped into recently. I would rather not state or discuss any of those events at this time, but I'll tell you later. Tyler paused, looking at the freedom. The story with it is that I'm bringing it to you as I think it fits your piloting style far more than mine. Plus, I have an interest in a unit I saw recently and hope to work with it in the future, but not the point right now. Tyler noticed that the rest of the Archangel's crew was heading in their direction, meaning things about the plants were now off the table for mentioning nor discussion. Kira turned and began walking that way to meet the crew. Tyler glanced toward Lisa, silently asking for a bit of help, which she put an arm around his shoulder and helped him move forward. Tyler could see from a scan of the crew that some were missing, likely sent away by Omni. Yet, once Tyler was close enough, he smiled a little. I was worried for a bit, but still made it here in time, it seems. Mew was still trying to wrap his head around how Tyler was here in front of them. The kid had survived a mobile suit explosion from inside the cockpit, how Mew couldn't say. And if that wasn't crazy enough, he was standing here now after who knew the recovery he'd been going through. Granted, Tyler was standing with the help of the woman with him, which suggested that Tyler hadn't finished the recovery he needed. In Mew's view, Tyler was either one of the luckiest kids he'd ever met, or someone or something was watching over him. "You're really somehow still alive, Tyler?" Mew asked without thinking. There were murmurs of agreement from most, to which Tyler sighed. "I'm still breathing, thanks," he justified. "Sure, I'm not kicking as good as I normally do, but give me more time, and I'll get back to that level eventually." "But how?" Muru started. "Are you here right now?" Tyler gave a deadpanned expression to her. "Well, as you can see for yourself, the Grim Reaper's last attempt at taking a swing at me failed," Tyler stated flatly. "It did get close enough for me not to feel comfortable about it, but still, a swing and a miss as the old phrase goes." Truthfully, Tyler was grateful that the crew wasn't hugging him or anything like that. Kira had not felt comfortable at all, pain had coursed through him as a price for the gesture. Tyler's health was bad enough already without adding more to the plate. It was nice to be missed, Tyler would admit that, since it sometimes felt like he was invisible on the Archangel. Now, invisibility was damn useful, Tyler would say, but it wasn't as nice among those you actually work with and depend on. Tyler's job tended to have him either work alone, like undercover work, or perform in a small team. So, he rarely was around a group the size of the Archangel's crew for long periods. "It's nice to know I was missed," Tyler admitted. A moment later, Tyler was being bombarded with questions ranging from what had happened to him to where he had been. Tyler knew there would be questions about what he'd been involved in, but there were answers he wouldn't give. Plus, he didn't have the energy to raise his voice right now. His throat was sore, and his lung injury made using his voice heavily harder as well. So, it took some time to regain order and make himself heard. "I don't doubt that you got lots of questions." Tyler paused as he figured it would be best to shape how the conversation could go. "And I wouldn't say no to catching up with what's been going on with all of you." There were so many questions with Tyler having disappeared around Orb. That he had been there in the first place as he had separated from the Archangel. Natarl had sent Tyler away, whether the crew admitted it out loud or not, they all knew it. Natarl had even said she could be wrong after hearing Tyler had sacrificed himself. The Archangel hadn't been the same after Tyler had been gone, his absence had divided the crew. And Muru had to admit that Mew had a point that Tyler had predicted much of what had happened to them. Those were just some of the questions there were. Muru nodded. "That sounds about right," she remarked. Crystal stepped forward. "Where have you been?" she inquired. Tyler knew the question would come, and he would give vague answers as he didn't intend to say outright where he'd been. Tyler being around the plants could imply several things that he didn't want to talk about. He wasn't one to take sides in the ongoing war, Tyler had made that clear to those that matter. But some may see his time around the plants as Tyler saying he was with ZAFT. Of course, Tyler was not with ZAFT in any way, he was a Federation soldier full stop period. "I was away from Earth for my recovery," Tyler remarked. "That's all you need to know about my recent travels." That answer was extremely vague, almost generic in response if ever one in Mew's view. That the kid had been off Earth could either mean the plants, the moon, or another colony or complex. So, Tyler's answer didn't say much at all, he was dodging the question, but he couldn't figure out why. "Saying you were away from Earth is kind of vague, Tyler," Mew said. Tyler gave Mew a deadpanned look. "Yeah, so, I can choose what details I give to or withhold from others," he replied. "And I don't see a reason to say exactly where I have been doing my recovering." "You don't like that, deal with it and tough luck." Kira assumed that wherever Tyler had been was a place he didn't want to talk about for one reason or another. He hoped that Tyler would tell him later where he'd been and why he wasn't telling the rest of the crew. Kira trusted Tyler had reasons for not saying what he was, he always did. Yet it was Crystal that spoke next. "Then, where did the mobile suit you came in come from?" Tyler wasn't about to get into the subject of the theft of the Freedom or what went with it. It could be seen as more incriminating than where he'd been. Tyler didn't feel that him saying that he had stolen the Freedom at the former Supreme Council chairman would go over well. So like for his location, Tyler went with vague answers. "That's a loaded question, which is something that is complicated to answer. So, all I can say as an answer is that this suit has been entrusted to me. That's the best answer you will get, for now, maybe at a later time you can learn more." While Mew was a tad annoyed with the vague answers, he had learned already that when Tyler gave them, you wouldn't get anything different no matter how many times you asked. Crystal could see the signs of Mew's annoyance, and it was a tad amusing, but she didn't say anything. However, Mur was considering the future of this mobile suit should it come on the Archangel. It comes with them, it would require maintenance, resupply, and other things for its use. The crew and herself knew nothing about the machine other than it was powerful and looked to be a Gundam. "Okay, then what should we do about it?" asked Muru. "I wouldn't doubt Murdoch would need to know about maintenance and resupply." Tyler couldn't avoid that was a question like the previous two, and he knew it would be coming. And since Tyler had brought the freedom with the intention of Kira using the unit when the need came up, he would need to give some information. The problem revealed the freedom and both a neutron jammer canceller and a nuclear reactor. Those two parts were what made the freedom so dangerous in Tyler's mind. He trusted Kira with the information as he did with his friends. Yet the crew were former Omni, so there would be questions about the nuclear tech on board the freedom. Yeah, about that, Tyler started, you won't need to worry about that for a time. He paused, mostly since the freedom here has plenty of power due to having a neutron jammer canceller. There was silence after Tyler's answer as the crew of the Archangel didn't think they had heard Tyler right. Mew swore Tyler had just said a neutron jammer canceller, as in something that could negate the effects of N-jammers. The Alliance had been trying to create such a thing for years, shortly after the April Fool's crisis. Whether the Federation or ZAFT had developed such that it existed was unbelievable. If nuclear technology was a possibility again, it could easily solve the Alliance's member states' energy crisis. Then again, it was just as likely that such technology would be put to making nuclear weapons too. Tyler, Mew began wanting to confirm what he thought he heard was correct. Did you say this mobile suit has a neutron jammer canceller? As in something that can nullify the effects of the N-jammers and allow nuclear technology again. Tyler nodded. Yes, you were hearing right, Mew, he returned. The Freedom has a neutron jammer canceller which makes nuclear tech possible again. Crystal was wrapping her brain around that one of the other two factions had developed the one thing the Alliance had wanted for years. From what she'd heard, Alliance R&D had been trying to come up with the canceller for a while and had failed each attempt. And still, the higher UPS still demanded a way around the N-jammers even to this day. Unfortunately, Crystal believed it was not for the solution to the energy crisis but for nuclear weapons. Those from Blue Cosmos would shout Omni should nuke the plants. And now that the technology existed, it could happen at some point. Crystal ended out shaking her head from side to side as she muttered, but how can that be? That Tyler said, the machine had a neutron jammer canceller, which brought up many questions. So then, is that thing powered by nuclear energy? Jackie asked. Where did you get it? Pal inquired. Tyler knew he would get a slew of questions that he wouldn't be answering, but it still wasn't nice. He said he wouldn't be giving information about the freedom specific to where it came from or why he had it. Siegel and Lakis had trusted him with the freedom and getting it to where it could do the most good, and that's what Tyler would do. He would not speak of their involvement except with Kira, which would be done when they were alone. I believe I already said something to the effect of not answering questions as to the origin of the freedom. Tyler shook his head, and the neutron jammer canceller should infer that it has a nuclear reactor for a power source. Any other questions that are being asked I will be declining as they aren't anyone else's business. Tyler had the tone which left no room for argument. Should any of you have a problem with that, shut up and keep it to yourself. Mew was once again reminded of how hard it could be to deal with Tyler's attitude. Natarl had reacted the worst to it consistently, most had just gotten used to it and moved on. Natarl had never been able to do that, it was had the two clash so often. Not that Mew couldn't respect how Tyler dealt with those that were badgering him for information. Tyler didn't take the flak, nor did he buckle under pressure, he stuck to what he said and didn't change it. Mew kind of wondered if Tyler were interrogated by an Omni interrogator, which would leave the room in good standing. Mew would put his money on Tyler in that situation. So, he shrugged, it's clear you won't tell us more, Tyler, so have it your way, he said. Crystal snickered, I suppose we've learned to accept what you say, Tyler, and not argue, she remarked, though I doubt Natarl would ever do so. Tyler didn't see a reason to change his behavior, it hadn't failed him yet, and he didn't see why it would in the future. Yes, Tyler knew some didn't like how he acted, but that was their issue, not his. Natarl was an example of those who would never accept his behavior, only be frustrated by it. Even his mother had accepted that Tyler had his quirks, and his behavior would be what it was, and she was a hard sell. Finally, Tyler replied, some of you are realizing it is better to accept how I do things than call me out on it. I was starting to wonder if that would ever happen with any from the Archangel. Muru could see that Tyler was the same as ever, which would be much to Natarl's ire. Muru didn't see a reason to fight against Tyler's behavior as long as it didn't endanger the crew's well-being. So, Muru nodded, very well, we'll leave the mobile suit and its equipment alone, I promise that, she said before she turned and made sure that was made clear to the rest, which Tyler appreciated. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off there for this phase and continue on in the next one. Now, on to the ending notes where I elaborate about changes and what I wish to highlight. Let me start with why I split the previous phase and this one into two when it was originally one. It is a self-imposed policy and perhaps a foolish one, but I try to not have chapters/phases I write much beyond 25k words if I can help it with the subject I'm on, definitely not more than 30k. If I hadn't split this phase and the previous one it would have come out to 32k and that is too long of a read in one sitting. Now, on to the rest of what I want to bring up about this phase that has nothing to do with its length. It came up somewhat in the last phase, but I expanded upon it in this one, Muse and Crystal's doubts about the Alliance and Omni. The two looked back on events and are seeing the signs that Omni wasn't helping them. As you readers should know, Tyler had been trying to warn them and the two are seeing what Tyler was talking about. Thus, the two do decide before ZAFT's attack on JOSHA to go against orders they were given. That is important, for in canon Mew doesn't decide the point until as the attack is starting. The second point I would bring up, would be the discussion between Kira and Mew. So in the last phase, Tyler's letter was found by Kira telling him about what was happening. And it is during the conversation in the hangar that Kira tells Mew about some of the points in said letter. Mew is open to anything that Kira would deliver from Tyler by this point, showing that he's noticed that Tyler is normally right. It also gave the warning of the trap laid so that Mew and Crystal knew they would need to go back to the Archangel. Next point I will bring up, Tyler's entrance and actions on the battlefield and what was going on during that time. Now, I doubt that there will be many that will say Tyler's entrance was not just well-timed, but just awesome for what it was. And yes, for those asking, the Meteor song was playing through my mind as I wrote that scene. So, I had Tyler come in with the freedom from below rather than above as it happens in canon for two reasons. First, the freedom wasn't come from space, so it would make a tad less sense. And second, Tyler had been flying low to avoid fighting and get to the Archangel, so from below he came. Also, I would point out, on the Archangel, the crew were being forced to realize they were set up to die. Yet, Tyler's friends had believed Tyler's warning when they didn't and ended out defending him. Then, I wanted to show more of the retreat decision in this through Nicole and the mission commander. Those were the major points I wanted to elaborate on in this phase. There are the minor dialogue changes throughout the phase as some may have noticed. But overall, I feel this can stand as is and not be concerned with its quality. As I always ask at the end of phases, please some of you write a review and tell me what you thought of the phase. You can tell me what you liked or what you think could have been better. I take the comments seriously and do what I can to improve. The next phase will be titled, Calm Before the Storm. I'm confident I can have it out in the next 2 weeks. Peace out until then. Chapter 30, Phase 33, Calm Before the Storm. May 21st, 71 CE. The Archangel, Alaska. After meeting back up with the Archangel's crew, the next 20 minutes were spent getting the mobile weapons back onto the ship. As Tyler came into the hangar, he caught sight of the Buster in a dock. If his health were going better, Tyler would have wondered why and how one of the stolen Omni units was here. But Tyler's health had caught up with him, and he knew things were going badly for him. He may have told Lisa that he was managing and he would see a doctor soon, but he was coming to realize it would be more a matter of him being rushed to a doctor. Tyler's breathing was labored and was getting worse as time went on. He could feel dampness under his suit, meaning he was likely bleeding again. What was worse, Tyler suspected that the stitches over his right lung had likely ruptured. Once the Freedom was in a dock, Tyler had the cockpit open and the seat rise so he could exit. Tyler intended to head for the Archangel's infirmary and hoped the doctor there could help him. He was to the point that he knew he needed help, and waving it off and being tight-lipped about it would be detrimental. So, Tyler crawled to the zipline and began descending down towards the hangar deck. However, Tyler could feel the lightheadedness and the sweat under his suit, saying things were going downhill quickly. It may come down to crawling to the infirmary, or Tyler feared being carried there. Lisa had moved the Shadow into the dock directed by the mechanics in the hangar. It was her first time on the ship that Tyler, she, and the others had been looking into on Heliopolis. She'd seen the blueprints of it, and the ship was designed well for space combat. From what Lisa had seen, the ship's interior made sense overall but had things that were done oddly. She did remember where the infirmary was thankfully as Tyler would need to go there sooner rather than later. The battle they had been in would have taken a toll on Tyler, and any toll was multiplied with his health. So the moment the Shadow was locked into the dock, Lisa moved out of the cockpit and used the zipline to descend. Kira also moved the Strike into its dock, much like the Freedom as Tyler had called it had done, and the Shadow was just finishing. Mew and Crystal had brought on the Skygrasper and the other aircraft they had used, and those were being moved for storage. Kira was just so relieved that Tyler was alive and had found his way back to them. The past month had been torture and had Tyler's friends lost on what to do. His presence would help with many things, especially now with what happened at JOSHA. As Tyler descended towards the deck, he could feel his health was plummeting quicker than a stone falls. Concentrating was becoming difficult, keeping awake was harder by the minute, and that was just the simple things occurring. And while Tyler didn't like to admit when he was dealing with his own problems, he would admit them when they got to a certain point. He knew his recovery wasn't being helped with his pushing to get to the Archangel as he had. Doctors had been clear in saying that Tyler needed bed rest, a solid month of it at a bare minimum. But Tyler believed that if he hadn't gotten here, the Archangel would have been sunk and his friends dead. So, as much pain as he was in, and the poorness of his health, it was worth the price to save them. However, just after the zipline came to a stop, pain surged up and coursed through him. Tyler's grip on the line involuntarily released, and he collapsed to the deck hard. He was face down, and his body was trembling as pain racked him. Tyler couldn't move on his own, the pain was overriding any orders from his brain. Also, his breathing had become harder, now coming in wheezes and gasps, each pain-filled. It was like something was sitting on his chest again, but not a ridiculous weight. A hand had gone to hold the right side of his chest, which told Tyler his assumption had been right. The stitches over his lung had likely ruptured, and blood was seeping out. Tyler's hand squeezed there to try to slow the flow of blood, but that increased the already horrible waves of pain. The nearby mechanics hadn't missed Tyler collapsing, but they weren't sure what was going on. Lisa moved over towards the Freedom just after she got to the deck. She would check on Tyler and then, if need be, drag him to the infirmary to get him looked over. However, she found he was writhing on the ground by the time she got over to where she figured Tyler would be. It was a worrying sign that Tyler's health had taken a bad turn, which was the last thing he needed. She knelt next to him, removed his helmet, and wasn't encouraged. Tyler was gasping for air, his skin was close to white now, and his forehead was damp with sweat. He needed a medical professional, and he needed one hours ago, that much was clear. So, Lisa helped Tyler start rising to his feet, but an amount of blood was expelled from his mouth along the way, which was a turn for the worse. So, Lisa took Tyler's left arm, put it over her shoulders, and lifted him the rest of the way while putting her right arm around his waist. "Come on, Tyler," she said, "let's get you to the infirmary." Tyler twisted his head to look at Lisa. "I think," Tyler wheezed, "my stitches," he stopped gasping, "have ruptured." Lisa heard Tyler's assumption and figured he was likely right. If that was true, the issue was that came with multiple problems such as bleeding and breathing difficulties. Tyler had already lost more blood than he should, he needed the bleeding to stop, so he wasn't in more danger than he was now. Thankfully, due to Tyler's blood type, it's simply a point of needing someone's blood, he could have any type. Lisa would even give her own blood if that were required, she wouldn't hesitate to do so. Kira had been talking with Crystal after getting to the hangar's deck, saying he was okay before he went to find Tyler. However, when Kira looked in the Freedom's direction, he was met by a horrible sight. Tyler was being supported by the one who had come from the shadow, and Tyler didn't look to be walking on his own. Granted, Kira had seen subtle signs that Tyler wasn't doing the best regarding his health. But Kira hadn't thought things with Tyler were as bad as he was seeing now. So, Kira rushed forward to Tyler's side and was further horrified at seeing Tyler closer up. His face was almost white, most of the color had been drained from it. Then, blood came from Tyler, and he was breathing in near rasping, which only increased Kira's concern. Kira shook his head, got on Tyler's right side, took his right arm, and put it over his own shoulders to support Tyler. Both Lisa and Kira carried Tyler from the hangar through the corridors to the infirmary. Crystal didn't miss Kira running off, and when she gazed after him, her eyes widened. Another was supporting Tyler, and Kira quickly helped in that. Tyler looked more than ragged, he looked like he had been assaulted and had come off on the losing end. It made her wonder how Tyler could have not only gotten here but piloted a mobile suit in combat. It was obvious that Tyler's health was bad, putting it mildly. She couldn't help but respect that type of dedication from another. Dr. Graham had been putting away files of injured crew members. The last battle had caused quite a few of the maintenance crew to be caught up in explosions. Their injuries had been superficial to serious, and that had taken his time to patch up. He had been busier as this ship's doctor than any of the previous assignments he'd had. But just as he was about to finish, the door to the infirmary slid open, and 3 people came in. It took a moment for Graham to recognize Ensign Yamato, who was supporting someone else. The person that Yamato supported was gasping or rasping and looked bad when it came to health. "Dr. Graham," Kira started, "please, he needs help now." Graham directed to the open bed table, to which Lisa and Kira lifted and placed Tyler on it. Tyler's eyes were glazed over, and he was still breathing in wheezes and rasps. Lisa undid the neck clasp of Tyler's suit and went through the process of opening the torso part of the suit. It was the first time that Graham had dealt with a Federation spacesuit, so he was glad the woman had opened it. However, he was shocked by what he saw under the suit. The young man's body was wrapped in bandages. Worrisomely, there was a growing crimson spot over the right side of the man's chest. There were other red spots, but not as deep crimson or as large as those over the chest. It was clear the young man had endured a horrible event and had come off the worse for wear. So, he didn't waste any more time, hooking Tyler to equipment to watch his vitals. Kira was in number shock at seeing Tyler's body with his pilot suit open. He was covered from the neck down as far as Kira could see in bandages. There were also red spots that said Tyler was bleeding or had at least. The crimson area over Tyler's chest could have something to do with his breathing issues, but Kira couldn't be sure. The sheer amount of bandages suggested that Tyler had been through a great deal. That his friend was alive seemed to be a miracle from what was visible. Graham was glancing over the readings from the medical equipment and wasn't encouraged. The young man's injuries were extensive from preliminary examinations, which was fixable. However, the bleeding was problematic as blood was coming out at a rate that helped this young man was slim. And Lisa could see the concerned expression. It is likely he is bleeding from ruptured stitches over his lung, she said. Graham removed the bandages and saw that the woman was right, but with the blood flowing out faster than he would be able to fix things, this didn't bode well. I can see that, Graham replied. Unfortunately, he is losing blood at a rate that I won't be able to help him in the time it would take. Kira was panicking at hearing Tyler could die. His friend couldn't die when he had just gotten back to the Archangel. If he was losing blood, then couldn't he just be given more to replenish what he was losing? Kira would do anything to prevent Tyler from dying, whatever he could do. Dr. Graham, Kira started, what if he could be given blood? Ensign Yamato suggested could work if it was the correct blood type and could be done quickly. But Graham didn't know the young man's blood type or if anyone on this ship had the required type. I would need his blood type and then a matching kind, Ensign, Graham began. Lisa could see where Kira was going, and if Tyler could get blood and the bleeding stop, it would be a good thing. He had blood type of negative, so any blood will do, type does not matter, Lisa replied. Graham would admit that the young man having the universal receiver blood type was one of the few good things he had going for him. But the Archangel's infirmary didn't have blood on hand right now, so any would have to be given from a person. Graham was about to say that they would still need a willing volunteer, but he never got a chance. He can have mine, Kira said without hesitation, just tell me what you need me to do. Graham would applaud Yamato for his willingness to help the one he and the woman brought to him. It was admirable for him to give blood to another without hesitation. It made him wonder who this young man was. He hadn't heard a name yet. There wasn't the time to argue the point, the young man on the table needed medical work done on him quickly. So, Graham directed Kira to a chair next to the table while moving to the small pump with 2 tubes connected to it. The device would be able to draw blood out of a person and then pump it into another. As Graham got one of the tubes into Tyler's right arm, he looked to Lisa. Could you make sure no one comes in? He asked. The fewer bodies in here, the better right now. Lisa nodded and exited the infirmary while Graham moved over to Kira with the second tube. Are you positive you are okay with doing this? Kira hadn't been as sure about something as he was about giving blood to Tyler. Tyler had helped Kira time and time again in all sorts of things whenever Kira needed him to. This was one of the times that Kira could help Tyler, and those were rare. With all that Tyler had done for Kira, including saving his life, Kira wanted to make it up to him now. So, Kira nodded. Yes, I am, doing so can help him, he answered. Graham bowed his head and put the needle into Kira's left forearm. The needle stabbing into Kira's arm stung, but he ignored the pain before Graham started the pump to transfer blood. Once the blood transfer started, Graham got to work on Tyler, removing the bandages over Tyler's chest. He quickly saw where the bleeding was coming from, which was from the long but thin opening over the young man's lung. There were stitches, but more than half of them had ruptured by what looked like physical stress. The stitches would need to be replaced after the opening was closed as best as possible, so Graham got to work removing the stitches. Kira watched as Dr. Graham as he worked to save Tyler's life, and his blood was flowing into Tyler. And he wondered just how much Tyler had gone through to get back to the Archangel. It couldn't have been easy in any way. Meanwhile, Lisa was standing guard outside the infirmary as per request from the ship's doctor. She was still worried about Tyler, but at this point, his life was in the doctor's hands, as she couldn't do anything to help him than she already had. It wasn't more than a few minutes before Crystal came into the corridor with the infirmary. She saw the woman that had come out of the shadow standing outside the Archangel's infirmary. She looked in her early 20s and was in a Federation pilot suit. Crystal walked up to the woman. I assume that you are standing outside the infirmary due to something, Dr. Graham said. Crystal posed. Lisa had seen the brunette woman approaching from the direction of the ship's hangar. She had likely come out of one of the aircraft she'd seen in the Archangel's hangar. Tyler had mentioned the Archangel had 2 armor pilots with them, and Lisa assumed this was one of them. The armor pilots were supposed to be aces, the Hawk of Endymion and the Lunar Peregrine by what he said. If this was the Lunar Peregrine, then the woman wasn't as stories suggested, but the same could easily be said of Tyler. So, Lisa nodded. This ship's doctor said he wanted the least bodies in the infirmary while he works. Fair enough, Crystal replied, and would have said more, but Mew and Sai coming into the corridor stopped her from doing so. Mew saw Crystal standing outside the infirmary with a woman he didn't know. He assumed that an unknown woman had come on the shadow. That they were standing in front of the infirmary suggested someone could have been hurt. The most likely to be hurt that Mew could think of was Tyler at the moment. Granted, the kid may have looked okay, but his worn face and the shuffle which he had done back to the Freedom said otherwise. The real question was how bad Tyler's condition was right now, and Mew didn't know if he wanted the answer to that. However, Sai was the first of the two to speak. Where's Kira? He began, and is Tyler okay? Lisa sighed. The ship's doctor is working on helping Tyler and has asked others not be in the infirmary while he works. Mew didn't like the inference that Tyler was being worked on. It said that the kid's injuries were serious. And the woman hadn't said where Kira was, though Mew would bet the kid was in the infirmary himself. With the loyalty Kira had shown for Tyler, Mew would be surprised if the kid were anywhere else. Sai moved forward, but Mew stopped him. If the doc says he wants to have less in the room, Sai, best to let the man work with that help, Mew stated. Sai struggled for a moment. I just need to check on Kira and Tyler, he shot back. Lisa could see that Tyler cared as much about the friends he had as they did him. They really did care about one another. She would be shocked if Tyler's friends here weren't very worried about him right now. They had probably thought he had died when the shadow was destroyed. It was a logical conclusion. If Lisa hadn't found Tyler when she had, and the rescue team extracted him, Tyler wouldn't have likely survived. Mr. Yamato is in there supplying blood for Tyler right now, so you would be a hindrance, Lisa said simply. The mention of supplying blood increased Sai's struggling and the other pilot's worry. For Tyler to need blood given to him did not bode well for the older teen, the opposite really. Mew was still holding Sai back as Crystal spoke. How bad is Tyler's condition that he would need blood given to him? Lisa frowned. Are you sure you want to know? She asked. The answer isn't nice. Crystal nodded as Mew was busy holding Sai back, so Lisa continued. This will be his 6th blood transfusion if that says anything. Crystal was horrified at hearing Tyler had needed blood given to him that many times. Lisa kept going. He really should be in a bed for a month or more to recover to even a decent level, but he refuses to do that. Thus, his poor health has caught up with him, and his healing injuries have reopened. Your ship doctor should be able to help Tyler, thanks in part to Mr. Yamato giving blood to Tyler. Sai was having trouble keeping the panicking down from hearing what Tyler had been going through. Yes, it was wonderful that Tyler was alive, but he was far from okay right now by the sound of it. Sai knew he wasn't the only one worrying about Tyler. Mirialia, Tall, and Kuzi were just as concerned. They would rush down here when they found out Tyler was in bad condition. But Sai knew that Mew holding him back was the right thing to do, even if Sai didn't like it. So, he stopped struggling against the commander and took the time to calm down. Sorry, Commander, Sai muttered, I lost it for a moment. Mew let Sai go. I don't blame you, but I think Tyler needs less haste and hovering right now than worry and pestering, Mew remarked. He then exhaled heavily. Crystal, why don't we report what we know and help get things in order? I have a feeling that Tyler is going to be in there for a time. Crystal followed Mew as she agreed that Tyler would be with the doctor for a while, and there was still a lot to do. The Archangel was still doing repairs, and they were down a few mechanics due to injuries in the battle around Josha. And that was before what they would do next going forward. Sai stayed at the infirmary entrance, not wanting to leave until he knew Tyler was at least out of danger. And this woman seemed to know Tyler and what he had been through recently since he had been considered dead. Sai also recalled that this woman was one of those around Tyler's place in Shira. But beyond that, Sai hadn't heard of any kind of relationship between the woman and Tyler. Not that Tyler having a potentially romantic relationship with a woman was Sai's business, but he'd never given any hint of such a thing. Sai was still left to wonder how the two knew each other. So, Sai began, how do you know Tyler? Lisa stared at Sai for a moment, thinking about what she could tell him and what Tyler had potentially said. She couldn't say things, mostly due to Federation protocol with missions they had done. And there were some of Tyler's missions the majority of Salas assigned that he couldn't talk about them. Lisa had her thoughts about those, but she didn't ask about Salas missions Tyler may or may not have been involved in. That was the thing with Salas, they got tasks that weren't discussed, usually because of the nasty nature they could involve. Even the non-Salas missions were not discussed with non-military personnel. It was the kindness the Federation's citizens were given, they weren't told about all the efforts that went into protecting them and giving them peace. Thus, Lisa hesitated for a moment. First, my name is Lisa Malto, and we've worked together on some things. And because of that, we got to know one another and became friends. Sai could tell this Lisa was giving vague answers, but he couldn't figure out why she wasn't giving specifics. It also made Sai realize that he and the others didn't know Tyler as much as they thought they did. It had been a surprise to find out that Tyler was a soldier for the Federation's military. None of them had ever expected that. There had been no hint of such a thing from Tyler. What kind of things have you worked with Tyler on? Sai asked. Lisa sighed as the teenager didn't take the hint that military business wasn't something that was normally discussed. I'm unable to give much detail other than we have worked on assignments together for the Federation's military. Military protocol doesn't allow discussion of operations with civilians, please understand that. Lisa paused, thinking about what she could say about what Tyler did and had done for those on this ship. Truthfully, you're quite lucky to have Tyler as a friend. He has done a lot to prevent those on this ship from facing harsher hardship along its journey. You don't see much of what he did for this ship and its crew, Lisa remarked. He was nearly killed when the shadow was destroyed, and that was yet another thing he did for those here. Sai wanted more details about what Lisa meant by nearly killed. His mind was racing with ideas and possibilities of what that reference could mean, and none of them were good. And if Dr. Graham was working on Tyler, that implied he was doing poorly. Sai looked at the floor. How bad is his health? Lisa hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should give too much detail about how bad things had been for Tyler. His injuries had been bad enough, his recovery had made that clear he would be on a hard road ahead. Lisa would doubt Tyler would not want others to know about his recoil syndrome. The way that he'd reacted when he had explained the illness said he was ashamed of it. Put simply, he had been going on a rough road to make it to where he is right now, Lisa remarked. Sai looked at Lisa with an expression of stern determination, which Lisa took as to give more detail. The Orb Hospital did what they could when he was brought to them. He had 2 blood transfusions while he was there and was stabilized. Tyler was then transported off of Earth to a medical institute. That institute managed to reconstruct the bones that had been shattered in the Shadow's destruction. His burn damage was fixed through regeneration treatments, so there are no marks left from the burns he got. Lisa paused. The worst issue he has is a lung injury complication, which is what the ship doctor is working on right now. The extent of the injuries that were listed for Tyler horrified Sai. Injuries like those would take most months to recover, even enough to be considered on the road for improving health. Granted, Tyler had looked more than tired when he had met the crew, but he hadn't looked that bad that Sai could recall. But apparently, Tyler's health was far worse than any of him or the others had thought. Learning that Tyler was in such a bad condition increased Sai's worry. He was really injured that bad, Sai muttered. Lisa nodded. As much as I wish it weren't true, Tyler was indeed at the edge of death. He wouldn't be here if not for the doctors at the institute that helped him. Within the Archangel's infirmary, Kira watched Graham working on Tyler. The stitches that had been removed had revealed an incision that went to Tyler's right lung. From what Kira could see, the lung appeared to be healing from an extensive injury which he couldn't say what it had been. Graham closed the wound and put in new stitches, which helped slow the bleeding Tyler was having issues with. It was painful for Kira to see Tyler as hurt as he was right now, to see him as broken as he was. Tyler had gotten these injuries by using the Shadow to block the Aegis from reaching the Asuka. The Aegis had detonated and destroyed the Shadow in place of the Asuka. Had Tyler not done so, Kira would likely be in Tyler's position or worse. Kira knew that. As Kira kept watching, he gained a feeling of lightheadedness, which he figured was coming from him giving Tyler blood. It was clear that Tyler's journey back here had been a long and hard one. However, after an hour, Graham started wrapping new bandages around Tyler's body, signaling that he had finished his work. Even if his eyes weren't open right now, he was still breathing, and Kira would take that. Tyler would need time to recover, but that was better than him not being here and dying. Kira also wanted more information about where Tyler had been and what he had been doing while he'd been away. Tyler always seemed to know what was happening and at least more details about the potential why. Kira had been wrapping his head around what happened at JOSHA but had been unable to come up with anything solid. Kira's attention was turned back as Dr. Graham backed off. I have done what I am able, he stated tiredly. He is alive by some miracle, likely due in part to your blood. Kira let out a sigh of relief. Dr. Graham, thank you very much for your efforts, he replied in heartfelt gratitude. I feared I might have to go through losing a friend a second time, but I'm glad I don't have to. Graham glanced at Yamato and then to the one he had brought into the infirmary. He'd been wondering the story about the young man, and that Yamato saying he was a friend filled in a hole. The Archangel's mobile suit pilots had been friends as far as Graham had been led to understand. And just before Orb, there had been the report that one of those pilots had died in the battle, the Shadow's pilot specifically. Should this young man be that pilot, then Graham had a couple of questions. Graham had heard about the ship's third and oddest mobile suit pilot. He was a common subject of gossip among the crew. So when news of his death had circulated the ship, the majority had taken it rather hard. Tyler McGregor was supposed to be a Federation soldier that was helping the Archangel. Graham hadn't heard much about why the said pilot would be helping an Alliance ship since Federation personnel didn't take sides in the war. And according to Laflaga and McAllister, McGregor was supposed to be some kind of ace pilot too. Of course, Graham had heard several of the stories about the Federation's military and the pilots they had. Federation pilots were supposed to be on par with or better than ZAFT pilots on average. At least, records stated that the Federation had far fewer losses when they went against ZAFT than when Omni did. In fact, Graham couldn't recall when the Federation had lost against either ZAFT or Omni. Thus, if this young man was the Tyler McGregor Graham had heard about, he had even more respect for him. To survive a mobile weapon being destroyed was a serious feat in and of itself, none really argued that. And if it were true, it would explain the extent of the young man's injuries. There was evidence of burn regeneration treatment done along with bone reconstruction. Those two pieces alone pointed to serious trauma, if not a near-death experience happening. So then, Graham started, am I correct in assuming the one you brought me is the Tyler McGregor I've heard so much about? Kira hadn't been so naive to have missed the gossip which had traveled the ship about Tyler. The three main subjects had been Tyler being a Federation soldier, the next had been his piloting skills and ability, then the last one was the clashes between Miss Badgeruel and him. Kira had wondered what Ty had done for a job. He certainly had an income from what he'd said. However, Kira hadn't expected his friend was a soldier, though it did explain some of the unique skills he had, his piloting skills for one. Then, every crew member knew of the clashes and fights that went on between Natarl and Tyler. They seemed to occur at least once a week when the two had been on the ship together. From what Tyler had said to him, those like Natarl never would get along with his behavior, which he had no intention of changing. It made Kira wonder what Tyler had told his mother when reports of his behavior got to her. Ellen wasn't one to sit by and do nothing about issues that came to her that had been made clear to Kira. So, Kira nodded. Yes, the one who's like you just saved is my friend Tyler McGregor, he admitted. He is one I've found can be counted on when it really counts, so I'm beyond happy he is alive. Graham bowed his head. I can believe that with the injuries I've seen, the doctor returned. This young man has been through, Graham paused for a moment, pardon the old phrase, gone through hell and back before getting here. I'm amazed with what I've patched that he was able to get out of a bed and not only get inside a mobile suit but also pilot it in combat as he did. I assure you, the vast majority would have given up and done nothing or collapsed in the attempt. Graham headed towards the door. Make sure when he wakes up, he heads in the direction of a bed, and a meal along the way wouldn't do any harm as well. Outside the infirmary, Lisa explained what she could to Sai, which he had been having difficulty swallowing. An hour had gone by as the doctor had been working, and Sai hadn't gone anywhere. He wanted to make sure that Tyler was alive and at least awake enough to confirm he wouldn't be dying with his own eyes. Sai and the rest of his group had already been in the process of grieving once, and that had been horrific. Sai didn't think any of them would be able to do so a second time and continue to do any of the duties asked of them. It had been nightmarish the first time. Sai had barely been able to go through the motions, he couldn't if they lost Tyler a second time. So, when the infirmary door slid open, both Lisa and Sai turned to see Graham coming out. I have done all I can, he said, it will be up to him to recover the rest of the way. When Dr. Graham said that, Sai rushed into the infirmary to check on Kira and Tyler. Lisa, on the other hand, bowed. Thank you for your efforts, they are very much appreciated, she said before heading into the infirmary herself. When Sai got into the infirmary, he saw Kira in a chair next to the main table in the middle. On the table, Tyler was wrapped in bandages from his neck down. He was breathing on his own true, which was a relief to Sai, and he knew it would be the same for the others. Sai turned to face Kira. Is he okay, Kira? Kira was still dealing with the lightheadedness that had come from giving blood to Tyler. And though he saw Sai coming in, Kira wasn't able to get up yet to meet him and say to take it easy on Tyler right now. I can answer for myself, you know, Tyler said from the table, but then he had to take the time to breathe in and out as pain flowed in him. Ow, talking doesn't feel great right now. Both Kira and Sai snapped around to gaze at Tyler, whose eyes were open and looking at them. I'm alive, feel crappy, but I believe I will be okay with sleep. Kira smiled, it's good to see you awake, Ty, you weren't looking good at all when the lady and I brought you here. Tyler tried letting out a scoff, but it came out in a pained grunt instead. Kira, Tyler started, not looking good has been the story of my life for the last month, if not slightly longer. Kira snickered a bit, you're stubborn as ever, aren't you, Ty, Kira remarked. Tyler groaned, that stubbornness is what got me here and saved you and the rest Kira, he replied. Then Tyler looked down to see he was wrapped in bandages from his neck to his feet and no clothes. Moving on, any chance I could get some clothes to wear? I would rather not waltz around in just bandages if I don't have to. Thank you very much. Sai smiled, wiping his eyes, which were tearing up at Tyler's retorts. It made it clear he was alive and well enough to talk back to those around him. Tyler was likely in pain, but he would be able to recover here on the ship. He'd always been stubborn as long as Sai had known Tyler, part of his personality as far as he could tell. Sai and the others had become used to Tyler's stubbornness, though Mirialia had her moments of frustration with it. I'll run and fetch you some clothes from your quarters, Ty, Sai said. Tyler watched as Sai ran out of the infirmary before turning back to Kira. How long have I been in here on this table? He asked. You've been in here with the doctor working on you for a little over an hour, Lisa stated. Hopefully, here you will take the time to recover more than you did in the last month and a half. Tyler had little to nothing to say any response to Lisa's remark. He knew that he'd need a doctor after getting to the Archangel. His health was poor at best, and he needed rest for his recovery, which was still a long road. The ship doctor had mentioned getting Tyler to a bed and a meal along the way, as Tyler had heard. And he wouldn't say no to that, but there were still questions that had to be answered sooner rather than later. Lisa continued, so, it would be best for you to get rest before asking questions. It was a short period later that Sai reappeared with clothes for Tyler. Kira tried to get up from his chair but found the lightheadedness was still making things difficult for him. So instead, Sai assisted Tyler from the table and put on the clothes he had for him. Sai was still left to wonder just how bad things were for Tyler after what had been described to him by Lisa. The bandages wrapping him suggested Tyler's injuries were as stated. That implied that Tyler would need time to recover to his health to be close to where it was normally. Putting on clothes was certainly a more labor-involved task than it should be, with disturbing the bandages as little as possible. Once Tyler was dressed, Sai helped Kira while Lisa did the same for Tyler, and the group began heading toward the mess hall. Upon arriving in the mess hall, Lisa moved Tyler to a table while Kira and Sai went to the kitchen and grabbed 2 trays. Kira then headed to the table and sat across from Tyler, and Sai set the other tray in front of Tyler. Tyler glanced down at the food, and honestly, it was some of the best smelling food he'd been around for weeks. Not to say that what he'd gotten around Leica's place had been bad or anything, but he'd been on a limited diet back then due to his health. So, it had been a time since Tyler had a decent meal that wasn't with bland food. Thus, Tyler didn't waste time just grabbing the eating utensil and eating the food on the tray. As Tyler started eating, Kira began to tell him about what had happened while he'd been away. Tyler had suspected much of what Kira was saying to him. It had been rather easy to figure it out. The Archangel had stopped by an orb along their way to Josha, where Leica got off. She had told him about that stop when she had caught up with him at her place on April 1. From Orb, the ship had made the near-month journey to Alaska to meet with their allies they had been working to help. And as Tyler had known, the crew had been blamed for much of what occurred with the Archangel. Tyler had been dropping hints to the Archangel's officers about their standing with Omni and the Alliance, but none had been heeded clearly. Then, as Kira had told the crew for Tyler, the crew had been divided into those they wanted to keep and those they would dispose of. Tyler had considered telling the ship's crew about the point, but they wouldn't have listened to him any more than the other truths he had given them. According to Sai, Mew and Crystal had come back to help the Archangel and had warned them about the Cyclops system. Tyler figured that the action the 2 armor pilots had taken had effectively destroyed any chance of a continuing career they could have had with the Alliance. Any that survived what happened at Josha knew too much for the Alliance to trust and let live. Tyler had known it had been a matter of time before the Archangel's crew learned too much, and the Alliance tried to kill them. And Josha's destruction had been the Alliance's way of cleaning the slate for themselves. He hadn't been happy that he'd guessed what means the Alliance had chosen to use to kill ZAFT forces. Truthfully, Tyler was just glad he had gotten to the Archangel in time to help them out since they had been in a bad spot. At the same time, Tal and Mirialia had just gotten off shift on the bridge. Tal had convinced her to swing by the mess to get something to eat before going by the infirmary to check on Tyler. Sai had gone to do that earlier and had promised to the rest he would get an update about Tyler. The rumor was that Tyler wasn't doing the best right now, so Tal figured Dr. Graham might need time to help with that. Commander La Flaga had come onto the bridge and said Tyler was being cared for by the doctor, but little other detail other than that. Thus, the two had made their way to the mess hall to get food before seeing Tyler. Kira had just gotten to the point when the Freedom had arrived on the scene when the mess hall door slid open. Those in the mess turned to the door and saw both Mirialia and Tal walking in. Those coming in glanced over those in the room already, and they both came to a stop on Tyler. Tal did spot bandages around Tyler's forehead and took that to mean that he was recovering. So he was about to grab Mirialia and prevent her from shooting forward, but she began moving before he could do so. Mirialia was relieved to see Tyler there and alive. She couldn't stop herself from rushing forward and embracing him. There was so much she wanted to say, to shout at Tyler, and to tell him how sorry she was for things she had said. The moment Mirialia hit him, Tyler felt pain surge and flow throughout his body, reverberating back and forth. And it wasn't that Tyler thought Mirialia was trying to cause him pain, he knew the girl wasn't. She'd been worried as all of his friends likely had been and so were relieved that he was alive and here. It was just that Tyler's health was at the point that normal gestures were not welcome since they induced pain. However, Tyler didn't have the strength to get Mirialia to let him go, let alone tell her to back off. It was taking all he had not to wheeze and rasp in pain with his right lung as it was. After what Kira had seen in the infirmary, he knew Tyler wasn't up to a lot of things. And the expression he caught a glimpse of on Tyler's face, Kira could tell the hug from Mirialia wasn't feeling good at all. As much as Kira could sympathize with Mirialia hugging Tyler to make sure he was there and alive and showing how much she missed him, it wasn't helpful. So, Kira got up and briskly made his way to the other side of the table and began tugging on Mirialia to get her off Tyler. Sai saw what Kira was doing, and he agreed that Mirialia's action wasn't a good thing right now. It took a moment for the two to get Mirialia to back off, and she wasn't happy they were doing so. She quickly started berating them about stopping her welcoming Tyler back after she'd been forced to back off. The moment Mirialia was off of him, Tyler sunk back to the bench, processing the pain still coursing through him. It was dulling as time passed, but there was still a lot of pain Tyler was dealing with from the simple gesture. Tyler was forced to use the table to support himself by his elbows and forearms as his body trembled from the pain. Lisa could see that the embrace hadn't been a good thing for Tyler. However, a quick scan over him showed no crimson spots, which was better than the alternative. Tyler had just been patched up, it wouldn't be good should he need to go back to the infirmary the same day to have it done again. That Tyler needed the table to support himself, said that he would be on the floor if it hadn't been there. Thus, Lisa could only put a gentle hand on Tyler's shoulder, making sure he knew she was there to help should he need it. Tal had been about to attempt to calm Mirelia down and help both Sai and Kira, but his attention was shifted. That came when he saw Tyler fall back to the bench and then, shortly after that, hunch over the table. Tal then took a moment to look Tyler over more critically, and horror began to fill him. What Tal had thought was a white long-sleeved shirt, in reality was a short-sleeved one with Tyler's arms wrapped in bandages. Tyler's body was also shaking as he was hunched over the table, which didn't seem like him laughing or anything of the sort. Also, Tyler's skin looked paler than Tal had ever seen it before, it wasn't too far from being white. So, Tal moved forward past the others. Tal started, "Are you okay?" Tyler was taking in as deep of breaths as he could, which were coming in ragged gasps in the hope he could steady himself. He'd heard Tal's question, but the answer was so complicated right now Tyler didn't know where to start. Yet, after a moment, Tyler twisted his head slowly to look at Tal, forcing a smile that he didn't feel at all. "That is a complicated question, Tal," Tyler replied before he rasped and his right hand went to his right side. Mirelia had ceased her argument with Kira and Sai when she heard the ragged gasping that came from Tyler. She had whipped around to gaze at him and took in his extremely pale skin. Tyler continued, "The nice way I can say it is that I've had much better days than the ones I've been through the last few weeks." Tyler grunted as the pain surged again, "If the bandages I'm wrapped in don't tell you things have been bad for me, I doubt my curses could tell you much better." Mirelia was taking in all the bandages Tyler was in and was filled with guilt that she had hugged him in that condition. If she had just taken a moment to see Tyler's appearance, she would have seen he was doing poorly. So, she bowed her head, tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Ty," she said in a wavering voice, "I didn't mean to hurt you." Tyler glanced at Mirelia, knowing the girl hadn't meant anything harmful by her gesture. He would bet that she had just been so glad he was alive that she couldn't contain herself. "It's fine, Mirelia," Tyler returned before breathing in and out, "you didn't mean to bring the pain, hard not to right now. But if all of you could pass the word along that hugging and the like is to be avoided for the time being to others, I'd really appreciate that. I need time to be able to handle simple things and not feel crummy if not worse." As Tyler finished his meal, the others sat around him, talking about what they had gone through. They said he had been right, and at least they had believed him even if others hadn't. Tyler felt it comforting that his friends had believed the warnings he gave to the crew. It made it feel like he wasn't wasting time talking essentially to a wall or something like it with what he said. Tyler would love to tell them what he'd been through while away, but he felt it wasn't the right time yet for them to know. But after he finished the meal, all five there helped him back to the quarters that still appeared to belong to him. Tyler was grateful for his friends who would help him in hard times, which he was definitely going through right now. Kira and the rest with him left Tyler's quarters as he had quickly dropped off to sleep. Kira would say that Tyler had definitely needed sleep and had more than earned it. He could wait for a better explanation of what Tyler had been up to while separated from the Archangel. Lisa left the teens and made her way to the ship's bridge to hopefully find the captain. She would be on this ship, for the time being. Best Lisa made that known fact and did not have strained relations with the crew. From what Tyler had mentioned, the majority of the crew were reasonable people. The only exception had been the vice-captain since Tyler clashed with her as far as Lisa knew. Lisa doubted that Badgeruel would have been any nicer or accepting of Tyler if she'd seen his personnel file. It clearly stated that Tyler would not follow orders unless he agreed with them or came from someone he respected. The vice-captain had learned that there was no better way to say that the hard way. Lisa came onto the bridge and found a light skeleton crew at the needed stations. However, the one in the captain's chair was the woman from before that had talked with Lisa outside the infirmary. And Lisa was sure the woman wasn't the captain, but one of the two armor pilots likely filling in to give the captain a break. With the lack of crew, it was understandable that the crew would fill multiple positions to manage the ship. Crystal had twisted in the captain's chair at the sound of the bridge lift's door sliding open. She had been filling in for Murus so that she could have a break after what went down at Josha. Both Mew and her had come to terms with the Alliance sending the Archangel to be sunk and kill the crew. Murus seemed to be taking it harder than others that the Alliance had written them off while they likely thought nothing of it. Then there was the situation with Tyler, which only added to the list of difficulties they had. And now, the woman that had been with Tyler had appeared on the bridge, and Crystal couldn't think of why. "Is there something you needed?" Crystal asked in greeting. "I was searching for the captain to introduce and inform her about being on the ship," Lisa replied. Crystal told Lisa that Muru was in her quarters, though she didn't mention that Mew had gone to talk to Muru. Crystal figured Mew might have a better chance of helping Muru come to terms with the Alliance's betrayal. So, Lisa left the bridge and headed for the captain's quarters, which was along the officers' quarters wing of the crew deck. The set of quarters was on the opposite end of where Tyler's were if Lisa remembered the ship's layout right. At the same time, Muru tried to come to terms with what happened to Josha and the fallout that came with it. She was still wrapping her brain around the fact the Alliance had left the Archangel and others to die at Omni HQ. It didn't make sense to her that any of the general staff or the Alliance leadership would be willing to sacrifice defense forces for a chance to kill ZAFT forces. It was borderline mass murder, and Muru didn't want to believe the alliance was so desperate that they would lower themselves to that. Mew could see the turmoil Muru was in. She was questioning the alliance and what it was supposed to stand for. He'd been wondering much the same for the past month, if not two, with the signs he'd been seeing. The silence from those who were supposed to be allies, along with the absence of help, had Mew reconsidering several things. Mew had known that Omni hadn't been doing well in this ongoing war, and they hadn't been for over a year. The alliance had been working on changing that direction with the Atlantic Federation's G project. Mew had not been sure before that Omni getting mobile suits would help in the war, but the higher UPS had been claiming it would. And yet, Mew recalled what Tyler said about the Federation's concern in Omni getting mobile suits. Much like when he'd asked Crystal about whether the General Staff would send the Archangel to be sunk, Mew's thoughts had changed. Before reaching Earth, Mew would have said it was unlikely Tyler and others within the Federation were right in what they suspected. Even with the behavior from those at Artemis, Mew would think that Omni wouldn't be so foolish as to prod the Federation's military. However, the continuing silence from Omni and the Alliance had been sowing doubts in him. Those doubts had been growing up to just before JOSHA when they had become serious concerns. What had gone down at JOSHA had confirmed the concerns and said the Alliance leadership could no longer be trusted. That led to the possibilities ahead with the Alliance doing as Tyler said they would and them using mobile suits against the Federation. Mew focused back on the present. You wish to talk about what happened at JOSHA, Muru? He asked. Muru faced Mew hoping that he could help her see reason where she could find none. The Alliance had betrayed them, those they had given so much for had turned their back on them with little thought. Were principles so meaningless now that they could be tossed aside so casually? Did the Omni uniform now stand for victory at any cost, including the giving up of integrity and the essence of humanity? How did things come to this, Mew? Muru questioned. When did the Alliance become so horrible? Mew sighed. I don't have an answer to that, and I really want one, but I doubt we are the only ones that are asking that. Mew would have continued, but a knock on the door stopped him and got both Muru and him to glance in that direction. Those on duty wouldn't need to come directly to the captain's quarters, they could just radio down. Muru said for whoever was knocking to come in, wondering who it was in the back of her mind. After the door slid open, a woman stepped inside. Muru couldn't place. She looked a tad younger than Muru herself, likely by a year or two, along with being somewhat shorter than her. This woman possessed long black hair that was in a ponytail which complemented her green eyes. And she was in a Federation pilot suit as well, but Muru couldn't think of a reason for this person to be here. On the other hand, Mew recognized the woman as the one that had been outside the infirmary when he'd gone to check on Tyler. He'd never gotten a name for her, other things had come up at the time. Can I help you with something, miss? Muru asked in greeting. Lisa bowed her head. My name is Lisa Malto, and I'm here to introduce myself, Lisa began. I came with Tyler, who is unavailable since he is getting bedrest after this ship's doctor patched him up. Mew had told Muru that Dr. Graham was working on Tyler but hadn't given much detail about it. She imagined that Tyler would have suffered injuries with being near a mobile suit detonation, let alone in the middle of it. Lisa continued, I came with him in the shadow as he was stubbornly insistent on getting here to help you. Mew heard the tone that stubbornly insistent had been set in, and it had been in such a way to say Tyler had been not listening to others. The kid had likely ignored his bad health, instead putting his friends' lives first. Mew could respect one that put the lives of others before their own, especially when they were friends. Thus, Mew had even more respect for what Tyler did. The kid truly went above and beyond what was expected of him. As much as others would insult and curse Tyler, the kid's actions spoke more for him than anything he said. And out of curiosity, where did the shadow come from? Mew asked. The original was destroyed. Lisa shrugged. Tessway built a second unit, she replied. Tyler knows some there, and they do things for him sometimes. Lisa paused, but to business, I will be staying on this ship for a time, mostly to make sure Tyler doesn't do something stupid. Here is my ID should you wish to see it. Lisa took out the ID stick she had and made it project and display her Federation ID. Mew was once again impressed by some of the things the Federation used. Their holographic ID display was neat. Muru blinked at the image being projected in front of her and glanced over what she was seeing. The ID stated the woman's name and that she had the rank of lieutenant and she was part of the Federation's special forces. Muru certainly wouldn't refuse another competent pilot on hand should the need arise. The Archangel had empty quarters still as no personnel had been added at JOSHA. The ship needed any help it could get now, and their allies had only hindered. So, Muru nodded tiredly, permission granted for being on board the Archangel. You can choose which quarters you use as there are so many free right now. Lisa nodded before leaving the room, leaving Mew and Muru alone again and back to the conversation they had been having. We can't change what happened at Josh, Mew said, even if it was wrong. The standing question is, what do we do now? That was a question that Muru had been considering hard since JOSHA. According to Omni, as Mew had implied, the Archangel had been written off as sunk. Thus, there would be problems if they showed up in Panama and joined the rest of the main fleet. The best case scenario was they would be court-martialed, while the worst was being branded traitors and executed. I can't see heading for Panama ending well for any of us, Murray remarked. Mew shook his head. No, I can't either. We would be seen as traitors and be handled as such. We know too much for Omni to trust us again, or rather the Atlantic Federation won't trust us, I would say, he replied. Murray sighed in frustration. The decisions of the top brass make no sense if they want to end the war, she snapped. How is sacrificing allies supposed to help end the conflict? I'm in full agreement with you, Murray, Mew returned. I can't make sense of it either. But perhaps it would be best we have the whole crew answering the question of what we do next. A meeting was arranged for a day later that all of the crew was to attend. Lisa even helped Tyler to make his way to the bridge to participate in the said meeting. The moment the two got there, Tyler was offered a chair at the communication station right behind the captain's chair. While Tyler was grateful for the thought, he figured that it was others taking pity on him. Normally, Tyler didn't like nor accept pity from others that weren't close friends. But with his health, as it was, he didn't have the energy to refuse any offered to him. The painkillers were helping ignore the pain Tyler was still in, and that was the best Tyler could say for himself currently. Bedrest would be the best thing to help along with his recovery, and he knew that. However, it had been said this meeting was important and if at all possible he should attend. Tyler did notice that only one mechanic was on the bridge, which Murdoch had as an in-charge when needed. He assumed that meant Murdoch and the rest were working their butts off, as usual, to keep the ship going. The Archangel had certainly seen better days, and would likely need an overhaul when it could get it to go back to being ready for service. Tyler would give the Archangel's mechanics credit for being dedicated to their jobs. The efforts they put forth for this ship were one of the things that kept the Archangel going, whether others admitted that or not. Tyler at least, had respect for the group, far more than any he had for the officers of the ship. Yet, Tyler's view of the Archangel's crew had changed as they now knew how the alliance truly was. Mew opened the meeting by speaking up first. By what I saw, the Cyclops system was the trump card that was going to be played from the start. Murray sighed, and there was no hint of that to the defense forces, she commented. We knew nothing until it was too late to do much about it. But how could they have known? Pal asked. Headquarters would have to have known about ZAFT's real target for some time to put in a system of that size. Tyler's thoughts returned to the possibility of a rat in the mix of recent events. It was the only thing that he could think of that would achieve the result. The informants that were in the National Defense Committee had been reporting the operation's target had been Panama. Only as Spitbreak began had such changed, meaning the informants had been kept in the dark as well. The list of individuals that could be said rat was getting smaller, but not enough to make a good guess as to who it was. But that enough in the alliance had known was troubling as they had access to high-level information within both factions. Kira was the next to speak up. If that is true, then did ZAFT have any idea they were aiming for Alaska before they started their attack? No, they didn't, Tyler replied. It wasn't revealed to them until the start of the operation. The information network confirmed that beyond doubt. Tyler paused. It means that both factions have their liars, and such are very good at getting many killed. Crystal had heard how good the Federation's information network was. It had been proven time and time again. But it begged the question of how it would have found out about what Tyler said. Not that I doubt what you say about the Federation's network, but how would such a fact be discovered? Crystal asked. Tyler sighed. I will not disclose the means other than there are informants everywhere that provide information for the network. Tyler stopped, and while I know the Alliance doesn't play nice, a Cyclops system is an elaborate way to take out enemy forces. True, but you can't deny they also got rid of unwanted forces in the process, Lisa chimed in. That would be a bonus to taking out a good chunk of ZAFT's fighting force had things gone as they wanted. There was silence for a few minutes before Tyler spoke again, yet that goes back to the question of how the Alliance found out about ZAFT's real target. And honestly, I'm seriously starting to suspect a rat is at work. Everyone was trying to figure out what Tyler meant by a rat. The term could have several connotations. However, Tall voiced the question, a rat, Ty? What are you talking about? Tyler shook his head since much of his knowledge of this type of subject came from his work within Salas. He'd discovered and hunted down rats before during his first year of service. Tyler disliked them as they were nothing but trouble and had no loyalty to anyone but themselves. And from his experiences, Tyler could see the signs which led to the kind of trail said rats tended to leave in their wake. A rat is a term I use for those that are out to kill people and bring about destruction in their paths. They are your spies, your traitors, those that only work for their own goals. Tyler paused, and the rat whose trail I'm seeing is a dirty one that is playing with both the Alliance and ZAFT while appearing to be helping them win against the other. It was this rat that I would bet told at least one Alliance higher up about JOSHA being the target. What Tyler said painted a beyond grim picture of recent events. Mew and Crystal knew of the type of individuals that Tyler referred to, and it made sense as to how JOSHA played out. Every war had its traitors and charlatans that looked like good people when they weren't. However, the rest of the crew were just trying to process the idea Tyler suggested to them. Mireille couldn't help but speak her thought out loud, but why would anyone do something like that? Tyler had never figured out what someone would become a rat. The idea made no sense to him, and nothing he'd learned from the rats he caught had helped answer the question. There seemed to be a fanatical obsession with them that was not explainable other than loss of sanity. Sanity was a fragile thing Tyler had found, so he couldn't say why some seemed to lose it easier than others. So, Tyler shrugged, I've never figured out rats become what they do, he replied. My best guess is loss of sanity or that some have odd and sick hobbies they use to get their kicks. A feeling of unease settled over the bridge at Tyler's explanation of his view of a rat. The kind of individuals that Tyler described was horrible and disgusting. Nevertheless, Kira spoke up, breaking the silence, then, what do we do now? What are the Archangel's plans to move forward? Move forward? Muru inquired, confused at the question, not knowing how to answer it properly yet. It was much the same that Mew had asked her, and Muru still didn't know what was best yet. Well, we haven't been able to re-establish contact with the Alliance yet, due to the enjammers in the area, Jackie said. Arnold turned in his chair, should we make repairs in the field and then head to Panama on our own? Mew snorted at the question, oh, think they'll be happy to see us there? We know way too much for our own good, he said, and rightly so, for he had a point, and Tyler knew that. We're more a threat to the top brass than a help now, Crystal added. They'll probably say that we disobeyed orders, abandoned the front line, and deserted while under attack, Muru said in slight despair. So, even were we to return, all we would face would be a court-martial, Arnold remarked. And that would be yet another black mark on our record, Pal said. It's becoming harder to understand who or what we're fighting for, Muru stated in frustration. Tyler had been listening but not contributing to the conversation. And by the sound of it, Tyler was appreciating what he was hearing from these people. The crew of the Archangel was really good people that horrible people had used. They saw what the Alliance was like and did not just see the picture they put up. Tyler was all too familiar with what the Alliance was truly like, his Salas missions had made their true colors perfectly clear. And those on the Archangel weren't the same as the scum that led and made up the Alliance, and it was a wonderful thing they weren't. Even Natarl was a decent enough person that she didn't deserve to be fooled by the Alliance. And after all the hints he'd been dropping for the last few months, it was gratifying to see them finally start to grasp the truth. It was a horrible truth to be sure, Tyler wouldn't argue nor deny that, but it was better in the end to know it. Much like Halberton, the Archangel would have a chance to start fighting for the right reasons. Yes, Tyler had learned that Halberton had started working with the Federation shortly after the Battle of the 8th Fleet in orbit. The Archangel could still make a difference, Tyler was confident in that. It would just be in a better way now potentially than it could have been known for. So, Tyler began to clap, which drew the attention of all on the bridge. At last, you all are seeing the light, he said with relief. And by that, I'm saying you're witnessing how the Earth Alliance and through them, Omni, do business while not closely watched by others. While Tyler had a point that the ship's crew realized that the Alliance wasn't as they portrayed themselves, he could have put it better. Yes, Tyler had said he'd been dropping hints to the crew, hoping they would see the trouble they had been walking into. He'd been frustrated that none seemed to be getting his hints, but Tyler had accepted it would take more than his word to convince them. Thus, Lisa sighed at Tyler's remark, you could put the idea better, Tyler. You're right, of course, but we know that as we've seen stunts along the same lines as what happened at Joshua. Even if Tyler was right about there being a rat, that didn't answer the question as to what to do next. That was an important question that needed an answer sooner rather than later. Then, Kira said, and attention shifted to him. What do you think we should be fighting against to end all of this? There was silence at Kira's question as no one had any answer or reply to the question Kira posed. Even Tyler wondered what to say as this was so out of character for Kira. Kira's naivete was normally very good at having Tyler's friend miss the non-blatantly obvious. This was one of those rare times Kira had a moment of clear view and understanding about a situation. Kira continued, whatever it is, I believe that it's time we started fighting against it. Tyler would clap Kira on the shoulders if he had the energy and strength to do so with this awareness show. But with his health, Tyler couldn't congratulate Kira for the step he'd made forward from what his naivete had done to him. He and Ithrun had been working to help Kira with his naivete for years. It was the nice thing they had been doing, even if in different ways. So, Tyler had a smile coming to his face, well said, my friend. How wonderful to see you're making progress forward from that naivete of yours. The meeting began to break up after that so that more consideration could be done as to the next action of the Archangel. Kira and Lisa went back to Tyler and helped him back to his quarters to get bed rest. He thought about talking with Muru and slipping her a suggestion to head to Federation territory. That was the best course that he could think of, which orb or the Republic would be the closest. Being in Federation territory would give time for the Archangel to consider what its next actions could be. Tyler had no idea what the best thing for them to do was, he was still working on recovering his health. It would take close to a month before the Archangel could reach Orb or slightly longer to get to the Republic. If he were to take it easy and get lots of bed rest, Tyler's health should improve a good amount to be ready for whatever was next. So, he dropped off quickly after being lowered to the bed in his quarters. The next time Tyler woke up, he glanced at the clock display in his quarters and saw he'd been asleep for around a day. He got out of bed slowly and managed to get to his feet, and found his legs supported his weight. Tyler took that as a hopeful sign that he may be getting better and could do some things. Thus, he got dressed and made his way slowly to the mess hall and got a meal for himself. While recovery was slow, at least it was moving forward, and Tyler would take that as it was. And as he was awake enough to have a meaningful conversation, Tyler decided to give Kira the lowdown on the freedom and what that involved. So, when Tyler crossed paths with Sai, he asked him to tell Kira to swing by his quarters when he could. Sai agreed to tell Kira Tyler wanted to talk to him before Tyler left to head back to his quarters. When Sai told Kira about Tyler wanting to talk to him, Kira was curious about what his friend needed to discuss with him. It would be nice if Tyler told him more about what happened to him while he had been separated from the Archangel. However, that Tyler wanted to talk said that he was at least feeling up to more than sleeping as he had done all yesterday. So, Kira headed for Tyler's quarters to see what Tyler wanted to talk to him about. Upon entering, Kira found that Tyler was on his bed propped up on a pillow, clearly waiting for him. Tyler glanced at Kira. "Take the seat at the desk, Kira," he said flatly. Kira paused at the tone, as Tyler didn't have it often, normally only when the situation was extremely serious. Ty, Kira began about to ask what Tyler intended to talk about but never got the chance. "That wasn't a suggestion, Kira," Tyler cut over, "sit your butt in that seat so that we can get this over with. I already feel crummy, and what we're going to talk about is unpleasant as can be, which is worse with my health." Kira did as he was told instead of arguing with Tyler, as it was clear that he was very testy about the chat he had asked for. Once Kira was in the chair, Tyler exhaled heavily. "What is going to be said in this conversation is to be kept to yourself until I say it is all right to tell others, is that clear?" Kira nodded slowly, not knowing what to think of Tyler's current attitude. Obviously, Tyler was not feeling the best, which contributed to his non-nice attitude. After Kira nodded, Tyler continued, "Before I said that, the freedom came to me due to a chain of events I recently got roped into." He paused, ordering his thoughts to get the point he wanted to get across to Kira. Tyler took his friend's naivete into account, which Tyler had cursed over the years. It wasn't a matter of trust. Kira would comprehend that there was a need of trust with the events that had happened. And in this, Tyler wanted Kira to understand the stakes he was going to be involved with in knowing about the freedom. "For the beginning of my recovery," Tyler started, "by what I've been told, I was stabilized in Orb before I was sent to Aprilize 1. There, the medical institute did the needed work to help me make it through the Shadow's destruction. After that, I was taken to the Klein residence to do the rest of my recuperation. Apparently, Siegel agreed to help me out before even knowing it was me according to what he said to me." Kira wondered how Tyler could have ended out on the plants and stayed at Lakis' place. Kira hadn't been there for years now, mostly as he'd been working on school, so Lakis had come to see him instead of him going to her. Tyler continued, "Once I was well enough, Siegel asked a favor of me." Tyler paused, and Kira had the thought that Siegel going to Tyler for a task was odd, especially with his health. Lakis' father, as the Supreme Council's chairman, could ask a committee to handle something he needed. "I agreed to help with the favor, but the said favor came with consequences, and honestly, I'm getting off easy." But if Chairman Klein had something he needed down, why wouldn't he just ask his secretary to have someone handle it? Kira asked. Tyler knew the question was valid, and he would have had it if not for what Siegel had shown him made it clear what the task involved. "Well, 2 points I would state for that question," Tyler replied. "First, Siegel came to me with the information he did as it was dangerous, and I'll get to why in a moment. Second, the majority on the council is going in a different direction than those like Siegel would have. Thus, it isn't a surprise that while I was there, Siegel was unseated as the chairman and replaced, leaving him a consultant. That apparently happened before I woke up, though I found out later." Tyler stopped, knowing the next part wouldn't be seen well at all. "Which knowing that makes me respect the man more for what he did, as I bet he knew what he would face for doing so." Tyler paused, gazing at Kira, "And please, no more questions until I finish this. After I'm done telling you, ask whatever questions you want." Tyler took a moment to breathe in and out before he kept going. "Siegel showed me full specs on the Freedom and another unit which ZAFT's R&D had just finished developing. I have no idea how he got the files. My best guess is someone who felt they were dangerous got them to Siegel, but that is not the point. Minutes looking over the specs, I was more than concerned about what ZAFT had come up with. The Enjammer Chancellor worried me, as that will lead to the return of nuclear tech coming back, which means nuclear weapons." Tyler shrugged his shoulders. Siegel said that there were some other than himself that wanted to get one of the units to the Federation. It was to have countermeasures for the Enjammer Chancellors if ZAFT decides to work with nuclear weapons. Thus, the task that Siegel asked of me was to steal one of the units, which ended up being the Freedom. Kira was horrified at what Tyler was saying and also what he wasn't saying, just implying. Siegel asking Tyler to steal a ZAFT machine could be seen by some as him helping an enemy. The man didn't deserve to be hated or cursed, Siegel had done so much for the plants over the years. Tyler continued, and though you won't like it any more than I do, Lakis insisted on helping, so she'll face the same kind of backlash. Kira shook his head. Wait, Lakis was there too, Kira began, but Tyler held up a hand to silence his friend. Yes, she was there, and against both Siegel's and my own reservations, she insisted on helping out on the theft. And for the record, Lakis essentially begged me to allow her to reach out to you and the others to say I was alive. However, with what was going on at the time, I felt it better than outbound communication was best kept to a minimum. Kira didn't like that both Lakis and her father would be seen as traitors just for wanting to help things be better any more than Tyler did. And though Tyler had been against letting Lakis tell them Tyler was alive, Kira could see why Tyler had said no. Things had been tense, and the less involved, the better it was said. On a lighter note, Kira did have a thought that things could have been harder for Tyler. If Sakura had chosen to swing around home during Tyler's stay, that was so. From what Kira had seen around Shira, Sakura would have smothered Tyler with concern. Either that or Sakura would have demanded who was responsible for putting Tyler in the condition he'd been in and then hunted them down. With the Thrun having played a part in what happened to Tyler, Kira didn't want to know what Sakura might do if she found that out. Well, Tai, you're lucky that Sakura didn't choose to visit home while you were there, he commented. That one sentence brought Tyler to a halt as his mind processed what Kira said and what it meant. During his recovery, things had been hard for Tyler, even the simple things that were done daily. The very idea of adding Sakura to that difficulty sent a shiver down Tyler's spine. That woman caused him grief when she got around him, and that sucked when he was in good health. Tyler didn't want to imagine what Sakura may do to help along with his recovery if she was made aware of his bad health. For all he knew, Sakura might just dress up in some sort of nurse's outfit and claim she would take care of him. And while Sakura would likely make said outfit look more than good, Tyler hadn't been up to dealing with her antics. However, Tyler's stalker could just as likely demand who was at fault for Tyler's health and then track them down. Tyler wouldn't doom his friend Athrun to the scorn of Sakura, he didn't deserve anything like that. Plus, Athrun was more than likely beating himself up about what happened, knowing him as Tyler did. Thus, Tyler laughed nervously. Very true, Kira, glad she wasn't around there at the time. I don't think I could have handled her worries and affections that she shows me. Tyler returned back to talking about the theft itself and how it played out. Kira blinked at hearing what Tyler did before boarding since it made no sense to him. Why Tyler would perform for the cameras, Kira couldn't say, it had taken the time he could have been leaving with the Freedom. But Tyler kept going with leaving the plants and heading for Earth after meeting with a Federation vessel. Once on Earth, Tyler had taken the Freedom to Tesway and handed over the files he'd been given. As Tyler said, the Federation would undoubtedly begin working on countermeasures for the machines. Then he'd headed to JOSHA to help the Archangel and its crew from the trouble he rightfully suspected they were in. Tyler ended his explanation after that, which left Kira to his thoughts. While Kira was grateful for Tyler telling him about what he'd been through during his separation, he was also worried. He could understand now why Tyler hadn't wanted to talk about it in front of the crew. The mention of the plants, Siegel, and Lakis would have inspired questions that would have dangerous implications were it to be learned by the Alliance. Plus, the crew would have been asking about Lakis, which Tyler likely didn't have answers for right now. Kira would wish her the best of luck, keeping herself from being caught by those that would chase her. But there were still questions that Kira had which he wanted answers for before he ever agreed to pilot the Freedom. Was there no other way to do what you did and not put Lakis and her father in the position they are in now? You've always been good at coming up with plans no matter how insane they may seem and having them do what you want, Kira stated. Tyler shook his head sadly as he had asked himself and Lakis that same question and cursed he didn't have an answer to it. At the time, no, there wasn't any other way available for the time there was. I curse the point as I never like others to pay the price for my actions, it leaves a horrid taste in my mouth and chills my soul. But by what Siegel said, the National Defense Committee was already considering pilots, so time was limited. Tyler paused, grimacing. Both Siegel and Lakis said they had accepted the consequences they would face. And unfortunately, with the ones that are in charge, they will be hunted as traitors even when they are working to help the plants in the long run. And what you did before leaving with the Freedom, Kira posed. Tyler blinked, then stared at Kira for a moment, wondering if he was joking, but found he wasn't. Tyler could only shake his head at the signs of naivete coming into play. He should have expected it, Kira's naivete would blind him with the purpose of Tyler's actions, both what he intended and the gesture he used. So, Tyler put a hand to his temple, of course, your naivete would hold you back in seeing the point. Kira blinked at Tyler, saying he was naive, it was the way Tyler told him that he was missing something others would see. But Kira couldn't think of anything he could have misunderstood. And by your confused expression, you haven't a clue what I'm referring to, Tyler continued. Once again, I'm left to wonder if you'll ever be free of it. You would do so much better if you didn't have your naivete, but then you wouldn't be yourself, and I wouldn't care as I do. Tyler took a breath. What I was doing, Kira, before boarding the Freedom was drawing attention to myself and delivering a message. Even you should be able to understand my reasons for the first part. Kira blinked again, still with a confused expression on his face. Tyler sighed. I wanted to draw attention away from Lakis and Siegel, and the best way to do that is to have it on myself, Kira. Kira's expression morphed into comprehension while Tyler continued. It was the best thing I could think of to help them at the time. And rest assured, I will do what I can to help bail them out when the time comes. As for the message, I believe the gesture I used should say what I wanted to get across. Kira tilted his head. The gesture? But what does it mean? He questioned. Tyler smacked his forehead and pointed the finger at the terminal. Look up what does giving the middle finger mean historically, Kira. After you do, then we'll continue with the question you asked about my actions. Kira did as Tyler told him, and a minute later, data came up for him to the inquiry he put in. He read over the first record that came up, and his eyes widened at what the record said. According to the record, giving someone the middle finger is an offensive gesture in which a person flips up their middle finger in a fist to show contempt or defiance among other much more insulting things. If that was what Tyler had intended to tell those viewing the security footage, then what was he thinking? Council members could possibly view that footage. So, Kira whipped his head back to stare at Tyler. Ty, what were you thinking? Are you crazy? Plant government officials could watch that, Kira exclaimed. Tyler smiled. I certainly hope some of them do, he replied, to which Kira gawked. My message was directed at those leading the plants and ZAFT these days. Admiral Tries would likely laugh at seeing the footage from the stuff I've heard. And if that is the case and I meet him someday, I will bow to him and ask if he enjoyed the performance. Kira shook his head. Tyler, this isn't the type of stunt that most wave off, he challenged. Think if your mother saw it, you would be facing her. Tyler nodded with a sober look. I'm well aware that I would be in serious trouble should my mother see said footage. Tyler's face changed over to having a happy smile, which is why I'm extremely glad the chances of her seeing it are extremely low. I couldn't care less what those leading the plants think of me, they can hate and curse me as they please. I would still have done exactly what I did for the message. Tyler's expression shifted to a serious one, but moving on, do you have any other questions with what I've told you? For there is one other point, we need to talk about. Kira's shoulders slumped as it was clear Tyler wasn't in any way repentant, so it was pointless to argue with him on it. So, instead, he moved on to the other question he had. Why bring the Freedom to me? Kira asked. You said it fit my piloting style more than yours, which I can't say I agree or disagree with since I've not looked over the suit. Then, what did you mean you've seen another mobile suit you're interested in working with? Well, that works on leading into the other thing we need to talk about, Tyler remarked. You can look over the Freedom as you like, and I would encourage it before going out in it. But trust me when I say it will be a good fit for you, thus I'm entrusting it to you, Kira. Tyler paused for a moment, thinking about how to explain this without any misunderstandings. And when I say entrusting you, I mean you will be involved with the whole chain of events that I went through with the theft. Tyler pointed a finger at Kira. You will promise me that you will keep that mobile suit from falling into the wrong hands by whatever means are necessary. And when I say any means, I mean and means. If that means you shoot and kill someone, then you will pull the trigger and do just that. Kira was again gawking at Tyler for what he was telling Kira he would be promising. Kira didn't want to shoot someone else, that's why he didn't aim for cockpits of enemy machines. And who were those that Tyler meant when he said the wrong hands? Tyler, you can't be serious in asking me to promise that I would shoot another, Kira uttered. Tyler's expression didn't change. I'm dead serious, Kira, he returned. And let me tell you why I am. Siegel, Lakis, and others put their lives on the line, facing imprisonment and execution to get the Freedom away from those who would be willing to abuse what it has to make this war so much worse. Should the Alliance get Enjammer cancellers, they will use nukes on the plants then on Earth against those who stand up to them. ZAFT is not much different, they invented the cancellers, so I doubt the mobile suits they built will be the only thing they use nuclear technology for. The return of nuclear tech will take lives if used by those that want this war, then the loss of life will be horribly massive. Tyler paused, his lips tightening. I believe it will be so bad that it would make the bloody Valentine look a discomfort, he iterated angrily. That is the reason why they must not fall into the wrong hands too quickly, not until countermeasures are made. Kira could barely believe what he heard Tyler say. Lakis and those that had helped the Freedom get away would never betray the plants, yet others would accuse them of doing so. His expectation of what would happen if the Enjammer Chancellor were to be acquired by the Alliance was horrible. Then the accusation that ZAFT was building nuclear weapons was concerning as Tyler seemed to know what he was talking about. But Kira didn't want to believe that nuclear weapons would be used both on Earth and off of it. Kira sighed, and who do you mean when you say the wrong hands, Tyler exhale, some you might imagine, such as most of the Alliance, much of ZAFT, and those that have hatred for a type of humanity. And that is why you will promise you will make sure no one takes the freedom from you. Tyler paused, those on the Archangel are trustworthy enough that I'm not concerned about them in this. Yet those they worked for are in no way the same, what happened at JOSHA is proof of that. In the end, Tyler got Kira to promise, though reluctantly, that he would not let the freedom be taken by others that would use its technology. It was with the understanding that it was for the greater good that Tyler managed to get across. Kira, after the conversation, went off to look over the freedom while Tyler slept for most of the day. Tyler felt somewhat better with getting off his chest what had happened from the theft of the freedom. However, Tyler did decide he would talk to Muru when he woke up next. There really hadn't been much of a decision as to where the Archangel would go next. Yes, it was made clear that the ship wouldn't go to the Alliance, and Tyler didn't blame them. Should the Archangel go back to the Alliance, they would be branded deserters and or traitors, whether via Panama or elsewhere. Thus, the next morning, Tyler got out of bed and headed towards the captain's quarters after getting ready. He hoped that this time would be better than the previous experiences he'd had in the room. When Tyler was in the room, he was usually lectured about his behavior. However, having learned Natarl had left the ship, Tyler felt he would get along with the crew marginally better. Granted, Tyler knew that his behavior, which Natarl didn't like, contributed to the environment on the Archangel. He still felt that Natarl would be used by the Alliance and completely ignorant of it. The woman's military mentality wouldn't let her consider the real possibility that those in charge could have their own agenda that wasn't the same as the organization's goals. That blindness would bite Natarl in the butt at some point in the near future. However, Tyler was brought out of his thoughts when he reached the door to the captain's quarters. He had basically what he wanted to say in mind, even if he wasn't feeling up to answering potential questions. As he was on the ship, he would make his voice heard in what the Archangel did going forward. It was even more the case since the crew seemed to be more willing actually to listen to what he had to say. It would be the first time Muru may take him seriously where she hadn't before. So, Tyler knocked on the door and waited for any response before heading for the bridge to find out where the ship's captain was. At the same time, Muru was going over data trying to decide what the Archangel should do next. The rest of the crew had made it clear enough that going back to the Alliance was not the way to go. The ship was essentially on its own with no one to report to and would be required to make its own decisions. Muru was unsure what to do as the crew looked to her for direction. She had started all of this as a lieutenant supposed to be assigned to the electronic warfare station in the CIC. Never in her life had Muru thought she would command a vessel before she was 30. 30 was seen as an early age to command a ship, and any younger was very rare in Omni. Muru assumed it was the same with ZAFT and the Federation, even when soldiers were younger than they used to be. Tyler being a commander was more than odd, and Muru would be interested in hearing the story of how it came to be. Honestly, the best choice right now for the Archangel would be to dock in a Federation port and get repairs done. However, Muru was brought out of her thoughts when a knock on her door came. She looked up and wondered who it was that would be calling on her at this time of the morning. She wasn't due on the bridge for another hour since Mew had volunteered to take the late night and early morning command shift. Yes, come in, Muru called. Tyler entered as instructed, still feeling the glum as he normally did when coming into the room. Muru was shocked to see Tyler coming in as he was the last one she would have expected to come and see her. First, Tyler wasn't one to come to any of the ship officers if he didn't have to, Natarl being the first in line for that. And then, by what she'd heard, Tyler's health was pretty bad, so he was in the recovery phase. Tyler had a slow shuffle from the rumors while he moved about the ship, saying his health was not good. So, Muru had no idea what Tyler was here for. Tyler, Muru greeted, slightly confused, what is it I can do for you? Tyler had to admit, the greeting he'd just gotten was one of the nicer ones he'd received on the Archangel from one of its officers. Normally, they would give him orders or lecture him about something he had done they didn't like. However, Tyler had other things to do like sleeping and recovering, so there wasn't the time to waste on pleasantries. Captain Ramius, Tyler began but stopped at the expression Muru gave him. Muru was gawking slightly at Tyler as he had never referred to her as captain that she could recall. Tyler had really not used titles or rank when addressing the officers of the Archangel, herself included. The only ones he had not used their last names were Natarl, Mew, and Crystal. Muru assumed that the lack of titles and ranks was Tyler's way of stating his dismissal of respect to the same. Yet Tyler continued, why are you looking at me like I'm going crazy though not insane at this point? Muru shook her head to come out of her daze, because I think that's the first time that you've called me by captain and either last or first name with the title, she replied. While what Muru said was true, Tyler had his reasons for not referring to the ship's officers by rank. However, those left on the Archangel had proven they were not like the rest of Omni and the Alliance. They had shown they were decent people, as Tyler had suspected, and so he would give them a modicum of respect. So Tyler shrugged, you've earned some respect from me, Captain, or whatever way you prefer I address you as. Tyler paused, allowing Muru to say how to address her. Muru or Captain will be fine, she replied. Tyler nodded. Fair enough, Muru, he said. As I was saying, you've earned some respect from me, which isn't an easy thing to do. Those who have earned my respect can tell you I don't impress easily, Halberton is one of those. The way you protected your crew, ahead of the orders you were under, that is the mark of a good commanding officer. Muru was somber at Tyler's remark as that was the closest thing to a compliment that he'd ever said to her. Yet, before she could say anything, Tyler kept going. So then, on a different topic, I know the question has been put forth, but I haven't heard an answer to it. What is the plan for the Archangel going forward? I would doubt that any on this ship want to go back to the Alliance after what they tried to do to you all. It was the question of the hour, so to speak, and it had been one that Muru had been considering heavily. And at this point, she was willing to hear Tyler's advice as he always seemed to have some. No, I don't believe any wish to return to the Alliance after Josh A., Muru stated. Many, I think, are questioning what it is we've been working for to get to Alaska to tell the truth. But I don't know what to do to move forward, there is just so much to consider before making a decision. Tyler could sympathize with the situation that Muru was in currently. It would be shocking if most, if not all on the Archangel weren't questioning what the Alliance stood for. The Alliance's goals were kilometers apart from what they portrayed them to be, almost like night and day. They claimed to be fighting the good fight on behalf of the defense of naturals, but that wasn't what drove them. It was all about exterminating coordinators, that's what they claimed indirectly, destroying all coordinators would end the war. And over the years of the war, the Alliance had lost or gotten rid of those that didn't have that same view while keeping the noble picture of protecting Earth. You've seen part of a truth that the Alliance goes to great effort to hide from as many as they can, Tyler stated. So perhaps, it would do well to have time to think about the future before making a choice. And for that, it would do well to head for a Federation member nation as you won't be in immediate danger of being attacked. The closest ones would either be the Orb Union or the Republic, you can pick which you would rather go to. Tyler's suggestion made sense, as the teen's logic always seemed to. That Tyler said what happened at JOSHA was something the Alliance did, Muru wasn't ready to accept that as truth. But to dock in a Federation port for repairs and to have time to think was reasonable. And with the current course and speed, the Archangel would reach Orb in around 2 weeks from now. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off the phase there and continue in the next one. Now, on to the differences that I want to elaborate on in this phase. The first and most obvious change is the detail I go into with Tyler's injuries while on the Archangel. Originally, Tyler was helped to the infirmary and he was patched up, and while in pain he was okay. Instead, Tyler is not doing well, as in reality he would be with what he went through. Tyler didn't take the time he should have, and so he was paying the consequences for the choice. I imagine that injuries such as his would take many months to get over at bare minimum, but not the point in the story. The other reason I changed Tyler's experience with getting patched up was I wanted to show Kira's and the rest of Tyler's friends' reactions to the results of what Tyler went through. I also wanted to introduce the holographic projection tech that the Federation has. It is an idea that I will be developing going forward and thought the ID stick was a good way to introduce it. Now on to the conversation that went on between Tyler and Kira about the freedom and what came with it. I know I did this in the original, but I expanded it for a reason in this rendition. First, Tyler isn't in a good mood, not just due to the crapload of pain he is in, but he's had the time to stew about what Lakis and Siegel will face and isn't pleased about it. Thus, Tyler snaps at Kira about things and isn't trying to be mean to Kira. Kira of course can see this naivete aside, so does as told. I did throw in the giving the middle finger joke for you readers to make you laugh and to imply that things we do and say today would be seen as historical to the cosmic era and may or may not happen in general. As I always ask at the end of phases, please some of you write a review and tell me what you thought of the phase. You can tell me what you liked or what you think could have been better. I take the comments seriously and do what I can to improve. The next phase will be titled, Moving Through Uncertainty. I'm confident I can have it out in the next 2 weeks. Peace out until then. Chapter 31, Phase 34, Moving Through Uncertainty. A/N. Here is a present for this holiday for those who celebrate one. Whether you observe Easter, Passover, or what have you, I hope you are having a memorable time with your holiday. However, I would also like to take a moment to voice something going on in the world today. I wish to highlight the horrible things that are going on in Ukraine for more than a month now. My heart goes out to those suffering from the war both in Ukraine and outside of it. I would ask you readers that you keep those that are suffering from the horrible war in your hearts as I'm trying to, and pray for them and their safety. No one should have to suffer as the Ukrainians have. So today, please at least wish them peace and goodwill in what ways you can. Thank you for listening to the thoughts of my heart today. Enjoy the phase. Phase 34, Moving Through Uncertainty. June 5, 71 CE. Morganroet Docking Facility, Orb Union. The Archangel approached Orb's territory and was escorted to the docking facility at Morganroet's complex on Onogora Island. Uzumi hadn't expected the ship to come to Orb, not after what had happened to it around Alaska. From what the information network had said, ZAFT's Operation Spitbreak had gone badly, though it could have been far worse. Why ZAFT had changed their target at the last minute, Uzumi couldn't say. But clearly, some within the Alliance knew about it with a Cyclops system ready. The whole event had been a horrible business that this war was not just bringing about but seemingly encouraging the type of idea. It was yet another sign that the ongoing war worsened as time moved onward. The descending horrors were frustrating for those like himself, Uzumi knew, and he feared it was also a warning for other terrible things to come. With what Uzumi had read, he hadn't denied the Archangel entry to Orb and had directed them to Morgenroeth's docks. What had surprised Uzumi was his daughter Kagalai had been asking about the Archangel since reports of JOSHA started coming in. Yes, Ellen had mentioned Kagalai had traveled on the ship from Heliopolis, but little else, saying Kagalai had confided in her. When he'd asked Kagalai, she had said she was worried about some on the ship as they were good people. While that was likely true, Uzumi wondered if there wasn't more to the point of his daughter's worry. However, Uzumi had other things to be concerned with as of late, mostly Orb's council business. The Alliance was becoming more insistent on the Federation member nations, and Orb was no exception. The messages coming from the Atlantic Federation were more and more aggressive with each one sent. And from what Ellen and other Federation leaders had said to him, they saw much the same. Thus, the Council was in meetings once a day, discussing what actions should be taken. Uzumi wanted to be ready and proactive in defending against anything the Alliance may try. Orb's military forces were on heightened alert just after JOSHA was destroyed. Uzumi just hoped that the preparation was nervous concern rather than needed work for future conflict. It frustrated Uzumi that the Alliance's actions, whether intentionally or not, forced a divide in the human race. Those in charge of the Alliance seemingly attempted to make everything about naturals vs. coordinators. Uzumi feared that the return of nuclear technology was a matter of time and would terribly change the war. When nuclear tech came back, so too would nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons would transform the war into genocide, and then it could come down to a horrible matter. That matter would not be who would win the war, it was who would survive it. Uzumi didn't want to imagine a world after nuclear war ended if there would be any future at all for the human race. The work of radicals was tearing down all the progress made in the cosmic era. Even as Uzumi gazed out at the sea and watched the Archangel coming towards the dock they would be assigned, he couldn't stop the thoughts going around his head. Morgenroeth's dock opened as the Archangel approached, and the helicopter that was escorting veered off. Muru on the bridge was wondering what would happen next for the Archangel. It was nice of Orb to permit them to dock, the first real help or kindness that the Archangel had received in a while. And while Tyler had said Orb was almost surely going to let them dock, the ship repaired, and let the crew rest, Muru hadn't been as confident as him. So much of what Muru had believed in had been turned on its head with what happened at JOSHA. Muru doubted that she was the only one questioning what she'd believed in about the Alliance and Omni. The whispers that she'd heard said she wasn't alone also, Mew and Crystal had said they'd heard much the same from the crew. The Archangel turned 180 degrees before the docking gate had gotten fully open. Then the ship backed into the docking facility, which was one of the larger docks Morgenroeth had. As the ship moved into the dock, Kagalai was tired of just watching events as they were happening. Kagalai's frustration had been building since getting back to Earth and simply told to observe events as they happened. The crew of the Archangel were good people, she'd seen that while on the ship. Kira Yamato, the guy who'd saved her back on Heliopolis, was an idiot but had a good heart from what Kagalai had seen. There had been the other two mobile suit pilots which Kagalai had seen and heard about. The girl, Lakis Christopher, had been sweet, Kagalai had spoken to her a few times. The third Tyler McGregor was the mysterious one, for he seemed to avoid people or at least the ship's officers. There had been a lot of gossip about the guy like he was a Federation soldier or the best pilot the ship had. So, once the ship stopped and scaffolding began shifting over the ship, Kagalai began walking briskly towards the access level. Uzumi watched Kagalai go but didn't stop her from getting onto the ship. He didn't doubt that Kagalai had her reasons even if he didn't know them. By the time Kagalai got to the dock access level, the gangway had been extended and locked in place. There was a group at the airlock that led to the gangplank, but Kagalai pushed past them. Erica Simmons signaled the inspectors to let the girl do as she was and focus on their task. The inspectors would be doing a ship diagnostic to see what would need to be done with repairs. The ship looked bad but not horrible, so Erica assumed that the inspection would give Morgenroeth a better idea of what was ahead. This job would be a nice distraction from the tense worry of the coming dark times. No one at Morgenroeth said it out loud yet, but Erica feared the war would soon come to Orb. Kagalai broke into a run once on the gangway to the airlock that was being used for the Archangel's end. There was no one at the airlock, but it was opened, so Kagalai rushed onto the Archangel. She remembered the basic layout of the ship, so she ran down the corridor on the deck and figured she was on the main crew deck. The quarters that Kira frequented were on the upper crew deck. With that in mind, Kagalai headed for the center deck lift to get up to the next deck up. However, Just after she jabbed the control to summon the lift, the doors opened, and Kagalai saw people in the elevator. Kagalai moved to the side, and a stretcher with people on either end moved it out of the lift. From the quick glimpse Kagalai got, the one on the stretcher was badly injured and would likely be off to the hospital. While Kagalai had read the general report of what had happened at the Alliance's JOSHA, it hadn't given a great deal of detail. It was an irritation that Kagalai had, she didn't get classified reports from the information network. Kagalai had asked her father for higher security access, but he had refused that. He'd said that she didn't need to see confidential reports from the network at this time. Nothing that Kagalai had tried different ways, but her father had been unmovable in her not needing more access. And the general report merely said that ZAFT had attacked the Alliance's headquarters and that the losses had been regrettable. So, instead of worrying more about things she couldn't change right now, she moved into the elevator and pushed the button to go up a deck. Meanwhile, Kira had gone to get Tyler, who had been sleeping as he should be. His health had improved a noticeable amount and encouraged Kira that Tyler was on the mend. Tyler had been eating and sleeping more than anything else, which Kira and his friends had been making sure Tyler was doing. The lack of activity had frustrated Tyler, but it helped Kira and the rest, even if his friend would argue it. Kira and the others had convinced Tyler to go to the nearest hospital and get looked over, though he had not been happy about promising it. Also, during the travel to Orb, Kira had been studying the Freedom, as Tyler had suggested. The mobile suit was an impressive machine, Kira would admit that outright. It had some of the tech from Omni's project, which had produced the Strike and the other mobile suits, like Phase Shift. But ZAFT had added things to the machine, making the suit a level above what Omni had come up with. Of course, the nuclear reactor and the N-jammer canceller made a difference, but that wasn't the only thing, though it increased power supply. The high MAT system was awesome from what Kira had seen, and he would use that on the battlefield. The same could be said about the multi-lock-on system, would help with multiple enemies. The arsenal the Freedom had was nothing to scoff at, it was better than the Asukas and the Strikes. Finally, from what Kira could tell, the operating system had been tweaked and made to work the best it could with the reactor. The programming showed signs of Tyler's work, but it wasn't all his programming style. Kira was lost in his thoughts as he and Tyler walked down the corridor towards the deck lift. Kagalai turned a corner and spotted Kira walking with another. "Kira!" Kagalai shouted. Kira wasn't expecting to hear his name called, so he was jerked from his thoughts and looked ahead. Kagalai ran at Kira and tackled him to the ground, happy the idiot was okay and not dead because of the Alliance. She had tears in her eyes as she began hitting Kira's chest with a fist. "You're such an idiot." Kira shook his head and then looked forward and saw it was a blonde-haired girl. It was but another moment that he recognized the girl was Kagalai. The last time he had seen her was just before the shuttles left for a ship of the 8th Fleet to head down to Earth. Kira had honestly not thought he would see her again in the near future. And while it was nice to have someone worry about you, Kira didn't exactly know how to react. On the other hand, Tyler was trembling a bit as he tried not to laugh at the scene playing out in front of him. He remembered the girl from her time on the ship, though he'd never talked to her directly. However, this time the girl was in an Orb uniform, and after a moment of study, Tyler would say the uniform was for an admiral in Orb's military force. It made him wonder who this girl really was. All Tyler had ever heard was her name, Kagalai. Nevertheless, Tyler stayed where he was watching the pair. Kira looked up, and upon realizing that he knew the girl above him, he muttered her name, Kagalai. "You're just," Kagalai sobbed. "You're so," she said in a broken voice before the tears began flowing down her face. "I was starting to think I'd never see you again once the Archangel left for JOSHA, I thought you died." As usual, Tyler could see that Kira's naivete prevented Kira from understanding why the girl was acting as she was. Tyler could tell that this Kagalai worried about Kira, what their relationship, he couldn't say. But poor Kira was just too dense to see the obvious, and Tyler would feel pity along with irritation were the situation not so funny. And it wasn't just Kira not comprehending what was going on, it was also how Lakis would react if she were to see this. Tyler had no doubt Lakis would be jealous of Kagalai being on top of Kira. The girl hid her feelings for Kira well, but Tyler wasn't blind with the hints she'd been giving to Kira. Tyler just found the picture of Lakis ripping Kagalai away from Kira with some sort of expression of possessive jealousy on her face hysterical. The picture in Tyler's mind was so funny that he couldn't hold in the laughter that took the form of snickering. The snickering quickly brought pain to Tyler, though it was much less than it had been the last few weeks. Tyler ended out clutching his gut and leaning up against the wall. "Ow, it hurts to laugh," Tyler uttered, "but I can't help myself." While Kira had heard Tyler snickering, Kagalai seemed not to. Kira was still trying to figure out why Kagalai was doing what she was. Sure, she was a nice girl, and that she worried about him was appreciated, but that didn't explain why she was crying or hitting his chest. Yet, before Kira could do or say anything, Kagalai kept going, "How could you do that to me?" Kira blinked, confused at the question, but he did say one word, "Sorry." If Tyler weren't trying not to laugh at this, he would have smacked his forehead in frustration at the clear display of Kira's damned naivete. The quality had been a bane that Tyler cursed not just for the annoyance but for what it did to Kira. Kira's social growth had been stunted to the point that it was almost stagnating. Athrun and he had tried, oh how they had tried to help Kira move forward and see things like most did. And every time Tyler saw it, he felt like all the efforts were wasted. It was worse when the few moments that Kira showed he was moving forward came out just to be yanked back by the naivete. But Tyler was too amused to be annoyed at Kira's naivete right now. Kagalai took a moment to calm down and stop crying with the feelings going through her. She was happy Kira was alive and okay, but her nerves had been strained with the time she didn't know that. So then, you're really okay. As funny as it was, the scene had gone on long enough, and there were other things to do. The Archangel reaching orb was a good step forward, but the war continued. And Tyler knew that the loss of JOSHA wouldn't stop the Alliance from pursuing their goals. With what ZAFT would likely do next, the war would change, Tyler was sure of that, even if he wished he would be wrong. So, Tyler calmed himself and cleared his throat. Yes, Kira is indeed okay, other than his natural naivete being as present as ever. Kira glanced at Tyler as the reference he'd ended with said Kira had missed something he saw as obvious. But Kira didn't get a chance to ask Tyler what he was talking about as Kagalai began peppering him with questions. The questions were about what happened at JOSHA, and it sounded like she only knew the basic details. Kira summarized what had gone down at JOSHA, not really understanding why Kagalai was so curious. Kagalai fell into a state of mild shock as she was told about the scenario that the Alliance had planned. That they had considered sacrificing their own forces just to have a chance to take out some of ZAFT's fighting force didn't make sense. Kagalai had seen the Alliance was reckless and careless, but this was a new magnitude of that. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Archangel, Mura was breathing a sigh of relief, the first in a long time. The ship and the crew were safe for the moment, and Mura would take that for the time being. That still left unanswered questions about what was ahead, but there was now time to consider the idea. However, Mura was brought out of her thoughts as the lift to the bridge opened and a group came in. That group was made up of men in business suits and 2 in orb military uniforms. One of the suited men was in a red one, which was known to be what the council who led orb. Uzumi bowed his head. I'm Uzumi Naraatha, and I welcome you to orb. Muru, Mew, and Crystal had heard of the man introduced himself. The name Atha was famous within politics. Atha was seen as orb's leader as he had led the country's council for years now. It was almost as well known as the Republic's Prime Minister Ellen Blass. Atha even had a nickname within the Alliance, which was the Lion of Orb due to his unmoving position in politics. Muru came out of the daze she had gone into at the introduction. I would like to thank you for letting the Archangel dock here, sir, she said. I know it may be a lot to ask, but the ship needs repair and the crew time to think. Uzumi nodded. Your gratitude is noted, and I can understand your request. I would love to grant such, he replied. However, given the circumstances as they are right now, I can't grant the request as you have asked it. I'm sure you'll understand if we can't make you or your crew too welcome here for the time being. Morgan Roet is willing to help with repairs, so we can help with that, but at this time, we can't allow your crew to leave the ship right now. Still, all of you will be able to get some rest, and I don't doubt that has been hard to come by as of late. Muru could comprehend the caution that Orb's leader was showing. There were so many unknowns. Yes, the Archangel wasn't with the Alliance, though the records were unofficial. With Orb being a Federation member nation, their protocol on non-Federation ships still applied. And even if that meant the crew would have to stay on the ship right now, it was better than nothing. It would give them time to think, and the crew really needed that with recent events. Thank you for understanding, Lord Uzumi, Muru returned. Uzumi could see the tiredness in the woman's eyes, and he could only imagine the journey the ship had to get here. He would love to do more to help them, but with things as they currently were, a ship that wasn't a true ally was to be treated as a potential risk. With the destruction of the Earth Alliance headquarters at JOSHA, the balance of power has shifted quite dramatically. Thus, the world is once more in a state of change, Uzumi stated. When you have rested, I'll give you the latest updates on current events. You'll find they are very good here with access to the Federation's information network. You'll see for yourselves there is more going on than most would think, and I believe it will give you more than enough food for thought. You might even question the reasons why you chose to wear your current uniform in the first place. All on the bridge were left to wonder what Lord Atha had meant with what he said. The world changing and power shifts didn't make much sense. And the last line was the most mysterious of all in the man's words. What happened at JOSHA was horrible, and that had brought up many questions as to what the Alliance and Omni's leadership was thinking. Yet, that shouldn't mean that the Alliance's goal of a safe world should be questioned at its core, should it? That was the Alliance's motto, to protect Earth from destruction. It was what the main goal was from the beginning. So, why should one incident cast deep doubt with Omni's goal? While that was happening, Tyler left Kagalai and Kira where they were and decided to get some food instead of laughing at his friend. So, Tyler made his way to the mess hall, proud to walk without a shuffle now, a sign of improving health. Plus, it gave Tyler time to think, and he hadn't gotten much of that between sleeping and others hovering over him when he was going about the ship. While Tyler was grateful for his friends caring by their show of hovering over him, it was also annoying. Tyler wasn't one that appreciated being hovered over, it made him feel like no one believed he could take care of himself. Tyler did notice others in the mess as he headed for the counter for the kitchen to serve meals. Tal, Mirialia, Sai, and Cuzzy watched as Tyler went past to grab a tray for himself. Well, Tal muttered, it's nice that Ty is walking without a shuffle now. All that sleep and rest has been helping him. Mirialia frowned, he did complain about being stuck in bed and us hovering over him, she retorted. You would think he would show at least some gratitude for helping him. Cuzzy looked between Tal and Mirialia, well, Ty was likely in pain from his injuries, so that is why he had been irritable, he suggested. Sai shook his head and sighed, at least he is back and alive, he stated. We have that to be grateful for, and there hasn't been a lot to be grateful for lately. There were murmurings of agreement before Cuzzy spoke up, so, now that we are around Orb, what do we do now? Cuzzy paused, I mean, we aren't soldiers anymore, not since Alaska with the Archangel no longer working for the Alliance. The other three considered what Cuzzy said, for he did have a point in what he said. The Archangel had fled the battle at Josha, so by definition had deserted Omni even if there had been bad circumstances. With all four of them being officially enlisted in Omni to work with the crew, they were supposed to abide by the rules of Omni. But now, in Federation territory that Orb was, the future was uncertain. I don't think any of us really know what is going to happen right now, Tal said, breaking the awkward silence. Tyler was listening to the four talking as he ate his food. He could relate to the questions they were asking, they were in a difficult position. Being a soldier was not for everyone, certainly not for those that weren't dedicated to the cause being fought for. Tyler was a soldier, and so he accepted that he knew what he fought for and why he did what he did. He had experience with being given orders or expected to do things that he didn't want to do. Most of the time, Tyler would ignore and wave off such. Natarl was just the most recent to find that out. So, he didn't blame his friends questioning what to do going forward. But it was a personal decision that had to be made, not made by others, so Tyler kept his peace as he ate. He finished the meal by drinking down the last of his water, followed by letting out a healthy belch. Mirialia glared in Tyler's direction for his thoughtless gesture in the mess hall. However, Tyler rose and took his tray back to the counter. Here you are, it was Tyler burped again, good meal. Tyler felt it was best to compliment the chef for a meal as they could worsen if they were unappreciated. He did it in his own way, even when others would scold him for a lack of manners. Tyler had, he thought, made it clear to those around him, his manners were not up for discussion. However, before Tyler turned to go elsewhere, he noticed a food-laden tray waiting to be picked up. While there was food available at any time with the mess on the ship as everyone ate at different times. It was rather slow as Tyler could figure, and the chef wasn't one to waste food when they didn't have to. Tyler had gotten to know some of the Archangel, the mechanic, and the cooks as it was best to be on good terms with them. Thus, Tyler leaned into the kitchen and spoke, Hey Smith, who's the tray for? The head cook for the Archangel moved from his kitchen to the window that led to the counter where trays were put out. Most didn't talk to Smith, but there were a select few that did. And by the voice, it was McGregor who was one of the few that would volunteer to help out in the kitchen. The kid wasn't a chef, but at least he was willing to do the needed jobs that most weren't. What are you asking, McGregor? Smith asked, looking out of the window at the teen. Tyler pointed at the tray, it isn't like you or those under you to make a tray just to sit and go to waste, he stated. So, what's the deal? Smith looked at the tray. McGregor pointed to the meal prepared for the ZAFT prisoner that was still in the brig. He'd told the crew someone had to take the food to the teen as he and his cooks were busy enough. It's for the prisoner still in the brig, of course, we asked for one of you to take it to him, Smith answered. Tyler blinked at the answer as it had information that he hadn't heard since being back on this ship. He hadn't been told about any prisoner being in the brig cells, not even a rumor about such a thing. Granted, Tyler knew where the ship's cell block was, Natarl made sure he didn't forget its location. The former acting vice captain had threatened to throw Tyler into one of the cells multiple times during the journey. Thus, Tyler avoided that part of the ship as he did not want to know the brig cell block better than he did from the ship specs. Heck, Kira hadn't said a thing about there being any new people on the ship, let alone a prisoner. Tyler tilted his head to the side. Prisoner, he questioned, since when did the Archangel get one of those? Smith realized from Tyler's question the teen hadn't been around when the buster and its pilot were brought on board. And according to gossip, the kid had been in his quarters recovering from whatever injuries he was getting over. Oh right, you were, Smith paused, gone when it happened. Well, the buster and its pilot were brought aboard, and the ZAFT pilot has been in the brig ever since there was an incident in the sickbay. Tyler wondered what was meant by incident or what happened. A ship's infirmary was normally a safe place on a ship, one of the better ones from Tyler's observations. So, Tyler was a tad curious as to what happened to get the crew to know about it. Then there was this prisoner that was being mentioned that was news to Tyler. But instead of asking further questions, Tyler simply volunteered to take the tray to the prisoner. He figured the best way to find more information was to see this prisoner and talk to them. Tyler was interested in meeting the Buster's pilot for several reasons. Of Cruzet's team that had been at Heliopolis, Tyler still hadn't met two of the pilots. There was still the hothead, but Tyler suspected that was the duel's pilot, not the Busters. Plus, Tyler may get more of a perspective of why ZAFT did what they did, and more information was always better. So, Tyler picked up the tray and left the mess heading for the lift that would go down to the hangar deck. The hangar deck also had the cell block on the other end of the deck from the hangar as Tyler knew. Thus, Tyler turned right instead of the normal left to the pilot locker room and hangar once at the hangar deck. And Tyler came to a stop in front of the entrance of the brig cell block thinking. With how much he'd done, it was a surprise that Natarl hadn't tossed him into this part of the ship long before he'd gotten off at the Republic. Tyler wouldn't deny he'd been in brig cells before, mostly during his first year of service. The note on his personnel file about his behavior had cut down such as it informed officers not to waste time. So, while Tyler knew the layout of the room in front of him from the schematics, he had not been in it physically and hadn't the intention to see it with his own eyes. Tyler took a breath and had the door slide open, and he stepped forward. The first thing that Tyler noticed was the lighting was absolutely horrible in this room. True, Tyler could see the separate 8 cells, but none were defined much. While he knew the ship designers were trying to make things efficient, he still had choice words about some of the corners they had been cutting to do that. Sure, since prisoners were the only ones supposed to be in here, lighting wouldn't matter to some, but Tyler still didn't agree with the decision. So, Tyler groaned a bit after coming in and the door shutting behind him. Would it have killed the designers to put better lights in this room like they did the others? Dirka heard the door opening, but he just turned to face the wall as those who had come hadn't talked to him. He'd been doing a lot of thinking lately, there wasn't much else he could do while locked up. The people on the ship weren't bad, in fact, they had been decent to him even if they didn't talk to him. It made Dirka wonder if his set views of naturals couldn't be skewed or just wrong. But he was brought out of his thoughts with the curse from whoever had just come inside. There was the sound of footsteps coming closer, but Dirka stayed as he was. Tyler stared for a moment at the blonde-haired guy who was faking ignorance or just not paying any attention. He could see the signs the guy was listening. Tyler had observed people long enough to know how to read people. Tyler set down the tray and slid it through the gap at the bottom of the cell bars. Rise and shine, the meal is here. Dirka perked up at the voice, for it was one he didn't recognize at all, and it was the most chipper he'd heard in a while. All those before would just say they had brought food and then leave shortly after that. So, Dirka rolled over and stared at the one in front of his cell. The guy looked to be a little older than Dirka himself, maybe by a year or two. He had tan hair by what Dirka could tell, but the light made it hard to tell colors well. Dirka had certainly never seen the guy before now. He glanced down at the tray which had been brought before he looked up at the guy again. Tyler and Dirka gazed at one another for a minute before Tyler spoke. Is there something on my face, or is there some other reason that you're staring? This guy was unlike any Dirka had seen for a long while, and it wasn't just his appearance though it did contribute. The air of confidence the guy had was not arrogance, it was surety in their skills and abilities. Heck, Dirka felt similar to when he was around the Black Zephyr, he just didn't have the heavy intimidation in the air. Thus, Dirka didn't know what to think about this guy. Who are you? He asked curiously. I've never seen you before, and, Dirka paused for a moment, you're not like anyone else on this ship. Tyler didn't reply right away, for it wasn't just the question or request for an introduction, there was more than that. This ZAFT pilot could tell that Tyler wasn't a normal crew member or even a normal pilot. Being able to tell that about another upon meeting was kind of rare and showed that this pilot at least knew how to estimate an opponent. Who Tyler was happened to be a fair question, which he wasn't against answering. An explanation of how he was different from those on the Archangel was not something Tyler wanted to get into. Being an ace pilot in the Federation had the advantage of being downright good, but it attracted lots of unwanted attention from others when they knew of the fact. So, Tyler shrugged, well, I just got back onto the ship, so not surprising that you've never seen me. Plus, I only just learned there was a tenant here, and I would bet you are kept down here and not allowed to roam the ship. Tyler sighed, remembering some of the disagreements he had with Natarl, which he felt Natarl had considered throwing him into this place. To be honest, I thought I would end up being tossed down here a time or two before now by the second in command of this ship. Tyler shook his head. Anyways, my name is Tyler McGregor, and I hear that you're the pilot of the Buster, is that true? Dirka blinked as this guy calling himself McGregor, for he had given one of the stranger introductions Dirka had ever gotten. And it wasn't that Dirka didn't believe what Tyler said, he actually felt he was telling the truth. By the sound of it, he had to have returned recently, like after JOSHA if he hadn't heard about Dirka being down in the brig. Dirka did wonder what the guy could have done to expect to end in one of this ship's brig cells. One didn't just get tossed into one without doing something notably bad to earn that treatment. And then this guy already knew he was the pilot of the Buster, and it sounded like he had known it before Dirka had been taken on board this ship. "Yeah, what's it to you?" Dirka asked. Tyler exhaled. "Man, you make it sound like I'm interrogating you or something," he replied. "Rest assured, I'm not trying to get info out of you, more work than it's worth if you ask me. It's why I never considered working for the intelligence agency even though they made a damn sweet offer 6 months into my service." Dirka stared at Tyler, trying to figure out what he was talking about. "So, Omni has an intelligence agency?" Dirka posed. Tyler shook his head. "Heck, if I know, I wasn't talking about Omni, I don't work for them," Tyler retorted. "I'm a Federation soldier, thanks, so I'm referring to the Federation's military's intelligence agency." Dirka sat up straight. "Wait, you're a Federation soldier," he exclaimed. Tyler nodded, and Dirka sighed. So, what Nicole had said the Zephyr mentioned was right. The reference of the Zephyr instantly had Tyler thinking of his stalker, it was what ZAFT called her after all. Tyler put a hand to his head and shook it. "Of course, that woman would be able to figure such out when she fought me. I swear she gives me grief even when she isn't around me." Dirka gaped at Tyler as it sounded like he somehow knew the Black Zephyr, which was rare for even ZAFT soldiers. Tyler focused back on Dirka. "Ignore what I just said, nothing that important to be concerned with." He paused. "I was merely curious as to what the Buster's pilot was like. I've met Nicole and known Athrun for years, so I want to know what kind of people they are surrounded by. Athrun is my friend, and I worry others poisoned by this war would surround him. But I'm hopeful with meeting Nicole that he has some he can confide in and depend on when he needs to." Dirka didn't know what to think of Tyler, he was so different than any he'd met on this ship. The guy was definitely not an Omni soldier, which lent credence to him, saying he was a Federation soldier. But Dirka couldn't guess how Athrun could have crossed paths with him, and the two became friends. "Just how do you know Athrun?" Dirka questioned. "You're by far the oddest one on this ship I've ever encountered." Tyler snickered. "Yes, I do get told I'm an odd one by some, and I tend to take it as a compliment. It means I stick out in good and important ways, which I would say are needed these days." Tyler paused for a moment figuring out how to explain how his friendship with Athrun had come to be. "I've known Athrun for years now, met him at a lunar prep academy. Our friendship has continued since then, though it has been strained lately due to this war and the horrible things that come with it. As for Nicole, I met him on the Vesalius around Lagrange 3 while it was in the area where Heliopolis was. It occurred when I brought Miguel Amon back to the ship as it happens." The bit about Nicole filled in a hole that Dirka had wondered about. Nicole had mentioned that the Federation had returned Miguel after Heliopolis's collapse. There hadn't been a great deal of detail about that, other than the Federation had been there to discuss things. "You're the Federation pilot that Miguel mentioned?" Dirka asked. Tyler nodded. "Yep, that's me." Dirka bowed. "It may be late to say it, but thank you for rescuing Miguel." Tyler smiled. "One less death this war has caused, I say," he replied. Then Tyler gestured at Dirka. "I still haven't heard a name for you. I hate to have a conversation with someone and just call them you. It feels so bland and awkward, others may disagree, and they are welcome to." Dirka looked away from Tyler. "My name is Dirka Elsman," he returned. The name Elsman rang a bell in Tyler's mind, he swore he'd heard the name before now. And as Tyler thought, it came to him, the name Elsman belonged to a member of the plant's Supreme Council. Tyler didn't remember anything beyond that, but at least the name now had a place in his mind. Elsman, if I'm not mistaken, that is also a name of one of the Supreme Council members, correct me if I'm wrong, of course, Tyler said. Dirka sighed, not liking to be seen as his dad's son, living in his shadow. "So," Dirka looked away, "yeah, Tad Elsman is my father, he is a member of the administrative committee." Tyler waved his hands. "I wasn't saying anything about your dad or that you should be the same." Tyler paused. "I know what it is to be compared to a parent, it used to happen to me as well." "So, moving on," Tyler said, changing the subject. Dirka revealed that he was starting to question his personal views of naturals. Dirka didn't know why he was telling Tyler the things he was, maybe it was the guy was listening. It was close to 2 days later that the top officers of the Archangel were called to a meeting with Lord Atha. Kira was also invited by Kagalai, though he didn't understand why she had done so. All she said was that the meeting delivered current news about what was going on in the war. Granted, with Orb a part of the Federation, they would have access to its information network, but what else did they not know? Tyler was also invited to the meeting, which he believed was Izumi Atha's way of being nice to his mother. Tyler knew that Izumi and his mother were good friends, they talked often enough to make that clear. He didn't dislike the man that led Orb, it was a good leader, in Tyler's view. Yes, Tyler had met Izumi several times with his mother when he was younger. And it was due to those meetings Tyler had been around the governmental building in Orb. Orb's governmental buildings were located on the mainland of Yalafath, specifically in the city of Olofate. Olofate was set on the eastern side of Orb's mainland in the largest bay the island had. The governmental complex was in the central area of the capital city and was defended by walls and gates where security guarded the entrances. From what Tyler saw along the journey to the governmental complex, that Olofate had grown since the last time he'd been around Orb's capital. However, as Tyler saw the people going about their business, he could see the signs of growing tension. It was expected as the war escalated, but now the citizens were becoming more aware, which just said how bad the war was getting. As the convoy arrived at the main gate to the governmental complex, Tyler saw the large COMM tower lit up behind the main office building. He wondered just how much activity was going on these days for the tower to be visible from a sizable distance as it had been. As Tyler understood, the office building was where Orb conducted much of their governmental affairs. Orb's system was made up of an elected legislature, similar to the elected Congress of the Republic by what Tyler had seen. The difference was the 5 chief representatives are from the 5 families that used to run things completely. In the Republic, an elected Congress helped with the laws and general business along with the Prime Minister and their executive cabinet. So, the legislative part was very similar, but the group that worked with it was different between Orb and the Republic. Those who used to have control of Orb were the families named Atha, Sahaku, Caillou, Lapid, and Siren. Tyler had met members of 3 of those families before and hadn't been all that impressed. Tyler had gotten along with the one out of Orb's nobility were the Athas, both Izumi and his brother Homura. He'd found both to be good and decent men, Izumi being the natural leader and Homura the one to get things done in the background. Tyler shivered at the memory of meeting some from the Sheiko family. It had been an unforgettable experience, but not for the reasons most would think. He'd met the twin children of the family, Rondo, Gina, and Mina, and the 2 had been weird. They looked almost the same and seemed gender neutral, to put it nicely. And Tyler had heard they had only gotten odder over the years, which was worrisome to him. Finally, Tyler had also met the Sirens, which he wished he hadn't, to be frank. The family was arrogant and egotistical, and Tyler got along with those types like he did those with anti-coordinator sediments. The group was led from the convoy inside the main office building into what Tyler knew was Izumi's office. Kagalai was happy to see Kira but was kind of surprised that Tyler McGregor was also in the invited group. The Archangel's officers made sense, but Tyler didn't in her mind, and she had only invited Kira, no one else. Once the group entered, Mura was offered a seat while the rest stood behind her. "Welcome," Izumi began. "This man here is Letanier Kisaka, my military aide and liaison," he said, gesturing at Kisaka. "And my daughter, Kagalai," Izumi pointed at Kagalai as he introduced her. Muru nodded. "I'm Captain Muru Ramius," she stated before gesturing at Mew. "This is Mew Laflaga and Crystal McAllister," she pointed at Crystal, then moved on to Kira and Tyler. "And our other pilots, Kira Yamato and Tyler McGregor." Izumi asked Muru to give a summary of what happened at JOSHA. He wanted to compare her account to what reports on the network had iterated. And Izumi wasn't the only one comparing facts about what happened, Tyler was too. Tyler wasn't pleased to have been right about what Omni had done to the Archangel and its crew. Granted, he had done what he could to mitigate the blame landing on them, which sounded to have worked to a degree. But it was clear to those listening that Omni top brass were both angry about the lack of success and quick to blame those they saw as contributors. When the summary came to the battle ended with the use of the Cyclops system, it brought up several questions. Izumi wondered if the Alliance had somehow gotten info on ZAFT's operation. It was the only explanation he could think of for the Alliance to have such a system in place and ready before the battle. A Cyclops system, Izumi mused, a very worrisome choice for the Alliance. It's terrible. While true, sir, Kisaka said, it does suggest that at least some information was leaked as to ZAFT's target. Izumi nodded, but even if the details of the enemy invasion had been leaked to them, going through with something like that is not just a rather extreme course of action, it is monstrous. Kisaka agreed with Lord Izumi, but while the action was terrible, the Alliance focused on the results rather than the methods. The news feeds from the Alliance made it clear they were spinning what happened as a rallying cry. Mathematically, the Alliance looked at an equation: ZAFT lost a portion of their fighting force while they lost unwanted forces. It was a gain in the view of Omni's and the Alliance's leadership. However, you can't deny that the action did deal a heavy blow to ZAFT forces as they had planned. Perhaps not as much as they would have hoped originally, but still a hard blow nonetheless. To the cold-hearted top brass who set this up, it was all a simple and logical calculation, and the sacrificed forces were just numbers they didn't need, so was likely seen as a bonus. Tyler was silent at the remark, though he knew it was the blunt truth as bad as it was. The Alliance leadership and Omni's top brass saw their troops as numbers. Only useful individuals had value and were more than a number. It was as he had suspected, which didn't comfort Tyler at all. However, the result was as simple as it should be. Tyler was concerned about how it would be spun by the Alliance. He did not doubt that the Alliance would use this loss as a means to rally more to their cause. It was classic Alliance mentality: if you didn't win, then spin the loss into something you could use to rally others. Tyler had seen the disgusting way the Alliance had done such before, he bet they would do so now with Josha. Thus, Tyler broke his silence to simply ask what the Alliance was doing. Tell me, Lord Uzumi, how does the Alliance say things went at Josha? Uzumi would admit that Ellen had quite the son. Tyler had much the same blunt, no-nonsense attitude Ellen could show. His ability to figure out politics was incredible, and it made him wonder how far he would have gone should the boy have entered politics. Whether Ellen had told Tyler directly or not, she was proud of how he used his skills and abilities. She mentioned that to Uzumi. So, Uzumi gestured at the VID screen on the right wall. See for yourself. On the screen came up an Alliance news report. Our noble soldiers of Earth fought to the last man in the last round. This day of tragedy, this day of infamy, this day of terror shall never go unremembered or unrepaid. Earth will never submit to their cruelty. What right do these coordinators, patchwork fiends, to take peace from our lands? Tyler's jaw was clenched at hearing this reporter's drivel as it continued. The images being shown were of injured people who the Alliance was using to rally to their cause. Safety from our skies and turn our homes to battlefields. Our sacrifices have been immeasurable, but we must rise up as one and stand toe-to-toe against our enemies. We must hunt down our enemies wherever we may find them and punish them so they know our fury. So, rise up, children of Earth, bind our strengths together and force back the arrogant coordinators. We will protect our world, we must and will never surrender to them. For our future. Tyler turned away even as the others from the Archangel continued to stare at the news report. Tyler was angry about the report, though he knew the Alliance would use Josha as a rallying cry. He was furious that they were using people who the war had hurt as examples of what coordinators did. The wording of the news didn't blame ZAFT, though it was heavily inferred. It made all coordinators seem like monsters. The insult of calling coordinators patchwork fiends was one Tyler heard sometimes. It was one of the crueler things a coordinator could be called. But what more than irritated Tyler was the images of injured people shown being healed by Omni-medics. Was the Alliance never mentioned they cause a portion of that? Yet if they admitted that, the whole rally cry would be a lot less resounding for those they wanted to side with them. However, after a moment, Tyler looked at the news report with a less biased view to see what wasn't said. The fact that the enemy was referred to as coordinators was significant. It opened interpretation to include the Federation as coordinators lived in them. Specifically, the line about hunting down enemies Tyler took as the Alliance telling the Federation to side with them or else. And even should the Federation side with the Alliance, coordinators in member nations would still suffer tremendously. Those like Blue Cosmos would see the Federation siding with the Alliance as permission to kill coordinators in member nations without punishment. One thing was clear to Tyler, the Alliance wasn't going to play nice anymore, they were out for blood now. On the other hand, the three officers from the Archangel were stunned at the news report. It was so extreme that it didn't seem real, and yet they had watched it. Mew and Crystal had been seeing signs of radicalization, but neither had thought it had gone this far already. Turning the tragedy of Josha into what they were was crazy. And the report had always stated coordinators were at fault, not ZAFT. Muro couldn't wrap her head around what she was seeing and hearing. How could the Alliance, the protectors of Earth and naturals, have become so twisted to be what she was seeing? Mew was the first to speak up after viewing the news report. I can understand to an extent why this is happening, but it's still hard to swallow. Crystal shook her head. When did the Alliance become so twisted to use killing its own soldiers to rally others to the cause? Muro had her head in her hands. This can't be true. How can what happened at Josha be turned into this? Tyler again wondered why this lot hadn't listened to anything he'd told them about the Alliance. He had said they were aiming at the Federation and ZAFT, but they hadn't believed him. The news report wasn't new, it was expected these days whether Omni soldiers knew it or not. He questioned if Omni filtered their news reporting to their soldiers, which could explain the reaction. Nevertheless, Tyler sighed as he knew none of the Omni officers would like the answers to their questions. Because the ones who planned what happened at Josha didn't expect or account for there to be any witnesses to argue otherwise. What Mr. Kisaka said is what's expected from Alliance leadership, Tyler iterated. Muro was gaping at Tyler, for she couldn't believe what he said. But he continued, I tried to warn you, Omni and the Alliance aren't what you think, they just portray themselves as the heroes when they are the opposite. Tyler paused for a moment, but did anyone else hear what wasn't said yet implied in that news report? There were implications there that worry me. The war will get much worse very soon. For example, the line we must hunt down our enemies wherever we may find them and punish them, so they know our fury. Kira had been listening to what Tyler had been saying but couldn't make sense of a lot of it. The first half was clear enough, the Alliance's leadership didn't care about those who fought for them. And Tyler warning the Archangel's crew was easy to understand since he had told them the Alliance wasn't their ally. But the last bit about what was implied confused Kira as he didn't see what Tyler was hinting at. What do you mean, Ty? Kira asked. Tyler glanced over at Kira and held back the curse at signs of his naivete. For all of Kira's smarts, he was dense when it came to understanding inference, it was one of the big things his naivete did. Kira, Tyler began, that naivete of yours never ceases to amaze and frustrate me. Kagalai looked between the two teens trying to figure out what they were talking about. Kira was no fool, even if he could be clueless, but that was nice. Tyler continued, the line I quoted is not referring only ZAFT who attacked JOSHA. Those in this room may take it that way except for Lord Uzumi, his aide, and myself. However, it also means coordinators within the Human Federation too. Put simply, it is the Alliance sending a message to the Federation more than it is ZAFT. Crystal and Muru gasped at the implication Tyler was suggesting. Mew however, was thinking on it. He wanted to say Tyler was talking crazy, but all that mentality had ever gotten was trouble for those that dismissed the teen's words. So, Tyler was likely right as he seemed to be most of the time. Thus, Mew exhaled, as much as I want to say you couldn't be right, Tyler, I fear that you are correct as you normally are. Uzumi was impressed that Tyler could pick up on the news report's inference. It was, as he said, a message to the member nations of the Federation. That message was from likely the Atlantic Federation, and it said to join them or face them as enemies. It matched what communications had come from the Atlantic Federation in the last month. That member state had essentially taken control of the alliance, and they were pressuring the Federation to side with them. And as the Federation would never side with the Earth Alliance, it meant war would soon come to the Federation's territory. The alliance would attack the member nations in the near future, it was now a surety. Along with what Tyler just mentioned, the Atlantic Federation wants all of Earth united and so has been increasing its political pressure on the member nations of the Federation. Uzumi paused, his sight going to his desk with frustration filled him as the path humanity was taking was clear. They're saying that any nation of Earth that refuses to join the Alliance's efforts, will then be declared as their enemy. Kagalai gaped at what her father had said, it was crazy. The Alliance declaring war on the Federation was a possibility, but it was beyond foolish. The Federation would never throw its principles away and become a part of the Alliance. The Alliance should know that point without any doubt or question, so their actions didn't make sense to Kagalai. But father, Kagalai started, the Alliance's leadership should know we would never bow to their demands. Uzumi nodded but had a sad smile on his face as he gazed at his daughter, they should know that fact, and I assume they know their attempt to intimidate us will fail. Uzumi exhaled, they are gambling with the slim chance it could work, even when the odds are stacked heavily against them. Of course, the Human Federation and its member nations will not concede nor give in to such threats, I promise that. Uzumi glanced at Kisaka, who nodded as Signal Orb's defending forces were already preparing for Alliance to attack them. However, it should be clear that the Alliance won't stop trying to bully others into helping them with their goals even when they have signed an agreement with the Federation to do no such thing years ago. And as Orb is a member nation of the Federation, we are no exception to the Alliance's attempts nor standing of the Federation. Kagalai was irritated that the Alliance would even consider attacking the Federation and Orb specifically. The Alliance wanted power, which translated into Morganroet's developments in Kagaya. They were willing to attack and kill people for that power, which just showed how horrible they were. They just want our power, Kagalai added with a tone of frustration, to wage their war. While Tyler applauded Kagalai for seeing the overall aim of the Alliance and their reasoning for attacking the Federation, she was not seeing the big picture. Orb wasn't alone when it came to the Alliance wanting power, all the member nations had things the Alliance wanted. For instance, in the case of the Republic and the Euros coalition, much like Orb had a mass driver and development facilities. The Alliance had wanted Federation tech for years and had been denied due to treaties. They were not trustworthy with tech that could be used against others to assert dominance. So, Tyler shook his head, it's not just Orb that's the case, Kagalai, Tyler stated, to which Kagalai stared at him. It's the same for all the member nations of the Federation, even if for different things the Alliance wants from them. Uzumi could see why Ellen was so proud of her son's intellect, it was something else. He could only wonder if Tyler hadn't inherited such from his father, who had been a brilliant scientist. Uzumi had met the man that had been Ellen's husband. Lance had been odd with social situations but was still a good man from what Uzumi had seen. Ellen had taken his loss much as Uzumi had taken his wife's, it was something they had in common. Tyler was completely right, of course, the Alliance wanted Federation tech and its military might for their own use. So, Uzumi cleared his throat, indeed, Tyler is correct with all the member nations face much the same problem with the Alliance. No doubt you are aware that Orb, like all the Federation member nations, does not refuse entry based on genetics. As long as they who wish to enter are willing to abide by the set laws of the state or territory they come to, they are free to enter and live where they choose. Mew and Crystal had heard of the motto of the Federation, not to judge an individual upon their type. It was a reasonable rule, though both knew those in the Alliance and Omni disagreed with the sentiment. Uzumi kept going, the Orb Union completely agrees with the Federation's ideals that it shouldn't matter whether one's genes have been modified, engineered, or are those they are born with. It isn't a fair fact to judge upon, for one's genetic orientation alone. Such doesn't make up who you are, it is one's actions that measure a person. The only thing that labeling a person does is create a wedge between people and cause conflict. Uzumi then pointed at his daughter Kaguli and Kira. My Kaguli is a natural, and Kira was born a coordinator. These are facts which are beyond their control, so it is unfair to judge them on that. You're right, sir, Kira agreed. Tyler smiled, and facts beyond our control shouldn't define us or be used to condemn a person, he added. And I might add, we're all human beings first and foremost before our genetic orientation is taken into consideration. Uzumi would applaud the views Ellen instilled in her son, they were the foundation of the Federation. So, he nodded in agreement, I cannot support the policies of the Atlantic Federation or the other nations that make up the Earth Alliance, for they label every coordinator as evil and an enemy that needs to be either completely dominated or destroyed. The insistent justification Omni uses to attack coordinators without any cause. For that reason, Orb joined the Human Federation, their views of humanity are the correct ones. So then, whom is truly fighting whom and why must their war continue? While Mew had to admit that Lord Atha's view was very logical and sounded wonderful, their application was different. The natural vs. coordinator argument had existed for years and had gotten no better. The Federation may have some way of making things work, but if that was the case, why didn't they share it? Although, I do totally understand the point you're making, Mew started, when push comes to shove, sir, isn't that position you and the Federation hold nothing more than an ideal hope? Crystal could see where Mew was going with this, and she agreed. The war had come on because coordinators looked down on naturals, and naturals were jealous of coordinators. As Mew said, the position and world you describe would be wonderful, we would love if that were true, Crystal said. But the truth is that coordinators will tend to look down on naturals and naturals will be jealous coordinators, and hybrids will always be ostracized. It's the way it is. Tyler shook his head at hearing an argument that had been around just after the existence of coordinators, and he found it ridiculous. That bias had been fed and encouraged by those who benefited from the strife it caused. It was something Tyler had found out during his Salas missions that had angered him. Goodness gracious, you two need to get out more since obviously, you've had a horrible experience with the coordinators you've been around. And that hurts as I want to think Kira, Lakis, and I are examples of good coordinators, Tyler remarked. Then he turned back to Uzumi, as to your question Lord Uzumi with the whom, it's a complicated question that has been a mission of the Federation's Admiralty. I believe Admiral Rain, Tyler said his boss name as evenly as he could, is the one who has been in charge of discovering the identities of the major players. She's been sending out members of Salas for around 6 months now and still has had no complete success. A number of the players have been identified, but there are still some that have covered their tracks well and so, remain unknown. Kira hadn't missed his friends saying the name Rain in a forced tone. It made Kira wonder who they were and what Tyler could have against them. On the other hand, the Omni officers were stunned that Salas had been looking into the Alliance's activities, or rather who was pulling the strings. As far as Mew and Crystal knew, the only Federation's military admirals were their leaders. So Tyler, knowing one of them well enough to know what they did, left more questions without answers. There was a bit of an awkward silence, but then Uzumi broke it, a sad truth, Commander. I will admit Orb nor any other member nation have a perfect system with no issues. But if we accept things as they are, just because that's how things have been, then there will never be changed, and the human species will end out destroying itself. Uzumi paused with the thought of humanity's current path, and by then, what can be done but reflect and regret? So, I ask, what do we do? Do we stand silent and watch that future come? Mew didn't answer the questions posed, and it didn't sit well with him such was the case. Had things really come to the point that the Alliance and Omni were heading down a path that would lead to total annihilation? All of this is such a mess, it's hard even to understand where it began or where it will end. I can't even guess how things in the world could get worse, Mew muttered. Tyler sighed tiredly as Mew had asked the one question no one should answer as it was never good. Things could always be worse, Tyler had seen that personally, and the war had shown perfectly. And frankly, it was obvious what ZAFT was likely to do next after what happened at JOSHA. Panama was the next target, it was plain as day to Tyler, and he knew he wasn't the only one that figured that out. Thus, he shook his head, Mew, if there's one thing that life can teach you, then it would be that things can always be worse than they are. At this point, I can already tell you a little of how this will become even less pleasant. Tell me, do you believe that ZAFT will take the loss they have with what happened at JOSHA and not retaliate? Mew appeared to be caught off guard. Crystal snickered before replying to Tyler, I would very much doubt that they will do nothing about the loss, so then, what would you say their response will be, Tyler? Tyler was organizing his thoughts about explaining what would happen with Panama. Omni had much of their forces there, but ZAFT would account for that. The answer to your question, Crystal, is simpler than you might think, and Panama would be my best guess. The reason that I suspect that Panama will be ZAFT's target is for one idea and one only, its mass driver, Tyler stated. Tyler saying ZAFT would strike Panama was crazy even for him. Most of Omni's earthbound fighting force was around the port. Should ZAFT attack there, they would be pushed back hard and have worse losses than they did at JOSHA. Plus, the Alliance would fight with everything they had to protect the one mass driver they controlled. Mura was so horrified that she spoke, Panama. Tyler, you might not be aware of it, but the majority of the Earth Alliance's military force is there now, she replied. So, ZAFT would have to be rather desperate to think about attacking Panama right now. Tyler shrugged, I'm aware a large portion of Omni's fighting strength is at Panama. Tyler waggled a finger, don't underestimate the Federation's information network, it has stated what is around Panama, which is what Omni wants to keep. However, I would say a different perspective may help you understand what I see. Let's say that Omni just took severe losses, and so the point is still fresh in their minds. Tyler paused for a moment as a thought came to him, in fact, let's go with what happened at Victoria last year for this. ZAFT gained a good morale boost by not just taking Victoria, but the Zephyr whipped Omni. I would be shocked if Omni took that well, even when they had to swallow it. What do you think they would have done to change that? Mew and Crystal were humbled a bit at the reminder of Victoria, as that had been one of the worst losses Omni had experienced. ZAFT's Black Zephyr had outdone Omni on the final day of battle and totally reversed the battle flow. That loss haunted the Alliance still, and making a change to help it appear that the Alliance was winning. Yet, Tyler kept going, for ZAFT's end, taking down Panama's mass driver would be the answer to the question I posed. And attacking Panama would have two different results as I see it. The first of those will be cutting off the major supply line to space for the Alliance. If that isn't as good a blow as can be made at this point in the war, I don't know what could do much better. And the second will be a slash to the morale boost which the twisted story of what happened at JOSHA gained. The picture that Tyler painted was not just bad, it was as horrible as it could get in the present. If ZAFT could do what Tyler suggested, the Alliance would be in a troubling position, as the teen had said. The Alliance's supply line would be cut off if Panama lost its mass driver. The Federation's policy of no military use for their mass drivers would prevent Omni from going to them. Thus, the loss of Panama would endanger Ptolemais quickly if the supply chain wasn't re-established. Surely, the Federation would understand the desperate need for those at the moon and make an exception for a time. You paint a rather grim picture, Tyler, but even should Panama lose its mass driver, then the Alliance, I assume, would just use a different one, Mura reasoned. Either Mura didn't know about the Federation's policy on mass driver use or thought it would make some sort of exception for the Alliance. There would be no exception made, the policy was as stated, no military use period. If the Alliance had issues with their lunar base, then they would find a solution themselves, not using Federation resources. Thus, logically, when Panama was lost, the Alliance would turn their attention to the Federation member nations. They would use some excuse to say their attack was justified to get the mass drivers. So, Tyler shrugged, I would say you're right, if not for the point that Panama's mass driver is the only one that the Alliance can use for their military supply line. Currently, the Alliance controls one of the world's 6 mass drivers, ZAFT has 2, and the Federation possesses the other 3. I can't see ZAFT letting the Alliance use either Victorias or Carpentarias for obvious reasons. The Federation has regulations set that don't allow military supplies or anything to do with Omni. Thus, they can't use any of the Federation's mass drivers, and that's something that won't change, no matter the tantrums they throw. Crystal started to see what Tyler was implying but not saying out loud. Tyler was saying that should the Alliance lose Panama, they would search for another mass driver to use. ZAFT nor the Federation wouldn't allow the use, which left taking one of ZAFT's or the Federation's. That led to the real possibility of Omni attacking the Federation's member nations very soon. Crystal didn't know what was worse, that Omni would be foolish enough to attack the Federation or that they would fight both the other factions at the same time. Then wouldn't ZAFT attacking Panama then put Omni in the position they might just attack the Federation member nations that don't agree to join the Earth Alliance? Tyler knew that some would start to see what he was implying, and it would seem Crystal had seen the picture. It wasn't an idea Tyler liked to contemplate, and the point had been coming back to mind more frequently. And Tyler also knew the Federation's military had been preparing for Omni attacking the member nations. However, Izumi spoke for Tyler, it is possible that if Panama's mass driver is disabled or destroyed, the Alliance would turn and demand the use of the Federation's mass drivers or just take them, yes. Izumi sighed, if you wish not to betray the uniform you wear, that is your choice, and we won't judge you. Your lives are your own, and you all are still young and are sure of the future you work for. Sir, Kira started, if it were you, what would you decide? Tyler whipped around at Kira's question as it was one of those moments of non-naivete. Izumi studied Kira for a moment, we live in a world where our swords can no longer serve as a display, a world where they will need to be drawn. And I fear that unsheathing will happen sooner than most of us would like. The meeting was ended, and 6 days went by with little happening of note. Tyler did stop by a hospital as he'd promised his friends even when he didn't want to. But much of the rest of the time, Tyler was made to rest to help with his recovery. Doing that had gotten Tyler's friends to go easier on him and not hover over him as they had been. Tyler's health was making good strides forward, and he was managing to do daily tasks without much difficulty. The pain had faded, which Tyler did appreciate as he felt that the peaceful times were soon to end. What Izumi had said about needing to use one's swords was right, words wouldn't be enough for much longer. For that reason, Tyler kept an eye on the Federation's information network. It was one of the best ways that Tyler could view the world and the war. The event that he was waiting for was ZAFT's attack on Panama's spaceport. Whether ZAFT intended to cause the results that would happen or just didn't care about them wasn't the point. Once that happened, Tyler was sure the Alliance would then turn their attention towards the Federation's member nations. The Alliance would probably have mobile suits when ZAFT would attack Panama. They were no doubt working on mass-producing them as fast as they could. The Alliance wouldn't waste time not using what had been denied them for most of the war. Thus, once they focused on the Federation and attempted to dominate them, the Alliance would use mobile suits to work for their goals. It followed the twisted logic the Alliance's leadership had been going with over the last few years. The Alliance wanted what the Federation had, they had made that clear even if they hadn't said it directly out loud. And yet, since the beginning of the current year, they had been becoming more aggressive in their persuasions. Those attempts were becoming more demands, which was technically a treaty violation that the Alliance had with the Federation. But the Alliance had become pretty much indifferent to standing treaties they had with anyone else. All that mattered to the Alliance's leadership were asserting their power and dominating others. They wanted to control coordinators or destroy them if they couldn't control and make naturals the master race. There were just too many members of Blue Cosmos or individuals that were similar enough to them that things had come to what they were. From what classified info that Tyler had seen said, Blue Cosmos and others were what funded the Alliance these days. Tyler didn't know how Blue Cosmos had survived in the cosmic era. The only guess he could come up with was they got enough in the Alliance on their side to help them. Their anti-coordinator sentiments had been pushed onto many, and it had fueled the hatred between human types. Perhaps, it was that hatred that made no sense to those with common sense that frustrated Tyler. And it made their rallying cry and their justification of claiming for the preservation of our blue and pure world as foolish. Those that hated coordinators or naturals were using the historical definition of purism. The idea of the need for purity regarding race or current human type was ridiculous. It was the same type of mentality that was used in the Reconstruction War at the beginning of the era. The only difference as Tyler saw it, was that instead of religion, human type was used to attack others. On the sixth day, which was June 7th by the cosmic era calendar, Tyler saw what he had been waiting for. Feeds showed that ZAFT was commencing their attack on Panama just as Tyler had figured they would. From what Tyler could see from the feeds, the ZAFT forces were made up of what they had left from JOSHA. Seeing that irked Tyler to an extent, as they had as much as they did because he'd warned them of the Cyclops system Omni had set up. It was metaphorically a slap in the face for Tyler, as it was to him the opposite of a thanks for his efforts to save lives. The real difference was that no ZAFT forces were dropping from orbit instead of subs and aerial transports launching mobile suits. And by what Tyler could tell, with it being early morning, Omni didn't seem to know they were about to come under attack. Tyler had no doubt this battle that was starting would be a bloody mess for both sides in the end. He hoped that innocent bystanders were not in the area, as they wouldn't stand a chance to survive if they were still around there. Tyler could only curse that lives were about to be ended, and for what? So scum could tout some sort of victory? It just portrayed just how sickening this war had made things in the world today. However, Tyler didn't look away from the feats, as he did want to see what could be learned from the event. As much as he hated seeing battle, Tyler knew that to ignore it and not examine its facts, you enforced ignorance, which got people killed. Lisa had been coming to check on Tyler since he still spent a lot of time in his quarters, normally looking through the information network. She knew he was watching for ZAFT's next actions, as they would be a signal for other events looming. The Alliance would turn its attention toward the Federation soon, it was but a matter of time. But just as the door to Tyler's quarters slid open, Lisa heard him cursing as he looked at his data terminal display. She moved over and glanced over Tyler's shoulder to see what he was unhappy about. What she saw on the screen wasn't pleasant, as it showed a battle started. It only took Lisa a moment to realize the fighting was happening around Panama from the landmarks. It was the event that was feared by Federation High Command, for it was the event that would lead the Alliance to attack the member nations. Another image came up of ZAFT vessels in orbit coming to be over Panama, which said ZAFT was throwing much of what they had at this battle. It only confirmed Tyler's expectation that the battle would be anything but clear by the end. As the two kept watching, they could see the signs ZAFT was not fighting just to take out the mass driver. No, they could see ZAFT was out for revenge against Omni, like for those that the Cyclops system had killed. The lack of focus on military facilities made it clear that any around Panama's spaceport would be dead before the day's end. The comprehension of that cold fact was making Tyler sick to his stomach. While he understood wanting payback, he believed that shouldn't blind one to rampage and kill indiscriminately. Most of the feed's imagery came from the cloaked satellites that orbited Earth the Federation had. There were also a select few views that were coming from ground level, like an observation post that was a distance south of Panama itself. Tyler also assumed with some of the images, some ZAFT informants were providing for the feed. Omni attempted to recover from the unexpected attack, but ZAFT was still pressing their advantage. Tyler and Lisa weren't the only ones that were aware of ZAFT attacking Panama. Orb's military command was also watching the battle. Kisaka traveled to the Archangel and did inform the officers of the battle unfolding around Panama. Mura was horrified that ZAFT was attacking Panama, not just because much of Omni's fighting force was there, but it wasn't just a military complex, it had a civilian city around it too. On the other hand, Mew and Crystal recalled that Tyler had said ZAFT would do what they were right now. They also remembered that it had been said that should the Alliance lose the mass driver there, Omni would attack the Federation. Mew was more impressed that the Federation had ways to witness a battle in real time as they did. Both the armor pilots figured the Federation was watching to see what Omni may use. Omni had enough time to begin mass production on mobile suits by this point. Back with Tyler and Lisa, the two kept observing the battle as ZAFT pushed forward. The civilian city areas were not treated differently from the military complexes, they weren't the direct focus. Omni was putting up a hard fight, Tyler would give them that even if they were sliding back. Yet, moments later, the ZAFT vessels in orbit deployed objects which fell towards Earth's surface. Tyler could see nothing with the feeds to say what the objects being dropped were or what purpose they served. The main feed drew attention as something new appeared on the battlefield. Tyler studied the feed for a moment and found what they were seeing was the Alliance's mass production mobile suits. It was no surprise the Alliance had them now, it was an expectation that was now a reality. Tyler could tell that the models Omni had were based on the Strike but weren't the exact same. They looked to have basic equipment and no flight system but a beam rifle, shield, and beam saber. And while the pilots didn't have real battle experience, the machines made a difference against ZAFT. Attention was drawn away from the new machines when the objects landed on the ground. Tyler observed Jins approach the dropped equipment and looked to be doing something to them. Rods were being inserted into them, and it made both Tyler and Lisa all the more curious about what the objects were. Tyler was assuming it was some sort of weapon, but what kind he couldn't say with what he was seeing. ZAFT forces were certainly defending the objects, which said they were part of a plan. Tyler found it odd that ZAFT had yet to attack Panama's mass driver seriously. The mass driver was the main target in the military complex area, so why would they avoid one of their main targets? But as they watched, the dropped devices emitted a light which became a field that expanded outward from them. Tyler's eyes caught sight of Panama's mass driver's track being ripped apart by the field as it passed. The way the track was destroyed told Tyler the field was an electromagnetic pulse. The means used to take down Omni forces as well as destroy the mass driver was impressive, Tyler would admit that. And if ZAFT had ended things and pulled back, Tyler would have said they had an absolute victory in this battle. Omni's morale boost would be shattered so completely the Alliance would have an incredible issue changing that. It would have given evidence that claims about coordinators were questionable and thus, sowed doubt within the Alliance. And Tyler would have bet if Admiral Tries was in charge of the operation, that's exactly what would have happened. But as had already been shown with JOSHA, the plant's National Defense Committee was the one running military operations more than the brilliant tactician they had. So, as much as it sickened and irked Tyler, he kept watching as ZAFT surged forward after they had disabled their opponents. ZAFT decimated the remaining Omni forces and razed the military complex areas. Seeing ZAFT killing those who couldn't even fight back infuriated Tyler. It showed ZAFT was no better than Omni, they would kill for ridiculous hatred and not let any humanity they could have to convince them such was evil. What was worse in Tyler's view was those that who showed clear signs of surrender were mowed down in cold blood. Even those in the city who had nothing to do with Omni were murdered without a shred of mercy shown. Tyler had to work not to have his stomach send his last meal back up to see the world. ZAFT's actions were so disgusting, such a clear show of the dark parts humanity had within, it was atrocious. Tyler turned off the feed and banged his fist down on the desk. Damn it, Tyler growled, how are they so willing to lower themselves to the level of scum? While Lisa could sympathize Tyler's disgust and anger, there were more pressing matters now. ZAFT's victory and destruction of Panama's mass driver had set things in motion that would bring worse events. The Alliance would attack the Federation with whatever justification they had in mind. Yes, the Federation was prepared for attacks, whether from Omni or ZAFT. However, it was hoped that such wouldn't come, even if it were wishful thinking. While I can understand how you feel, Tyler, Lisa started. You know that the Alliance will stop being polite now they've lost Panama. The member nations could be targeted, and soon, so this is bad. Tyler knew Lisa was right, but there was more to the looming future, looking darker the longer he thought about it. While it was true that the member nations would be in danger, Omni prioritized what they wanted most. The founding nations would be first as they both had mass drivers and R&D facilities, which the Alliance wanted as quickly as they could get. So, Tyler sighed, Lisa, it's not a matter of if anymore, it's a matter of when Omni attacks member nations. Now that they have mobile suits, the Alliance sees themselves as close to invincible even with the loss they just suffered. I doubt they will hesitate to turn their mobile suits against the Federation. Tyler breathed in and out, using that time to rein in his anger and keep calm. However, the Alliance has its priorities of what to acquire first in their pursuits for their vendettas. With that in mind, I would expect them to go for the Republic first out of the member nations. While what Tyler said was likely true, it didn't iterate what the Alliance would do. Omni had always used obtained power to further their influence and domination. Lisa looked toward the floor, so now that the Alliance have mobile suits, what is left to stop them, she asked. Tyler exhaled, I fear that it will be up to the Federation's military to halt Omni in its tracks since ZAFT has shown they are on the same level as them. He put a hand to his forehead, while I knew the Federation wouldn't be able to stay neutral forever, this isn't exactly how I saw us coming into the war. And how do you figure the Republic is first that Omni will strike it? Lisa questioned. Tyler ordered his thoughts to explain his reasoning of why Omni would attack his homeland first. There were a couple of points as to why Tyler believed Omni would set their sights on the Republic. Well, as we can assume, Omni won't be stupid enough to strike Carpentaria with what they have right now. They can see that the loss against untrenching ZAFT's Carpentaria would be horrible and fail. Victoria is a possibility, but while the Alliance may go for that, they've wanted to have a go at the Federation too much not to try. Tyler paused, the Equatorial Union and the Kingdom of Scandinavia don't have mass drivers, so they aren't as prize target as the others. That leaves Orb, the Euros coalition, and the Republic as potential first targets. While all three are prepared for the assault so that Omni would pay a high price with an attempt, it won't dissuade them. However, most of all, they want to make my mom and the rest of the Republic's government look foolish, among other things. Lisa blinked at Tyler's explanation, what do you mean the Alliance wants to make the Republic's Prime Minister look bad? Tyler knew the Alliance had a serious issue against his mother, which they created themselves. They hated Ellen more because she didn't cooperate, obstructed them the longest, and never gave in. Not that Tyler faulted his mother in any way for how she handled those from the Alliance, if anything, he applauded her skills. It may not seem like it for those who knew Tyler was related to his mother, but he got his stubbornness from her. So, Tyler smiled slightly, my mom has denied the Alliance every time they come asking her for ridiculous things. It was why the Alliance called her the Dragon of the Republic. My mom has never backed down or let them faze her, and they want to best her because of that. So, it is childish payback, Lisa asked, to which Tyler nodded. While expected of them, it still is stupid to see them act that way. Tyler grunted, and since when does the Alliance not act childishly? He took a swig from the cup of water he had on his desk, then kept going, for the Republic's readiness, there is heavy-set defense along the shoreline for ships coming at them. Then there's Tesway-developed equipment to work with, like the Aurora suit we saw when we were there last. And it is Tesway which is why I think the Alliance will go for the Republic first, they want that complex the most. And lastly, the deflection barriers that were put in over the last year will definitely help out should a fight come. Tyler's reasoning was sound and likely on the money as it normally was, so Lisa didn't argue with him. So, then, Lisa began, what do you plan to do? I doubt you will sit by while the Republic comes under attack. Tyler shook his head, absolutely not, I was about to book a flight back to the Republic so that I'm there when Omni comes. I'm well enough to fight now without risking my life in the process more than I normally do with battle. Tyler paused for a moment, I don't know what difference I can make, but I will try my best to prevent the Republic from those that will invade it. It was much the answer Lisa expected from Tyler, he was dedicated to protecting the Federation, its ideals and its citizens, including his homeland. She would accompany him, so he didn't do something stupid. Tyler may be mending, but he wasn't at full health yet, even if he had made good progress. So, Lisa said she would book a flight to the Republic while he started packing for the trip. Lisa left the room while Tyler got down to business and started packing his things. It was the first time he'd had the chance to do that before leaving the ship, now that Tyler thought about it. Tyler hadn't been putting things in bags when a knock came at the door. He turned to the door, wondering who it could be calling on him at this time. Most on the Archangel found busy work to occupy themselves since they weren't allowed off the ship. Of course, Tyler was free to leave the Archangel as he liked, it came with being a Federation soldier. So, Tyler put down the clothes he'd been sorting, moved to the door, and opened it. To his surprise, Sai stood on the other side. Sai, Tyler questioned, you visiting for a reason? Sai wanted to have a talk with Tyler about things. He always seemed to know what was going on when others did not. When those that had been taken to talk to Orb's leader had returned, they had said nothing about what had been said. The mood they had said the subject matter had been serious and glum as well. Then there had been the rumor that ZAFT had attacked Panama and that things had gone badly. It was hard to tell the truth from fiction, and Sai hoped Tyler could clear something up. Yes, Sai replied, I was hoping you could help clear some things up if you don't mind. Tyler blinked. Sure, I'll do the best I can, he shrugged, gesturing to the chair at the desk. I'm no know-it-all contrary to popular belief. I'm just good at finding out things. Sai to the chair at Tyler's desk as he had gestured to do. His thoughts were swirling around his head, and he didn't know where to begin. Tyler's absence had taken a toll on those who were his friends. It had been as if there was a unifiable hole with Tyler gone, and nothing could change that which had been tried. Sai began, I know it may not seem like it sometimes, but we really depend on you. He paused, we were so lost when we thought you were. Sai couldn't finish the sentence. Sai glared at Tyler, how could you go out and do what you did? Tyler sighed, I never intended for things to happen as they did, he commented. It may not make sense, but I couldn't sit by and let Kira and his, Tyler paused, opponent kill each other. Wait, Sai exclaimed, you know who the Aegis's pilot was like Miss Badgeruel said. Tyler's gaze fell, honestly, yes, and I curse the war for the point, he replied. It has put me in the position of having to choose which friend I help and which I don't. And I assure you I hate that stinking position with a passion. Thus, having to imagine two friends potentially fighting to the death was something I couldn't live with. I figured it could put me in a dangerous position even if I came back after the battle. But I didn't figure I would face the destruction of the shadow, yet that's what happened. Sai was still angry that Tyler had put his life on the line as it suggested he hadn't thought what his possible death could do to others. I'm glad you came back, but Sai got out, yet his frustration was getting the better of him. How in the hell do you always manage to pull through whatever comes at you? Tyler said nothing in reply, so Sai went on, you're so damn different, able to do whatever it takes to get through what you face. You and Kira are so much better than the rest of us, and it makes me feel so pathetic. Tyler smiled softly, I really don't know how I get through even half of what I do, he returned calmly with a slight smile. Sure, my military training certainly helps, but it doesn't prepare one for everything. But you shouldn't feel pathetic nor compare yourself to me, Sai. You can't be someone else, nor should you measure yourself to any but yourself. Tyler paused, and his smile grew a bit, that was a lesson I learned from one I would have never expected. Sai's anger vanished for a moment at the last line Tyler had just said. The stuff before was what was expected from Tyler, don't judge yourself by another's standard was an idea that he'd stated several times. But he'd never mentioned where he learned the wisdom he sometimes spouted. Who taught you that lesson, Sai questioned. That, Tyler started, would have been my younger sister, Lana. Natural though she was, she had more sense in her than most of the Alliance leadership if you ask me. Tyler stopped as good memories that he had with his sister came to mind. She was the one that really helped me accept that being a coordinator doesn't make one as special as being unique individual does. Tyler's smile disappeared, I think it is one of the reasons I miss her as I do. It was a rare thing for Tyler to even refer to his family. Heck, he'd never even said what either of his parents did. Yes, at the ruins of Junius 7, Sai and the others found out that Tyler had lost his dad and sister due to Bloody Valentine. Kira hadn't said what Tyler's dad had been doing there. Then Tyler hadn't even mentioned what his mother did. In fact, whenever Tyler was asked about his mother, he quickly changed the subject. Yet, Tyler kept going, but you said you had questions you wanted more information for, and I doubt it was just about me. What is happening right now, Sai asked, the officers on the ship are so tense it is hard to tell what is going on. Tyler sighed, they are extremely worried, I imagine, he stated. What happened at JOSHA is still haunting them. It has made them question many things they haven't questioned before today were I to guess. Tyler shrugged, then Panama was attacked starting about an hour ago, which I doubt that is being taken well either. Tyler confirming the rumor about Panama being attacked by ZAFT helped explain why the ship officers were so tense and were worrisome at the same time. Yet, one glanced around the room, Sai could see Tyler was packing. That sparked questions of what reasons Tyler may have to leave the Archangel and where would he go? Why are you packing? Sai inquired. Tyler didn't answer right away, as he knew his friends wouldn't be pleased he was going to leave for a time, but it was for the best. Tyler couldn't stand by and watch the Republic come under attack and do nothing. The Republic was Tyler's homeland, it held a special place in his heart that nowhere else could. While Tyler did that, the Archangel would have Kira, Mew, and Crystal to defend it should trouble come up. And with the Alliance looking to attack member nations, Orb was a valid target to be hit. In the end, Tyler sighed, I'm going to be leaving in the next day or two, Tyler admitted. With what happened at Panama, there is no safe place on Earth anymore. That said, I feel I would be best able to make a difference around the Republic, for the time being, it is my homeland. Sai didn't understand what Tyler was saying about there being no safe places in the world. Granted, the war was spreading from what news reports were saying, but as far as Sai knew, it had not involved the Federation's member nations. The Federation's stance of neutrality had been consistent since the start of the war. Sai couldn't think of a reason that stance would change now. So then, why would Tyler say that Panama being attacked would make the world unsafe? And why would he be so concerned with his homeland? What are you talking about, Ty? Sai questioned. It almost sounds like you think the Alliance will attack the Federation, but that's crazy. Tyler sniffed. If you had said that before Heliopolis, I would have been inclined to agree and say it is unlikely for the Alliance to be so stupid to do such. However, with what happened at Panama, it is now not if, but when Omni attacks openly. Sai was becoming horrified at what Tyler said he believed would come to pass. If Omni attacked the Federation's member nations, they would declare war on the Federation. The ongoing war was bad enough already, drawing in the Federation would worsen it. Yet, Tyler continued, so, I am packing to return to the Republic so that I can fight when called upon to defend my home from those that would invade it. Sai's head fell a bit. Has the war really descended to that point, Ty? He asked. Tyler knew that his friends wouldn't like the truth any more than he did once the facts were understood. And while they couldn't fight in a mobile suit as he could, they would still want to help. They were citizens of Orb and thus, citizens and members of the Federation. An attack on any member nation was an assault on the Federation itself, and that was taken seriously. So, Tyler nodded sadly. Unfortunately, the war has come to the point that the Federation can no longer be neutral. As Lord Atha put it, our swords cannot be just for display any longer, the time is coming when they will need to be drawn. And sorry to say, that time is quickly approaching. But don't despair, I will return to the Archangel, I just may take some detours and the scenic route to get back. So, if you could tell the rest of our friends, that would be appreciated. Sai agreed to pass on the message that Tyler would be leaving once Tyler assured him that he would return. Tyler finished packing after hoping that Lisa had or was close to finding a flight to the Republic. However, there was still one small matter that Tyler saw a need to handle before leaving. He wouldn't be taking the Shadow with him, there wasn't the time to pack it to do so. Plus, Tyler bet he would be getting a different unit to work with back around the Republic, so the Shadow would unlikely be used anyways. So, Tyler figured if his machine could be given a natural use OS, then perhaps Mew or Crystal could put it to good use. And Tyler happened to know Morgan Roet could do that install without all that much trouble. So, Tyler grabbed the cane he'd been given, encouraged to use, and began making his way towards the Morgan Roet complex. Along the way, Tyler spotted Mirialia and Tal also out and about. As they were citizens of Orb, they could leave the Archangel as they pleased. Mirialia and Tal took a walk as they could leave the ship being citizens of Orb. They were talking about recent events as so much had happened since leaving the Republic's Shira. There had been battle outside of Orb, which had nearly killed Tyler, the stopover in Orb where Lakis had left, and then Josha. Even with Tyler's warning about the Alliance, things had been worse than any had imagined. And as it always seemed, Tyler had swooped in at the last second and had bailed them out of a bad situation. Tyler had quite the knack of being where he was needed more often than not. Thankfully, Tyler had been recovering with the time the Archangel had taken to travel to Orb. However, the two were brought out of their thoughts with a repetitive pounding coming from behind them. When they turned, they saw Tyler walking with the cane he'd been given to use. Tal had found it funny that Tyler had been told to use a cane to help speed his health and get better. It was a kind of admittance that Tyler said his health was beyond his control, and Tyler wasn't one that liked to admit something was beyond him. Mirialia had called Tal out on teasing Tyler as it had been clear he didn't like it though he hadn't said anything. Still, Tal snickered, the cane a sign that you're getting old, Ty. Tyler hadn't appreciated the teasing he had gotten with the cane or the shuffling he'd done earlier. To be nice, he'd been silent and not snapped back or gotten payback on those that had teased him. However, since he would be leaving soon as Lisa could get a flight booked, he thought a proper response wouldn't be a bad thing. So while Tal was snickering and Mirialia was scolding him, Tyler moved up to where they were. Tyler then swung the cane around and tapped the back of Tal's knees, which effectively stopped his snickering. Tyler had a smile form on his face. Careful what you say, Tal, Tyler started, you may see a cane used to assist walking, and that is a function. On the other hand, I see an effective striking tool that can be used to knock you to the ground right quick. Mirialia snickered at Tyler's reply as she had expected something like it days ago. Tal had only been making a joke, not trying to insult Tyler. Humor was good medicine, as it was said, it helped get through hard times. Plus, Tal knew Tyler was good with weapons, and he would rather not give him a reason not to knock him to the ground. Thus, Tal swallowed and said nothing as Tyler continued, no, it has been recommended that I utilize this cane while I'm recovering not to put too much strain on my legs. Tyler paused, but you'll have to forgive me, I have a favor to ask of Morgan Roet. Tyler continued forward toward the Morgan Roet complex leaving his two friends wondering what kind of favor he could ask of them. 10 minutes later, Tyler reached Morgan Roet's entrance, where Tyler showed his military ID. Tyler was allowed inside the complex as his clearance was more than high enough to permit him to see R&D facilities. Tyler asked those he came across where the head of the complex was as he had a request for them. He was directed towards one of the development floors where one Erica Simmons was, as they were the lead developer and the head honcho at Morgan Roet at the moment. Tyler had heard the name before, Carlos had mentioned it in some conversations they'd had before. From what Tyler recalled Carlos saying, the woman was not just a good developer, she was a heck of a deft hand at management. Tyler believed his friend, but he still didn't know what to expect from the woman he was likely about to meet. Tyler entered the area he had been referred to and found a group there which was made up of 6 people. Kira was among them, along with Mew, Crystal, and Mur, but there was also Kagalai, which Tyler didn't understand. Kagalai, as Uzumi's daughter, had little reason to be here, she wasn't a soldier. The final woman Tyler assumed was the Erica Simmons he'd heard so much about. Erica had brought the group that had included Ensign Yamato and other pilots from the Archangel to show them a project she and others had worked on. The operating system the strike had was truly revolutionary, the Federation's Research and Development Department had admitted they were interested. Her brother-in-law Carlos had been almost ecstatic when he'd talked to her about it. He'd said that a friend of his had mentioned the one responsible was a teenager. The description had matched Ensign Yamato fairly well, so Erica had figured he was the programmer. Erica and others had only had to do a few alterations to make it simpler for a natural to use the mobile suit. Plus, by what Erica had heard, Yamato would be using a different mobile suit, so the strike would be free for another to use. She assumed that one of the armor pilots would be volunteering for the job, but which she couldn't say. Erica showed the strike to the group. The strike was sent here to be repaired, Erica said. And we did that, but we also improved the OS, having what most of our mobile suits now have. Mew was curious what the woman meant by improvements to the strike's operating system. What kind of improvements? He asked. Erica smiled. A natural use OS that was updated recently and approved by the Federation's R&D Association. And I believe will be good news for you and your companion, Commander, since by what I hear, Ensign Yamato has another unit to work with. Mew and Crystal were stunned at hearing the strike now had a natural use OS installed, for it meant that one of them could pilot it. It had been a painful subject between the two that Kira and Tyler were the only ones to use mobile suits while they were stuck with aircraft to use. And the strike would be free, as Kira had been studying the Freedom and said he would be using it in combat. It was assumed Tyler would resume using the Shadow if the need came up, so it left the strike sitting in a dock if not usable. So then, Mew began carefully, Crystal or I could use the strike as it is now. Crystal was listening for the answer as she was just as interested as Mew to use a mobile suit. Erica nodded, with a bit of practice, yes, she answered. Also, while the strike is here, we developed a new equipment set which combines all 3 striker packs. The said set doesn't have the beam rifle or the shield as they couldn't be included. But the set does use the combined power of the 2 batteries, both the strike's main battery and the launchers as well. Kagalai heard the interest of the 2 Archangel pilots, but she also wanted to help in the efforts. As her father had said, war was coming to the member nations of the Federation. She wasn't the best at the governmental management of Orb, but she did have the drive to pilot and fight. And if the strike were taken by one of the Archangel pilots, then Kagalai would ask Mrs. Simmons if there was something else she could work with. Well, I'll pilot it then, if that's okay, Kagalai said, glancing at Mura for permission. Tyler had been listening to the conversation, even if none there had taken notice of his presence. He was impressed those at Morgan Roet had made a new equipment option for the strike with the time they had to do so. He would admit that Carlos hadn't been exaggerating about this Simmons woman, she knew her stuff. And the strike being installed with a natural use OS would make the offer he would make a tad better. Tyler had been a bit worried that he would be the cause of an argument of who would get the Shadow to use. But with 2 mobile suits usable by naturals on the Archangel, the 2 armor pilots would get a unit to use. While Mew could completely understand the teenage girl's wish to pilot and help with the war, so did so many more. The girl likely had no real training with combat yet, so that would take time, and time was something there wasn't much of anymore. And while Crystal and he didn't have experience with mobile suits, they did have combat experience. While your enthusiasm is admirable, little lady, I don't think so, Mew stated. Kagalai whipped around to face the Archangel's armor pilot, not happy that he was telling her no. She had just as much dedication to fighting and protecting what was dear to them as Commander La Flaga and Lieutenant Commander McAllister. Orb was her home, and she would do whatever she could to protect it, even fight to do so. She would do that for any member nation of the Federation, they were allies. Why not, she demanded, I'm as willing as any to fight to end this war. None listening doubted Kagalai's determination, she was making that clear. However, Mew shook his head at the girl, not doubting her but ready to tell her the truth, that is not possible, he started before he looked at the strike, because I'll be piloting the strike. Crystal knew Mew would volunteer first, and as his friend, she wouldn't argue it. She didn't appreciate that she would be stuck with a Sky Grasper, but maybe Mew would let her have a go sometimes. Tyler figured it was time to step forward and make his request and, after that, make the offer he was to. He hadn't missed Crystal's shoulders slumping at Mew's statement, even if others may have. She was likely unhappy with being stuck with a Skygrasper for combat. But that made his offer all the better, as it would make not just her day, but she would use the Shadow well, which Tyler wanted. The Shadow had served him well and had been a beyond helpful addition to the Archangel. Tyler saw no reason to have that change, even if the pilot assigned to it would be. I wouldn't doubt that you'll put in the time to be more than a decent pilot for the strike, Tyler said loudly enough to get attention to turn to him. And that does make what I'm here for a bit easier. Tyler focused on Erica and gestured to her, Mrs. Simmons, I presume. Erica nodded to the young man, wondering who he was since not just anyone was allowed in Morganroet. From what she saw, he looked to be in his very late teens, if not his very early 20s. But those in the group seemed to know the young man so that he might have been a member of the Archangel's crew. Indeed, I'm Erica Simmons, she greeted, though you have the advantage of me as I don't know who you are. Tyler inclined his head before walking forward his cane, helping him not be too slow, and offered his hand. Erica took the offered hand and shook it, wondering who the teen was. He vaguely fit Carlos's description of the star tester he and Tessway had. Their equipment tester was one they raved about, saying they gave honest and amazing feedback for what they tested. Erica had been amused with how Carlos had raved about his tester. It was not as much as he talked about her niece, but it was close. She had asked if there was a chance for Morganroet ever to meet the tester that Tessway so appreciated. Carlos had said perhaps, but arranging that would be difficult as the tester kept busy, though the tester always made the time for Tessway when they had something for them. Tyler McGregor, at your service, Tyler introduced himself with a slight smile, though I must say, you're not exactly as I imagined you from the descriptions I've heard, no offense intended. Erica returned the smile. Oh, who might have told you about me? The name Carlos Neal ring a bell? Tyler asked. That question strongly implied that this young man was more than likely Carlos's friend and star tester. Carlos had mentioned his tester was a young friend, but not much else about them. So Erica's face lit up. Then are you the young friend Carlos keeps talking about? Tyler nodded, wondering what Carlos may have said about him to this woman. Plus, he also was curious how the two even knew each other, for it sounded like they knew one another beyond just members of the scientific community. Carlos is such a sweet man, Erica iterated, he is always willing to listen to another, even when the subject clearly bores him. While what Mrs. Simmons said about Carlos was true, and Tyler could attest to it, most didn't know that fact. Carlos separated work and personal life, which Tyler respected. And what Erica said was a point from Carlos's personal life, not his work life. Thus, that meant Erica had to know Carlos more personally, which adds believability to the suspicion of there being some sort of relationship. I wouldn't disagree with your assessment of Carlos, Tyler stated evenly. But you knowing that would suggest you know him on more than a working relationship level. Of course, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Erica could see some of the things that Carlos liked in this young man. He was quite approachable. And the more she looked at him, the more resemblance to one of her teachers she had while she had been in her college days. McGregor certainly had features that were near identical to Professor Blass. All his students liked and beloved the professor, including herself. She had sent a personal letter to the professor's wife when news of his death with the Bloody Valentine came. Erica doubted that she had been the only one of the professor's former students to send a letter of condolences. So, Erica nodded, Carlos is my brother-in-law, he married my younger sister. He also gave me a most wonderful niece with whom my son loves talking and playing with. Tyler had met Carlos' wife a few times and had found the woman was nice and a great match for his friend. Their daughter was a cute girl, even if she had seemed shy when he'd seen her. However, Tyler hadn't heard that Carlos' wife was related to another scientist, but that wasn't his business either. Tyler inclined his head again, he's a good man, however, to the business I'm here for. Tyler turned to Mew, if I heard right, you intend to pilot the strike, is that correct, Mew? Mew gave Tyler an affirmative nod, wondering what Tyler was getting at with the question. He said he was here on business and hadn't stated what that business actually was. Mew had found Tyler always had a reason for his actions, so he doubted that had changed. Why do you ask, Tyler? Tyler shrugged in reply, well, you see, I came here to make an offer, he remarked. He paused for a moment, I'm going to be heading back to the Republic soon enough, and there is not the time to have the Shadow loaded to come with me. Also, I feel I will be getting different equipment to use when I'm there. Thus, the Shadow will stay, and I just don't like the idea of the machine sitting around not being used. Tyler turned to Crystal, and since Mew just said he would be taking the seat of the strike, that leaves you as the best candidate. That is if you are interested in taking the Shadow. It is a very good machine, I personally guarantee that fact with my experience. The offer was a surprise for Crystal for a couple of reasons. First, it had been assumed that Tyler would be piloting the Shadow, but by what he said, he wouldn't be. From what Tyler said, he would be leaving the Archangel for the Republic soon, which he hadn't mentioned anything about. Of course, she wouldn't say no to having a mobile suit to work with on a battlefield. But as far as she knew, the Shadow still had an OS that was for coordinators. Yes, that would be wonderful. I was beginning to think I would be stuck in a Skygrasper or mobile armor, Crystal replied, but what about the OS it has? Erica Simmons chuckled, I could install an OS for naturals on that machine since I've seen the specs for it. Carlos had been talking about that mobile suit for a time, and it seemed interesting, she said. Tyler bowed, that was the request I was here to make of you and your workers, Mrs. Simmons. Kira was stuck on Tyler saying he would be leaving soon enough for the Republic. Tyler had never said anything about heading somewhere else. He had only recently returned back to the Archangel and had been recovering his health. Tyler, Kira started, what do you mean you're going to be heading to the Republic? Mew had been meaning to ask the question as well, Kira just beat him to it. Yes, it is kind of sudden for you just to say you're leaving, Mew commented. Erica left the group to have the Shadow brought to Morganroet to work on it. Tyler shrugged, after what happened to Panama, Tyler hesitated, whether you like to admit it or not, the Alliance is going to attack the Federation's member nations, it is only a matter of time. Thus, my thoughts have turned to my homeland and the potential of it being struck by Omni. Tyler paused, I don't want to watch the land I consider my home burning, let alone under attack by invaders. So, I'm heading back to the Republic to help as I can there and defend my home. While Mew and Crystal could understand and accept Tyler's explanation for his flight, Kira shook his head. Even with Panama, why would the Alliance attack the Republic soon after? Kira questioned. Tyler sighed, mainly for the excuse of wanting the mass driver, but really because they want the territory and what the Republic has at its disposal. Tyler turned to look at Maru, who was frowning at his explanation. Whether you like the idea or not, the Alliance isn't the noble faction you may have believed it was. You saw what they are really like at JOSHA, they are out to win the war by whatever means they can, dirty or not. And I tell you, the Alliance is out to dominate overall, not bring peace, do not mistake what they say for the goal they work for. You make it sound so simple, Crystal said. Tyler put a hand to his forehead, unfortunately, I just have had the displeasure of seeing the truth with my own eyes. Actions and their results speak more than words, and the Alliance counts on those listening do not make the distinction. Tyler paused as his COMM unit beeped before he took it out and examined it. On it was a message from Lisa saying she had booked a flight for the evening, to which Tyler sent a reply that he would take that. He put the COMM unit away and faced the rest, and I will be leaving this evening now. Tyler waved a hand, this isn't a farewell, just a parting of ways until our paths cross again, and I'm sure they will. Tyler left Morganroet and headed back to get his things and finish getting ready to head back to the Republic. Meanwhile, within an underground alliance base of the Earth Alliance in the area of Greenland, a meeting was taking place involving the leadership of the Alliance. Small groups of people, both men and women, were muttering and whispering to each other while others waited for the order to be called and the meeting to start. Once all that was supposed to be at the meeting arrived, order was called, and all took their seats. The meeting began with a review of what had occurred at JOSHA and the success that had brought with the blow to ZAFT's fighting strength. That had been used to rally more to the Alliance's cause and war against the coordinators. The plan may not have worked perfectly with destroying a portion of ZAFT's fighting forces, but it still had done sizable damage to them. And for the Atlantic Federation leaders who made the majority of the Alliance leadership had disposed of unwanted forces that were wasting Omni resources. So, overall the operation at JOSHA had been a success when all was said and done. Yet, that victory was overshadowed by the recent defeat at Panama at the hands of ZAFT. The destruction of the mass driver dealt a blow as it had been the supply line to space for Omni and the Alliance. That was because the Alliance only controlled the Panama mass driver while the other 5 were denied to them. ZAFT had 2 of the world's 6 mass drivers, one in Victoria and the other at Carpinteria. Victoria was a painful thing after they had taken with the base from the Alliance and in an embarrassing defeat. The second mass driver around Carpinteria was defended heavily by ZAFT from the Alliance's assaults. And frustratingly, the other 3 mass drivers were under the Human Federation's control and regulation. Said regulation barred any military use enforced by their military, so it wasn't argued previously with more than words. The Republic's Shenlong mass driver, Orb's Kagaya mass driver, and the Euros Coalition's Kronos mass driver. And the Federation still was adamant that no outside military force would have use of the mass drivers, period, no discussion or debate. With Panama destroyed, the Earth Alliance was left without a mass driver to supply their space forces or get more equipment up into space to fight ZAFT. That would quickly become a serious problem if nothing changed, and there was no argument in that. After being shown pictures and video of the battle or ZAFT defeating the Alliance around the Panama spaceport, angry muttering came. This is an unmitigated disaster. Losing Panama makes everything we gained with JOSHA utterly worthless, grumbled one. With our main supply route gone, our base on the moon will be stranded and without aid. How are we to launch a reliable counter-offensive with this kind of situation? Another asked in slight worry. It was a serious concern for the Alliance, for the Ptolemaeus base was the most effective place to launch attacks against ZAFT in space. So, with the supply line to the moon out, Omni's main base had more immediate issues to face. The Alliance had plans in motion to retake Victoria from ZAFT, which would get a mass driver under their control. But that plan was still a month away from potential completion, which was too long for getting supplies to the moon. And with future plans involving attacks against ZAFT closer to their home, Ptolemaeus was required to be operating as intended. The plan to recapture Victoria is being accelerated because of the events of Panama, a man remarked. But taking the base back without damaging the mass driver won't be easy, and we need it working. A younger man was sitting at the head of the table, listening to the mutterings of the others who led and represented the Earth Alliance. He had short blonde hair and hazel-colored eyes that showed the slightest annoyance at the subject matter of the conversation. The young man was wearing a purple dress shirt, a lighter violet tie, and a light blue suit. The natural young man was Muruta Azrael, the current director of the anti-coordinator organization, Blue Cosmos, and he also filled the position as the head of the Alliance's National Defense Industry Association. Azrael had seen the videos on what had happened both at JOSHA and Panama. JOSHA's results were acceptable even if they should have been better. The cutting down of ZAFT forces was still better than nothing. They use of the results well enough to reiterate the danger and terribleness of coordinators with the media. This meeting wouldn't be necessary if things ended on that note. But of course, ZAFT had to attack Panama and mess with all the work done by the Alliance recently. Yes, the mass production of mobile suits did help with plans the Alliance had. Variations to the main model were being worked on, and while Azrael would have liked it to be going quicker, he had kept his peace about it. It was frustrating that only 2 out of the 5 prototypes had been delivered, but things could be worse again. Yet, Panama had disrupted things enough that panic was taking hold. Panic was a good motivator Azrael had found, but it also came with frivolous annoyances too. What about the Federation's member nations? Has there been any reply from any of them for assistance? Inquired another man. Azrael scoffed quietly at the mention of help from the Federation. The Alliance hadn't received effective help from the Federation at any time during the war against mankind's enemy. They held to their cursed stance of neutrality to justify their inaction. Azrael had long ago given up any possibility of getting their willing assistance. No, the only way the Federation would potentially fall into line was if they were commanded and made to do so. As their member nations were nations of Earth, duty should have them working with the Alliance as Earth's protectors. Azrael had made his opinion in that known, but he had been in the minority before now. The man that was a more senior member of this council spoke. We've repeatedly requested assistance from them. But none of their current leaders have budged at all about their policies for their mass drivers. They state no military operations of either the Earth Alliance or ZAFT will be permitted access to any of the 3 mass drivers they control. The man paused, showing frustration. Blas and Atha particularly have been vehemently against any external military forces entering their nations if they are active or on duty in any way. But all of the Federation's leaders are pretty much the same. They still say they want nothing to do with the activities of the Earth Alliance or Omni in relation to the war, added a woman. Azrael was tired of hearing about the cowardice of the Federation and the fear of them. It was high time they fell in line and acknowledged they were resisting how things would go in this war. And the loss of Panama actually provided a reason to deal with the Federation that hadn't formally existed before. Oh, Muruta Azrael posed, speaking for the first time for this meeting. He was tapping his fingers in frustration at what he was hearing, his way of venting without using his voice. Is that because the Federation's member nations claim to be neutral? All around the conference table went silent and glanced to its head where Azrael was as he continued. Can any of you really see that is right? While our soldiers are out there protecting Earth and giving their lives fighting against mankind's enemy, and they have peace. There was muttering was heard at Azrael's statement. One of the other leaders made his voice heard. Azrael, kindly do not put this in that extreme a manner, we aren't members of Blue Cosmos like you are, keep that in mind. Azrael shrugged and waved a hand. I'm so terribly sorry, sir, he replied. I meant no offense to any of you. While the others on this council may not say it the way Azrael referred to coordinators, the point was still the same. Things, as they were, couldn't stay as they stood, there needed to be a serious change, or the Alliance was done for. I simply do not understand how you claim our circumstances are direr, you accept others stated they are neutral as fact. The Federation has been humored and coddled for years now as they hide behind such foolish rhetoric. We have gone past the point of no return in this conflict where others claim neutrality is no longer an option. This war now involves all, and so it's time those who have been dragging their feet to pick a side. Whether that's true or not, all the member nations of the Human Federation are recognized as a separate combined entity from the Alliance, said a man. Their Ordia treaty between them and the Alliance has kept tension between them and us down. We are in a hard enough position with ZAFT right now, so we have to acknowledge both of those facts. Azrael had always been of the mind the Federation was full of fools and dreamers that hide behind their ridiculous ideals. Years of hearing the Federation was neutral had irritated him and others. It was nothing more than an excuse. Azrael had been one of those pushing some to urge the Federation to help the Alliance, more so in the last few months than the last few years. There had been no fruit from those attempts, much to Azrael's ire, but he could say little about that right now. So Azrael shrugged, that may be true, they are nations of Earth, are they not? Thus, as nations of Earth, should they not do their part in assisting in its protection? Or am I wrong? There was a mixture of reactions, from agreement to Azrael's statement to utterances of bringing the wrath of the Federation military down upon the Alliance. The fear of the Federation was nothing but a silly thing, Azrael would state that to any who asked. The day was coming that said fear would be dispelled, and that day couldn't come soon enough in Azrael's mind. The Alliance had too long tiptoed around the Federation, it was time that standing be changed. It was time the Federation was brought and held to task for their inaction and be forced to act. So, Azrael didn't wait for any to speak out, if you would all prefer, allow me to take the lead on the negotiations. I'll be the one to speak to both Minister Blass and Lord Atha and convince them of the truth before moving on to the other member nations. There were surprised mutterings to Azrael's statement, and why would you volunteer for this, questioned a man. Why wouldn't I, Azrael posed, an opportunity to talk with political giants such as the Republic's Dragon and Orb's Lion, I wouldn't miss that chance. Plus, I have some help in mind that would assist moving things along, and since time is of the essence all the better. A man across the table fixed Azrael with his gaze, what does this help of yours entail? Don't forget, the Federation's military is estimated to be stronger than ZAFT's, and we're in no position to take them on at the same time as we're fighting ZAFT. A foolish mistake of impatience could spell disaster for us all and the downfall of the Alliance. That's what the Ordia Treaty was drafted up for, to avoid the risk of fighting ZAFT and the Federation at the same time, Azrael. The man who had spoken had been with the Alliance since its creation and was seen as one of the most senior leaders. And while he'd been for the war when it started, the man had been disenchanted, and others were starting to follow him. Should enough of the Alliance's and Omni's leaders become disenchanted, that would ruin progress made. So, Azrael knew he had to choose his words carefully, as has been stated by this council, our priority is to acquire a mass driver as soon as possible, is it not? There were mutterings of agreement, our lunar base is in danger and more its personnel, I'm sure I can get the Federation to understand the crisis. There isn't a need for direct involvement immediately, and I'll make that plain to the Federation's leaders. Granted, the need of a mass driver is important, but, started a woman. Azrael smiled at the table at large as they hadn't risen up against him, which meant he hadn't turned them against himself. We can, of course, get Victoria's back, I have confidence in the troops doing that. They have plenty of motivation, so I wouldn't doubt they'll do their utmost and beyond. And you'll all be busy with the operation to retake Victoria with those troops, which, as has been stated, will be very involved. Dividing the workload would be more efficient, and we need to help those on the moon sooner, correct? And who knows, while we're at it, we might even get the chance to test the new models. You're planning to use the new machines for this, exclaimed a man. Azrael smiled, hoping that the new mobile suits models could be field tested. They had been tuned up at the Ladonia laboratories near Suez, and the lab would be supplying the pilots for them. Those labs with their enhanced human project would hopefully show their work would make a difference in the war. At least, that's how the lab head had sold the project, and the woman had convinced Azrael, who was a hard sell. So, Azrael held up a hand, it will depend on how our neighbors react to the talks. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, I would be happy if the Federation agreed to help us in crisis without conflict. We all are hopeful for such a result, but we also need to be prepared if that outcome doesn't occur. There was more muttering before Azrael continued, and out of the Federation's leaders I've read up on, the two I mentioned have a reputation for being stubborn, which is how they got their nicknames. So, if Ellen Blass and Uzumi Atha are even half as intransigent as they've been rumored to be, then I believe there will be the chance for some excitement. Rest assured, I will make sure the proper protocol is observed before any consideration of potential combat becomes a possibility. The man who had warned Azrael before pinned the blonde-haired man with his gaze. I'll give you Azrael that you are good with dancing around what you imply but don't say. So, be forewarned, should your actions or whomever you involve cause the Federation's military to retaliate against the Alliance, it will be all on your head. The man pointed the finger at Azrael, should the current relationship between the Federation and the Alliance degrade further than it has, we will not stay silent. If demands are made for the one responsible, you will be the one who is given over for that. Your head will be the one whose will roll should things go wrong. None of us here will help you in any way, and I highly doubt that your friends within Blue Cosmos will be any different. Make sure you keep that in mind, Azrael, while you choose your actions. While made to seem a serious warning, Azrael wasn't too concerned with what was said. It said that were mistakes made, they would be on him and no one else, a rather bad risk Azrael had learned in the business world. If or rather when things went according to plan, the Federation would have more to worry about than staying neutral. Plus, Azrael knew he wasn't by any means the only one that wanted to see what the Federation would do when forced. Of course, I understand, Azrael returned calmly, I assure you, the negotiations will go fine as I will give it my utmost effort. All you here should be worried about is the operation to retake Victoria, as that has far more problems if I've been led to understand is true. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off for this phase. Hope you enjoyed the holiday present I was able to post for you readers. Now, on to the points I want to highlight in this phase. So, overall this phase didn't change with the content, even if it is part of the original phase 18, which has been split. The next phases have been rearranged for the purpose of focusing on events in one area instead of switching as I did in the original. The first point I would like to highlight is the difference there is from canon with not just the side of the Federation but Orb being a part of it. So, with the Federation, the Alliance doesn't have Earth united as it did in canon, as should be clear by this point. There is still the southern part of Africa and South America that is owned by the Alliance, but Europe and the southern half of Asia is part of the Federation. The Atlantic Federation, who we know runs the Alliance, don't like the Federation hasn't helped them, and we know that will come to a head soon. Thus with Orb part of the Federation, it has the shared resources of it, including the information network, which is one of the major advantages the Federation has. It is more shown in this phase than it was before, but it will be a big fact in the coming phases. Next, the expanded conversation between Tyler and Dirka. I had wanted to expand this event in the original version, but due to length and time I did not. So, one of the reasons I did expand this was to show that Dirka hasn't just been sitting on his butt doing nothing. He has doubts growing within him about the war and what he has been fighting for. That will lead to, as we know, Dirka helping the Archangel later, but I wanted to display the path to that better. The third point I would like to bring to your attention is the meeting with Izumi and the Archangel's officers. Now it is similar to how canon did it, but I do add some things as the Federation wasn't in canon. I took much of the news report from the remaster version of Gundam Seed, mostly since I like how it words it than the original. Tyler's view of it is, as you expect, frustrated at first, but then gives a more unbiased view for you readers. The rest of this phase I believe can stand as it is without additional explanation. Again, I hope you enjoyed the phase, as it is a present for all of you. As I normally do at the end of each phase, I ask some of you to take the time to write a review and tell me your thoughts about the phase and the story itself. I read the reviews I get even if I don't always reply to them, and take what is said to help improve in what ways I can. With that said, see you with the next phase titled Encroaching Darkness. Peace out all. Chapter 32, Phase 35, Encroaching Darkness. June 13, 71 CE. Central Government Administration, the Republic. It was early morning, with tensions running high after the fall and destruction of Panama. Even the citizens were showing concern with events as they were. There were also visible signs of the defending military forces preparing for a potential crisis. Ellen had seen the worrisome signs showing in the open now, and it was painful to see them. The looming dark storm that was closing in was becoming clearer to Ellen, and it was saying the war was coming to the Federation. She could only feel frustration and sadness as she rode in her car to the meeting with her cabinet this morning. The meeting had been called with a message that was sent from the Atlantic Federation late last night. And while it wasn't unusual for messages to come from them, by what Ellen's right-hand man had said, the message that came in was different than the previous ones. The way he'd talked about the message, Ellen suspected the Atlantic Federation had stopped being nice. The question was, what would they say to get their point of demanding cooperation from the Federation? The subject matter that previous messages had contained had been urging the Federation to help the Alliance. Those messages had been politely refused, which the Atlantic Federation hadn't liked but didn't publicly respond to. Once Ellen arrived at the administration building, she found that the press had been outside asking questions as the soldiers kept them back. When she got inside, her secretary came to be beside her and handed her a small stack of papers. Ellen scanned over the top page, which iterated worrisome developments and the Republic's defenders being on high alert. From the news that Ellen had seen lately, it wasn't a great surprise the actions of the Alliance were having ripple effects. And the Alliance didn't care about what their actions did. If anything, they were using their actions as a rallying cry to their cause. While Ellen expected such from the Atlantic Federation's leadership, it still strained things. The leadership of the Atlantic Federation was made up of those who hated coordinators and even members of Blue Cosmos. Ellen thanked her secretary for the papers she'd given her before Ellen headed for the conference room her cabinet used. After ending the room, Ellen saw that she was the last of her cabinet to arrive for the meeting. She was glad that all of those she had chosen to help her lead the Republic. Half of them had been alongside Ellen as cabinet members for the 16 years she'd been the Prime Minister. All but 2 had been with Ellen for her last and current term as the Republic's leader. She had learned to listen to their views and thoughts as they gave her views she didn't have herself. So, as Ellen headed for her chair at the head of the table, she took in the reactions to the message of the Atlantic Federation. The mutterings did suggest strongly that the message's contents were ill-received. Some were mutteringly more angrily than others about what crap the Atlantic Federation sent. As Ellen reached the head of the table, her Secretary of State, Mark Lund, who was her right-hand man, approached her. Since its beginning, he had been with Ellen's cabinet and a trusted friend of hers that she was glad to have at times like this. Lund told her that the message from the Atlantic Federation was being taken as more than a normal insult. Ellen had figured that, but Lund was giving the feel of the room as he normally did for her. The two were talking when Ellen's Secretary of Defense came up and joined the conversation. The Republic's Secretary of Defense was a woman named Nicole Grace, who was not what one would call a city girl, but a country gal. She, like Lund, had been with Ellen from the start of her leading the Republic. Grace added her view to Lund's, which she was disgusted by what the Alliance had sent to them. Both of them did mention that elements of the message from the Atlantic Federation had been leaked to the public. That explained some of the things Ellen had seen on her way here with the citizens with panicked expressions on their faces. There was spreading panic as the leaks of the message. How the contents of the message had gotten out was unknown at the moment. There were several different possibilities of how it could have happened. Yet, that issue would have to be seen to later as there were more pressing matters to attend to. The responses to the Atlantic Federation's message needed to be set in motion as soon as possible. So, Ellen called all the members of her executive cabinet to order and to be seated before she took her own chair at the head of the table. Now that we are all here and settled, Ellen stated, we can get to the message the Atlantic Federation has sent us on behalf of the Earth Alliance. There was muttering of agreement before Mark Lund stood up, a page in hand which all had copies of, and he began reading. The message from the Atlantic Federation is as follows. To the Republic of East Asia. This is to be seen as a final warning to your nation. The Republic of East Asia, which claims membership and to ally itself with the group calling itself the Human Federation, is being called upon to make a decision. The show of inaction by the group known as the Human Federation has shown said organization to have no proper interest for the human species. With that being the case, the Federation's actions are unacceptable. As a result, the governing body of the Earth Alliance, by unanimous vote, has denounced the organization as an official faction. Such is seen as effectively the same as the former United Nations body making the decision. Thus, your claim to membership is void by the group's denouncement, and the Republic is a nation of Earth. And so, regarding the Republic of East Asia's inaction, as a nation of Earth, you have not considered the state in which the world is in. You have abandoned your responsibilities as a nation of Earth, showing concern for your own security and peace rather than the world's as a whole. Furthermore, the Republic has refused multiple requests for aid, support, and cooperation with the other nations of Earth. Therefore, on behalf of all signatory member states of the Earth Alliance, demands the following of the Republic of East Asia. The immediate mass resignation of the current governing body of the Republic, relinquishing all its political and executive authority. The total disarmament and dissolution of all its military forces. Submit to inspections by Alliance Assembly representatives in the governmental procedures of your nation. Should these three demands not be met in 48 hours, the Earth Alliance will conclude the Republic to be supporters of ZAFT and the plants, and therefore be treated as enemies to be met with force to preserve Earth's safety against mankind's enemy. That is the top page of the message. The following pages are suggestions. Lund finished, then sat down. There had been quiet while the message had been read, but the moment Lund sat down, muttering started and rose in volume. The words may not have been easy to tell what they were, but the tone in which it was said clearly expressed anger to the message's contents. Ellen was disgusted by what the Atlantic Federation had said in their message. That they would openly denounce the Human Federation yet not do it publicly yet. They were on a slippery slope, and they were skating down that slope without thought of what waited for them at the bottom of it. The Alliance knew that denouncing the Federation would do nothing to help them. It was a poor justification to use. Ellen had wondered what kind of excuse the Alliance would eventually use to attack the Federation, but this was poorer than she had expected. Ellen was drawn back to the present as outcries began coming. This is preposterous, cried a cabinet member. Do they really think such threats would sway the Republic to suddenly do whatever the Alliance commands? Are we even sure that this message is even from the Alliance as it claims and not just the Atlantic Federation using political pressure as they do, said another. They threaten others in their methods of bullying often enough for this not to be new. Angry mutterings and arguments began between some of the cabinet members. The order in the room fell into chaos, which was the last thing needed in this situation. And while Ellen figured that the message would rile up many, but not to this extent. So, Ellen glanced over to Lund and nodded at him, signaling him to get things back in order. Lund stood again. Enough, this cabinet will have order, he shouted. All in the room went quiet and looked to the head of the table where Ellen Blass got to her feet. Whether or not this message is from the Earth Alliance or just the Atlantic Federation does not matter under the standing circumstances. Ellen picked up the page with the disgusting nonsense. The message being sent is clear. Enough of those within the Alliance is no longer going to accept the stance of neutrality that we along with the other member nations have upheld to the present. Nicole agreed with Ellen and the view she had just stated. The Alliance was insulting the Republic and the Federation itself more openly than they had done before now. Indeed, Prime Minister, with the Alliance losing Panama, them varmints LOL be desperate to get their hands on a mass driver to re-establish their supply line to space and their lunar base for their war. Nicole's rural drawl stood out as she spoke. ZAFT's strike in Panama was a wise decision on their part, but then that puts the pressure on us to deal with those no-good varmints in the Alliance. Nicole shook her head. that they go and blatantly insult our citizens who are coordinators with Say and mankind's enemy like them in Blue Cosmos is worse than a slap when one is down. While what Ellen's friend Nicole had said was completely true, it wasn't the point of the meeting. This meeting was to agree upon a fitting response for the Alliance's message. Whether ZAFT meant for this to occur or not is irrelevant, Ellen said, drawing attention back to herself. The facts are that an Alliance force will be coming to the Republic, and it will not be upon friendly terms. She put the page she had down, these demands being made of us are unacceptable. If the Alliance believes such threats are all it takes to intimidate us, they will learn how wrong they are. We will not cave into their demands, we will not throw away our standards just because some of their leaders say that we are wrong, and they're right. As Ellen continued, gestures of agreement and support to the counters to the Alliance's threat came from those around the conference table. Most of all, we will not cower before the Earth Alliance, we will stand up and show them they aren't superior or right in forcing their views on others. There were shouts of agreement to Ellen's answer to the Earth Alliance's threat/ultimatum. Order was restored quickly by Lund, and the vote for the response began. All those in favor of rejecting the demands from the Earth Alliance, stated Lund. All present raised their hands, and when asked if any were opposed, none spoke up. Ellen nodded at the results, proud of the men and women that made up her cabinet. They all cared about the Republic and its citizens more than themselves and their safety. Very well then, let us discuss what will need to be done going forward in order to protect the welfare of our citizens. The discussion turned to the need for evacuation of the citizens that were in Shira and other cities in the Republic that was close to the ocean. As the discussion went on, it was clear that dark and hard times were coming because of the war between the Earth Alliance and ZAFT for those who didn't wish for any involvement. There were large bunkers underground further inland within the Republic that were built for emergencies. The evacuation orders were broadcasted to the public, accompanied by a summary of the Alliance potentially attacking the Republic. While there was still panic with the citizens, the organized evacuation helped keep chaos from exploding. Ellen, her cabinet, and the Republic's elected Congress kept charge and had things moving as smoothly as possible. They were helped by Federation military forces even as they prepared for the looming attack. During the evacuation, Ellen caught sight of citizens running for safety. Mothers dragged their children along the routes designated for the mass evacuations. The worry was plain on the faces that Ellen would catch glimpses of. It was understandable, the Republic hadn't faced a threat as it was now before at any point during this war. The Alliance's war had been ongoing for so long, the Federation's involvement was more likely the longer it did. But the forced involvement was still a horrible thing for the Federation's leaders and its citizens. But what hit Ellen the most was the scenes of a parent who was part of the Republic's defenders bidding farewell to their families. Those individuals were fulfilling their duties, and yet such required them to leave their families with the potential of not coming back. By the time evening came, evacuations were going as planned and on schedule with the timetable the Alliance had given. The last flight was coming into land before any transport would be denied until the issue with the Alliance was settled. Tyler was looking out at Shira on the aircraft while the plane was starting its final approach. The Republic's capital city was close to empty, telling him that it was being evacuated. Tyler expected his mother and those that worked with her would have decided to get the people away from likely combat areas. And it still hurt to see the place that Tyler considered as home as it was. Shira had always been a beautiful place, people came from near and far to visit. It did say that the Alliance had given some sort of message to say they were coming, which he expected. The moment Tyler and Lisa exited the aircraft, they both could feel the tense air. Soldiers were waiting for them and saluted, which both returned as they were guided towards the tram station. The journey to the station was silent, the city empty and eerily quiet, which didn't sit well with Tyler. Shira was normally alive with the bustling nightlife it had, and it felt odd for it to be absent. It seemed a long trip from Shira to the Republic's military command center, longer than normal in Tyler's mind. And the tense air was getting worse the closer both he and Lisa got to the command center. The only other time Tyler had felt such a tense air was when the announcement of the Bloody Valentine was made. Tyler was left to wonder what the Alliance had said in a message to get such a reaction from all. The messages that came before which Tyler had seen had been implying bad things would happen if they were ignored. However, none of them got the serious reaction Tyler saw from the soldiers. Upon arrival at the command center, Tyler instantly noticed it was abuzz with activity and focused on their task. As Tyler studied the personnel, he could see they were rushing about with clear worry or borderline panic. Seeing that concerned Tyler as it said things were potentially worse than he feared they would be. There had been preparation before now for the possibility of attack from both ZAFT and Omni. But tensions had never gotten to what it was now. Yet, by what he saw, the Republic's Federation's military forces were fully mobilizing, which hadn't happened during the war itself. Both Lisa and Tyler were told to report to General Maxwell, who was currently in the main command room. That General Maxwell was in the main command room said things were more serious than either had feared. The two headed for the room, observing the tense air with which all were working. After entering the large room, Tyler took in the scene and wasn't encouraged. Every console and station had someone at it, which was unusual, all working intently. The large displays on the side walls showed maps of the shoreline that faced the Pacific Ocean. Tyler could see the dots marked were the hidden automated defense the Republic had to work with. Other screens displayed data on the ships which being ready to go to battle. The other data that Tyler got glimpses of were the fighter squadrons being prepared for battle. Tyler spotted General Maxwell at the main tactical holo table, looking over the displayed data. There were those Tyler knew as Maxwell's commander officers who were normally delegated to. While Tyler didn't know them as well as Maxwell, if the general trusted them, so too would Tyler. So, Tyler and Lisa walked up to the table and saluted. "Commander McGregor, Lieutenant Malto," Tyler stated, "reporting for duty, sir." Maxwell glanced up and saw the two standing there and saluting. While a pilot of McGregor's caliber would be more than welcome at this time, Maxwell just wished it wasn't needed. With the Alliance stating point blank the Republic was to surrender or prepare to fight, all defending forces were on high alert. Maxwell had even called upon all the reserve soldiers for the crisis the nation was facing, though he had been hesitant. Intelligence had reported a sizable Omni force already heading towards the Republic, yet no specific details on the fleet's composition. That a fleet was confirmed making its way toward the Republic was being taken as the Alliance wasn't just threatening as they had before but intended to force the issue. Maxwell had hoped he wouldn't have to oversee the defense of the Republic from invaders during his military service, but such had been wishful thinking. Specially skilled soldiers had been coming in when the call for shoring up the Republic's defenses had been given. It was a show of solidarity for the Federation's military, and though expected, it was still comforting so many would rally for a just cause. And the rumor of McGregor and another showing up had come to Maxwell, and he had hoped it was true. McGregor was more than a special skilled soldier, he was both a licensed pilot and a SOLAS operative. "So, Maxwell returned the salute. "I heard you were on your way, good to have you both here," he greeted. "No doubt that you have gotten the impression of what's going on currently." Tyler would have to be blind to have missed the feel in the air and what it had to be coming from. Tyler was not happy to have been right that Omni would send a force to attack the Republic. And while ZAFT was lowering their standards lately, they hadn't reached the level the Alliance was at yet, but it was yet another sign of this war getting worse. Tyler feared ZAFT would soon reach the same disgusting level with its direction. Thus, the Federation would have been drawn into the war eventually, whether by the Alliance or ZAFT. So, Tyler nodded. "Indeed, sir," he replied. "Dare I ask what the Alliance has gone and done to have everyone on edge like this? Or should I assume their normal behavior is being lowered further than expected and they are more than prodding us?" Maxwell sighed as McGregor had said the point better than most had cursed to say. The message that had been forwarded from the governing body had been clear enough. The intelligence reports had only given details upon the Alliance's dedication to their cause. While not an official declaration of war, the message and the actions to follow may have well been. And it would be easier for McGregor to read the message to understand the danger. So, Maxwell picked up a page and handed it to Tyler. "See for yourself." Tyler took the page and began scanning it over to see what the fuss was about. The opening line lit anger in him instantly. The term "final warning" was beyond foolish and ridiculous. The Alliance had been trying for years to get the help of the Federation and had been rightfully denied. Their leaders should know they would have no success in swaying any of the member nations and likely did. Tyler's anger grew at reading about the Alliance denouncing the Human Federation's existence. They had no authority to do such a thing, it would take representatives from all three factions coming to a majority agreement even to consider that officially. And the Alliance knew that fact, so their statement more stated they no longer saw a reason to observe the international procedure due to it being inconvenient for them. To Tyler, that implied that enough of the Alliance's leaders were agreeable enough to dismiss long-standing laws. The second paragraph was just as ridiculous and infuriating as the first. The Alliance's claim that the Republic had abandoned their responsibilities was their way of saying it wasn't helping them. The Federation had no responsibility to assist the Earth Alliance in their war as they insisted it was for all on Earth. It had been made perfectly clear to the Alliance even if they didn't like the point that the Federation was independent of their vendettas. While the member nations were nations of Earth, that in no way meant they had to take part in the violence Omni did. The standing had been stated in the form of the colonies having been seen once as part of the human family, the extended part yes, but still a part of the species. Some in the Alliance had violently denounced the view and screeched its wrongness to any that would listen, and that group had been growing. Yet, in the end, the refusal of aiding in any way the Alliance was a mere statement of the Alliance's frustrations of their denial. The demands listed fueled Tyler's anger and drove it close to fury, but he prevented that transition. Tyler knew his mother, her cabinet and the elected legislature would never agree to resign or disband under the threat of violent responses. Ellen Blass didn't buckle under pressure period, end of story, and she had displayed that. If anything, then she rose to the challenge and worked to overcome it instead of shrinking or struggling under pressure. The disarmament demand was a no-go as it was a part of the Federation's military, a much larger organization that stood together. And the Federation's military wouldn't back down to a mere threat, let alone the potential declaration of war the Alliance was implying. Then perhaps it was the final demand that disgusted Tyler the most out of the three. It may, at face value, seem like a simple thing, having others inspect the governing body's work and to act as checks and balances. But in reality, it was the alliance sending those who would overseers and make sure the government was tailored as alliance leadership wanted, not as it could work best. It was controlled from the shadows, making the Republic a puppet government they had in their pocket. So, the message's conclusion that gave the timetable really gave the defenders a set time to prepare. The alliance's statement that the Republic would be seen as an enemy should their demands not be met was nothing more than an excuse to justify. And even if Tyler expected an excuse from the alliance, this was one of the lamer ones they could have used. But they had never been that creative, so expecting any good excuse from them was doomed with a failed result. And now, the preparations of the defending forces made complete sense, even the focused air with the timetable Tyler had read about. Then, if it was a final slap or insult, the reference of mankind's enemy echoed Blue Cosmos. It was a show that the alliance was being heavily influenced by the terrorist organization more than in previous times. Lisa had been watching Tyler as he read the page he was given, and she was worried as anger appeared on his face, and it grew as he kept reading. When Tyler was done, he passed the paper to her, and she looked it over. She was horrified at the contents as it was more than just an urge or even an insult. It was as close to an official declaration of war as could be made against the Federation. And by the message, the alliance made it clear they would attack this time and likely wouldn't hesitate to continue doing so with the other member nations. Lisa glanced at Tyler, who was still showing anger as he faced General Maxwell. How long ago did that message get sent to us? He queried. As the message had come earlier that morning, the time window had been started when the message had been received. And all evacuations and defensive preparations were on track and scheduled to be done before the window closed. At the current speed estimated by intelligence, Omni's fleet would arrive at the window's close. They would come into range of the defenses when the Republic was essentially ready. Still, Maxwell frowned at the question, approximately 15 hours ago. While that still left more than half the stated time, Tyler didn't trust the alliance to keep to their stated time frame. But there was a lot to do within the remaining 33 hours the time window stated there was to be. The alliance was through playing nice and would do what they wanted to get what they desired. This event was long in coming. The alliance had never liked the Federation not helping them in their war against ZAFT. The alliance had also wanted to bring down the same authoritarian reign they had over their own territories. And Tyler didn't doubt Blue Cosmos members would enjoy terrorizing the Federation's citizens as they had wished to do. The alliance protected such individuals and looked the other way with their horrible actions or encouraged the practices. Then, many in the alliance and most in Omni wanted to get their hands on Federation tech to use as they saw fit. Omni would be more than happy to use Federation stealth technology to attack the plants, among other places. Maxwell could see McGregor saw some of the Republic's problems right now. So, he continued, however, evacuations of the citizens further inland have already started and are progressing well right now. With the governing personnel working as they have a gift to do, those should be finished by the time that the deadline comes. That sounded right to Tyler. It was what his mother would do the moment after she and the rest of the governing body rejected the demands of the alliance. His mother had always put the safety of the Republic's citizens first, which was one of the reasons she and her cabinet kept being elected for their fourth term. The people of the Republic knew what they got with Ellen, and they were quite content with how she ran things. Tyler knew his mother was stubborn. It was where he had acquired and learned the quality himself. It was why Ellen had the nickname the Dragon of the Republic, which the alliance and even the plants referred to her as. So, the alliance should have known that demand for surrender would be rejected straight out. Thus, the message was more along the lines of a declaration of war than a warning and was an opportunity to embarrass the Republic. Tyler focused on Maxwell. There is no time to waste then, he stated. What can we do to help, sir? McGregor was right that there was no time to waste. Maxwell wouldn't deny that. So, Maxwell saw blunt, your orders are to go over to Tesway R&D. Both of you have been selected as licensed pilots to use recently developed mobile suits. Make your preparation and head to the complex and do so in a timely manner. While we may have more than half the time with 33 hours left, we need the time. Tyler and Lisa acknowledged their orders and left the room to carry them out. Lisa insisted that they get a meal before heading out to Tesway, which Tyler begrudgingly agreed to. They stopped by the cafeteria to get the meal and ate with little conversation. After the meal, they headed for the tram that would take them to Tesway. On the tram ride, Tyler took stock of what the Republic had to defend itself against the coming invaders. Tyler was fairly sure Omni would strike Shira first as it was a control center for the Republic. Plus, it would be the easiest place to make landfall and move inland from there. It came from the Republic's shoreline, having become made of cliffs over time and dense jungle shortly beyond them. It resulted from the forestry and environmental restoration done after the Reconstruction War. But terrain wouldn't stop the Alliance in their goals, only slow them down somewhat. The major goals, of course, were the Tesway R&D complex and the mass driver Shenlong. The Alliance hadn't admitted the point out loud, but it was as clear as if they had done so. The only way the Alliance would accept the truth would be if they were beaten back with force. The shoreline guns are what Omni faced first, but that wouldn't deter them. Tyler was sure of that. Those defensive guns were made up of 3 large cannon-like guns and many turrets. Inland, missile launchers could pop up on command and Gatling interception turrets. None of the guns were visible most of the time as they were stored underground. The 3 Grandos 300 cm high-energy beam double-barrel cannons could rotate within a 180-degree range and were set on the shoreline of Shira. They were augmented by the Blaren dual-barrel turrets that were less powerful than the Grandos but still pack a punch. Last but not least, in the shoreline defense, M15 Lapua 60 cm triple cannon, and there are quite a few of them in between the larger guns. Then as Tyler understood it, for inland defense systems, there was the new deflection field emitter networks strategically. The deflection system was based on the light-wave barrier that Omni invented for Artemis. However, it had been improved from what Omni had used by Tesway and built over the last year. The networks were placed around the areas of importance like the mass driver, the Tesway complex, and the bunkers for the citizens. Even with all of those fixed defenses, that was considered before the defending forces made up of vehicles and fighters. Tyler bet that the Alliance didn't see a reason to be concerned with Federation forces anymore with their new mobile suits. But Tyler figured that this upcoming battle would reveal that the Federation had mobile suits themselves. Fighters could transform into mobile suits, they just hadn't come up until now. And Federation pilots had much more experience using a mobile suit than Omni pilots. The experience made a difference in combat, Tyler would swear to that with his military service. And in this, Tyler knew the pilots defending the Republic would protect the nation or die trying. Thus, Omni would be in for a nasty surprise that they were too blind to see and try to prepare for. Until this point, Omni nor ZAFT had considered prodding the Federation, let alone attacking a member nation. It came from the knowledge that attacking one meant there would be serious unavoidable consequences they would face. That fact had kept the Federation out of the war for more than 5 years alongside the treaties in place. The Federation's military had made sure to hold parties responsible for violations. Tyler wondered if the Alliance had been avoiding taking on both other factions simultaneously before now, so why do so now? And while Tyler was sure some in the Alliance's leadership was missing some important marbles they should have, he didn't think it would be this bad. Lisa could tell Tyler was seriously thinking about the battle looming for the Republic and what was going into it. She couldn't blame him, the Republic was his home, the place he had grown up around, to see it coming under attack was painful. As she considered the results of the Alliance's coming actions, it was foolish for them to do what they were. Omni was doing poorly against ZAFT right now, and yet, they were about to pick a fight with the faction they weren't at war with. But with the loss of Panama, the Alliance had seemingly lost all of its sensibility and any view of logic. Thus, the Alliance was trying to take control of as much of Earth as possible. The Alliance's direction would cost them any advantage they could potentially have against ZAFT. The Federation wouldn't fold or back down from the Alliance and would stand against them. I supposed coming back here to what we did must irk you, Lisa said. Tyler glanced at Lisa. Hell yeah, I'm irked, he replied. A bunch of idiotic fools that heed terrorists are coming using force to take what they want from its proper owners. And they think there is nothing wrong with what they are going to do. Lisa had no response to that as it was a feeling she shared even if the Republic wasn't the place she claimed as home. The ride was around an hour and a half, as the tram system was running on less power than it normally would. Tyler knew the output of the Republic's power grid was being redirected to the defensive equipment, which left less for non-essential systems. The two arrived at Tesway's station, and they found the security was tighter than normal. With protocol locking down things, it was completely understandable. It took double the time it would usually take to get through the security checkpoint. Once inside the complex, Tyler and Lisa noticed that the command center was abuzz with activity. Tyler figured whatever had been told to Tesway from the military command, it had driven up the stress levels. A soldier quickly came up to the two and asked them what they were there to do. Tyler told them about the orders they had received from General Maxwell. The soldier nodded and escorted them to the mobile suit development floor. Tyler instantly spotted Carlos, who was delegating tasks to others. The sight of mobile suits, including the Aurora, were undergoing adjustments. That strongly suggested to Tyler the mobile suits would be deployed in the coming battle. And the glimpses that Tyler got of some of the other mobile suits while he and Lisa were being escorted had him wondering how much Omni's project result had been applied and improved. The units that Tyler got glances of were all Gundam types, much as the Shadow and Omni's prototypes had brought about. The deployment of Gundam types with competent pilots made a difference. Recent history made that crystal clear. Their escort brought them to Carlos, who was finishing his task handout when they came up to him. Carlos had been delegating the needed tasks, prioritizing what needed to be done as soon as possible. Battle was less than 32 hours away, and there were still things that needed to be done for the mobile suits to be readied. Pilots were already going to be sent for the 7 models Tesway had built in the last few months. Specific unit to pilot assignments hadn't been determined, but that would come later. Only 3 out of the 6 pilots stated from the Republic Military Command were coming. From what Carlos understood, those looking for a final pilot weren't having a great deal of luck yet. Communications from military command stated 6 licensed pilots were on their way, which had come hours ago. Yet, just as he handed out the last assignment, Carlos noticed a group coming up to him. The group's lead was one of the security personnel, followed by none other than Tyler and the woman who had been with him the last time. "Tyler, Lieutenant Malto," Carlos greeted, "I wasn't expecting you two would be some of the pilots we'd get." Carlos paused as Tyler being here gave a little cause for hope. Tyler was among the top pilots the Federation had, easily in the top 10, though Carlos couldn't say what position his young friend may have in that 10. Perhaps, there is some cause for hope with this looming battle not being as horrible as it could be. Even better than being told there would be licensed pilots were coming for the units that we have been working on. That was news to Tyler that licensed pilots would be using what Tesway had produced. Yes, he and Lisa had licensed pilots. Tyler a tad longer than Lisa had been by conversations between him and her had said. Licensed pilots were not entirely rare, but they weren't very common either, so to have so many in the same place was odd. It said how serious the situation was. The battle required so many specialized and skilled pilots to be in the same place at the same time. "So," Tyler nodded, "I hope us coming is cause for optimism, Carlos," Tyler replied. "With trouble coming, the Republic needs as much good going for it as it can get." Tyler shook his head and focused back on the task at hand, "But on to standing matters, Carlos. We've been told that you and those here who have finished recently are ready for use in the upcoming battle, and we are to pilot 2 of them at least. With that said, what do you got for us, Carlos?" Carlos could hear the serious tone in his friend's voice, meaning he knew what was at stake. Omni coming to the Republic was not for talks, it was for battle. There was no longer a question about that. But with Tyler here, he would get his request of working with the Aurora as he had asked the last time. "So," Carlos smiled, "well, for you, Tyler, you'll get your wish since you will be assigned to the Aurora," he stated. As for Tyler's companion, Lieutenant Malto could choose from the remaining 2 of the aircraft Z series or the remaining Ground Runner X series. Out of the 3 licensed pilots already here before Tyler and Miss Malto arrived, they had chosen both the Aqua Y series units and one of the Ground Runner units. Thus, Carlos turned to Lisa, "For you, Lieutenant Malto, you have a few options to pick from that haven't already been assigned. The other 2 units from the Aircraft Z series are still available as well as 1 unit for a different series." Tyler would have jumped for joy at being told he would get to pilot the Aurora if the situation wasn't as serious as it was currently. Plus, Tyler knew he was to talk things easy on himself with his health still not at 100% yet. However, he looked forward to putting the mobile through its paces and seeing what the machine could do. But Tyler was curious about the other options that Carlos mentioned Lisa had to pick from. Tyler had always been fascinated by what those at Tesway could create, having tested some of their inventions. Carlos had said the Aurora was part of a series, meaning there were other units that Tyler hadn't seen. But different potential Gundam-type series certainly made Tyler interested in knowing more about them. On the other hand, Lisa merely gestured to Carlos to show what Tesway had to offer for her to use. If the units were anything like the one Tyler was getting, that would help on the future battlefield. It wasn't the most surprising that Tesway made more custom units besides the Aurora, though there were other series. And with Omni coming to take over, those defending would need any advantage or help they could get to prevent that. Carlos got the hint the gesture was giving and led the 2 to the second unit of the Aircraft Z series, which was the HFS Z-151 Athena. It had been designed with not just carrying a payload, unlike the Aurora, but for swarming tactics and countering the same. And once the 3 came to be in front of the mobile suit, both Tyler and Lisa just stared at the machine. Tyler could see that it was slightly shorter than the Aurora and had more of a head modeled like the Strikes. However, the torso section looked like something between the Duel and the Justice rather than the others of Omni's prototypes. Tyler noted the unit was grey, just as Omni's units were active without phase shift armor. However, the real difference between the unit and others was its backpack that also wrapped around the shoulders of the machine. Parts on the backpack part over the shoulders appeared to be some kind of targeting scopes. From what Tyler could see, the backpack system was around the shoulders with wing apparatuses on hinges connected 2/3 of the way up the wings with boosters built into the wings. Then on the backpack, 2 cannons that had dual barrels positioned above and behind the head of the suit. Carlos gestured to the unit they were in front of. "This is the HFS Z-151 Athena," he began. "It was developed for swarming enemies and also countering the same. The cockpit is standard other than the seat lowering into it equipped with the new restraint system that works with the normal pilot suit. Like all the Aircraft Z series, the suit can do atmospheric descent and ascent on its own. The power plant for this unit is a new compact battery system with 2 batteries synced to work together. The plant has an experimental recharge function slow as it is, but then it is being fine-tuned still." Tyler was impressed with what Carlos was saying the machine before them had to work with. Carlos continued, "It has the new phase shift armor the Aurora does along with the Phantom stealth system. The other system in common with the Aurora is the high MAM system for aerial combat. However, it has a feature that the Aurora doesn't, a grapple carrying system. The carry system is usable in the Athena's flight mode, allowing it to lift and carry another machine or payload and deliver it to the battlefield. Neither Tyler nor Lisa said anything as Carlos gave a rundown of the Athena. The new phase shift armor had been explained with the Aurora's cell, as had the high MAM and Phantom stealth systems. However, the power plant and the grapple carry system were new, and Tyler would applaud the work they were said to be able to do. The carrying system had potential in Tyler's mind, payload delivery capability could change the flow of a fight. Moving on to armaments, Carlos kept going. There is a pair of CIWS guns on both sides, the head code-named Stingray loaded with anti-phase shift rounds standard. Next, we have the Ma M25 Hauser beam lance holstered on the back skirt, and it collapses down into a third its length when it's not in use. We have the M2 M3 75mm machine guns mounted on the undersides of the forearms. And the last of the universal fixed weapons would be the two Gauss 90mm twin railguns, and they pack a serious punch with the impact they have. Moving on to the flight mode only armaments, you've got a pair of M2 Vulcan guns mounted on the long nose section that's on the backpack. Then on the wing booster sections, there are two missile swarm pods named Locus. They're loaded with 8 missiles each pod, so more bang for your buck as the saying goes. Lisa and Tyler were both impressed by the list of fixed armaments the Athena had to work with. The list was longer as Carlos had talked about fixed armaments and said that specifically. And while Tyler knew Carlos's sales pitch was more for Lisa than him, Tyler was always interested in hearing about what Tesway was producing. For its optional armaments, Carlos continued, there is two Spatterfire 85mm rapid-fire railgun rifles. If you recall what the Shadow's Kale set had, it works much the same way but is of a higher caliber. The rifles are usable in both flight mode and mobile suit mode. In flight mode, they are held by the hands and turned sideways. Carlos paused and looked Lisa in the eye. This is an option for you can choose from to work with the looming fight. Unbeknownst to the three in front of the mobile suit, another had nearby listening to the sales pitch. The man listening had blonde short to medium length hair and green eyes, standing at almost 6 feet. His name was Graham Aker, and he had the charisma that most would never obtain, yet he tended to be what most would say was easygoing. He had come here after volunteering to help with the looming fight. Graham had become tired of just sitting around and watching the war go on and get worse by the day. And machines run down. Graham had heard, the mobile suits made here were even better than what the Integrated Design Bureau came out with. Even if helping in the coming battle would have Graham on the Federation's side, he felt it was right. The Federation wouldn't attack the plants, which Graham swore he would protect its people. So, the military leaders of the Republic had been more than willing for Graham to help and pilot a mobile suit in defense of the Republic. Then Graham got to see Tyler McGregor again, and the kid was different than most Graham ever met. He'd liked him. Tyler may be serious when needed, but he had a heck of a sense of humor which Graham appreciated. Tyler had come by the place Graham had been given to live a couple of times, and talking with him had been a highlight for him. Plus, the Republic had become a second home to Graham, so he wouldn't see it attacked by invaders. No, he would oust any that would try to invade this wonderful nation, even should it be by ZAFT. This nation and its people had welcomed him when he had no place to go, and he would repay that kindness. And from the last line that had been said, there were other mobile suits to be assigned. Graham could use one to work with it to force Omni back and leave this nation alone. It didn't matter if what was being said about Omni having mobile suits now was true. He would still use every skill he had to make them regret attempting to take this nation from its people. So, Graham began walking forward. I must say, quite a well-made machine, and I've seen some good ones before. Tyler, Lisa, and Carlos turned to see Graham walking up to their group. Tyler was left to wonder what Graham was doing around Tesway. He'd met Graham more than a year ago, and it had been what some might say by mistakes. Tyler had come across Graham shortly after he'd finished his SOLAS training. And Tyler hadn't an idea who Graham was when they first met. It wasn't until the second meeting during a story Graham had been telling that Tyler had figured out the man's real identity. Tyler had been in shock when the facts came together, and he came to the conclusion Graham was ZAFT's ace of aces, their comet. Graham was nothing like his reputation as the comet suggested, he was way too easygoing. And because of that, Tyler couldn't figure out what Graham was doing here with a fight looming. While I don't doubt you have a reason for being here, Graham, even if it would make sense only to you, Tyler said. Now isn't the time to be touring around, there's a serious situation building, so explain what you're doing after you introduce yourself. Not everyone knows who you are, especially on first meeting, much like I hadn't a clue on our initial encounter. Graham looked at Tyler, knowing that he would be in a testy mood with the Republic in danger. And Graham did have a reason to be here at Tesway to pilot a mobile suit out to battle. But Tyler was amusing with people not knowing him, with what Graham had done during the early part of the war, most knew of him. As the ZAFT champion the Comet, Graham had fought to protect the plants and had given inspiration for many stories that were told. Thus, Graham adopted an expression of mock shock, not heard of me? Tyler, you do come up with some good jokes from time to time. Why some say you have little sense of humor, I'll never know, Graham said, but then he paused. He saw the confused expressions on the other two people's faces. So, he then bowed to them both. My apologies for my lack of manners, my name is Graham Aker. The name wasn't familiar to either Lisa or Carlos, so it didn't help clarify anything for them. Tyler clearly knew who this Graham Aker was and how neither could say as Tyler had never mentioned him. Lisa watched as Tyler shook his head in minor irritation before pointing at Mr. Aker. This guy here is a former ZAFT pilot, Tyler began. He still remembered the moment he'd figured out who Graham was and the unbelievable shock he felt. And he isn't your run-of-the-mill pilot, not in any way, I assure you. Hard as it is to believe, and I know the feeling well, but he was one of the best ones if not still the best. While Tyler was right in what he said, he wasn't saying it in reverence like many used to around him. Graham remembered what Tyler had questioned if he was the comet that ZAFT had fighting for them in the early part of the war. The expression on Tyler's face had been amusing as it had been pure shock, which was so out of place for Tyler. Then Tyler was making compliments for Graham when he normally did not do such things. So, Graham chuckled, now Tyler, stop, you're embarrassing me, he replied. Yes, it's true that I'm no regular pilot, but I just took the time to polish my skills along with my love of a challenge. Graham's easygoing attitude was hard enough to deal with after knowing who he was. He was almost modest if not for him knowing he was good yet didn't tout it. Graham's personality was a flavor one had to get used to, Tyler was all too aware of that. It was his flair that Tyler wasn't the fondest of, something about it just annoyed Tyler, and he couldn't exactly say why. But now wasn't the time to vent frustration, there were more pressing matters. So, Tyler rolled his eyes at Graham before he turned his gaze to Carlos and Lisa. You wouldn't think it of this guy, I assure you I know all too well, Tyler stated. And if not what I learned from talking to Graham, I wouldn't believe it either. But this guy, Tyler gestured at Graham, who kept smiling, is the pilot who's called the Comet as in ZAFT's Comet. Lisa blinked at what Tyler had just said as she swore she couldn't have heard right. It had sounded like Tyler had said the man in front of them was ZAFT's Ace of Aces, their Comet, but that couldn't be. ZAFT's Comet had vanished more than 2 years ago, though ZAFT firmly stated missing in action when asked. The plants and ZAFT took it hard when the Comet had vanished since they had been their hero. Since then, there had been no information on the Comet, so what were the chances they would pop up here and now? And yet, Tyler wasn't one to exaggerate about things without clearly stating that before getting into the subject. Thus, Lisa was glancing between Tyler and Graham as the point Tyler called him the Comet was sinking in. Her eyes widened as she understood Tyler was telling the truth as he knew it. Hold on, you're saying that man, she questioned, pointing at Graham, is ZAFT's champion of champions, their ace of aces. Graham knew his efforts and escapades were still the stuff of myth and legend. He remembered when plant citizens would whisper tales of him protecting the colonies. For Graham, protecting the plants had become a life mission, even with him being a natural. Those who claimed all coordinators needed to die just because of their genetic type had never made sense to him. All life was precious, so he had fought for the plants and earth as in his opinion they needed one another. Linus had always said to Graham that he was a rare kind of man and that the human race needed heroes like him. So, Graham bowed to Lisa. Indeed I am, dear lady, he confirmed. However, I prefer the title of Defender of the People personally as I work to be that. Tyler wasn't interested in listening to Graham going off on a fighting the good fight or being a hero rant. Tyler had done that twice and had become annoyed with such as it was idealistic, and most of the time not how things worked in the world. Plus, time was of the essence, so there wasn't the opportunity to listen to war stories right now. There was a battle looming in soon enough, and that was the priority. So, Tyler exhaled before speaking. Graham, what are you doing here? He asked with a serious tone. We don't have the time for your stories right now, if you haven't noticed, a lot is going on. Graham didn't blame Tyler for being blunt and to the point with Omni coming to try and take the Republic from its people. His young friend's homeland was threatened, so his tenseness was completely understandable. But that was what Graham was here for, to help in this crisis and make sure the Republic didn't fall to the Alliance. Thus, Graham's smile disappeared, and a serious expression replaced it. I'm not here to tell stories, Tyler. Graham shook his head. I'm through sitting on the sidelines and being in so-called retirement. I'm here taking up the mantle I had in this horrible war before coming to the Republic. I, Graham Aker, have come to defend those whose fight is just, those who are doing what they can to see a future that isn't dark. This now transcends which faction is right, for 2 of them have lost their way. I am here to become a hero of the people once again, not just for the plants this time, but for the best of humanity. And to be what is needed, I will work with the Federation to save humanity from the hatred it has been infected with and being corrupted by. Carlos had been listening to the conversation but had said nothing as it had gone on. If this man was who Tyler said he was, and there was little reason to doubt Carlos's young friend, then the 7th pilot was here even while waiting for the 6th. Arguably the best pilot seen to date was one the Republic could use to help in its defense. This Graham could likely use any of the new model mobile suits and make them more than effective on the battlefield. So, Carlos cleared his throat. If you are who Tyler says you are, he started, then none here will say no to you offering help. The upcoming battle with Omni will not be pretty, I fear, and we need any advantage we can get. Tyler didn't have a good argument for Carlos's last sentence. One of Graham's skills was not to be refused when they volunteered to help out in a battle. So, Tyler nodded. You are right, Carlos, he admitted. With that in mind, why not show us what the other options are? Carlos led the group to another dock with a mobile suit which Tyler assumed was a part of the same series that the Athena and the Aurora were. The machine was grey like the Athena had been, which would change when the phase shift was activated. It was the same approximate height as the Athena had been from feet to head. Yet, the head looked more like the Aegis's, where the Athena's had been like the Strike's. However, with the backpack system, it appeared that it would shift differently than the Athena would for its flight mode. The difference with this backpack system from the Athena's was it didn't go around the shoulders. There were wings on the backpack's sides which were made of two half wings with a hinge between them. The upper wing was half the size of the one below it, and the lower wing had a length from the elbow of the suit's arm down to just about the knee. Tyler did spot two cannons that were behind the shoulders and would likely drop to be over the shoulders for use. There was another cannon barrel, bigger than the other two, along the center of the backpack. Tyler guessed the third weapon was part of the nose section for the suit's flight mode. And finally, Tyler saw a rifle in the suit's right hand, which was modeled after a compacted sniper rifle. Those were just the visible weapons that Tyler could spot, but he wouldn't doubt there were more. So, Tyler looked to Carlos. Give us the rundown of this unit, Carlos, Tyler said. Carlos nodded. This is the HFS Z-127 Thanatos, an assault-type mobile suit like the others of the aircraft Z series. Like the Athena, it's equipped with a compact dual-synced battery with the recharging function. Carlos paused for a moment. They were intended to have nuclear reactors, but there hasn't been the time to install such. He shook his head before he continued. It also has PSS armor as part of the suit's defense. The Thanatos has the systems that the Athena does like the HIMARS, Phantom Stealth and Grapple Carrying System. And finally, on the outside of the shoulders are the wing shields. They can add to the effectiveness of the HIMARS and are coated with an anti-beam coating to be able to block incoming beams. Carlos brought up the specs for the Thanatos on the datapad he had with him before he kept going. In the area of armaments, the unit has a fair arsenal for both one-on-one combat as well as for fighting groups. First, the pair of 115mm Hals railguns sits over the shoulders and are part of the backpack. Along the center of the backpack is the Shano plasma cannon, which has the highest firepower other than the optional rifle. You'll find two beam sabers stored in compartments along the outside of the forearms. They'll shoot out to the hands from there. The sabers can be combined much like the Auroras can in their dual Corsac configuration. There are CIWS guns in the head on either side just below the optical sensor cameras, which are M8 555mm and are loaded with anti-phase shift rounds. There also are MMS Spitfire 65mm Vulcan guns, only usable in flight mode and are mounted in the nose section. Carlos stopped for a moment. There is only one optional handheld armament, which is the SR-23 Barrett 250mm long-ranged beam rifle. The weapon can also be used as a sniper rifle or a short to medium-range rifle as well. Graham had to say the suit before him was quite the step up from Jin's and CGUE's. Of course, Graham hadn't been around mobile suits since he had vanished from the war. And the Thanatos would work for Graham better than the other he'd seen. Graham was not the pickiest when it came to the unit he used. So his decision was made. I'll pilot this unit, Graham stated. It will work nicely enough for me. The other three turned and stared at Graham, having said he would take the Thanatos. Tyler was sure it wouldn't matter what mobile suit Graham picked, it would end the same. Graham's skills were so good that he could use an outdated machine, and he would more than likely win in a fight. So, that he would be piloting a Gundam type would only make those he went against all the more doomed. Much like any of ZAFT's champions, they were in a different league than other pilots. Even Special Forces pilots would be challenged by any of the champions, let alone Graham. Thus, while Omni losses would be bad with the defenders of the Republic going against them, it would be worse with Graham out there. Carlos nodded. That is fine, I wouldn't doubt you'll use the Thanatos well, he replied. That leaves one other option for Lieutenant Malto to choose from. Carlos guided the three to the free unit from the Ground Runner series. Once in front of the machine, Tyler scanned it over, taking in its features. The unit was clearly from a different series than the Aurora and the other two he'd seen. What stood out was for the feet of the machine. It looked to have three animalistic claws/talons instead of what was normal for mobile suits. There were claws behind the wrists that appeared to flip over the hands. The torso section appeared to be quite similar to the Freedoms, while the head was like the Strikes. The suit was shorter by a margin than the Athena and Thanatos. The backpack system was made up of two wing-like shroud structures, but Tyler saw no wings in the shrouds. There looked to be some sort of guns mounted on the backpack, but Tyler couldn't see them well enough to guess what they were. Attached to the shoulder's edge were what looked similar to the beam boomerang Tyler had seen with the Justice's file. Whether that meant what Tyler was seeing were beam boomerangs, he couldn't say. Tyler couldn't say what functions they served were with the flaps attached to the front of the shoulders. The robust beam rifle in the right hand looked around the same size as the Thanatos' had been but had a longer barrel. Carlos cleared his throat. Before you is the HFS X-115 Longinus mobile suits, he began, which is a part of the Ground Runner X series. As the name implies, this unit is designed for ground combat, though it can be in the air for a period of time. Its alternative mode is a quadruped mode. Graham thought for a moment as the word quadruped made him think about Bukyus. It was a bulk of ZAFT's ground fighting force used on Earth. Is this quadruped mode anything like a bullet in CUE? He asked. Carlos nodded. Yes, ZAFT's bullet in CUE was the foundational basis for the Ground Runner X series. However, it doesn't have treads on the feet as Bukyus do, instead, it has claws and talons which have a better grip with the terrain. Carlos paused before returning to the previous subject. Like all the new generation mobile suits, it has the new Sigma-type phase shift armor and the Phantom stealth system. However, as with those with the Ground Runner series, they have our Homura deflection system. For the Longinus, the emitters are built into the shield flaps on the shoulders which can spin and adjust for use in its alternative mode. Carlos paused, bringing up the system information for the Longinus. It also has a new targeting system called the Sensory Neural Precision Extended Range Targeting or SNIPERT for short. It is based on what the Shadow had but has been improved and made for even longer range use. Carlos switched the data displayed over to the weapons the machine possessed. The arsenal is a bit smaller than what the aircraft Z series has on average, but it makes up for it in different ways. The fixed armaments include a pair of M2M3 45mm CIWS guns mounted in the upper torso. Next would be the Ma M979 Tanzer beam boomerang blades stored in sheaths built into the shoulders. They can be used much like the Justice's beam boomerangs that ZAFT produced, but the beam blade made by them is longer, but not as long as beam sabers tend to be. They are about 2/3 the length at most. They don't have to be thrown, they can be used as a close-quarters combat weapon as well. Lastly, there are two Spitfire 95mm Gatling guns that are mounted to rails that are a part of the backpack system. They can be swung forward to be used in the suit mode of this unit. The backpack system can be used with the platform it has and the rails are attached to and swivel and fire while in its quadruped mode. Carlos brought up the data on the rifle the Longinus had to work with before he continued. Its single handheld weapon is the ranged beam rifle. It is called the Morpheus and is 275mm in caliber, so more powerful than the Thanatos' rifle. It doesn't have a fast firing rate, but it has the longest range we can get effectively. The beam from the rifle is concentrated enough to penetrate armor at extreme distances. And while in quadruped mode, the rifle is connected to the backpack's platform so can swivel and have 360-degree coverage and use. Lisa was impressed with what the unit in front of her was able to do. But by what she had heard, the Longinus was meant for ranged combat to be the most effective. Lisa would be the first to say that sniping was something she could do, but she wasn't too good at the skill. Thus, the Athena was the better option to go with rather than the Longinus. While this unit is impressive, Lisa began, sniping isn't my forte, so I believe it would be better I use the Athena. Carlos nodded. Very well, he replied, then the pilot who is on their way will get to use the Longinus. Didn't you say there were other machines, just assigned already? Tyler asked. Carlos turned to face Tyler. Yes, the other ground runner machine, the X-133 Atlas, was claimed by the first licensed pilot when they arrived. The two Aqua series were taken by the two licensed pilots who arrived before you. Those are the Y-124 Cancer and the Y-142 Leviathan, which have the specialty of a system that can blind sonar. Carlos took a deep breath. We are working on the final adjustments, they will be done just before the battle is set to start if Omni keeps their timeline. Carlos walked off, leaving Lisa, Graham, and Tyler where they were. Lisa looked at Tyler. You should get some sleep while there is the chance, it will help your health, she stated. Tyler glowered before he sighed. I suppose you have a valid point, even when I curse it, he replied. Sadly, I know the rooms here those who work here use when they are working hard on a project. Graham laughed. No need to worry, Tyler, he spoke. We will wake you before all the action starts. Tyler's head fell, and he exhaled before he headed off to the closest room that could be used as a place to sleep. Once he got there, he dropped down to the cot he set up and became lost in his thoughts. While he didn't doubt the Gundam types would help in defense of the Republic, he was still worried. Tyler knew the defenders, including himself, would do their utmost to protect the nation against Omni. But not knowing the size of Omni's force or what they would be using other than their new mass-production mobile suit model made things difficult. Tyler was pretty confident that the Republic's defenders would push Omni back, but the question was how long it would take. The longer the battle went on, the more lives lost and the more damage to the Republic's cities there would be. Meanwhile, Omni's first seaborne fleet was making their way toward the Republic as per its mission orders. The fleet's flagship was the Spengler-class Lawton was in the center of the fleet as it sailed forward. They were around halfway across the Pacific Ocean, with a little more than half the set time left for the Republic to surrender. The mood of the fleet overall was a tense, somber one. It was the first time Omni would directly go against the Federation during this war. All there really was on what they would face was guesses on previous battle records, which were not helpful. The captain of the Loden was looking over the latest information that had been acquired on the Republic. The reply to the Alliance's message had been pretty much what was expected: they would not submit. According to the higher UPS, the ones who had taken charge had been amused with what reply they'd received. So, the First Fleet was to go and take the Republic by force to show the Federation they were serious. The captain was left to wonder if the ships, aircraft, mobile suits would be enough to overcome the Federation's military. There were just so many unknowns in the looming battle that little planning could be done effectively. But in reality, the captain avoided giving attention to the woman sitting on the bridge staring out the forward windows. The woman in the chair next to the captain's own was close to 5 feet and 3/4 of a foot in height. She had neutral brown hair, unbound and straight, that went down to her waist. Her eyes were blue and fit her smooth pretty face that was framed by her hair. The woman was fit, no fat could be seen, and her figure was one that many women would love to have. She was wearing a black tank top with a white lab coat over it and black dress pants. Her name was Mina Moss, a natural type human and a brilliant scientist that wouldn't normally be found on a military ship. If one just went by her appearance, she was in her prime and would be popular with most of the men on the ship to make passes with. By what the captain had been told by his officers, some had tried and had been hit with the results that matched the reputation the woman had. Such hadn't lasted long with what the woman had done to those who had made a pass at her. The captain had looked up the file on the woman, Dr. Moss. The file had been quite the red and not for the best reasons. Mina Moss didn't have a nationality stated on the record, but it was assumed she was from the Atlantic Federation. She was known by name much like Director Azrael and others, which normally was a black mark. The captain had read that the woman was painted as close to the definition of tyrant without being one technically. She didn't take talkback from those around her, and she was more than willing to call out another's failures. That was all before the rumors about Mina Moss, which were plentiful with what came out of the Lodenia lab. The woman was supposed to run the place in a way that would make dictators and tyrants come to ask her for advice on how to run things. So, a fear of Dr. Moss had quickly come about, and she was avoided within hours. And the attempts made to talk to her had been met with cold and unsympathetic responses. Dr. Moss was with the fleet by what orders the Loden's captain had received for 2 main reasons. First, she was to observe and report the fleet's performance likely to Azrael himself. Second, she was responsible for the 3 custom mobile suits and the pilots that came with them. Those pilots were girls who ranged in an age in their late teens to early 20s. In fact, Dr. Moss had said that no one was to touch those who came with her, which she called her girls. There had already been one incident while Dr. Moss had been on the ship. It had started when one of the doctors had tried to do something to one of the girls. The captain hadn't heard what the doctor did, but in the end, it hadn't mattered. The ship doctor had gotten a scalpel in the shoulder, and they had said Dr. Moss had done it without hesitation. The woman had not denied it when confronted, she only said that the doctor had been interfering with things that were none of their concern. Dr. Moss had said she would aim for a more painful place should it happen again and to tell that to the rest of the crew. At the moment, Dr. Moss was simply staring out the window, but in actuality, she was internally fuming at how the current situation was going. She'd been planning to do work at Ladonia like she normally did. It was her preference. She did the job of management and research at the lab while one of the few who could be around her and not sweat or cower in fear would work with clients. It had been the best arrangement the lab could ask for. Her friend Lori Call was a people person, whereas Mina was absolutely not. Mina's methods had control, and discipline had kept Ladonia in good working order. Other labs for the enhanced human project that were being built were going to use the same mentality and format with its success. But things had changed a week ago, which she cursed as it had interrupted the smooth operation she ran. Shortly after the news came in, Panama had been attacked by ZAFT and destroyed in the end, so too had the call. Mina couldn't care less about that. Omni was at fault for underestimating their enemies. Yet, some of the lab's clients were part of the alliance and funded the project. There had been calls for demonstrations before now, but Lori had gotten those to be pushed away as the project wasn't ready. Then came the call from one of the lab's big donors, who were listened to more than others with the funding they gave. Lori would have usually handled that, but the client had asked for Mina specifically, which was rare. Mina had been annoyed a client wanted to talk to her directly, but she had taken the call. She'd found it to be Murida Azrael that had been making the call. The man said he had an opportunity for her to field test the project's work and that he would love to see her work in action. Technically, the project had borne some fruit, but Mina would have liked a little more time to adjust things better. However, Azrael hadn't taken her reply as no and go away instead. He had said she could show off what she had. Her issue wasn't with the current director of Blue Cosmos exactly, the organization was one of the funders of the lab after all. No, what was bugging Mina Moss was that the enhanced human project she had been putting her life into over a decade now was likely being overseen by some of the fools back at the lab that was incompetent. Mina was of the mind it was better for her to manage things at the lab herself, there was no one that could do it as well as she could. However, there was nothing she could do about that issue right now. Hopefully, those at the lab were doing business as usual. The 3 girls here on the ship with her were some of her best candidates in the enhanced human project. They were definitely the best performers thus far and were very obedient to Mina, who they saw as their mother. The problem was that the other group made up of 3 candidates of the project, who were decent scoring subjects taken out and now with Azrael. Those 3 biological CPUs, as some nicknamed them, were males and were under the supervision of one of Mina's subordinates. The said subordinate was one that Mina didn't have confidence in. They had a history of doing things sloppily or his way, which was unacceptable to her. Now those 3 and their handler were on their way to the Orb Union, and it didn't sit well with her. And an unhappy and ticked off Mina wasn't one that was in any way pleasant to be around at all. The silence on the bridge was adding to Mina's frustrations, so she rose and made her way further into the ship to see her girls. The 3 girls had come into her possession 8 years ago while Mina had been out viewing some testing of work she'd contributed to. They had been abandoned in a small town near the test site, huddling together. The girls had seemed lost, and they had quickly clung to her when she came across them. It had served her well in her work and really helped save a part of the enhanced human project back at that time and several times since. She wasn't mean to the girls, no, the 3 had shown potential beyond any of the other children that had come to the lab. They almost always performed beyond expectations, which was welcome in Mina's mind. While traveling through the ship, Mina didn't miss crew members running away or ducking into another room as she was approaching. Where the severe avoidance would put some off, Mina found it nice as it was normal for her. Candidates would either run or go to the floor when she was nearby and would comply with any order given to them. And even a small bit of normalcy was appreciated right now with the mood Mina had. So, once she arrived in the room her girls had been given, she found all 3 of them. Mina had instructed them to stay in the room and not interact with the crew after a ship doctor was foolish. They had orders from her that if anyone other than her came into the room, they would toss them out by whatever means was required. Currently, they were spread out in the sitting room, one on the single couch in the room, another in an armchair, and the last on the floor in front of the couch. The young woman on the couch was lying across the whole length of the piece of furniture. She had a length or height of 5.5 feet and was the tallest of the 3 as well as the oldest of the girls, being 20 years old or so. She had face-length orange hair that was wavy and complemented her deep blue eyes. Her name was Deborah Galliena, and she had an overall figure that was average, not too thin or too wide. She was wearing a black t-shirt and shirt with tight black long pants under the skirt. She had a red jacket over the black t-shirt. And currently, Deborah was reading a book, though she wasn't completely engrossed, it was still clear that she was listening to the activities of the other 2 girls. Deborah was the calm and collected one of the trio and was the big sister figure for the bunch, being the oldest. She even was protective of the other 2 under almost all circumstances. Even at the times that Deborah snapped and lost it, she still protected her sisters, it just became far more violent, usually ending with those threatening her and her sisters being killed. But due to her normally calm demeanor, Deborah was the leader of the trio. The girl that was on the floor in front of the couch was the youngest of the group, who had just turned 18 a few weeks ago. Her name was Laughter Galliena, and she was a small margin shorter than Deborah and was a tad thin, but not unhealthily so. Laughter had light brown hair that was tied into 2 twin tails that framed her oval face and complemented her green eyes. She was wearing a tight pink tank top with a white leather short jacket, denim shorts, along with white knee socks and cowgirl boots. Laughter happily munched on sweets while lying on her stomach, waving her boots in the air. She looked at a book that Mina couldn't tell much about from where she stood at the doorway. Laughter was the cheerful one of the 3, though she could be childish at times. A determined girl that didn't accept losing easily at all, so a good girl. The last girl in the armchair was over 5.5 feet but was shorter than Deborah. She had neck-length hair that was black and straight. Her neutral blue eyes were a common trait among the girls showing their relations to each other, accenting her oval face. Her name was Ross Weiss Galliena, and she was the middle girl at the age of 19. Ross Weiss was in a long-sleeve purple button-up shirt with tan dress pants. She was playing a handheld game and looked to be concentrating heavily on that. Although she had a temper and difficulty controlling it at times, she was doing well at controlling it in a place like this room. Mina cleared her throat to gain the attention of the 3, who in response looked up at her. "Good afternoon, my dears," she greeted. Laughter reacted first. "Mama," she cried as she leaped up and rushed over to Mina and hugged her. Mina didn't mind the girls hugging her, it didn't feel horrid as it did with most children. Plus, it helped the girls bond with her, which boosted their performance. It was the reward her star trio got regularly, they could do what they wished within reason. Deborah sat up on the couch at hearing and seeing their mother in the room. Mina had been in a bad mood after leaving the lab, and it had only gotten worse the longer she was away from Lodania. Deborah knew her mother preferred to oversee the lab's running, and she did a good job at keeping things running efficiently. Yes, candidates were scared of Mina, but that should be motivation to perform at their best if not more. How nice for you to visit, mother, she said in a caring tone. You appeared to be in a worse mood when we got to this ship than after you said we would be traveling. Mina waved a hand in dismissal. Oh, I'm still displeased by how things have ended out, Mina stated in a pleasant toned voice. Having to leave the 3 other candidates in the hands of a witless buffoon never has sat well with me. Mina gained a soft smile, thinking about how wonderful these girls were for her work and just how good they were. Admittedly, those 3 boys aren't as wonderful as you girls are, yet I wouldn't leave any of you with anyone else. You are mine, and I would never trust another with you 3. Nevertheless, there's been an amount of work put into those boys already, and it would be very irritating if that work were wasted. Mina turned to her middle daughter, Ross Weiss dear, would you please come over here, said Mina, then faced Deborah, you as well, Deborah. And 3 girls gathered around Mina, waiting for instructions from their mother. She always counted on them to help with her work, and she rewarded them for good performance. And after a task, Mina would tell them they could ask for anything they liked, words she didn't say to others. Now listen up, all of you, I have a job coming up that you 3 are very well suited to accomplish, and I'm confident that you girls are up to doing the task as only you can. The job is to give the 3 mobile suits that came with us a full field test. There's the need for viable data with them to make adjustments that we at the lab haven't been able to do. Are my girls up to it? Laughter smiled broadly while Deborah smiled, and Ross Weiss nodded. We'll do our best mother/mama/mom, they answered together. You can count on us. Mina gained a genuine smile. I knew I could count on you 3, after all. She started leaving open the line she told these 3 often. We're your girls, mother/mama/mom, they finished the line. Mina nodded. That's absolutely right, she clapped her hands together, and when you get back, you can tell me what you want for your rewards. As always, you complete the task and ask for what you wish. You 3 are special in that regard as you are the best I have, and so are my star girls. A/N. And I'll leave off with this phase there and the battle will come in the next phase. Okay, now on to the points I want to expand and elaborate on with this phase. The first thing I want to point out has to do with a cabinet meeting. The message from the Alliance did change for you readers that didn't notice from the original. I feel this version is more to the point and makes the Alliance look more despicable than in canon in my original version. The denouncement specifically is meant to show that the Alliance isn't going to follow the rules anymore. Next, as you readers noticed, I introduced other Gundam types made by the Federation. Specs for them will be at the end of this to give some details about them, and there are some changes from the original version. Also, I made Graham's introduction a little different as I wanted to give some backstory of how Tyler met the man. Finally, for those who have and haven't read my original version of this story, let me discuss with you a bit about Mina Moss and the Galliana sisters. Mina is an original character of mine, one that I didn't base off of any other like I have with some in this tale. If you got the impression that she is mean and unfeeling, then I got it right. The woman cares more about the Enhanced Human Project than pretty much anything else if it wasn't obvious. That point will be reiterated later on by others both as a good and bad thing, but that is her character. Mina isn't a people person if I didn't make that clear. The way she is around others with Omni and with the candidates should show you what she is like. I will describe later why the project candidates fear Mina. There is a very good reason which I went into in the original version. Then we have the Galliana sisters, Deborah, Ross Weiss, and Laughter. Should you want images of them, put those names in Gundam Wiki and you'll see the appearance basis I used, but ignore the character descriptions, they aren't correct. They see Mina as their mother and Deborah will talk about how that happened in later phases. They are also the project's stars and best show of what the work can do. In conclusion, this phase is to set up for the next 2 really, which as I said will be the Republic's battle with Omni. I'm working on those as there will be changes to the battle from the original version, I assure you. As always, please some of you take the time to write a review, been getting a couple of those lately and I would love them to keep coming. I do read them and answer the best I can the questions I get. I also appreciate the comments on how I can improve or what I'm doing well in the writing. So, enjoy the specs below, and since many have been asking for images, I have made references for 4 of them, working on the others. I'll see you in the next phase, titled Freedom's Fight. Peace out. Model number, HFSX-115. Official name, Longinus Gundam. For images, look up on Google Dust Gaia Gundam. Unit type, prototype transformable long-range assault mobile suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation Military. First deployment, June 1, 71 CE. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit in torso. Dimensions, head height 17.9 meters. Weight, 85.3 tons. Armor material, phase shift armor. Power plant, advanced ultra-compact dual-sync battery, slow recharging function, experimental, nuclear compact reactor, later. Equipment and design features. Phase Shift Type Sigma, PSS. A new variation of the phase shift armor system, developed by the Federation. Works similar to the original idea, but is now made to be more efficient by distributing the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. Sensory Neural Interfacing Precision Extended Range Targeting System, SNIPERT. The system is used for long-ranged sniping and involves the pilot using a hidden scope and focusing on sniping, while others fight off any who should get close enough to attack the mobile suit. The central fin raises up, uncovering the large monoocular optic scope for use for enhanced image targeting. Homura Deflection System Emitters. The system is made up of two separate collections of emitters. They are mounted on shield flaps on either shoulder fin that flip forward for use and can deflect beams. Phantom Stealth System. An improved system and based on the Spectre optical camouflage field. It is harder to see through this stealth system and is more efficient with its energy consumption. Operating System. The OS that the Longinus has is the Gundam. Intrigue, the Federation's operating system for mobile suits that naturals and coordinators can use. Fixed Armaments. M2M3 45mm CIWS guns. A pair of the CIWS are built into the forward area of the Longinus head. Their fire linked so that they will fire at the same time with a single command and are loaded with newly developed anti-phase shift rounds, where are effective against mobile suits with a phase shift armor system. Their purpose is to intercept missile and other projectiles, but they can also penetrate light to moderate armor. Ma M979 Tanzer Beam Boomerang Blades. The main close combat beam weaponry the suit has and are stored in sheaths built into the shoulders. They can be used much like the Justice's beam boomerangs with being throwable. The beam blades can be used like beam sabers, though they are not as long as beam sabers tend to be, being about 2/3 the length at most. Razor Sonic Talons. A secondary close combat weaponry the suit has usable in both suit mode and quadruped mode. The talons fold over the hands made of super hard carbon that can extend out to double its length. The U can vibrate at a high frequency, causing pain to the ears of nearby people not properly protected, and has high cutting capabilities like the Federation's Valkyrie fighters. Spitfire 95mm Gatling guns. The second of the Longinus closer range weapons, the pair is mounted on two rails on the back that come out right above the hips, and they are loaded with anti-phase shift rounds. Handheld Armaments. Morpheus 275mm Multi-Range Beam Rifle. A long-barreled beam rifle, the Morpheus rifle is the Longinus primary armament. While its firing rate is low, it is able to snipe at long distances by working with other powerful sensors. As such, it's for Longinus to attack enemies from outside their search operation area. Only users with high marksmanship skills are able to use the weapon effectively. Model number, HFSY-124. Official name, Cancer Gundam, based on the RAS-96 Angsha. Unit type, prototype transformable aquatic stealth mobile suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation Military. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit and torso. Overall height, 18.2 meters. Weight, 89.09 tons. Armor material, phase shift armor. Power plant, advanced ultra-compact dual-sync battery, slow recharging function, experimental. Equipment and design features. Phase shift type Sigma, PSS. A new variation of the phase shift armor system, developed by the Federation. Works similar to the original idea, but is now made to be more efficient by distributing the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. Ghost Jamming System. A system that is specifically designed to scramble sonar that seaborne ships. This is done by amplifying all signals and in essence is deafening all sonar being used that aren't prepared to deal with such a thing. Operating System. The OS that the Atlas has is the Gundam. Intrigue, the Federation's operating system for mobile suits that naturals and coordinators can use. Fixed Armaments. MMIGAU-20A 40mm CIWS guns. There is one pair of CIWS that are mounted into the upper torso of the Cancer. They are fire linked so that they will fire at the same time with a single command and are loaded with newly developed anti-phase shift rounds, where are effective against mobile suits with a phase shift armor system. Their purpose is to intercept missile and other projectiles, but they can also penetrate light to moderate armor. Voroar 75mm railgun. The Cancer has two railguns mounted on the back, and they can flip up and over the shoulders to firing position. M103 Barcode High Energy Beam Cannon. A pair of these mounted on the shields on both arms and cannot fire underwater. Zirac Torpedo Launchers. 3 launchers built into each of the Cancer's shields, behind the beam cannons and are the offensive option other than the railguns. Handheld Armaments. Cutlass Anti-Ship Sword. The Cutlass is one of the first attempts to produce an anti-ship sword that collapsed down when stored. It still utilizes a beam cutting blade along one side of the blade, however, it is a thermal beam so that it can be used underwater as well as above. It is stored on the backpack when not in use. Model number, HFSZ-127. Official name, Thanatos Gundam, for image look up ZZII on Gundam Wiki. Unit type, prototype transformable high mobility mobile suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation Military. First deployment, June 1, 71 CE. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit and torso. Overall height, 18.12 meters. Weight, 85.9 tons. Armor material, phase shift armor. Power plant, advanced ultra-compact dual-sync battery, slow recharging function, experimental, nuclear compact reactor, later. Equipment and design features. Phase shift type Sigma, PSS. A new variation of the phase shift armor system, developed by the Federation. Works similar to the original idea, but is now made to be more efficient by distributing the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. Wing shield. There are two wing shields, mounted on the sides of the backpack. The pair of wing shields are movable and boost the Thanatos' turning ability when its dogfights in flight mode and adds to the high-mobility aerial maneuver system. They can also be a defense as they are coated with anti-beam coating and their length provide excellent coverage. Grapple carrying system. The system is made up of hooks that slot into holes on what it carries, and this allows for carrying another mobile suit while in flight mode and drop them somewhere else on a battlefield. This system can also carry a payload instead of a mobile suit for the same purpose. Phantom Stealth System. An improved system and based on the Spectre optical camouflage field. It is harder to see through this stealth system and is more efficient with its energy consumption. Operation System. The OS that the Thanatos has is the Gundam. Intrigue, the Federation's system for both naturals and coordinators. Fixed armaments. Shano 225mm plasma cannon. The cannon is mounted in the center unit of the backpack, which is also the nose cone in flight mode and is a movable beam cannon. It is the most powerful weapon the unit has at its disposal and is usable in flight mode and MS mode. When not in use in MS mode, the backpack center unit, but it can rotate and flip forward when for ready use. Hals 115mm railguns. The two railguns are mounted in the backpack section and they're usable in flight mode and MS mode. In MS mode, they can flip forward when in use while in flight mode, they face forward. M8 555mm CIWS guns. There is one pair of CIWS that are mounted into the head of the Thanatos on both sides. They are fire-linked so that they will fire at the same time with a single command and are loaded with newly developed anti-phase shift rounds, where are effective against mobile suits with a phase shift armor system. Their purpose is to intercept missile and other projectiles, but they can also penetrate light to moderate armor. Ma M978 Mazin Beam Saber. The Thanatos is equipped with two Mazin Beam Sabers, which are stored in recharge racks in compartments on the outside of the forearms when not in use. The two beam sabers can be combined into a double-bladed beam saber, much like the Freedom and the Justice can do with their beam sabers in the form known as ambidextrous halberd. However, the Thanatos is called the dual Corsic. MMS GWA Spitfire 65mm Vulcans. The Spitfire 65mm Vulcan guns are the shell-firing weapons of the Thanatos' flight mode and serve the same purpose as the CIWS. They are located on the backpack on either side of the nose section of the Thanatos flight mode. Handheld armaments. SR-23 Barrett 250mm long beam rifle. The SR-23 Barrett 250mm long beam rifle is the main weapon of the Thanatos Gundam. It can be used as a sniping-type rifle or a medium-range weapon and has decent penetrating power. Model number, HFSX-133. Official name, Atlas Gundam. Unit type, prototype transformable artillery and assault mobile suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation Military. First deployment, June 1, 71 CE. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit and torso. Overall height, 18.2 meters. Weight, 87.25 tons. Armor material, phase shift armor. Power plant, advanced ultra-compact dual-sync battery, slow recharging function, experimental. Equipment and design features. Phase shift type Sigma, PSS. A new variation of the phase shift armor system, developed by the Federation. Works similar to the original idea, but is now made to be more efficient by distributing the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. Phantom Stealth System. An improved system and based on the Spectre optical camouflage field. It is harder to see through this stealth system and is more efficient with its energy consumption. Operating System. The OS that the Atlas has is the Gundam. Intrigue, the Federation's operating system for mobile suits that naturals and coordinators can use. Fixed armaments. M2M5 Todai 50mm CIWS guns. There is one pair of the Todai CIWS that are mounted into both sides of the Atlas head and the other pair is built into the upper torso. The ones in the upper torso is only operable in quadruped mode. Each pair is fire-linked so that they will fire at the same time with a single command and are loaded with newly developed anti-phase shift rounds, where are effective against mobile suits with a phase shift armor system. Their purpose is to intercept missile and other projectiles, but they can also penetrate light to moderate armor. RA 90mm railgun. The Atlas has two railguns, one mounted on the insides of the Gozer beam cannons, and they come out at the same time as the beam cannons. Gozer 225mm high-energy beam cannons. A pair is mounted on backpack and come over the shoulders when they are in firing position. Handheld armaments. MX-90 arm shield. The shield is attached to the left arm of the Atlas and it's coated with anti-beam coating. Lois 100mm dual ram cannon. A pair of beam cannons mounted on the shield, they have an excellent rate of fire. GDR-17/A Panzer III rocket anchor. The Atlas is also equipped with a shield-mounted Panzer rocket anchors, which are of similar type as the one used on the Strike with its Sword Striker pack. However, they are grappling claws that are shot out on a line to hit or grab an enemy unit and not a smaller anchor. Model number, HFSY-142. Official name, Leviathan Gundam. Unit type, prototype transformable underwater strike mobile suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation Military. First deployment, June 1, 71 CE. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit and torso. Overall height, 18.5 meters. Weight, 88.18 tons. Armor material, phase shift. Power plant, advanced ultra-compact dual-sync battery, slow recharging function, experimental. Equipment and design features. Phase shift type Sigma, PSS. A new variation of the phase shift armor system, developed by the Federation. Works similar to the original idea, but is now made to be more efficient by distributing the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. Ghost jamming system. A system that is specifically designed to scramble sonar that seaborne ships. This is done by amplifying all signals and in essence is deafening all sonar being used that aren't prepared to deal with such a thing. Operating system. The OS that the Atlas has is the Gundam. Intrigue, the Federation's operating system for mobile suits that naturals and coordinators can use. Fixed armaments. M95 52mm CIWS machine guns. There is one pair of CIWS that are mounted into the upper torso of the Leviathan end. They are fire-linked so that they will fire at the same time with a single command and are loaded with newly developed anti-phase shift rounds, where are effective against mobile suits with a phase shift armor system. Their purpose is to intercept missile and other projectiles, but they can also penetrate light to moderate armor. Fujin 80mm railguns. There are two mounted on the outside of the shoulders. When deployed, they swing up and forward to fire. When submersible mode is used, they flip upward and face forward to be used. Volt 60mm railguns. They are mounted on the inside the backpack and only usable in submersible mode. Sown torpedo launchers. There are 6 launchers, 3 built into each shoulder and they are only usable in submersible mode. Mjolnir 300mm multi-phase energy cannon. A high-powered energy cannon mounted on the backpack of the Leviathan. Based upon the same cannon incorporated into the GAT X-303 Aegis, it can deal serious destruction to anything in its path. It can also be used to discourage enemy units from closing in and is often used just after popping up above the surface of the water for a precision strike that is nigh impossible to counter. Handheld armaments. Horus thermal beam anchor. Modeled on a javelin, the beam anchor has 3 separate cutting beam blades, 2 of them go off to either side of the center opposite of each other, while the third is in the center creating a piercing point. All the beam blades are experimental thermal version that are usable underwater as well as above. Model number, HFSZ-151. Official name, Athena Gundam. For image look up LGZ-91 Lightning Gundam on Gundam Wiki. Unit type, prototype swarm assault transformable mobile suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation Military. First deployment, June 17, 71 CE. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit and torso. Overall height, 18.3 meters. Weight, 86.6 tons. Armor material, phase shift armor. Power plant, advanced ultra-compact dual-sync battery, slow recharging function, experimental, nuclear compact reactor, later. Equipment and design features. Phase shift type Sigma, PSS. A new variation of the phase shift armor system, developed by the Federation. Works similar to the original idea, but is now made to be more efficient by distributing the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. High Mobility Aerial Maneuver System, HIMAMS. Similar to the HIMATS, the system gives higher maneuverability. Gives a great advantage in flight mode, but also in MS mode and is better suited for aerial dogfighting. Grapple Carrying System. The system is made up of hooks that slot into holes on what it carries, and this allows for carrying another mobile suit while in flight mode and drop them somewhere else on a battlefield. This system can also carry a payload instead of a mobile suit for the same purpose. Phantom Stealth System. An improved system and based on the Spectre optical camouflage field. It is harder to see through this stealth system and is more efficient with its energy consumption. Operation System. The OS that the Thanatos has is the Gundam. Intrigue, the Federation's system for both naturals and coordinators. Fixed armaments. Stingray CIWS guns. There is one pair of CIWS that are mounted into the head of the Athena on both sides. They are fire-linked so that they will fire at the same time with a single command and are loaded with newly developed anti-phase shift rounds, where are effective against mobile suits with a phase shift armor system. Their purpose is to intercept missile and other projectiles, but they can also penetrate light to moderate armor. Ma M25 Hauser Beam Lance. The Athena is equipped with one Hauser Beam Lance, which is stored in a recharging rack on the rear skirt. It collapses down into a third its length when it's not in use and in its holster. Locus 8-tube micromissile pod. There are two sets of 8 pod launchers built into the left and right booster units. The missiles can be fired one at a time or fired all at once in a large swarm. M2 70mm Vulcan guns. There is a pair mounted in the flight nose section, only usable during flight mode and are the shell-firing weapons of the Athena's flight mode and serve the same purpose as the CIWS. M2 375mm machine guns. There is one mounted on both the left and right forearms on the underside. They rapidly fire a barrage at the target at close and medium range effectively. Gauss 90mm twin railguns. A combination of two railguns side by side into one weapon, there is one mounted on the both sides of the lower backpack to give 4 in total. Optional armaments. Spatterfire 85mm rapid-fire railguns rifles. A short-length rifle which is built to be like a machine gun but fires energy like the Shadow's Kale Pack railgun rifle. The Athena has 2 of these rifles and can store them on the side skirts. While in flight mode, the rifles are held by the hands and turned sideways. Think of Airmaster Gundam. Model number, HFSZ201. Code name, Aurora Gundam. For image, go to DeviantArt and search for GMFX05AA Aurora Gundam, that was my basis. Unit type, prototype transformable assault mobile suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation Military. First deployment, March 71 CE. Accommodations, pilot only, in panoramic cockpit in torso. Dimensions, overall height 18.71 meters. Weight, 78.27 tons. Power plant, ultra-compact nuclear fission reactor. Armor material, phase shift armor. Equipment and design features. Neutron jammer canceller. As with the other 4 ZGMFX series of Gundam units produced in that time period, the Freedom is equipped with a neutron jammer canceller, which counters the effects of the ubiquitous neutron jammers and allows these suits to be powered by nuclear reactors. This gives them almost limitless combat endurance, even with phase shift armor activated. Phase shift type Sigma. A new variation of phase shift armor, developed by Tesway R&D after they got data on phase shift armor from the Alliance's G project. It works similar to the original idea, but is now made to be more efficient by distributing the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. High Mobility Aerial Maneuver System, HIMAMS. Similar to the HIMAMS, the system gives higher maneuverability. Gives a great advantage in flight mode, but also in MS mode and is better suited for aerial dogfighting. Rapid Target Lock System. Similar to the multi-lock-on system the X-10A Freedom has, but instead of locking onto multiple targets to shoot them all at the same time. This system does singular target shooting but will switches to the next target in milliseconds. Phantom Stealth System. An improved system and based on the Spectre optical camouflage field. It is harder to see through the stealth system and is more efficient with its energy consumption. Operating System. The OS that the Aurora has is the Gundam. Intrigue, the Federation's system for working with a nuclear reactor. Mobile Suit Next Operation System. Generation. Unsubdued. Nuclear. Drive. Assault. Module. G.U.N.D.A.M Intrigue. Series GN12506NR02-13756 Human Federation. Fixed armament. MMI GAU 2650mm CIWS guns. A pair of the CIWS are built into both sides of the Aurora's head. They're fire-linked so that they will fire at the same time with a single command and are loaded with newly developed anti-phase shift rounds, where are effective against mobile suits with a phase shift armor system. Their purpose is to intercept missile and other projectiles, but they can also penetrate light to moderate armor. Lunarius Plasma Cannons. The Lunarius Plasma Cannon is the Aurora's main long-range weapon and are close to comparable to the Archangel's Lohengrin when firing at maximum output. The Aurora has 2 of these cannons which are mounted on the backpack section on the inside of the wings and they can swing forward to be used in MS mode. While in flight mode, both cannons are set forward and center of the just under the flight sensor array. The pilot can also choose how much power the cannons uses per shot. At full power the forward half of the barrel splits open for a wider beam. Ma M978 Vajra 2 Beam Sabers. The Aurora is equipped with 2 Vajra Beam Sabers, which are stored in recharge racks in compartments on top of both hips when not in use. The two beam sabers can be combined into a double-bladed beam saber, much like the Freedom and the Justice can do with their beam sabers in the form known as ambidextrous halberd. However, the Aurora's is called the dual Corsic. MMI-MML-262 dual micromissile launchers. There are two launching tubes in the upper section of both front skirts of the Aurora. Each tube has a supply of 3 micro-missiles before needing to be resupplied. They are only operable in the Aurora's flight mode. MKII GAU 2790mm Vulcan guns. GAU-27 Vulcan gun is a rapid-fire gun that is much like machine guns or CIWS and use ammunition that is 90mm caliber. The Aurora has 2 of these mounted in the outside on both sides of the forward flight sensor array and are only operable in the Aurora's flight mode. Handheld armament. MX-2351 Imperious Deflection Shield. The Imperious Deflection Shield is the main defensive tool other than the phase shift armor system. The shield is covered with anti-beam coating and it's also built with Homura deflection shielding system, which is made up of network of emitters that's in the center of the shield. The emitter is covered when not in use, and when activated, the shield expands in vertical length and 4 fins pop out making an X shape with the emitter in the center of it. MA-BAR 77/S2 High Energy Beam Rifle. The beam rifle is the main offensive weapons of the Aurora has, and the only multi-range versatile weapon it has, and can be stored on rear skirt armor when not in use and in flight mode. The rifle is positioned on the right of the right plasma cannon. The rifle has 2 different modes, the rifle mode and stream mode. In rifle mode, it works like a standard beam rifle would, while in stream mode, the forward half of the barrel can split open horizontally for a constant beam that can be used for cutting or penetration. Chapter 33, Phase 36, Freedom's Fight. June 14, 71 CE. Earth, around JOSHA. Athrun had taken the Justice and wanted to see what had happened with Operation Spitbreak around JOSHA. So, he descended to Earth's surface around Alaska using the Fathom 00 for atmospheric flight. The sight that met his eyes was horrific. There was a 10-kilometer crater which was now a lake where JOSHA had been located. And as Athrun got closer, he saw the remains of many ZAFT machines, blackened and in pieces. Athrun hadn't wanted to believe that Operation Spitbreak had been compromised. If it had, there was more than likely a traitor in ZAFT's midst, which would only worsen the war. Yet, the sight in front of him said the operation had gone wrong, and it had also cost ZAFT dearly. Seeing the scene below didn't help Athrun's already bad mood. Hunting one of his best friends was bad enough, though it would allow him to speak with Tyler. Athrun would beg him for forgiveness for what had happened back around Orb. Tyler had always been there for him when he'd needed a friend's help, and Athrun didn't want to lose that if he could do anything about it. It made Athrun realize just how unfriendly he'd been with Tyler and Kira lately, which hurt him. It also helped Athrun see what the war was doing, not just to him but to many. It was ripping friends and family apart, killing innocent people, and doing no good for the human race. And there was not a single sign the war was any closer to an end than it was after the first year. If anything, it was getting worse with each passing month, with the estimated death toll rising as it was. After a few minutes of gazing at the destruction left of JOSHA, Athrun moved on. He set his course to arrive at Carpinteria in the late evening. He was welcomed at the base by the night watch before landing on the ground. Athrun had come to Carpinteria to get the latest news and figure out where to go next. His mission was still to hunt down the Freedom and handle those its pilot had come in contact with. Athrun would decide what to do after speaking with Tyler. He wanted his friend's side of things before making judgments. Tyler tended to make more sense with his explanations than others. And Athrun was desperate for any reason that things were so confusing these days. However, after landing and reporting to the night shift's commanding officer, Athrun learned a lot had happened in the last month. Of course, Operation Spitbreak had officially been stated to be a failure by its conclusion. The losses suffered from Spitbreak had been hard, but ZAFT was regrouping and recovering from that. There was anger and desire for retribution after the end of Spitbreak from many. That had lessened after the attack on Panama, which Athrun had mixed feelings on hearing about it. The operation against Panama made sense logically. The dispatching of the mass driver there would cripple the Alliance. The Alliance had no other way into space they could use with the other 5 mass drivers under the control of the other 2 factions. However, that brought something that Nicole said about there being fallout with Operation Spitbreak. Athrun thanked the commander on duty for the information and replied that he was on a mission that wasn't up for discussion. The commander accepted that, and Athrun milled about while the Justice was being resupplied. While he was wandering around, Athrun came across none other than Nicole. "What the?" he exclaimed. "Wasn't expecting to see you while I was here." Nicole blinked to make sure he saw Athrun before him as he thought he was. As Athrun didn't disappear, he took that as Athrun was indeed there in front of him. The last Nicole knew Athrun had been heading back to the homeland, yet he was here now. The month of so that Athrun had been gone, a lot had happened. There had been Operation Spitbreak and then the attack on Panama, and that was only the major event that had occurred. Rumor was also making the rounds, and some of the rumors were very concerning to Nicole. "I could say the same of you," he replied. "What has you back from the homeland so soon?" Athrun sighed, on a mission at the moment, but it is one I can't talk about, he said. Nicole nodded slowly but still wondered what kind of mission his friend could be on, which would be kept on a need-to-know basis. The last major secret that the National Defense Committee had kept had come extremely close to getting many killed. Some here at Carpentaria whispered that Operation Spitbreak had been leaked to the Alliance. Nicole could believe that was possible. It would explain how Omni put a Cyclops system in place before the operation. If not for McGregor's warning and evidence, ZAFT's losses in Spitbreak would have been likely double what they had been. There had never been a single thank you for that effort, and in Nichols' heart, that was wrong. McGregor had spared many from the Alliance's trap and he hadn't needed to do that. McGregor had been defending the legged ship, he had every right to let ZAFT soldiers die in the war, yet he didn't. Then there had been the attack on Panama, which was another matter. Overall, the goal may have been to take out the Alliance's mass driver and destroy the base surrounding it. However, many of the ZAFT pilots had wanted revenge for the fallen from Omni's Cyclops system. It was their motivation. That had blinded many into committing horrible acts around Panama. The force that had assaulted was smaller than what had gone against JOSHA. But it had been stated by a message from the National Defense Committee, Panama's mass driver had to be taken out. Nicole suspected it had been to cut off the Alliance's way to space and hurt the boost they got from what happened at JOSHA. The attack started at dawn, and ZAFT took Omni by surprise, so their response had been sluggish. Nicole had used the Blitz to attack the ships in the harbor and the military complex. He avoided shooting around the civilian city area even if few others did so. Most civilians were not involved with Omni, they were just victims of circumstances with being in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, Nicole had seen others purposely attack the surrounding city with apparent relish. The battle made ZAFT feel far more like being some sort of bully if Nicole was to give his opinion. ZAFT was supposed to be defenders of the plants and coordinators, better than those that shouted for their deaths. And yet, there had been so much death for so little reason, but the war was becoming more that with each encounter. It made Nicole start to question the reasons used to justify the need to continue fighting. The original purpose and drive ZAFT had at the beginning of the war seemed to have morphed into something entirely different. Then Nicole agreed with using the Gungnir EMP weapons, which had been employed against Panama. However, to see the Alliance touting they had mobile suits of their own had been a bit of a surprise. The machines had been based on the X-105 Strike but seemed a less effective version. It lacked phase shift armor and a flight system, making it more limited in combat. True, they had beam rifles and sabers, but they didn't use them as they could. Nicole had taken a few of them down and found the Omni pilots lacking experience, which had them throwing away their lives needlessly. In the end, the Gungnirs had made the Alliance's suits useless as the EMP disabled them. They had effectively disabled Omni forces without needing to exterminate them all. Plus, it had ripped the mass driver track apart simultaneously, which was the mission objective. ZAFT's mission would have been a brilliant success should they had pulled back after the Gungnirs activated, Nicole was sure of that. Not only would the Alliance be without a mass driver to use for their supply line, but their recent moral boost would be crushed and buried. It would have proved what the Alliance was saying about ZAFT and coordinators was wrong. But that wasn't how things ended. No, Nicole's allies had proceeded to massacre all remaining Omni personnel. And what was worse to Nicole, the civilians in the surrounding city weren't spared any more than Omni personnel were. The scene had sickened Nicole as he had been returning to the sub he was assigned to. It only added to the growing number of questions within his heart about the direction ZAFT was heading. Thus, he sighed, I don't know if I should say you were lucky to be away or feel sorry you've been assigned something you can't talk about, he remarked. Athrun blinked at the comment as it suggested things with Panama were worse than rumors were saying. The rumors already painted a rather grim picture. Athrun didn't want to imagine how it could be worse. Were things really that bad, Nicole? He questioned. Nicole put a hand to his forehead. No doubt you heard Spitbreak went bad from some, he stated. And if not for your friend Tyler McGregor, it would have been far worse. He saved many lives, warning us about the Cyclops system Omni had set up. We would have had double the losses or more if we hadn't pulled back when we did. Athrun hadn't heard about a warning or pulling back, only things had gone bad with Spitbreak. Tyler saving lives sounded right, he had always been that way regardless of what faction he saved belonged to. It was a quality that Athrun admired, it seemed rare in the war, unfortunately. Yet Nicole continued, and he was never thanked for his efforts. If I could, I would thank him for those he saved and shake his hand, even now. Athrun smiled, he would appreciate the thought, even if you never thank him, he paused. He has always been the kind that helped others, even those he doesn't know, and saves any he can. Athrun stopped, maybe that's why I curse what happened around Orb. Nicole shrugged, I can't blame you for that, he replied. Spitbreak aside, the operation to attack Panama went worse than JOSHA if you ask me. Athrun stared at Nicole, how so? Nicole exhaled heavily, while we achieved the mission objective in the end, he hesitated, I really felt like a bully more than a soldier. We attacked them before they knew what was happening, killed many while they slept. Nicole stopped for a moment. While I may have avoided attacking the civilian areas, I was among the minority of those that did. Those who lived around Port of Panama hadn't done anything wrong, yet they were cut down because they were there. Nicole sighed. What ZAFT did at Panama will be judged far more than what we went to achieve, a thrun. We proved what the Alliance has been saying about coordinators is right, that we are monsters that will kill naturals just because we can. What Nicole was saying was worse than a thrun feared it could be. A thrun could see the signs ZAFT was leaning more towards vengeance and revenge being the motivation for fighting as of late. But he didn't think the soldiers of ZAFT had lowered themselves so much they fitted the horrible descriptions of the Alliance already. Nicole was right, ZAFT was being bullies, and he was sickened that such was being done. No, worse, it was being encouraged by enough in ZAFT and those they listened to for it to be expected. It fed the doubts that Athrun was having about ZAFT and what direction it was going. That sounds horrible, Nicole, Athrun said sadly, but Athrun stopped himself. Nicole heard the pause and hesitation in Athrun's voice, and what Athrun? Athrun glanced around, making sure they were alone in the corridor, and finding they were, he continued. Don't say this to anyone else, Athrun began, but I'm having doubts about ZAFT's direction. And it isn't just discomfort about it, I'm wondering if the fight we are in is really worth it and if it will give us what others say it will. There are just so many promises being made and yet, nothing in the delivery of what is stated. Nichols' head fell. Well, you're not alone in that, he replied, I'm asking myself much the same lately. ZAFT used to stand for something, for freedom from oppression, the right to feel safe from attacks on the homeland. Now, it seems more to stand for the death of naturals and unrighteous dominion. Nicole paused. Athrun, what rumors have you heard recently? Athrun blinked at the question, wondering what Nicole was getting at. Other than Spitbreak being compromised, not much. Why? Nicole hesitated as the most worrisome rumor he'd heard was Omni planning to attack Federation member nations. That would provoke the Federation's military to enter the war, shifting the war's tide for both ZAFT and the Alliance. The most worrisome rumor I have heard is that Omni is moving to attack the Federation member nations, he said. Athrun was in shock at what Nicole had said and thought he hadn't heard right for a moment. It was crazy, Omni attacking the Federation would only make things worse than they already were. The Federation would push the Alliance back, Athrun didn't doubt that, even if they suffered losses. Military leaders may not say it out loud, but the Federation's military was the strongest out of the three factions. That's crazy, Nicole, Athrun uttered, even Omni wouldn't be so foolish to prod the Federation and risk going to war with them. Nicole frowned. Before Panama, I would have agreed with you, but I'm much less sure now. Nicole paused, and I can't see the Federation just staying silent after an assault on them, they will retaliate against Omni. There is also the chance that ZAFT will be held partly responsible for the attack as we struck Panama, which led to the assault. ZAFT isn't much better prepared to fight the Federation at its full strength than Omni is. Have we really come to the point we have to be concerned with the Federation seeing us as enemies? Athrun asked with minor frustration. Then he put a hand on Nichol's shoulder. Thanks for telling me about what you have. I need to get back to my mission, he stated. Next time we meet let's catch up properly and compare notes on events, what do you say? Nicole nodded, wondering what Athrun was getting at. It almost sounded like he was going to do something potentially crazy. And while he trusted Athrun would be careful and not do anything to endanger the homeland, he feared for his friend. It was clear whatever mission he'd been given didn't sit well with him. And if Nicole knew Athrun, he would be stubborn and now would do what he felt was right and not just follow orders. Athrun took off in the Justice an hour later, leaving Dawn hours away. Athrun's destination was the Republic of East Asia. He hoped to find Tyler there and talk with him. However, if what Nicole said was true, Omni could be set to attack the Republic sometime soon. Athrun didn't want to see the Republic taken by the Alliance. And if the Alliance was the ones attacking, then Athrun could fight with the Federation and not technically be going against orders. Even if helping the Republic was in some way against orders, Athrun still would help them. His mind was made up, he would help Tyler and those with him and go on from there and see where things went. Meanwhile, back in the Republic, time ticked closer to the deadline. The evacuation of the Republic's citizens was moving along efficiently. All government employees and officials were doing their best to keep the public from panicking and get them to safety as quickly as was possible. People filled the bunkers the Republic had for safety and calmed down once they reached them. The sight of families parting was still bringing pain to Ellen as she was overseeing the evacuation. She could only wish the children saying farewells to a parent would understand there was a reason for all of this. It also served as a reminder that her own son would be defending their home. Ellen had seen Tyler had been ordered to Tessway to pilot a mobile suit they had produced. And while she was proud of Tyler for being willing to stand up and defend the Republic, it also worried her. Tyler was likely still recovering from his brush with death around 2 months ago. Yet he was still going out to fight and protect their home from invaders. At the same time, the Federation military forces were tightening down the defenses the Republic had and readying themselves for the battle that would come their way. It was clear by the actions and lack of answering any communications Omni was coming to attack the Republic and wouldn't accept surrender anymore. The information network had been able to supply the size of the fleet that was heading for them. The ship complement was average for an Omni fleet, and it was accompanied by aircraft, both helis with weapons and mobile weapon carriers. If the mobile weapons carriers could be prevented from making landfall, things would be simpler. But that would be a difficult task with the normal swarm tactics that Omni used on battlefields. When there were hours left before dawn and the Alliance's deadline, final preparations were made. Ellen was in one of the bunkers watching events as they were unfolding. Her reply to the Alliance had been stated that the Republic wouldn't bow down to them in no uncertain terms. The Republic would remain a part of the Human Federation and stand against invaders that attacked them. Her reply had been more elegant and dignified than the Atlantic Federation had put theirs in. And as far as she could tell, the Atlantic Federation had received the reply to their ultimatum. However, there was no confirmation from the Atlantic Federation that their message had been replied to. The only clear sign with Atlantic Federation was the Omni force coming towards the Republic. The coming battle would be the first major offensive attempted since the few skirmishes before the current war had started. And though the Federation's military had been preparing for either ZAFT or Omni to do something and then attack the member nations, this was the first time it happened. Before this, the Federation had been in the position of an observer of the ongoing war. Yet, now, Omni was demanding the Federation be pulled and involved in the war they started. With the time of the Alliance's demands set to be met drawing near, the tension being felt skyrocketed higher and higher. And with the battle looming on the horizon, the world, moon, and colonies watched how things would unfold. The evacuations of the urban areas were finished just before sunrise as the Alliance's set time was 8 a.m. local time for their demands. Ellen in the bunker she was in frowned as the alarm went off announcing the lockdown was initiated. Lund put a hand on Ellen's shoulder. "We have done what we can, Ellen. The citizens that live in the cities have been evacuated from danger," he assured. "Now, we need to leave the rest up to the military forces. They will defend our home the best they are able, have faith in them." Ellen sighed. "I know, Mark," she replied, "the chance of talking the coming battle down is past, and I'm frustrated the Alliance is forcing this upon us. The ongoing war is theirs as they insisted on it, the fighting shouldn't be forced onto the shoulders of others." She paused, thinking about the Republic's defenders, her son included. "And I do have faith in the brave men and women who will protect our nation, I just wish they didn't need to do so." She sighed. "I wish them the best of luck in their endeavors, the future of the Republic is in their hands." Back in the military command center, the time the Alliance set was ticking down. The bunkers were locked down, and the deflection networks were readied for field deployment. Less than 2 hours left when more came in from the information network, details about the coming Omni fleet. The fleet itself consisted of 3 Spengler class and many smaller ship classes. There were also aircraft flying with the fleet, including mobile weapon carriers. Video records had been studied about Omni's mass production mobile suit model, mostly from the battle around Panama. From the data, the suits were similar to one of Omni's prototypes but didn't have features that would have made things more difficult. They lacked phase shift armor, instead, from what the information network said, they had laminated armor. The current Valkyrie fighter model had weapons that would work well against the laminated armor with its sonic vibrating blade. Plus, the Valkyrie model had flight drives that allowed them to fight in the air without another form of lift as Omni needed. With Omni's mobile suits not having a means to do aerial combat effectively, they would be at a disadvantage. And Federation High Command had already authorized the use of the Valkyrie's mobile suit mode for the coming battle. As Omni's fleet approached the Republic's outer defense perimeter, the automated guns rose from their stored positions along the shoreline. Maxwell ordered the defending vessels to head out from their docks to take up defensive positions. The 3 large Grandos beam cannons shifted to train their barrels on the approaching ships that barely came into view of the Republic's shores. Interception systems were also revealed and made active around Shira and further inland. Maxwell had a final message sent on all Alliance frequencies stating the Republic was a member nation of the Federation. That Omni's actions could be seen as an aggressive act of war against the Federation itself. There was no reply to the message and no change in course and speed from the Omni fleet, which only increased the already high tension levels. Maxwell ordered all to be ready for imminent battle as the lead Omni ship passed the outer defense perimeter. Sirens rang out over empty cities and the surrounding area. In the bunkers, an announcement was made that the threat level was raised to 1 level below its highest. That signaled to those in the bunker that the nation would come under attack. The air of gloom and fear was immense around the citizens of the Republic as they waited and prayed. While they had faith in the Republic's defenders, they could no longer deny that the ongoing war had come to the nation. The Republic and the other member nations had been refuges of safety from the war until now. Yet, the member nations were being drawn into the violent conflict, and their fear settled in. In the command center, all the control operators were focused on their tasks. Some were tapping into the Alliance's communication channels in preparation for using them to help defending forces. It would allow the Republic's military command to know of Omni's orders and movements as they happened. Combined with the data from the information network, it would assist with tactical movements for the defenders. And the taps wouldn't be noticed by Omni as they would be too busy with their attack to be aware of them. It was a consistent shortcoming of the Alliance, overlooking small things that could have sizable consequences. In the aircraft hangars close by the main command facilities built into the mountains west of Shira, final preparations were being made. Pilots were suited up and had been making their last-minute checks. They had been waiting for the alarm signaling launching out was imminent. Tensions had been high for hours, with Omni coming closer for all pilots. It was the first time in this war that one of the other two factions had threatened any member nation. Federation's military mobilizing hadn't seriously happened since the Bloody Valentine. The climbing tension was jerked as alarms sounded, telling the pilots to board their machines and get ready to launch out. Pilots got into their fighters, and technicians did their final roll call and sealed the cockpits. Average squadrons were made up of 15 fighters working in groups of 5, which both ZAFT and the Alliance knew. They would be reminded of what it meant to take on the Federation's military tactics and soldiers. Omni didn't know how many squadrons the member nations tended to keep around for their defense. The numbers weren't small, not with the expectation of the Earth Alliance to attack member nations looming for the last year heavily. So, all squad leaders knew what was expected of them on the battlefield. Back within the command center, Maxwell was at the holotable, projecting the immediate area of the Republic's shoreline and the ocean around it. Omni vessels were starting to appear on the side of the table as they crossed the nation's outer defense perimeter. He ordered the deflection fields activated over the bunkers and other sites of value. There were calls that the barriers were forming over Shenlong, the Tesway complex, and the military command center itself. The fields would provide defense against beams and heavy projectiles used by Omni forces. The Republic was as prepared against the oncoming invaders as it could possibly be now. As more Omni ships were coming onto the holographic display, Maxwell exhaled, knowing fighting couldn't be avoided. So, he opened a channel to all those working for the defense of the Republic. Brave soldiers, he began, today we face adversity. Our homeland is under threat of attack and falling under the rule of tyrants. Never before have we been under such trying times as we face today, we will meet it. The Alliance demands that we help them in their war or they will force us to submit, but rest assured we will not submit to such tyranny. Those listening to Maxwell's speech were taking the words to heart. They come to take our home and all that we hold dear, declaring their cause is just, but we will prove they are in the wrong. We will repel the invaders that charge towards us and show them the resolve the Federation and its members possess. As Maxwell continued, every soldier was standing straighter, rising up and feeling the strength to fight to defend their homes and freedoms. Omni will send their new weapon of tyranny, their tool of fear and terror, their mobile suits, yet we shall not shrink back and cower from them. Today we fight not only to protect our homes and our nation, but we also stand to defend our beliefs from oppressors who wish to trot down all opposition. Maxwell paused for a moment. To all our brave pilots who are willing to risk your lives to defend your friends, family, and countrymen, take heart. You are authorized to use your fighter suit mode to defend the Republic in this battle. Use it to oust these tyrannical invaders, the attackers of freedom that come. Do your utmost to prevent Omni from landing on our soil and desecrating it. Maxwell clenched a fist. Today we rise up and declare enough is enough. We will not stand for any more of this hatred and tyranny that fuels this war. This day, we stand as soldiers of the Federation to defend what is just and right. Let this day be known as the day the Federation rose up for not just its citizens but for humanity and its future. There were cheers in the command center at the last 3 lines since it summed up the purpose of their fight. Every soldier felt an upwelling of courage at General Maxwell's words, for they rang true. This fight wasn't only for the defense of the Republic and all that lived within it. The battle they were about to be in was the first to fight for the principles of the Federation, for the future of the human race. It was a rallying cry for the just and those who had hope in the good humanity had within it. Focus returned to Omni's actions as most of their fleet had come within the Republic's defensive perimeter. Let Omni be the ones to fire the first shot, Maxwell ordered. History will remember them as not just the aggressors but also the ones who started the conflict. All the automated defenses aimed at the Omni ships as they came closer but didn't fire at them. The captain of the Loudon ordered the forward ships to let fly their weapons. The battle was expected to be long and grueling, so the captain felt it best to get it over. The lead Arkansas classes and Des Moines classes, once in range, opened their missile tubes and began shooting them off. The Republic's military command saw the action. Omni has fired their first salvos, General, called an operator. Maxwell nodded as it was the signal of the battle's commencement. Commence interception procedures. After the missiles were in the air, the Republic's shoreline guns opened up and shot at the Omni vessels. The commands were inputted for the Grandos cannons so that the high-energy beam cannons moved a bit to home in their targets, then they began firing at Omni ships. The other shoreline guns and missile turret followed suit and began throwing out a barrage at the Alliance vessels. Alliance ships' response was to use their multi-barreled CIWS guns to intercept what they could of what was coming at them. Maxwell observed the opposing ships slow a margin, and that was progressing, the man knew the momentum needed to be kept up. Images that represented the first wave of defending vessels made up of 12 Federation sea vessels sailing towards the Alliance ships appeared on the holographic display. All the ships were keeping out of the way of the shoreline defenses volley as they went. Order Yufei Squadron and Chao Squadron to launch out, Maxwell ordered. Yufei is to head towards the ships and keep them from progressing forward. Chao is to head up and take down the mobile weapon carriers who are charging forward now. Shortly after the orders were given, the sight of Valkyrie fighters zooming past the few front viewing windows of the command center boosted morale a small bit. Half of those fighters climbed upward, the other half kept at a small distance from the ground, high enough to not be in the line of fire of the defensive guns. The Valkyrie squad, which had climbed up higher, quickly spotted the Alliance aerial transports carrying their new mass-production mobile suits, flying towards the Republic's shores. The squadron broke into 3 groups of 5 heading for the lead transports. The transport pilots tried to veer out of the attacks but were unable to be hit in their attempts. It didn't take long for the transport pilots to realize they were being targeted before they could get over their drop zones. That was reported back to the flagship before the transport pilots ordered their mobile suits to jump out before they got shot down. The Omni pilots did as instructed. Once the back of the transports was opened, they began jumping out of them. They saw they were a distance from the Republic's shoreline, but they could make it close enough to land with their parachutes. And the strike daggers were letting out their parachutes and were shooting back at the Valkyrie fighters who were attacking them. Some of the daggers had beam rifles, and others had machine guns to work with, but they weren't having a great deal of success. However, some shots find their marks and hit some of the fighters. For the Valkyries that were hit by the rounds of the Omni machines, they were forced to work against their craft's wild flight. They shortly began having their machines transforming to their suit modes. The fighters shifted to have their main thrusters swing below the main fuselage. Next, the cockpit swung down to connect with the aircraft's main body while the drive and wing section moved to be against the back of the main structure. The Valkyrie's drive system switched over for hovering as was needed in the suit mode. The head of the Valkyries popped up, its single visor section which housed the cameras used. The Valkyries stopped falling towards the water and surged upward at the Omni units. The daggers were dependent on their parachutes attached as their thrusters wouldn't be enough to get them to the shore. And it quickly became clear that Federation mobile suits had the advantage of flight in combat. The Valkyries had shown a rumor that had been going around the Alliance and ZAFT, the Federation had mobile suits to use. It had been a subject of discussion, and researched it off and on for both ZAFT and the Alliance. Such a fact was assumed to be likely true, but there had never been proof the Federation possessed mobile suits. As with much of the information about the Federation, the confirmable fact was hard to come by. And that their aircraft was what was their mobile suits suggested the Federation had the technology for a while. The Federation's mobile suits outperformed the strike daggers in more ways than one. The battle got well underway just after both sides met and fought each other. Meanwhile, at Tesway R&D, final adjustments were being finished on the mobile suits which would be deployed. There had been the alert of Omni passing the Republic's outer defense perimeter a short period ago. Lisa had woken Tyler less than an hour before since he needed the sleep for his health. Tyler may deny that he needed the extra time to sleep and take it easy to improve his health, but it was clear to her. The start of the fight was frustrating as those at Tesway couldn't go out and help their comrades straight away. The licensed pilots had been keeping busy while waiting in different ways. The alert of fighting breaking out gave Tyler a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. And the time it took for the mobile suits to be adjusted seemed much longer than it actually was. Nonetheless, once the mobile suits were ready, the pilots were told to board their assigned machines. Tyler sat down in the Aurora's pilot seat, and a moment after he did, the backpack section of his pilot suit was pulled to the back of the seat, and a clung of something locking into place. He was a tad surprised with the new form of restraint system, but as Tyler considered it, such would be better than straps. Using the Federation's pilot suit backpack to lock in the pilot to the seat would then depend on the suit's exoskeletal frame for restraint. Tyler knew the pilot suit framework would be more than up to the task of holding one from flying around the cockpit. Tyler lowered the seat into the cockpit and had the bulkhead above slide into place to seal the cockpit. The stress he'd been dealing with had lessened a margin now that the wait to get to work was over. Tyler didn't like that Omni was attacking the Republic, and he didn't blame their soldiers in general, they were just following orders, more likely than agreeing with the fools that led the Alliance. It was a fact of the ongoing war that was so often glossed over, those fighting may not be doing what they were for the reasons their faction claimed. Thus, Tyler focused on the present and activated the Aurora's operating system. Mobile Suit Next Operation System. Generation. Unsubdued. Nuclear. Drive. Assault. Module. GUNDAM. Intrigue. Series GN12506NR02-13756 Federation Military. It was interesting to see the same type of startup message as Omni's prototypes had, along with the Shadow. The acronym had stuck and even created a separate mobile suit type of its own. Tyler wondered if the other new units that Tesway had made had the same type of operating system as the Aurora did. Carlos had mentioned that the other two of the series the Aurora was a part of were originally meant to have nuclear reactors as the Aurora did. Tyler assumed that the other two series machines were likely planned to have nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy provided more power and longer operation time for a mobile suit, Tyler wouldn't deny that. That didn't mean that Tyler liked nuclear technology returning, but he knew it could be helpful when used with good intentions. After the operating system booted up, Tyler glanced over the systems, ensuring they responded as they should. He was satisfied with the system's response and felt it would be what he needed for the battle. Tyler had much the normal feelings he got when he was about to go out to a fight. While Tyler didn't like or want to kill another, the determination and values he held stood above that. It was one of the familiar feelings that he dealt with while working on a battlefield. And Tyler felt it was time the Alliance be forced to realize they couldn't do whatever they pleased just because they obtained a new technology. It was high time to stand up to the Alliance's selfishness and tell them no and be forcefully accept it. Tyler knew he wasn't the only one beyond irritated that the Alliance had been pushing the line and going against what they had agreed to in the past. Tyler's attention was brought back to the present as the Aurora was moved towards the central open area of Tesway. The sound of an alarm sounding had Tyler glance up and see the upper door of the complex opening. The Aurora had been turned to face the open central area so it could have a clear way to leave. Once over the deep canyon-like space in the center of the Tesway complex, airtight shutters closed behind all the mobile suits. Tyler looked up and saw the soft daylight of the early morning above. Tyler gripped the throttle with his left hand and pushed the button to activate the phase shift before taking the control stick with his right hand. The Aurora's eyes flashed before the gray appeared fuzzy and red color began spreading from the torso outward to the rest of the suit. The edges of the wings were white as on the ankle vents, while the shoulder vents were gold. Tyler pushed the throttle forward, having the suit's thrusters prime for use. Tyler saw the upper door was fully open and felt it was time to get to work and send Omni away. He took a breath in and let it out. Tyler McGregor, Aurora, let's do this, he announced. The Aurora leaped off the launching platform and surged upward toward daylight. Those watching cheered. The mobile suits produced here had been made the best possible, and now they would be used for the purpose they had been built for, to protect and defend the Federation and its ideals. Those who worked at Tesway normally only saw reports of what their work did outside the lab. This was one of those rare times that they would get to see the fruits of their labors themselves. Carlos wasn't the only one watching, praying for the pilots entrusted with their work to protect the Republic. Lisa saw Tyler launch first, and she could sympathize with the feeling of the need for haste he was showing. The Republic's defenders were already fighting Omni's seaborne fleet, attacking them. The war had been escalating over the last few months of the current year than before. While Tyler's health had slowed him down for a time, he hadn't let it stop him from working to make a difference in the war, small as it could be. Tyler's health had improved, though it wasn't at 100% yet. But with the battle happening, Tyler wouldn't be kept out of it. There would be the need to chain him down to something to stop him potentially, and even that, Lisa didn't know if it would work. She had also had the Athena's phase shift armor activate, which turned the backpack and upper part of the torso blue. The cockpit cover changed to red while the rest of the machine became white. At the same time, Graham had just finished going over the systems on the mobile suit he was in. He was impressed with what the Federation's R&D had come up with in mobile suit technology. The unit could easily take on a full team of Djinns even if they were led by a CGUE and win easily. One of the few ways that Graham could think of this unit losing would be a rookie pilot making simple mistakes, or they were going against an expert pilot. These new Gundam-type mobile suits would change the balance of power more in the war than most things would. The Thanatos would be more than adequate for Graham to force Omni back from the Republic. He pushed the button for the phase shift armor system, fascinated by the concept as he had read over it while waiting. By what Graham had read, the Atlantic Federation had originally developed the idea. The armor was able to block projectiles and non-beam attacks, which was an achievement. Granted, it was limited by the power the unit equipped, but that was still better than the defense Djinns had. Also, beam weaponry became more common and could get through the armor system. And yet, once Federation R&D had gotten a hold of the idea, they had further developed and improved the concept. Graham could see some possibilities that ZAFT's own R&D could improve and employ phase shift armor. Back in the present, Graham had watched Tyler launch out in the unit he was working with. The kid's determination was admirable, and Graham would applaud the point. Others could say Tyler had faults, but lack of conviction was certainly not something the young man could be faulted for lacking. Instead of Graham lifting off himself, he got on a COMM channel. "Do go ahead, Miss Malto," Graham said, "ladies first and all of that." Lisa still didn't know what to think about Graham Aker. Tyler may have said the guy was ZAFT's star pilot, and it could and likely was true, but it was still hard to swallow. The man was nothing like the stories ZAFT would tell about their comet. Graham was far more easygoing than any ZAFT pilot Lisa had encountered. He didn't fit the image of the hero ZAFT would boast about and talk about. But in this battle, the guy would get to show if those stories were more propaganda or true. Lisa had the Athena leap off the launching platform and follow the Aurora through the opening. As Graham followed, the other Ground Runner series machines also lifted off and headed through the opening. The two aquatic suits went down to the underground river at the lowest level of Tessway. They used the river's tunnel to leave the complex and head towards the battle. Tyler kept climbing once outside Tessway, changing the Aurora to its flight mode. The suit's legs locked so that the upper leg joint was below the lower section. The feet folded down for streamlined flight and had the tail fins set at 45 degrees, respectively, with the rest of the suit. The Aurora's wings swiveled out and locked into flying position, the thrusters connected to the wings pivoted to be parallel to the center line of the mobile suit. The unit's two plasma cannons shifted forward and set to be next to each other, between the wings and ahead of them. Both cannons had small fins that were 3/4 of the way, along with the cannons on the outsides, which came out to 35-degree angles. The Aurora's beam rifle was still in the right hand, though it was connected to the suit to be in line for flying like the plasma cannons were. Finally, the main flight sensor array that normally sat on the back of the suit between the jet sets came forward, and the thin gold fin-like spars on the top of the array flicked up. The transformation had been seamless, Tyler hadn't felt much at all as it happened. The transition was better than the Delta space fighters or even the Valkyries, which impressed Tyler. The forward display had changed to have an image of the Aurora's flight mode, including readouts on active systems used in the current mode. The missile launchers and the flight array's Vulcans were highlighted along with the rifle and cannons. When Tyler glanced at his sensor display, he saw others behind him. He brought up details on the signals, and small images of the Athena shifting into its flight mode came up. In the Athena's flight mode, it had the backpack flat against the back of the suit. The flight array flipped forward over the head and was the main flight sensor array and the nose section of the machine. The shoulder thruster parts moved to be in line with the shoulders and acted as the wings for the Athena. The legs shifted to be like the Aurora's were in flight mode to act as the unit's thrusters. Another image appeared on the Aurora's forward display of the Thanatos. It also shifted into its flight mode, which was kind of similar to the Delta space fighters. The major differences were that the attached gun was under the nose sections instead of above. Then the heavy cannon that the Thanatos had stretched over the main sensor array that was the nose. Other than that, the two railguns were on either side by the wing shields, and the feet morphed into the thrusters. The next thing Tyler saw, Athena and the Thanatos dove down and lifted the two ground runner units that had shifted into their quadruped modes. It was interesting to Tyler to see the use of the grapple carry systems that the two others of the Aurora series had. Both units rose with their payloads and came close to the same level as the Aurora was flying. The group continued onward towards the growing battle ahead of them. Meanwhile, Omni's assault on the Republic had been going for a little more than 15 minutes, and things weren't going as hoped. The plan had been to land teams of daggers in the area of Shira and have them neutralize the shoreline defenses. But that plan and expectation had been turned into something entirely different. Instead, the Federation had kept the transports from getting close enough to shore by attacking them. And what was making the battle worse was the Federation had and was using mobile suits of their own. The majority of their fighter jets had morphed into mobile suits that could fly independently of other equipment when daggers didn't. And no matter how many of the Federation units were disabled or taken down, more popped up in their place. Then the Omni ships had been brought to a halt by both mobile suits and the Federation vessels. And while Omni knew the Federation seaborne vessels were nothing to take lightly, they were irritatingly keeping any progress from being made. Even when more vessels were on Omni's side, the Federation kept them at bay. Due to those difficulties, none in the Omni fleet had been able to move much closer to the shoreline. With how things were progressing, this would take hours at best, much longer at worst. And the longer this battle went on, the more likely the Federation could gain the upper hand and overwhelm Omni. On the Loden, the fleet commander was frustrated and somewhat surprised at the development. While fighting against the Federation's military was expected to be grueling, resisting every step of the way with reining them in, it wasn't thought it would be this bad from the start. The mass production of mobile suits that were being done in earnest was supposed to make a difference. ZAFT had the advantage of mobile suits before, but they had them no more. It had been assumed that since the Federation had not shown any use of mobile suits, they either didn't have them or didn't use them in general defense. Yet, the daggers were being beaten back right now and not helping this progress forward. While the captain was fuming at the lack of success Omni had against the Federation, Mina was simply watching. Omni may have been idiotic enough to believe they had a chance against the Federation's military, but they were fooling themselves. From all the records she'd seen, the Federation had likely been prepared for when Omni or ZAFT would assault them. As the old idea went, it wasn't the loudest you should be concerned with, it was the quiet ones. And seeing this battle playing out reinforced her reasons she didn't get involved with politics and military operations when she could help it. Mina knew her work was used for such things, but it wasn't the reason she did what she did, her project had more purpose than that. And yet, being the observer in this, Mina wondered several things about the Earth Alliance and its Omni. They were trying to unite the world against the plants, that was simple enough. However, the way they were going about it was a fool's errand, putting it nicely. The Human Federation had been consistent in their beliefs and principles, which Mina could respect even if she didn't see the point of their views. Nonetheless, the Federation had strength in numbers and technological development that neither of the other two factions could contest. A proof of the point was playing out right in front of him in the form of the Federation's mobile suits pushing Omni's daggers around. If someone with working brains had considered it, the point of the Federation having mobile suits of their own was obviously true, the signs were there. So the reaction of the fleet's commander was both amusing and a tad annoying, but Mina schooled her expression. With how you have been grimacing, I must ask, Commander, Mina started calmly, how much battle experience do you have? The fleet commander didn't want to hear from his guest upon matters of battlefield experience. He had gone against ZAFT forces many times before now and had survived and even won against them sometimes. This woman was no soldier, so what would she know about a real battlefield? Thus, he didn't look at Mina. Is there a reason you ask such a question, ma'am? He posed. Where normally, Mina had no issue whatsoever calling another out on potential faults, in this, she kept interaction with the military types to a minimum. But he did ask for an answer to why she inquired, and Mina wasn't one to deny another valuable information. Well, while I'm not around battlefields often, it is my understanding that one prepares for trouble they may encounter. Mina shrugged, correct me should I be wrong in that assumption. And while frustration undoubtedly comes up when things don't go exactly the way one hopes, I'm left to wonder. You show far more frustration and irritation that the Federation has halted you than expected. Thus, my question about experience stands as you portray that you are pouting that things are not going as you want them to, which is rare on a battlefield. Preparations had been made with this operation, the fleet commander knew, which made what the woman was saying almost an insult. She almost sounded amused at the prospect that Omni was being caught off guard by the Federation. She was supposed to be a mere observer and have the mobile suits and the pilots that came with her help in this operation. The Alliance higher UPS insisted that the new models would make all the difference and decimate the Federation's defenses. However, it was still expected that the strike daggers would do much of the work of defeating the Federation's military. We are being met with unexpected resistance, the commander said evenly. If the daggers could land on the Republic's mainland, things would progress more according to plan. If Mina had been like most people, she might have pitied this naive fool. Should he think that Omni's mass production mobile suits would be able to best the Federation on their own, he was more a fool than she'd previously thought. If mobile suits were all it would take to defeat the Federation's military, ZAFT or Omni would have done the task already. Brute force tactics wouldn't work against the Federation, the war should have made that clear some time ago. But apparently, Omni hadn't learned that lesson yet. Mina doubted they would learn the point here in this battle, which would cost them. The fleet commander should know that when defending, one didn't let their opponents get a foothold, that was basic logic. And the Federation wasn't known for giving handicaps to Omni or ZAFT, the opposite normally. You honestly believed that the Federation defenders would be foolish to let you get forces on the ground? Mina questioned. Omni wouldn't give ZAFT such a handicap as unimpeded advancement in a fight, why would the Federation do so for this fleet? Of course, the expectation wasn't that the Federation's military wouldn't just step aside and let Omni march in. Yet, Omni was being stopped at every turn thus far, making this operation heading in a bad direction. While resistance was expected from the Federation, it still is not helpful for the operation, the commander stated. Mina sighed at the reply, not admitting things tense only to show incompetence, she remarked. Should you have expected this to be easy, you are a fool who doesn't understand what you are being ordered to do. Mina paused, the Federation knew this fleet was coming, the Alliance told them it was and gave them time to be ready for you. Omni showed off their precious mobile suits at Panama to not just ZAFT but the Federation as well. Mina shook her head, the signs are there the Federation has been ready for when the Alliance would make their move to attempt to control them. She shrugged, but who am I to argue facts with those that work with my project's funders? There was nothing said in reply to Mina's comments, though many who heard them were not pleased by the implications. Instead, Mina continued, but enough of telling you of the foolish expectations that have been made for this. I'll assist you in this ridiculous endeavor by sending out my girls with their machines. That is one of the reasons I'm here on this ship when I certainly would rather be elsewhere. Mina rose without further hesitation and left the bridge before any could say anything else to her. She headed down to the room where her girls were and told them to suit up and get ready to go out to the field. Mina then went down to the cargo hold where the 3 mobile suits were waiting for her girls. The 3 prototypes had been tuned to work with boosted man candidates from the Enhanced Human Project rather than naturals. The units required higher performance than natural humans tended to be capable of, except for the rare individual that was more than ordinary. Mina hadn't a doubt her girls would do well out in battle, they were Lodania's best trio, after all. However, this field test was one Mina felt was earlier than it should be. Yet, with the cost of the Enhanced Human Project, it wasn't wise to refuse a major funder. It was why Mina had considered humoring Azrael and gave him a glimpse of the project's potential. There was the risk of custom model mobile suits out on the Federation's side, Mina knew. And in her experience, custom models equaled out of the ordinary pilots in them, which was problematic. Her girls were trained against ZAFT soldiers, so going against Federation forces was a stretch, but one she believed they were up to. But extraordinary pilots were a different matter, and they were dangerous to any that went against them. Mina had put too much effort and work to wish to see her girls get taken down by such a pilot. And Mina didn't doubt the Federation would have custom models of their own by this point, likely used by their licensed pilots. However, Azrael had said he wanted a show of the project's fruits, so she had to do something or funding could be pulled. Once in the cargo area, Mina saw that some that had come with her were looking the mobile suits over one more time as they should be. Mina had trained those who worked under her to do the small things such as looking over their work when they got the chance. And for the most part, the scientists that worked at Lodania did just that. Yet, those annoying few thought they didn't need to do what they were told. Thankfully, none on this ship fell into that category, so Mina wasn't concerned with them. In fact, one of her workers proved they were doing as they should when they brought Mina a container. "Dr. Moss," the woman greeted, "here are the candidates' doses for their outing as per your instructions." Mina nodded, "Very good, carry on with the work," she replied. Moments later, Deborah and her sisters entered the cargo hold, all suited up and ready. Laughter moved to be ahead of her sisters. "We're all ready to go, Mama," she announced happily. Mina turned to face her girls. "Excellent," she replied, looking up from the data pad she had picked up. "Deborah, you will be in the X-333 Bandit," Mina said, gesturing at the mobile suit. Deborah nodded at what Mina said, having studied all three of specs of the units that had come with them. As the trio leader, it was her responsibility to give orders on the field when needed, such required her knowing what her sisters were working with. Their mother had said they should study the specs as their assignments weren't set yet, and they were to prepare themselves for any of them. The Bandit was the unit that could transform into a mobile armor that had better speed than the suit form. It also had flight capability on its own, unlike the mass production models, so all in all, the machine would suit Deborah fine. Mina shifted her gaze to Laughter. "You will be working with the X-251 Sinister, Laughter," she continued. Out of the three suits, Laughter had liked the look of the Sinister more than the other two. Laughter had studied the other machines as her mama had instructed since she was a good girl and did what her mother said, even when it wasn't fun. The Sinister's equipment had Laughter liked more than the other two had. The big sword could slice others in two or chop them up, which Laughter was good at with the ZAFT simulations. Then there were the guns on the suit if any nasty enemies approached that Laughter could use. If the need to defend herself came up, the Sinister had a shield that could deflect beams according to the specs. Mina finally twisted to look at Ross Weiss, who had the unit for her chosen more by default, unlike her sisters. The X-131 Raptor would work for her as Ross Weiss was competent with most weapons, including artillery. Ross Weiss was not a specialist in a specific type of combat where her sisters had their strengths. She was more a jack of all trades and had their place and value, so Ross Weiss had her place with her sisters. "Ross Weiss, you will be using the X-131 Raptor," Mina said. Ross Weiss nodded in understanding to the instructions given to her. She had looked over the three sets of mobile suit specs as her sisters had done by their mother's instructions. None of the units had stood out to Ross Weiss as interesting to her apart from the other two. So, Ross Weiss hadn't cared much which machine she would get to work with, unlike Laughter, who had been going on about the one she'd gotten. "I assume there is no issue with the unit assignments?" Mina asked. "If so, now is the time to state them." All three girls shook their heads as they rarely disagreed and argued what Mina told them. It was one of the qualities that Mina did appreciate from her girls. They were very obedient and did so cheerfully the majority of the time. They were among the select few that could ask for clarification with instructions given. It was a privilege they had those other candidates didn't, which they had earned with consistent high performance and obedience. "Very well," Mina continued, "moving on to your task today and its expectations. The general expectation is for you to get viable data for the mobile suits so they can be improved and adjusted. It would be even better if you three help breach the Republic's defenses so those we are working with can move forward. The best case would have you make sure that the mass driver and the scientific complex are in working order should the Alliance overtake the Federation forces." Mina paused. "However, I can't see the best case scenario being a realistic possibility. And should the Federation send out custom model mobile suits as I expect them to, the better option will also be unlikely." Mina gazed hard at her girls. "If any of you see mobile suits that appear different from those around them, be careful of them. Remember, custom models tend to be dangerous and more powerful than others. So then, do you girls understand the expectations of you today?" All three girls nodded. "Yes, mother/mama/mom, we'll do our best to make you proud." After saying that, the three girls took their doses and entered their assigned units. A short period passed before the outside doors on the ship opened, which had light falling on the three Gundams. Mina watched as the three mobile suits launched and smiled, knowing that her three girls wouldn't return until they got good results. It was one of the reasons the three were seen as the best performers Lodania had. They were determined that most would call them dogmatically stubborn when it came to completing tasks given to them. Even if they had been trained to go against ZAFT, Mina was confident they would do notably against the Federation. Thus, Mina made her way back up to the bridge to have a good seat to watch the performance. The enhanced human project had been what she'd put her life into for over a decade. She wanted the field performance to have jaws dropping. Perhaps then, the funders would shut up and leave those working on it alone to do the work rather than badger them about the results. Back with Tyler, his group had flown down the valley that Tessway was in towards the end of in the direction of the ocean. He was listening to the radio chatter that was going on with the defending forces fighting Omni, and he wasn't pleased. Omni had been brought essentially to a good halt, but a price was being paid to keep it that way. The loss of life was frustrating Tyler as the men and women had volunteered to defend their nation, and Omni's stubborn selfishness was causing the current situation. And while he hadn't liked what the Alliance did in their war efforts, this was a new low for them. Tyler intended to do whatever he could to send Omni packing and running from the Republic as quickly as possible. He knew he couldn't do that task alone, but he could certainly assist in the process alongside the defending forces. Plus, he could put the Aurora through its paces and see what the mobile suit was capable of at the same time. Tyler came around a long curve in the valley and spotted the battle ahead of his group. And the sight of explosions and lines of weapons flying around didn't comfort Tyler at all, it more irked him. The radio chatter did imply the defending side was holding their lines, Omni was still clearly pushing. While Tyler listened to the chatter, he could pick out the underlying tone of resolve and the pain coming from soldiers dying in this battle. The anger that flowed in Tyler heated up at knowing the Alliance justified all of this with their claim of defending Earth from those who would threaten it. And what was worse in this, those that had ordered this be done weren't here themselves. The fools that demanded Omni attack the Federation were sitting in a chair somewhere, letting others pay the price for their insanity. And Tyler didn't doubt those said individuals did have a single care over the lives being sacrificed for their vendetta. Tyler threw the Aurora's throttles forward and sped ahead toward the fighting, leaving his group behind. He did activate the Phantom system to have the Aurora vanish from sight and all but Federation sensors as he went. As Tyler zoomed ahead, both Lisa and Graham turned to head for the shoreline. Lisa headed for the docking area of Shira to drop off her payload and let the other pilot get to work. Graham went for a clearing that was in the other direction to release the mobile suit the Thanatos had. Once over the docking area, the Athena let go of the Longinus Gundam it was carrying, which had been in its quadruped form. The Longinus fell toward the ground, shifting into its suit mode as it went, using its thrusters to land without a crash. Right after the Longinus touched down, it activated its phase shift armor, which turned the suit orange all over except for the sides of the lower torso, the knee areas, and the outer parts of the thruster shrouds. Graham got to the clearing he aimed for and released the X-133 Atlas Gundam. The Atlas transformed as it dropped to the ground and, like the Longinus, used its thrusters to land gently on the ground. The suit then deployed its phase shift and became light blue all over except for its weapons. Meanwhile, Mina had gotten back to the Lawton's bridge and watched as her girls launched out. However, she quickly noticed odd machines appearing on the battlefield. The two on the shoreline and two aircraft differed from the other Federation machines. Mina took that to mean the four were custom Federation mobile suits, which would only complicate things. She was glad she had reminded her girls to be on guard with different-looking units. Thus, Mina gazed at the bandit carrying the Raptor and the Sinister following as they headed towards the shoreline. While all fighting didn't instantly notice the three new machines, some did take note of them. Tyler spotted the odd objects coming from the Omni side of the field, and he had to zoom optics in to see what they were. What Tyler saw wasn't encouraging, as one of the objects was a mobile suit. Its frame was based, as far as Tyler could tell, on the Duel, though it had been modified with weapons and armor. The phase shift made the unit a little lighter blue than what the Duel would be. The shield it had was taller than the Duel possessed, which was 1.5 times the arm's length, including the shoulder. The shield appeared to have an emitter of some sort in its center as well. There was what looked to be a beam emitter like the Aegis had built in for its silica cannon. The last thing that Tyler noticed what concerning was the nearly 16-meter length anti-ship sword. It looked quite similar to the Strike's Schwartz or optional anti-ship sword, which was currently stored on the suit's back. As for other armaments, there were guns similar to Eagle Stallions built into the upper torso. A heavy rifle mounted behind the right shoulder and what looked like missile launchers along the outsides of the forearms. The machine was flying alongside the other object coming from the Omni side of the field. Tyler moved his attention over to the other object and found it was an aircraft with a mobile suit riding it. Upon a second look, Tyler identifies the aircraft as a mobile armor with a face on the front and wings attached above the majority of the craft. The machine was blue overall with black along the center of the wings. A set of claws or talons looked to carry things on the lower side of the mobile armor. A large thruster was on top of the armor itself and served as the nose, by what Tyler could tell. And Tyler suspected the armor could more than likely change over to a mobile suit. Tyler spotted machine guns on either side of the face, and a beam rifle was connected to the right wing. He could see no other weapons on the unit, but that didn't mean it had no others. On top of the mobile armor, Tyler saw a mobile suit hitching a ride on it, which could mean the suit couldn't fly on its own. The suit's phase shift armor made the machine white overall, and the joints a slate blue, with the mid-torso was red. From what Tyler could tell, the unit had more layers of armor which suggested a few possibilities. The suit's frame was most similar to the X-103 Buster, but it was more like someone took the framework of the Buster and replaced it with a cross of the Blitz's frame and the Aegis's frame. Had the same frame that the Blitz did with the arms, legs, and shoulders, yet the torso and head were like the Aegis. Yet, the one Tyler looked at had the most armaments out of the three machines. There were cannons on pivot points over the shoulders and 2 on the backpack section. There was a bazooka in its right hand while there was a shield with gun barrels on the left arm. The number of rifles and slash or cannons made Tyler think that the mobile suit he was looking at was built for artillery, and a bombardment spread. The Alliance attacking the Republic was bad enough to begin with, as they had no valid reason that others would agree with. Yet, Omni also decided to use this attack to test new mobile suit models for themselves. Tyler wondered if expectations of what the Alliance would commit would ever hit rock bottom. Whenever Tyler thought the Alliance couldn't go lower and still call themselves human and get away with that, he was proven they could do worse. But then, Tyler had given up on trying to figure out the thinking of the insane individuals that were in the Alliance's leadership. But as the three machines that Tyler wouldn't doubt would be troublesome were here, they would need to be dealt with. Tyler glanced down at his sensor display. He spotted the 2 aquatic suits below him heading toward the Omni vessels. He saw the Athena and the Thanatos helping defending forces, as were the 2 ground suits. Tyler seemed to be the first of the Tesway units to notice the Omni custom machines coming onto the field. He wasn't interested in taking on 3 unknown units simultaneously, so he decided to separate one from the other 2 and go on from there. So, Tyler flew forward, aiming for the duel-like unit, settling on that one to start with. He shifted the Aurora back into its suit mode before reaching his target and then rammed the Sinister with his shield. It was a classic move for Tyler, and he saw no reason to not do such just because he was in a different mobile suit. Laughter had been moving forward with her sisters toward the shore as they had been instructed to do. Their mother's instructions had been clear. The expectation was for them to do what they could to breach the defenses of the land they were going against. They were to try to keep the big catapult intact and working in a big place where people like their mother worked as undamaged as possible. The expectation was clear, and Laughter was more than willing to do what her mama said. Laughter always loved making her mama smile and praising her for doing a good job. Her mama would reward her with super tasty sweets and get any kind she wanted. While there were odd planes that could change into mobile suits here, Laughter didn't doubt that she and her sisters could handle them. It wasn't the same machines that the simulations at the lab possessed, but they were up to the challenge. However, as she was flying with Deborah, who was carrying Ross Weiss was, moving forward, something hit the Sinister. Laughter shook off the surprise of being hit and not seeing anything coming at her and working to stabilize her machine. She recalled others at the lab saying something about the Federation being able to be invisible and attack without being seen. It took a moment, but Laughter managed to get the Sinister back to hovering in the air. She then began looking around for who, or whatever had been mean enough to hit her and cause her to fall a bit. A moment later, Laughter saw something appearing a short distance in front of her. The mobile suit that was becoming visible looked more like the 3 units Mama gave Laughter and her sisters to use. It has the same head with eyes and a face, unlike the metal soldiers from the ships that looked dorky. The Mina was red and white like the Sinister changed to blue when the armor system thingy on. It made Laughter think this mean machine that had hit her probably had the same system that changed the suit's color. Tyler faced the blue machine, having the Aurora move out to be at 45 degrees. The cannons had shifted to their storage positions at the back of the Aurora to not interfere with the suit's thrusters. He waited for his opponent to make the next move since Tyler didn't know anything about the pilot. Tyler had found that letting one's opponent make the first move gave a view of what they could be like. And he didn't think that Omni would give their custom mobile suits to just anyone, so he was expecting either a skilled individual or someone very unpredictable. Laughter glared at the one who had attacked her, angry that another would impede her sisters and her from completing their task. So, Laughter rushed forward, taking out the Sinister's anti-ship sword, igniting it as she went. Then Laughter swung her sword at the red machine, intending to cleave it in 2. However, Laughter's target weaved out of the way of her sword nimbly, which frustrated her. None of the simulations had any enemies moving like the red machine was, even though there was one that had been around as frustrating. But Laughter didn't let the irritation get the better of her. Should she do that, she would be the same as the other candidates that her mama wasn't the most pleased with. Tyler had dodged the first swing by reflex, but it was far closer than he liked or felt comfortable with. His opponent's next 2 attempts to slice him in half were similar, though Tyler got a bit better evading margin. He still watched the cutting edge coming past where he'd been, and the clearance was thinner than he wanted it to be. The 4th swing was a horizontal one to which Tyler had the Aurora lean backward and then fall a distance downward. Tyler grabbed his beam rifle and pointed it at the blue Gundam who had been attacking him with the intent just to kill but murder with apparent glee and gusto. He fired a couple of bolts at his attacker, and even if he didn't hit them, the action got the blue machine to back off somewhat. Laughter wasn't happy that she wasn't hitting her enemy. They kept dodging her swings. They were supposed to stay still and let her cleave them in 2 and die before moving on to the next enemy. Yet, this one had weaved out of the way of each of her swings, even the horizontal one that rarely failed to take down opponents. Not only that, but the red mobile suit also then shot back at her, forcing Laughter onto the defensive. Opponents didn't push her to be on the defensive, she killed them first before they had a chance to do so. Thus, Laughter was both mad and surprised at the turn in this fight. And so, she forgot that her COMM system was on as she vented her frustration. What the wah, Laughter uttered before her face gained an angry grimace, you big meanie. Tyler was caused to pause at what he heard for several reasons. First, the voice was female, meaning a girl had been trying to kill him. Second, she sounded like she could be around his own age, and she was complaining as would be expected of a young child. The girl continued, you're supposed to stay still and let me slice you in half, but you're playing unfair cheating by moving out of the way. Tyler didn't have words to properly say his current feelings about what was said between a snarl and a screech. The pouting itself was not entirely what irked Tyler, though it certainly was annoying for girls to do. He tended to ignore such things when he was around them, which had been effective overall. The subject matter ticked Tyler off as the girl was griping about him moving out of the way of her attempting to kill him. Tyler couldn't think of anyone in their right minds that would stay still and let another kill them. It made no logical sense to expect the one you are fighting to let you do what you want to them, and they not fight back. Any that thought an opponent would let you kill them without a form of resistance was fooling themselves. The reference to playing and cheating suggested to Tyler that the girl viewed this battle as some sort of game or competition. Battle and fighting for the goal of taking what belonged to another was no game, it was a horrible thing to do. Tyler couldn't say whether the girl had been tricked or brainwashed to see this as a game, Tyler couldn't say. Instead of contemplating why the girl was doing what she was, Tyler just kept shooting at her to get her to back off. The hope was perhaps the girl would go away and leave the battlefield, so he didn't have to dispatch her. Laughter evaded the first few shots directed at her, but she had to work at it. This was definitely not like the simulations that the lab had put the candidates in to train them. She was forced to shift her shield to be in front of her and utilize its Geschmeidig Panzer. It was a new development, according to what Laughter's mama said. The equipment would make beams bend and deflect them away so they wouldn't hit the equipment carrier. And Laughter thought if she used the shield to make her opponent think their rifle wouldn't work, then maybe she could get them to come closer. If they got close enough, then she could go back to using her sword and cleave them in two like she had tried to do before. Tyler quickly noticed the beams he was shooting off weren't working as they should. His opponent had dodged at first but used their shield to block shots. However, the beams weren't even hitting the shield if Tyler saw correctly, they were almost doing so but then seemed to change direction suddenly. The effect brought Carlos's explanation of equipment that was in the Aurora's shield back to mind. Carlos had referred to an idea developed by the Alliance called a Geschmeidig Panzer. The idea was supposed to have been developed from data of Mirage colloid and use the particles the colloid manipulated to deflect beams. But from what Tyler observed, it was more bending the beams, which appeared to redirect the shots. In short, while that shield's equipment was used, a beam rifle wouldn't be that effective. Nonetheless, Tyler knew that his opponent had an advantage with its anti-ship sword in close-quarter combat. And though he didn't like the idea a great deal, Tyler saw no other alternative with the Sinister's shield in play but to get closer. Thus, Tyler stored his beam rifle and began moving forward the Sinister. Laughter did use her high-energy beam cannon to shoot at her enemy as they were getting closer. Tyler used his shield to block the beams as they came, much to Laughter's frustration. However, she patiently waited for the red machine to get closer so she could chop it up when it got in range. Tyler drew the Aurora's two beam sabers, making it look like he was being cautious and trying to catch his opponent off guard. Laughter was about to grab her sword, but the red machine rushed forward, instantly closing the remaining distance. The Aurora ignited its beam sabers and brought them down at the Sinister, forcing Laughter to shift her shield to block. It made her unable to draw her sword for the moment and needing to back up to avoid being struck. As Tyler kept swinging his beam sabers, Laughter backed up, avoiding the strikes. With the Sinister having backed off a distance, Tyler got time to breathe and take quick stock of the situation. Upon glancing around, Tyler found the other two custom mobile suits Omni had sent out had moved to be other places on the battlefield. The one riding the other had gotten to the ground and was around Shira's southern airport. The unit was using its artillery to make a mess of the surrounding area and shoot at the Valkyries trying to stop it. The mobile armor stayed a distance away from the other, dispatching his allies. Omni was pressing, but they were being kept at bay by the Republic's defenders thus far. The artillery wielder was quickly forced to go against the two Ground Runner series machines. They were in their quadruped modes as they circled the Raptor, pounding it with their weapons swiveling to continue aiming at the Omni machine. The aquatic units were causing havoc among the Omni fleet as they had blinded their sonar. Tyler did spot the Athena and the Thanatos going about the field, helping defend forced whittle down Omni attackers. Lisa was working with those that were going against the suits dropping and the closer Omni vessels. The Athena's weapons were making short work of the aircraft that had come with Omni. Tyler caught a glimpse of the Thanatos, and he was kind of annoyed at what he saw. While Tyler knew Graham was more than good or even skilled, showing it made it more pronounced. Tyler would begrudgingly admit that Graham's performance was more than impressive. The guy was sending Omni packing with amazing efficiency while he employed his skills that had clearly earned him the title of ZAFT's Ace of Aces. It was almost annoying how easy Graham was making what he did look to Tyler. The one good thing Tyler considered as something going well was that he didn't have to listen to Graham. Whenever Tyler had been around the guy, Graham would go on about his achievements, not boasting exactly but almost. And yet, while he talked about his exploits, he was somehow modest about the whole thing. Tyler couldn't say or explain how Graham could pull the idea off even after seeing the point himself. Tyler's attention was drawn to the Omni mobile armor as it shifted into a mobile suit. The coloration was blue overall, though black on the wings. It was a Gundam type, as Tyler figured by what he'd seen with the other two that had been with it. Tyler could see what appeared to be a machine gun attached to a hip skirt for weapons. A beam rifle on the opposite hip skirt looked similar to what the Aegis had possessed. There were also CWIS or Vulcan-like guns on the shoulders as well. Those were the only weapons he could see, but there could easily be more that he didn't see. Deborah had shifted the bandit into its suit mode shortly after dropping off Ross Weiss on the ground. She had noticed that Laughter had lagged behind, which was odd as she didn't do so often. Laughter was normally the one out in front to go into a task they were assigned, she was the enthusiastic one of their group. Thus, Deborah could only assume that Laughter had been caught up with some of those that they were going against. Laughter didn't have the best attention span or the best focus with it, it was a shortcoming of hers that both she and Ross Weiss tried accounting for. And Deborah spotted the Sinister making its way toward a single mobile suit. The machine appeared to be similar to the units that Deborah and her sisters were using, at least, they had some of the same kind of qualities. The face was much the same, and the coloration suggested strongly it had some type of phase shift armor system. However, unlike the plane that were mobile suits, the one Deborah was seeing was different. It implied that it was one of the customer machines that their mother hand warned them to be careful around. As Deborah watched Laughter swinging her sword at the red unit, it was clear to her their mother's warning had been a serious one. The enemy pilot was no average one, they were skilled and had seen battle and had experience. And Laughter was letting her anger get the better of her, and she was not performing the best she could because of that. So, Deborah moved forward to assist Laughter so their mother wouldn't chew her out for reckless performance, and they all listened to the lecture. She took out the bandit's 76mm machine gun and pointed it at the red machine. Tyler noticed the Sinister coming at him with its sword raised, which got Tyler to move his shield to block the weapon. But then an alarm in the cockpit went off and got Tyler to glance at the sensor display. The display showed Tyler an enemy approaching from behind, and the signal was of the mobile armor. And while Tyler had plenty of experience going against multiple opponents in battle, it wasn't like what he was facing. He was going against two Gundams, which was different than going against Omni mobile armors or ZAFT mobile suits. The bandit opened up with its machine gun, which the Aurora's phase shift blocked. Tyler twisted the Aurora, pointing his beam rifle at the bandit, and fired. Deborah weaved out of the way of the beam sent her way from the red enemy. For a moment, Tyler believed that he could potentially handle the two for long enough to drive one away and deal with the other. Deborah had the bandit's talons swing forward to active position and began firing at the red machine. At the same time, Deborah got on the COMM channel to the Sinister. Laughter, she began, calm down. Laughter had been slicing at the Mina that wasn't dying like they should when Deborah's voice came over the COMM line. Laughter wasn't happy Deborah told her to calm down while she was working. Laughter did her best to make their mama pleased and did it her way, which mama hadn't said was an issue. Deborah had no reason to do so if their mama didn't chastise her about something she did. But out Deborah, Laughter snapped back, I'm going to cleave this Mina in two and then get back to the task mama gave us. Deborah shook her head in a mix of frustration and annoyance with the reply from her youngest sister. The girl was emotional at times, and normally, she kept it enough in check to not affect her performance. But Laughter was not right now. Laughter, get your anger in check right now, Deborah ordered, our task takes priority over personal issues. You should know that just as well as Ross Weiss and I do. Mother has told us enough times for you to remember that, and yet here you are forgetting the point. Laughter felt that Deborah wasn't hearing her problem with this red meanie. But Debbie, Laughter whined, this red meanie is cheating and not letting me slice them in half. Deborah sighed, you apparently forgot what Mother said before sending us out, Laughter, she stated calmly. Laughter was forced to pause and think back to what Mama said before Laughter and her sisters came out. Their task was to get data on the mobile suit's performance, which was the bare minimum. They were supposed to do their best to ensure the land's catapult to space, and some other places were as undamaged as possible. The three were also supposed to help the dorky suits push forward too. Laughter remembered, Mama said that she didn't believe they would be able to do the best expectation. Then she had mentioned something else which Laughter hadn't been paying the most attention to. Mama gave us our task and said to do our best, Laughter iterated but hesitated for a moment. I think she said something else, but I can't remember what it was as I was excited to go out and make Mama proud. Deborah figured that Laughter had missed the last bit their mother had told them. Laughter was going against one of the machines that they had been specifically told to be careful around and doing so recklessly. Then let me refresh your memory, Laughter, Deborah continued, she told us to keep an eye out for different-looking machines and if we see them to be careful with them. We have been taught different-looking mobile suits usually have special pilots, you should know that. And yet, here you are going at a custom model that Mother warned about and doing that recklessly just as Mother says not to do. Laughter's anger instantly lessened at Deborah's chiding, and the mention of their mama had warned them, and she hadn't listened. Laughter recalled her mama repeating that unique-looking machines were to be taken seriously and carefully. There had been one simulation on that subject, and Laughter had failed it twice before beating it. Okay, Deborah, Laughter replied evenly, you caught me going off on a meanie. But they're frustrating with not acting as the simulation. Deborah shook her head as she kept shooting the red machine. Control your anger, Laughter, Deborah ordered. We need to work as a team to take this one down, swinging your sword isn't working as you should have realized already. Now, get behind them, and let's deal with this machine. Tyler was fending both Gundams off when the Sinister backed off and put away its sword. The next thing Tyler knew, some Omni mass production models began attacking him, forcing him onto the defensive. He quickly realized if he didn't get out of his current position, he would be overwhelmed soon enough. While the Aurora was powerful, it wasn't invincible, and Tyler never assumed it to be. And it wasn't the Omni mass production models that would get the better of him, they were just a distraction. No, the custom models would finish the job should Tyler's position go unchanged. So, he tried to back away from those attacking him, but the two Gundams stopped before Tyler got far. Then when Tyler glanced to his right, he saw the blue Gundam lining up its torso emitter to be aimed at him. Deborah saw that Laughter was lining up a shot with her multi-phase beam cannon on the red machine. The red Gundam type attempted to move out of the way, but Deborah took out her beam rifle and shot at the enemy. She stopped the red machine from getting out from under the Sinister's aim. Through teamwork, Deborah and Laughter had pinned the enemy and put them right where they could deliver the final blow. At the same time, a Thrun had flown to the Republic's territory with the Justice standing on the Fathom 00. The sun had risen more than an hour ago as he traveled from Carpinteria, which almost seemed to portray a false image of peace. The rumor Nicole said about Omni attacking the Republic had honestly been crazy to hear. He had heard similar rumors from others whispering around Carpinteria. And yet, with the explosions ahead, the rumors circulating Carpinteria were true. While Thrun couldn't see a lot of detail, he could spot machines that matched the images of Omni's mass production mobile suit models. The other thing that Thrun could see were mobile suits on the Federation's side, which resembled their Earthbound aircraft. There was always the suspicion that the Federation had mobile suits in some form. However, there had never been solid evidence to confirm or dismiss the suspicion as false or true. ZAFT had an ongoing argument about the subject as far as Thrun knew, at least the soldiers did. So, to see clear evidence that the Federation's military had mobile suits settled the matter and brought up questions. Thrun could think of a couple of those questions, like what technological developments the Federation could have made with mobile suits. The transformation ability alone gave an advantage to the Federation. And that was before the Gundam types that Thrun had spotted and the tech they likely had. The coloration Thrun saw strongly suggested the Gundams had phase shift armor. He wouldn't doubt the Federation had improved Omni's phase shift armor system, and that thought was both impressive and concerning. The other point was that if the Federation hadn't used their mobile suits until now, they hadn't had to. With Omni attacking the Federation, the war, which was already horrible as it was, this event would make it much worse. The Federation being pulled into the war would cause both ZAFT and Omni to see them as potential enemies. It may not be a solid fact, but it was expected that the Federation was the strongest of the three factions. Thrun didn't want to imagine what losses ZAFT could have if they went against the Federation. Admiral Tries would certainly help ZAFT last longer than the Alliance, but ZAFT would still be at a disadvantage. The more Thrun looked at the war, the worse he saw it as, and it pained his heart. So many lives had already been lost to this war, and it was no closer to an end than it was a year ago, if not more. Then there were Thrun's standing orders from the chairman of the plant's Supreme Council. Searching for the freedom was simple enough, and Thrun had no real issue with that part of his orders. The rest of the orders Thrun had been assigned that he was not just appalled with but was concerned it was saying what direction ZAFT was going in. Keeping the freedom from falling into the Alliance's hands was clear, they couldn't be trusted with Enjammer cancellors. But eliminating all persons and facilities, the freedom could have gone was excessive. Finding the freedom would be easiest by just asking Tyler as, according to Lakis, he had taken the mobile suit. However, the places Tyler could have taken were numerous, which made the issue more complicated. And it wasn't that Thrun thought Tyler would hand the freedom over to Omni or anything, for he knew his friend wouldn't. With the Republic under assault by Omni, Thrun was somewhat torn with what he should do. His orders were supposed to prioritize everything else, which had been made clear in the written version. The Freedom's capture was to be done as quickly as possible before it was seen or reached dangerous territory. Yet, Athrun didn't feel right just ignoring the Republic's plight or leaving them to it. Should Omni somehow overcome the Federation, there would be far more problems for ZAFT to worry about than if the Alliance had N-jammer cancellers. The Federation's technology superiority had been something ZAFT hadn't liked, but at least the Alliance hadn't obtained such. Should the Alliance get Federation tech, they would use it to attack the plants, the stealth technology would be used to strike without warning. So, the Republic could not be permitted to fall to Omni for any reason, even if it meant ignoring orders. Athrun also wanted to be there for Tyler when he needed a friend in times of hardship. Tyler had been there for Athrun when he really needed help. After what he'd done, Athrun knew he didn't deserve Tyler as a friend, not after nearly killing him. But Athrun still wanted to do what he could to help and then apologize to Tyler for what had happened between them. And Athrun could foresee helping the Federation would be skirting around his standing orders, though technically not disobey them entirely. Believing Tyler was gone had changed him and had Athrun assessing what he had been doing and what was important. However, with the time that Athrun had to consider things during the journey to Earth and at Carpentaria, he had concluded. Those currently giving orders to ZAFT and leading the plants didn't have their citizens' interests in mind with their decisions. Those on the Supreme Council were not trying to end the war peacefully. They were doing the same as the Alliance, completely trying to wipe out the other side. So, Athrun moved forward at a brisker pace, ready and intending to assist the Federation defending forces. He activated the Justice's phase shift armor then took in the field with more detail as he got closer. The Federation appeared to have Omni halted and weren't allowed to progress to the Republic's inland. The Gundams were spread over the field, 2 were on the shore shooting at Omni's mobile suits, both those that had managed to land and those trying. 2 units seemed to be like guns with being aquatic machines that could attack ships effectively. Athrun was impressed that the Federation had developed powerful mass-production mobile suits and kept them secret. They had also taken Omni's project from Heliopolis and further improved its tech and appeared to have added to the idea. And from what Athrun could see, the Federation could be able to whip any ZAFT suit if they were put to it. Once Athrun got into range to be in the influence of the battle, he had the Justice jump off the Phantom 00. He had the Phantom 00 reconnect to the hardpoint it docked to before taking out the Justice's beam rifle. He began shooting at the strike daggers that he could target, taking them down as they were stuck with their parachutes. Athrun was searching for a mobile suit that was moving in the style that Tyler used when piloting. He, of course, studied the Gundams first as one of them was the most likely to have Tyler piloting it. With as skilled a pilot as Tyler had shown to be, a Gundam was an obvious choice for one. And it was less than a minute that Athrun came to a stop on the red Gundam going against 2 other Gundams. The way the red unit was moving and defending matched Tyler's fighting style. It was a moment later Athrun realized that the machine he suspected Tyler was in was forced into a dangerous position. The Aurora was in the sights of the Sinister, and Tyler understood that he was stuck where he was. Tyler was using his shield to block the other Gundam shooting at him to keep the Aurora where he was. He could only twist around and watch the emitter charge up before firing a beam that looked very similar to the Aegis silica cannon. Athrun zoomed forward with the Justice's shield in front as he moved to be between the blue Gundam and the unit Tyler was likely in. Both the Bandit and the Sinister stopped for a moment as a new custom unit appeared and interfered with them. Deborah was getting worried as there had been multiple different-looking machines on the battlefield, and not yet another one had appeared. With teamwork, Deborah and Laughter proved they could be taken down individually, but now they were facing 2 of them. A/N. Okay, I'll leave the phase off there and pick up the battle in the next phase. Now, there is an amount to cover in this from the phase. The first part is the addition of Athrun's trip to the remains of Josha and then to Carpentaria. So, in canon, Athrun does go to the remains of Josha before he goes to Orb, and I think there is significant point to that. Not only does it give Athrun a view of what the war is doing, as well as the results of Operation Spitbreak. Athrun's time at Carpentaria is the more important of the first part of this phase. He hears the rumors about the Panama operation and gets the chance to talk to Nicole. The talk between Athrun and Nicole shows both Athrun's growing doubt but the next step he feels he should take. It also gives Nicole's view of both Operation Spitbreak and ZAFT's Panama operation. Through that you get a view of ZAFT's direction going down a slippery slope and becoming similar to the Alliance. Next, the actual battle which is overall similar to the original story but there are changes from it. I like the speech General Maxwell gives to the Republic's defenders which is different than before. Then I would like to highlight the first interaction between Mina and the Lawton's captain. Mina as I stated before comes off as cold and unfeeling and it shows in the way of her questioning the man's experience. It may be obvious to you readers, but Omni is serious underestimating the Federation and Mina almost insults them to imply that. I also want to point out that in this battle we see the most Gundam types thus far with a grand total of 11 by the end with the Justice joining. Now, the battle will continue in the next phase from where I left off. I will leave the specs for the Bandit, the Sinister, and the Raptor below for you. As always, some of you leave reviews for me and tell me what you think of this phase. I do read them and reply to questions asked the best I can, or give reasons why I decline to give an answer to the point. I hope that you readers enjoyed the phase and I will see you in the next phase in 2 weeks. The phase will be titled Choosing What's Right and I will say that you will like the changes in how the fight goes. Peace out until the next phase. Model number, GAT X130. Official name, Raptor Gundam. Sorry, this one was based on a Robocross image I can't find anymore. Unit type, Prototype Artillery Assault Mobile Suit. Manufacturer, Earth Alliance. Operator, Earth Alliance. First deployment, June 1 TH-71 CE. Accommodation, pilot in panoramic monitor/linear seat cockpit in torso. Pilot, Ross Weiss Galliena. Overall height, 17.9 meters. Weight, max gross 70 tons. Power plant, ultra-compact energy battery. Armor material, phase shift armor. Equipment and design features. Trans-phase armor. A new version of the PS armor, trans-phase armored suits do not change color when the armor is activated. It is a 2-layer armor system with the PS armor in the inner layer activating only when the outer armor is breached. This design thus helps to reduce energy consumption and allows the equipped suit to have a longer operational time as well as for more power to be reserved for the suits as weapon. Fixed armaments. 2x Schlag 125mm high-energy long-range beam cannon. A pair of back-mounted beam cannons which rise up over the shoulders. They have excellent rate of fire and destructive power, and are capable of easily destroying an enemy force from range. 2XX 100mm railguns. A pair is mounted along the outsides of the backpack structure, and like the cannons will flip forward when being used, but they flip forward around the hip level of the suit. 2X Volgan plasma cannons. A pair are mounted, one on either side on the outside of the shoulder. They swing up and forward when used. Optional hand armaments. Todd's Block 337mm plasma sabot bazooka. A hand-carried shell-based weaponry, it has a high rate of fire and causes serious damage and shock around the impact area. Anti-beam shield. Attached to the left forearm and/or handheld, the shield is made out of materials derived from the outer armor of spaceships like the Laurasia class. As a result, it is light yet super hard. In addition, its surface has been given anti-beam treatment and the sharp tip can be used as a weapon during close combat. Dual-barreled 90mm machine gun. The shield has a double-barreled 90mm machine gun that is built into the anti beam shield, similar to the Calamity's ram cannon. Model number, GAT X251. Official name, Sinister Gundam, based on GAT X1022 Blue Dual Gundam. Unit type, Prototype High-Speed Frontline Assault Mobile Suit. Manufacturer, Earth Alliance. Operator, Earth Alliance. First deployment, June 1, 71 CE. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit in torso. Pilot, Laughter Galliena. Overall height, 17.47 m. Weight, 85.33 tons. Power plant, ultra-compact energy battery. Armor material, phase shift armor. Equipment and design features. Geschmia Dig Panzer. Mounted in the shield, it is a system that utilizes colloid particles to repel and redirect energy beams away from the mobile suit. The particles used are different from those in Mirage colloid stealth system, but both systems are similar as powerful magnetic fields are needed to hold the particles in place above the armor. This deflection system however seems to be ineffective against close combat beam weapons, as ZGMFX-09A Justice Beam Boomerang is able to damage the shield's surface. This system is also used for moving through water and counteracting water pressure. Trans-phase armor. A new version of the PS armor, trans-phase armored suits do not change color when the armor is activated. It is a 2-layer armor system with the PS armor in the inner layer activating only when the outer armor is breached. This design thus helps to reduce energy consumption and allows the equipped suit to have a longer operational time as well as for more power to be reserved for the suits as weapon. Armaments. Fixed. Eagle Stallion 80mm multi-barrel CIWS. 2 of these light projectile weapons are mounted in the Sinister's head and although designated as anti-air, they can be used for missile interception and to destroy lightly armored vehicles. Low-Oz high-energy beam cannon. The cannon is mounted on the back, on the right side and flips upward over the shoulder when used. Maser 300mm multi-phased beam cannon. Mounted in the torso in front of the cockpit. Missile launchers. The launchers are built into the outside of both forearms. Handheld. Claymore anti-ship sword. The Sinister Gundam has a 15M sword with 13M cutting beam along its length and sharp end point for penetration. It is stored on the back on the left when it's not in use. Model number, GAT X333. Official name, Bandit Gundam, C-Raider full spec. Unit type, Prototype Transformable Long-Range Assault Aerial Mobile Suit. Manufacturer, Earth Alliance. Operator, Earth Alliance. First deployment, June 1, 71 CE. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit in torso. Overall height, 17.94 m. Weight, 84.9 tons. Power plant, ultra-compact energy battery. Armor material, phase shift armor. Equipment and design features. Subwing. A support device featuring a flying wing design developed for use with the Raider full spec. It contains ramjet engines that are used after the MS enters the atmosphere with its atmospheric entry capsule. Hardpoints are located on the top surface so as to maintain the MS's aerial characteristics and to allow the weapons to be used by the MS's arms. These hardpoints can also be used to mount auxiliary engines, or propellant tanks. Interestingly, the subwing has been known to be used as a ramming weapon by creative pilots. Trans-phase armor. A new version of the PS armor, trans-phase armored suits do not change color when the armor is activated. It is a two-layer armor system with the PS armor in the inner layer activating only when the outer armor is breached. This design thus helps to reduce energy consumption and allows the equipped suit to have a longer operational time as well as for more power to be reserved for the suits as weapon. Armaments. Fixed. 2x M2 M376mm machine gun. The M2 M376mm machine gun is one of the ballistic weapons used by the Raider full spec. They are mounted in the shoulders and are usable only in MA mode. 2x M2 020mm machine gun. The suit has two such machine guns, one in each claw. They replace the Raider Gundam's Ahiram Mazda's short-range energy cannons. Handheld. 2x GAU 8 M252mm machine gun. A handheld machine gun, it is stored on the subwing's hardpoints and can be fired in this manner or be detached and used by the suit's arms. 2x beam sabers. Stored in compartments in the hips. Optional armaments. 60mm high-energy beam rifle. Tends to be the main ranged weapon when in MS mode, it is handheld when in use and can be stored on the side binders. 6x AIM-957F King Cobra missile. The AIM-957F is a highly maneuverable missile that features an advanced target detection device and AI system, thus it is capable of tracking and predicting an enemy's movement. The suit can carry a total of 6 such missiles. 2 missiles can be mounted on top of the shoulder armor and the other 4 can be mounted on the subwing's hardpoints in place of other weaponry or equipment. Chapter 34, Phase 37, Choosing What's Right. A/N. Okay, before I get into this phase, I would like to take a moment to express a thought I've had with recent events. With my writing, I want to make it clear that I do not advocate for violence or that life isn't precious. And so, I want to convey heartfelt sympathies to those that have lost loved ones in recent mass shooting like what happened down in TX at the elementary. On this Memorial Day, I would ask you readers to take a moment to remember those that were killed and taken early from the world. It is your choice of course, but I just wish to encourage that we remember what might have been were things different. With that out of the way, on to the phase. Phase 37, Choosing What's Right. June 15, 71 CE. Bay outside of Shira, the Republic. Tyler had been facing the blue Gundam who was about to use its heavy weapon to kill him a moment ago. But now he had an entirely different picture before him which he didn't expect. Heck, Tyler was blinking as he took in there was a mobile suit between him and the one that had attempted to kill him a moment ago. He wouldn't complain that someone else had appeared and saved him from death. However, as Tyler took in the rear of his savior, he realized he was seeing the back of ZAFT's X-09A Justice Gundam. It was the first time that Tyler had seen the suit face to face instead of the specs he'd been shown. The Justice was crimson and maroon with its phase shift armor active with white lining on the shoulders, knees, and torso. It was using its backpack called the Phantom 00 to hover in the air. Now, what the Justice was doing there, Tyler couldn't begin to guess. Tyler figured that ZAFT would send someone after the Freedom when the chaos of the theft died down. He had covered his tracks well enough that tracking his path would be extremely difficult. Tyler went to such lengths because he knew there was the possibility someone in the National Defense Committee may be blind and foolish enough to order someone to do a thorough cleanup. Some pilots ZAFT had that Tyler wouldn't doubt could be convinced to do such a job. So, while Tyler appreciated another bailing him out of a tight spot, a ZAFT operative being here suggests things that weren't necessarily good. Thus, Tyler focused on finding who saved him and what they were doing here. Unknown mobile suit pilot, I appreciate the help. Tyler started over a COMM channel, identify yourself and your intention. Hearing Tyler's voice really helped Thrun's morale, and he needed that a lot lately. His mood had been low since what happened outside of Orb. Lakis's words helped to an extent much better than what others had been telling him about events. But hearing a friend's voice did wonders on boosting Thrun's mood and helped strengthen his resolve to do what he felt was right. Thrun took a deep breath. This is a ZAFT Special Forces agent, Thrun Zala, he replied. Out of all of those, Tyler would guess ZAFT would choose to pilot the Justice. He hadn't expected his other best friend to be chosen. Heck, Tyler had assumed a special team would be deployed to track down the Freedom. Yet, one unit was sent even if it was equal to the one stolen and a pilot Tyler knew personally. The last time the two had parted ways, Thrun had tried to convince Tyler to come with him, and Tyler had replied that things would be fine. And while Tyler would admit he wasn't perfect or right every time, things hadn't ended out good for any side. However, Athrun would be far more likely to help than other ZAFT special forces would in the current situation. Thanks for the assist, Athrun, Tyler remarked before his attention was forced back on the battle. Daggers were shooting at both of them even if the Gundams had backed off for a bit. While it is always nice to see you, Athrun, now isn't the time to catch up. Lisa didn't know who saved Tyler from being taken down by 2 custom machines, but she wouldn't complain about the newcomer. Instead, she moved over and took down the strike daggers attacking the 2. The Sinister surged forward at the Aurora again while the bandit faced the Justice. Tyler used his shield to stop the large sword, then punched the Sinister with the Aurora's other hand. The Sinister was sent tumbling away with laughter, screeching how unfair the move had been. Athrun fired his beam rifle at the Gundam facing him, evading it. A channel connected between the Justice and the Aurora. I have to ask, Tyler began, are you here on ZAFT's behalf? Because if so, then come back later, man, we are rather busy here if it isn't obvious. Athrun could sympathize with Tyler's question and being straightforward about what he was doing here. The Republic was defending its territory and more its beliefs right now, taking their full attention. Athrun could hear the strain in Tyler's voice, and it was no wonder as he was giving what he had to protect his home. But the answer to his question gave him more reason to be here. While I have orders that have nothing to do with this battle, Athrun stated, I'm here to give my assistance as I can, that is my decision alone. Tyler blinked at the reply from his friend as he hadn't expected the answer he got. Yes, Tyler knew Athrun had a good heart, and he would stand by that. But it sounded Athrun was possibly defying orders to help the Federation defend the Republic. Tyler doubted ZAFT saw the Federation as friendly, much if at all anymore, and if they did, it wouldn't last much longer. So, while Tyler was grateful for Athrun's wish to help, he was unofficially picking a side in the war as it was becoming. That said side was to fight for all of humanity, which was best, but ZAFT wasn't on that side anymore. However, Tyler was forced to shoot at the Sinister as it assaulted him again. That's your choice, Athrun, Tyler said, but know that this choice is one you will likely have to answer for with ZAFT. Yet as it sounds as you are sure, switch your communication channel to frequency 152.46 MHz with it modulating at a 0.48 kHz interval every 7 seconds. That will link you into the Federation's radio chatter, so please don't give it out to others. Tyler was prevented from saying more with the Sinister using its high-energy beam cannon as it closed the distance between it and the Aurora. Athrun's attention was drawn as the bandit attacked with its machine gun and beam rifle. Tyler dodged the attacks from the Sinister and noted that the shots that missed him mostly hit the water, but some hit other things than the water. Some of the shots from the Sinister flew and hit buildings close to the shore of Shira. Seeing his home hit by enemy weapons and not noticing what they did or even less care about the results of their actions angered him. Tyler knew he needed to keep calm and not resort to his seed factor in this battle. With his health, the chance of triggering his recoil syndrome was the last thing he needed. However, seeing his home under attack set Tyler off, and the blue Gundam pilot seeing this as some sort of sick game, pushed him to the edge. The Aurora shot up and began climbing up, the Sinister quickly chased after the Aurora. Tyler flipped after gaining height and charged at his opponent, unloading the Aurora's head CIWS guns at the Sinister. Laughter was forced to slow down as the red Mina peppered her, but she kept moving forward with her sword in hand. She was determined to cut them up for the trouble they had caused her. Tyler drew the Aurora's beam sabers, and he came down on the Sinister, striking at the torso. Laughter blocked the attack with her sword, but she was brought to a halt by the Mina as they pushed against her. She attempted to surge forward against the Mina, but the Sinister's thrust wasn't enough to overpower the Aurora. Tyler threw caution to the winds and let his seed mode activate as he was tired of the crapshoot he was in. Enough is enough, Tyler growled, taking land that doesn't belong to you by force is still stealing, you backstabbing fools. He gritted his teeth, the leaders of the Alliance are vile parasitic worms for either supporting this or not standing up against it. And they will be force-fed disappointment in being denied their wants. Tyler shoved the Aurora's throttles forward, increasing the machine's forward thrust, and began forcing the Sinister downward with its greater thrust. Laughter was getting frustrated that the Mina was once again cheating in the fight with her. It had been weaving out of the way of her sword at first when it shouldn't be doing so. Then it had magical bullets that made the power go down faster than it should. Now, it suddenly got more pushing power than she had to work with. But a moment later things became worse as the Aurora gained more momentum and was shoving the Sinister toward the water below. As Laughter realized she was falling, she tried harder to push back both with the Sinister's thrusters and its anti-ship sword. Athrun was fighting the bandit while Tyler was dealing with the Sinister. He had combined the Justice's beam sabers and had rushed forward swinging at the bandit. Deborah in response took out the bandit's 2 beam sabers and parried the attacks. The new opponent was another different-looking mobile suit. However, this one was not like the Red Unit, or any of the others that she'd spotted. And that it had come from a different direction than the land suggested it wasn't a suit made by the Federation. Nonetheless, after a few minutes, Deborah saw that Laughter was being forced downward to the water by the red Gundam. So, she blocked her opponent's beam saber while she grabbed her machine gun and pointed at the Justice. Athrun had just enough time to see the machine gun aimed at his cockpit before it started to fire at him. The gunfire got Athrun to back up and Deborah took the opportunity to rush forward to help Laughter. However, by the time the bandit was closing in to assist the Sinister, the Aurora had pressed its advantage enough. Tyler slashed his sabers forward and cut through the anti-ship sword, slicing it into 3 pieces. Laughter was angry with this meanie, for they had destroyed her sword she liked to use. However, none had ever gotten as far as to destroy her main weapon before now, not even in simulations. She fired her CIWS guns to get the Mina to go away and leave her alone so she could recover. But the Aurora merely shifted its shield to intercept the projectiles and kept coming. Tyler planned to send his opponent into the water, whether it was through a punch or ramming the Gundam. Yet, Tyler sensed another coming at him from his right, so he had the Aurora spin to have the shield face the oncoming attacker. He had the Aurora's shield expand to have its vertical length increase and fins swing out to form an X shape. Deborah took out and aimed her beam rifle and fired at the red machine. However, the beam appeared to ricochet just before striking the shield's surface. It was much like what the specs on the Sinister had described with the Geschmeidig Panzer would do. Athrun had turned to reacquire the Gundam he'd been fighting, but the sight was one he didn't expect. The Aurora's shield had expended and instead of intercepting the beam sent at it, the beam redirected just before contact. For a mobile suit to have a shield that could deflect rather than disperse was a new technology as far as Athrun knew. Yes, Omni's Artemis base had its lightwave umbrella, but that wasn't something practical for a mobile suit. And yet, the Federation had apparently come up with a similar idea that was feasible for mobile suit which could deflect beams. Tyler flipped the Aurora to have its feet pointing downward at the Sinister. Then Tyler stomped on the blue Gundam hard and used it as a springboard. The Sinister splashed heavily into the water while Tyler pulled up hard and shifted the Aurora into its flight mode. Athrun saw Aurora zoom just above the ocean's surface after sending its opponent into the water. From an objective view, Athrun couldn't help but be in awe at the transformation ability the Federation had developed. It had hidden the fact they had mobile suits, likely for years were he to make a guess. And it appeared to be quick and seamless in the transition from an onlooker's perspective. The Aegis could transform, but it had been jerky from Athrun's experience and needed improvement. Then having an alternative form would give an advantage to the Federation in combat. And while the unit Tyler was piloting was impressive as it displayed Federation technology as it was, Athrun's friend's piloting just added to it. Athrun had glimpsed the idea before once back during the battle with Omni's 8th Orbital Fleet. The same signs were showing again with Tyler, like somehow sensing where shots aimed at him were coming from. Or there was the insane maneuvers that Tyler was pulling off that should be extremely difficult. Tyler had never explained how he did such or what allowed it to be possible during their last conversation. However, Athrun focused back on the battle and moved forward attacking the bandit to get its attention off the Aurora. Meanwhile, Tyler was zooming towards Omni ships after sending his opponent for a serious dip. And so, he fired his missiles at them before he made an arc to turn and face the blue Gundam. Laughter got the Sinister to the surface and out of the water after she had been thrown into it. She was more than angry now, she was mad at the Red Mina for not just cheating but making her look bad. And upon looking around, Laughter spotted the object of her fury turning away from the ships. The Red Mina now looked like an aircraft, but it was clearly the same machine that Laughter had been fighting. The Sinister shot forward, Laughter intending to grab the Mina and use her multi-phase cannon to put holes in them. However, Laughter's first lunge at the Mina as they passed missed and just frustrated her more. They had weaved out of the way and changed back to a mobile suit. The next thing Laughter knew, there was a bang and when she glanced to her left, the Mina had latched onto her shield. Tyler had grabbed the Sinister's shield to stop his momentum and then grabbed the Gundam's shoulder with the other hand. Tyler then started to work on separating the blue Gundam from its shield by pulling them apart and straining the connection. The Sinister losing its shield Tyler suspected would take away its deflection capabilities which would move things along. That should leave the high-energy beam cannon and the multi-phase cannon and those Tyler could deal with. Laughter was fuming that the Mina was still cheating with how they were fighting her. However, an alarm began going off and upon looking down, Laughter saw the Sinister's shield was being strained. The Mina was trying to rip her shield off, they were taking her ability to fight piece by piece. That brought a flavor of panic to her and got her shrieking over the COMM channel for the Mina to let her go. Deborah's attention was snapped over to the Sinister when Laughter started shrieking. And she saw the red machine was working on ripping off its shield and was in a position that Laughter couldn't reach. Thus, Deborah twisted around slashing upward with both her beam sabers at the Justice. Athrun was forced to use his shield to block the attack and was sent back a margin. Tyler felt he was making progress with his opponent, when his senses alerted him of impending danger. Tyler glanced left and saw the black and blue Gundam rushing at him with beam sabers in hands. He had to let the blue Gundam go just before the other swung at him and the Aurora dodged. Athrun stabilized the Justice and witnessed the Aurora being assaulted by the bandit. So, Athrun shot forward to assist Tyler, but the Sinister fired its high-energy beam cannon at the Justice. He dodged the beam and the following multi-phased beam sent his way as Ithran kept getting closer to the Aurora. Then Ithran used the Fortis beam cannons and fired them at the bandit, making it back up a bit. Next, the Justice detached the Phantom 00 and had it zoom at the bandit. Deborah had avoided the beam sent at her, but when she glanced that way, she saw something coming straight at her. She moved back to evade a collision as the Phantom 00 flew over her. However, the Aurora had taken advantage of the distraction the Justice had provided and surged forward. Deborah blinked and found the red machine right in front of her before the Aurora's knee slammed into the bandit. The bandit was sent tumbling backward, forcing Deborah to work to right her machine. The Phantom 00 swung around and returned to the Justice and docked back with it. A few Valkyries moved to help the Justice and the Aurora with their fight. Yet, Laughter merely turned and used her cannons to destroy the helpers. Ithran shot at the Sinister with his beam rifle, which drew attention back to him. Tyler brought out the Aurora's plasma cannons, aiming one at the Sinister and the other at the bandit. Deborah had just managed to right the bandit before she found herself facing one of the red machine's cannons. She avoided the plasma beam just barely, and Deborah knew that this battle was as good as done. With how things were going, there was no way even with Deborah and her sisters to breach the enemy's defense. There was too much resistance from the enemy and they kept them from moving forward at a fair pace. The enemy wasn't ZAFT as they had been trained to go against, this enemy was better than anything from the simulations. Deborah and her sisters had gathered lots of data on their machines, which was the expectation. Then Deborah saw the Crimson enemy rush forward and swing its beam sabers and send Laughter flying. Deborah got on a channel to the Sinister. Laughter, she started, head back to the ship with Mother on it. Laughter was infuriated, but hearing Deborah caused her pause. But we still haven't finished our task, Debbie, she replied. We have done what we can, Deborah returned, time to cut our losses and wait to do better the next time. She changed the bandit back over to its mobile armor mode with the intent to go and retrieve the Raptor. And when she looked in the direction of the Republic's mainland, Deborah spotted the Raptor. Ross Weiss was fighting two other different-looking machines and some of the fighter jet suits. Deborah could see that Ross Weiss was being slowly overwhelmed by the enemy. So, she rushed over to the Raptor and fired at the enemy to disperse them. After those that had been attacking the Raptor backed off, Deborah used the bandit's talons to grab the Raptor. Ross Weiss had been getting irritated with being swarmed by the enemy. The two beast-looking machines had been annoyingly quick with their movements, making them hard to hit. Shooting down the fighter jet machines was simple enough, even if more challenging than the simulations at the lab had been. But Ross Weiss would prove that she could handle a challenge given to her. However, then some of the fighter jets had grabbed onto her shoulder-mounted cannons and turned upward. That had made the cannons unusable as they were being held where they were. Ross Weiss was still using the bazooka and shield weapons she could work with. Yet, no matter how many enemies Ross Weiss took out, more appeared in their place and the numbers never went down. However, then there was a clunk and Ross Weiss was moving away from the ground. Ross Weiss twisted around and found the bandit had her machine in its talons and was carrying her away. Ross Weiss let out a frustrated breath and folded her arms. Take it, we're done, she posed to Deborah. Yep, Deborah answered, continuing further right now wouldn't end well. We'll do better next time, Ross Weiss, that's a promise. Ross Weiss scoffed, you got that right, we'll cream them the next chance we get. The three Gundams flew back to one of Omni's carriers as Tyler and Ithran watched. A moment later, the lead Spangler class fired off a retreat signal that stood out from the sky. The defenders of the Republic positioned themselves between the retreating Omni and the Republic's mainland. Any strike daggers that turned toward the Republic were shot at, and if they didn't keep going back to the fleet were destroyed. Most of the Alliance ships were moving away from the Republic, away from the battle they were losing. Once they were a sizable distance away, Tyler scanned over the battlefield, which brought feelings of pain and sadness to wash over him. The city of Shira had taken a beating and would need an amount of reconstruction and repairs to look as good as it normally did. Out of the 24 Federation vessels that had defended the Republic, 3 had been sunk in the bay, and their outline could be seen underwater, and there was a 4th in the process of sinking. 6 ships were sluggish, and 2 were dead in the water and couldn't move. So, that meant that around half of the Republic's defensive fleet was out of commission until major repairs were completed on them. Tyler wasn't interested in knowing how many people had been killed in the Republic's defense. The 3 Gundams had caused more damage than Omni's mass-production mobile suits. The Republic hadn't fallen, but a price had been paid to make sure it stood through the storm. The sight made Tyler angry, as to damage another's home in the attempt to take it from its proper owners was wrong. The Earth Alliance had essentially declared war on the Human Federation with their actions. They hadn't stated the idea technically in public, but that no longer mattered. They had no justification that the Alliance could honestly make and prove it valid that would stand. The Alliance had made the Federation their enemy, and the Federation's military would respond appropriately. If getting the Alliance to understand the mistakes they were making required extreme measures, they could lose the vast majority of Omni's fighting force. And Tyler would guess the first response would be wiping out their orbital fleets and defending the member nations. Tyler turned to face the Justice, as there was still a question or two that really needed answers from Ithran. Not to say Tyler was unhappy that Athrun had come and literally saved him from getting nailed and killed, for he was grateful. However, Athrun had the justice and was likely here to track down the freedom. It would depend on what orders Athrun had regarding the freedom and how things would proceed. Tyler wanted to think Athrun was here for the best of intentions, but the war had made it clear one couldn't take things at face value without complete trust. Such trust was earned, not simply given as it once was like in times before the war. So, Tyler took a deep breath. While I'm grateful for the bailout and assist, Athrun, he started, I doubt you're here for a simple social call. And I do hate to press the matter, but what are you here for? Athrun could understand why Tyler would be asking the question he was, and he didn't blame him for inquiring. He only wished he was here to see how Tyler was doing, to make sure his health, which Lakis had described as poor, had improved. But no, Athrun was here while tracking the freedom and to get answers. However, Athrun had chosen to help himself even when it could be seen as against orders. And with how the war had made things, Athrun knew he needed to be candid with his best friend. Thus, the Justice had the Phantom 00's engine block fold down for better hovering. Then, Athrun toggled the switch to have the bulkhead above him slide down and the pilot seat raise up. Truthfully, I came here seeking answers, he replied. And I'm hoping you can help me understand things as they are and then possibly clarify a couple of things too. Athrun's tone said to Tyler that his friend had been doing some honest thinking, what one might call soul-searching. And he would applaud those kinds of efforts as that was the best thing one could do before making serious decisions. He wished more people would turn to do that type of consideration these days. Should that occur more, then the ongoing war may never have happened in the first place. Tyler had his own experiences of soul-searching in this life, and while they hadn't been fun to do, they had made a huge difference. So, Tyler would do his best to help a friend to do such consideration. With that in mind, Tyler had the Aurora's wings shift to be open somewhat for better hovering. Then he also had his cockpit open and his seat rise and looked at his friend. I will never refuse a friend's request for help in an honest search for answers, Tyler stated. And it sounds like you are ready to hear the truth even if it is hard to accept. So then, let's help finish sending Omni packing and clean up a bit, after that, we can go and have a serious conversation. Athrun knew if there was ever someone he could count on to get help with answering questions, it was Tyler. It was why he had sought him out first. Tyler always seemed to have answers to questions, even if they weren't complete. That sounds like a good place to start, Athrun replied before he lowered back into the Justice's cockpit. Tyler and Athrun joined the rest of the Federation's defending forces to make sure Omni kept falling back. Half an hour passed by while the clean-up from the assault proceeded and got underway. The Omni forces that had been unable to retreat were apprehended and detained. Tyler was assigned to do flyovers and do damaged assessments of Shira and the surrounding areas. On the other hand, Athrun was put on finding Omni survivors and transmitting their locations to the ground teams. As Tyler was doing his flyovers, his heart ached at the destruction he saw around Shira. The city had been beautiful before the battle and appeared welcoming to anyone coming. Shira had been a thriving place people had called home, yet one wouldn't know it with its current state. There were buildings on fire, others with open sections due to damage, and even some fully collapsed into rubble. Tyler knew Shira would be repaired and the collapsed buildings rebuilt, thus, the city would go back to being beautiful, but that would take months if not years. But being hit close to home quite literally still hit in a way that other actions didn't. Some of the damage Tyler saw was clearly caused by the beam weapons the artillery wielder had. It forced Tyler to admit Omni had designed some effectively destructive machines to work with. Meanwhile, Athrun was helping in the search for Omni forces on the ground. He was also seeing the wreckage of Federation machines, both their mobile suits and the vehicles that had been part of the defenders. The sheer wreckage gave a general view of how many lives had been ended today. Athrun realized that he'd never gotten clean-up duty before now, such was always assigned to others. Athrun would be out on the front lines of the war doing the work that caused the destruction he was seeing before now. He wondered if his father had something to do with his assignments. And if so, why would his father keep him from seeing what this war was doing to people? Athrun could comprehend that war took lives, it was logical with what war involved. But seeing it firsthand drove the point of how horrible war really was. And this had been going on for more than 5 years now, longer unofficially. Athrun was left to wonder just how many lives had been lost, just numbers that may not even be recorded. It added to the confusion and the questions of what the war was being waged for. The fighting was making less and less sense the more Athrun saw and thought about it. The results advertised and the ones that Athrun was seeing were worlds apart. So, either the leaders on the National Defense Committee didn't know what they were bringing about, or they didn't care. Unfortunately, Athrun suspected it was the latter rather than the former. Over the next day, the work to secure the Republic and assess the damage continued. It was as the sun was starting to set on the day after the battle when both Tyler and Athrun were told to switch out and come in while others took over the tasks they were on. The Republic's borders were relatively secure now, and it was in the process of being locked down. There was still the search for those that hadn't reported in after the battle who were missing in action. And with some radio chatter, Tyler heard that Omni had attempted to come into the Republic from Eurasia. While it was a small force, mobile suits were sent to head them off, including the 2 Ground Runner series machines. Tyler led Athrun to the valley Tesway was in as they could go there and talk while their suits were resupplied. Athrun was behind the Aurora and to its right, wondering where Tyler was taking him. He didn't know where military complexes were in the Republic. ZAFT intelligence reports suspected such were around the mountains in the Republic, but they couldn't get more detail beyond that. Really, the locations of the major cities and the Republic's mass driver were the only definitive things that intelligence could state. Athrun figured that ZAFT's intelligence department had been looking into Federation member nations to find specific targets if it came to fighting. ZAFT wanted to know where the Federation's development facilities were and military complexes were located. As far as Athrun had heard, there had been little success other than the obvious places like Asgard. He had to applaud the Federation for hiding their valuable assets as they did. It couldn't be easy to hide them. Athrun's attention was brought back to the present when Tyler slowed down after entering a wide canyon area. What caught his notice was that the ground appeared to be shifting in the bottom of the center of the area. As Athrun watched, a large section of the ground opened, leading to a dark space below. The Aurora hovered slowly down into the revealed area, and Athrun took that as a signal to follow. Just as the Justice left the sunlight and transitioned into the space below, Athrun couldn't help his eyes widening. A glance around his surroundings told him he was in a huge underground part of a much larger complex. But his awe and shock grew as scanning around got Athrun to realize he was inside the Federation's Tesway R&D complex. Athrun began to understand possibly why the Federation's development facilities were so hard to find by the other factions. If Tesway was anything to go by, a lot of thought went into hiding such places, from the natural landscape to something that scrambled sensors. Satellite scans would not be able to tell the difference between its vantage point above the ground and what was below it. Should such care be taken with other development facilities be spent, no wonder, no locations were known. Military complexes were likely treated much the same in how they were hidden and defended, were Athrun to guess. It stood as an example to Athrun how much thought and preparation the Federation put into what they did. He couldn't help but be impressed with the amount of thought they put into their preparation. It was no wonder the Federation had done so well for so long in this war and before that. Athrun spotted the Aurora going to land on a platform that had been extended out into the canyon space. He had the Phantom 00's engine block shift to be vertical and moved over to where another platform was out. Athrun landed and had the Phantom 00's wings fold down into their stored position just before the platform began moving inside. Tyler touched down on the landing platform before it was brought in, and airtight shutters were closed behind him. He shut down the Aurora's systems before he had his seat rise out of the cockpit. Having informed the Republic's military command that the Justice was an ally, the Justice would have been allowed inside Tesway. Tyler hoped that he and Athrun could have the conversation they seriously needed here. Once out of the cockpit, Tyler crawled to where the zipline was and used it to descend to the ground. As Tyler was going toward the deck, he looked over to his right and saw the Justice had landed and been brought inside. Tyler was proud that he stepped down smoothly and didn't stumble or collapse as he had been the last few times he had dismounted from a mobile suit. It was a sign that his health had made good strides to get back to a normal modicum. Tyler noted that Tesway techs were already starting to connect the Aurora to cables for resupply. He appreciated the efficiency of those at Tesway, they kept on top of things, which was helpful. Athrun came up from the Justice's cockpit and moved to the zipline so he could descend to the floor. He stepped down to the deck, turned to the machine Tyler had been piloting, and saw his friend taking off his helmet. Athrun stepped forward, walking toward Tyler, removing his own helmet as he went. Words couldn't say how happy Athrun was that Tyler was alive right now. A mobile suit's explosion was a near-guaranteed death sentence for anyone caught in the influence of one, let alone being in the middle of it. And yet, Tyler had somehow defied the heavily stacked odds and survived what was essentially a death trap. Then he had somehow gotten to Aprilius 1 and got roped into stealing a newly developed mobile suit. Lakis hadn't given the whole story about how that came to be. Athrun hoped Tyler could fill in the holes that were causing so much confusion that he was dealing with. Tyler was making his way towards Athrun simultaneously, glad to see his friend. The last time their paths crossed, Tyler had nearly died, and Athrun had been trying to kill Kira. And Tyler wouldn't doubt that Athrun had been spending the time since the incident, blaming himself for what occurred. Tyler didn't blame Athrun for the Shadow's destruction, it wasn't his fault in the end. Athrun had been following orders he'd been given and had clearly been questioning said orders. Tyler held the mission commander responsible for all that went down in that battle. After some research, Tyler found out that the mission commander for that mess had been none other than Raul Cruzet. Knowing that the masked man had been involved both explained much about the battle and made Tyler suspicious. Every single thing that Cruzet seemed to be involved in ended out in some kind of a mess. However, the crap the man had a hand in starting this year seemed to have odd circumstances. For example, in the attack on Heliopolis, the man had evidence on the Atlantic Federation's pet project, which ZAFT intelligence hadn't acquired themselves. Or how the man knew the Archangel's route when it wasn't the normal shipping lane. Cruzet was definitely on the list of those who could be the rat Tyler had seen the work of. And the man was rising toward the top of the list quickly enough to make Tyler seriously wonder if he could be the one. Still, here Tyler and Athrun were, facing one another again after all the problems they had endured through. Tyler felt their friendship could be somewhat strained but was still intact and would continue. The world seemed to fade around them as the two teens got closer to each other step by step. They came to stand in front of one another, and neither said anything for a long moment. Athrun attempted to find the proper words to convey how sorry he was for what he did with the Aegis. How did one apologize to a friend for almost killing them? Tyler, Athrun began, I can't tell you how sorry I am for what I did. He stopped as tears were coming to his eyes. I don't know how I can make it up to you, but I will. Tyler didn't like being right about Athrun beating himself up for something that he only played an unknowing part in. Obviously, his friend had been torturing himself, and Tyler hated that Athrun would do such things. Athrun had a kind heart, he worried about others before himself, which was a good quality. One of the few good things that Tyler could think of for Athrun right now was that he wasn't facing Sakura. Should Sakura find out Tyler had been seriously injured and Athrun played a part in the point, Athrun would face hell. And the hell Sakura could bring upon another was scarier than normal misery was expected to be. Instead of stopping and countering what Athrun was trying to get across, Tyler moved forward and embraced his friend. Athrun went silent after Tyler hugged him. He felt that Tyler should be angry at him, he'd detonated the Aegis and nearly killed him. Tyler had every right to curse him and blame him for the injuries he received. However, Tyler's voice broke through Athrun's thoughts. Athrun, I cannot tell you how glad I am to know you are okay. Athrun didn't have anything to say in reply to what was a greeting from one of his best friends. Yet, Tyler continued, you have nothing to be sorry about, Athrun. What happened around Orb wasn't your fault, and you won't be able to win an argument with me on that. Those that instigated the battle are the ones to blame for what happened. Athrun knew Tyler rarely blamed others for what hardships he faced, he'd seen the idea enough to know of it. But it was Athrun who had activated the Aegis's self-destruct, which had destroyed the shadow. And still, Tyler wasn't blaming him for what happened, words couldn't express the gratitude in his heart at realizing that. Thus, Athrun returned the embrace. Why do you have to be so damn forgiving, he questioned. Tyler smiled, it's one of the things friends do for each other, he replied. And honestly, I wouldn't doubt you've been beating yourself up and torturing yourself already. Why the heck should I add to such things? Athrun shook his head, but I thought you died when the shadow was destroyed, he insisted. Tyler could see where Athrun was coming from as he'd heard similar things from those on the Archangel. With the explosion that had come from the Aegis detonating, he wouldn't doubt it would have looked that way. So much so it would make those who witnessed it sure beyond a reasonable doubt that Tyler had been killed by it. However, the truth was that Tyler had survived and recovered somewhat from experience. I suppose to the vast majority that saw the Aegis blowing up, they would think anything in that explosion would be gone too. Tyler paused and chuckled a bit. I accepted that I was going to kick the bucket and going to meet my dad and sister. And yet, here I am alive, even if not at my normal best in the kicking department, so I'll manage. With that said, stop blaming yourself for something you weren't at fault for, Athrun. You've done more than enough of such, and it isn't helpful for you or anyone else. We are good, so stop apologizing to me as there is no reason for you to do so. Athrun processed what Tyler said, and once he did, a smile found its way to his face. Tyler's reasoning had pulled him forward and out of the place he had been in for the last month and almost a half. But with that out of the way, Athrun still had questions that he hoped Tyler could shed some light on. Athrun started, we need to discuss recent events, like what happened around Aprilias 1 that you participated in. Tyler pulled back, knowing Athrun was right, they needed to talk about the Freedom's theft and its result. However, the conversation should not be public knowledge of what Siegel and Lakis faced. So, Tyler gestured for Athrun to follow him, and he led the way to a quiet corner of the development floor. The two sat down on some crates before they faced one another again. I assume when you say recent events, you are in some way referring to the theft of the X-10A Freedom, Tyler posed. Athrun nodded, how did you even get pulled into stealing a mobile suit, or get to Aprilias 1 for that matter? None of that makes any sense to me. A fair question, Tyler remarked, by what I understand, I was moved to Aprilias 1 to receive help from their medical institute. From what a friend and Siegel said, the institute did an amazing job at saving my life and patching me up. Siegel had agreed to host me while I recovered, thus why I was on Aprilias 1. Now the room with medical-looking equipment and red stains made more sense. That had been the room Tyler had more than likely been put in for the said recovery. Tyler kept going, as for the Freedom, what have you been told about it disappearing from the plants? Athrun hesitated at recalling what had been said about Lakis and her father. It had been so unbelievable, and Athrun knew he wasn't the only one that had thought so. That an enemy spy stole the mobile suits, and they were assisted by Lakis and her father, he admitted. They are being seen as traitors to the plants and ZAFT. Tyler had expected both Lakis and Siegel would be branded traitors by those in power with the theft of the freedom. It would have been amusing to be called an enemy spy by the leaders of the plants if not for what Lakis and Siegel faced. So, Tyler shrugged and sighed, I figured the two would be forced to shoulder the blame for the theft. It's why I hesitated when I was asked to help with the idea. Tyler paused, to help you dismiss the garbage you've been fed and fill it with the truth, let me tell you the whole story and then the why I believe it was all necessary. Tyler took a breath before continuing, first, Siegel came to me and asked for my help. I've never known the man to ask for something he didn't feel was the right thing to do, that hasn't changed. I feel that he showed me the specs on the freedom and the justice for two reasons. Yet, both reasons lead to the same point, he wanted the Federation to know about the two machine and nuclear technology returning. Athrun nodded, seeing the logical reasoning that Tyler iterated Siegel was working under. The return of nuclear tech was bad for all, it meant that nuclear weapons weren't far away. And Athrun would have wondered why Siegel didn't bring such concerns to the Council if not for his father strongly implying ZAFT saw it necessary to use nuclear power for the war. Tyler kept going, after I looked over the specs, I expressed my professional opinion that the development was something. Then I gave my opinion where I flat out said ZAFT was making an extremely dangerous gamble that will likely come back to haunt them. Nuclear tech leads not to the solution of the energy crisis as some would claim, it brings nuclear weapons which will be used if given an opportunity. Tyler paused again, Siegel then requested that I take one of the two units along with files on both and get them to the Federation. Athrun was about to speak, but Tyler held up a hand to stop him. He stated it was for the hope that the Federation would invent countermeasures for the Enjammer cancellers, and I agree such is needed as soon as possible. The Alliance won't even think of doing that, they will be too busy being excited to have nukes again. I think we both know that ZAFT isn't going to make countermeasures, for like the Alliance, they are too focused on how nuclear tech can be used on their enemies. That leaves the Federation to develop a way to make sure nukes don't kill us all. Athrun had been worried when his father had insisted that nuclear power was needed. However, he was more concerned now than he had been when Patrick revealed the Justice had a nuclear reactor. Now Siegel asking Tyler to get information on the freedom and the justice to the Federation made complete sense. As Tyler said, countermeasures would be needed to prevent nuclear weapons from being used on Earth or the plants. The gamble Tyler spoke of was terrifying when Athrun thought about it. Making nuclear weapons was frightening enough, but to have such turned against you was worse. That could and likely would lead to the Alliance and ZAFT wiping each other out before either could declare victory. Even if one side survived, both the plants and Earth would deal with nuclear fallout, finishing the survivors off. The impending nightmare was horrific, and yet, no one was even admitting it could happen, they were so focused on killing their enemies they didn't consider it. Tyler saw the understanding on Athrun's face, he could see what the Federation was trying to prevent. Nuclear war had no winners, it just wiped out populations, if not species entirely. It was why the Enjammer was invented, to turn humanity from that dark end. It had been a cooperative operation between the Federation and ZAFT to invent and deploy the Enjammers. At the time, ZAFT had been completely on board with the goal and offered all the help they could. Now, all that effort and goodwill were being ripped up with nuclear tech returning. Tyler exhaled, I don't know how Siegel got the files, but I take it to mean there are others like him that are very worried about the direction ZAFT is going in. Tyler stopped and took a breath, Lakis insisted on helping even when Siegel and I tried to tell her it was better that she not. Tyler paused, not liking what happened next, Lakis got me into the complex the freedom was stored in. Others helped us in the theft, and in the end, I took the freedom from the plants as I assume someone told you since you already knew it was me. Athrun nodded, Lakis told me she found out you were at Aprilis 1 and that your health was bad at the time. She also mentioned that you stole the freedom but never said the reason you did. Athrun stopped remembering what he'd seen in the video. The spy had clearly known about the cameras being there. And now that Athrun knew it was Tyler, the message he was delivering was not his normal style. While I can understand what you were trying to say to the viewers of the security footage, why do it? Tyler snickered, oh, that, he laughed quietly, it was what I wanted to say, which I couldn't do with my voice since it would risk me being identified. I was also drawing attention to myself and off Lakis and Siegel the best I could. Tyler gazed at Athrun with a gleeful smile, how would you say I did with being an attention magnet? Athrun shook his head, you certainly ticked some people off with what you did, that's for sure. So, I would say you achieved your aim of drawing attention to yourself as there are orders to capture you, have you tortured while interrogated before you are executed? Tyler blinked, I guess I should take that as a compliment I can get attention when I really try. I understand the capturing piece and even the non-nice interrogations order. But I didn't think my performance rated good enough for an execution sentence on my head. Glad I'm a Federation soldier, and that should protect me to an extent. Tyler sighed, at least you comprehended what I was trying to say, Kira didn't know when I told him. Athrun smiled softly, his naivete helped him in that lack of understanding. Tyler groaned, you have to ask, he shot back. Of course, his damn naivete makes him ignorant to the obvious. I literally had to get him to look up what giving the middle finger means for him to get the point. Tyler shook his head before continuing. After leaving the plants, I headed for Tesway and handed over the files on the freedom and the justice so they could be used for countermeasure invention. Then I headed to JOSHA to bail out Kira and the rest since they had been foolish enough to ignore my warnings. Athrun was left to wonder what warnings Tyler could have given Kira and the rest on the Archangel. The way Tyler said it, he hadn't said whatever he had been implying straight out but had gotten as close as he could without doing so. What were you trying to warn them about? Athrun asked. Tyler sighed. Oh, that their blind faith in their so-called allies would get them not just into trouble but could get them killed. Tyler shook his head. I would have told them the Alliance didn't value them, but the Archangel's crew wouldn't have believed me. It had become a circular argument a while back. Nothing I said to them about what the Alliance was like convinced them their allies were going to throw them aside when it was convenient. He paused, shifting back to his story. Then came ZAFT's Operation Spitbreak fiasco, and that was a different mess altogether. By what I was told, Athrun started, you helped ZAFT have fewer losses than could have been suffered. Tyler rolled his eyes. Yet, my first warning went ignored before the duel attacked me. None of that was appreciated. ZAFT could have taken a moment to consider the possibility of a trap being set, but little to no hesitation. If not for your friend Nicole, ZAFT would have lost much more than they did. I gave him clear evidence to get to the mission commander as from what you said, he is reasonable. Tyler waved a hand in dismissal. Anyway, after the battle, I pulled Kira aside and explained to him in detail what piloting the freedom involved before giving it to him. When you say explain to Kira, what do you mean? Athrun questioned. Tyler exhaled. We had a non-fun conversation in which I gave him the rundown I've essentially given you but in a bit more detail as Kira doesn't know how to take inference well as we both know. I made him promise that he wouldn't let others take the freedom or what it contains and to shoot any that try. Tyler looked at Athrun, but moving on, you implied you have orders that involved the freedom, care to elaborate? Athrun hesitated for a moment as his orders looked more ridiculous the more he thought about them. The orders seemed worse after what Tyler had told him, so Athrun didn't know where to begin. Well, Athrun started, the orders I was given was to track down and capture the freedom. Athrun stopped after the first sentence, which didn't sit well with Tyler. It implied that there was more to the orders and the other part of them Athrun either didn't agree with or had serious problems with. It could be both. Okay, Tyler said, I take it there is more to your orders than just capturing the freedom. Athrun nodded. Unfortunately, yes, he confirmed. If I can't capture the freedom, I am to destroy it. Athrun hesitated. Then I'm to eliminate all persons and facilities that the freedom could have come into contact with. I found such more than excessive, and it concerns me that some want it to go so far. Tyler knew that ZAFT would want the freedom back and would do more than they should to get it. However, the part of eliminating everything the freedom could have come into contact with was beyond excessive. That transitioned into how horrid Tyler felt that Athrun really didn't understand what he was being asked to do. The mission was outright suicidal, even for someone like Graham, it was pretty much suicidal. Thus, either ZAFT didn't understand their orders, or they were crazy. And Tyler felt the latter was becoming more likely than the former as the answer. That Athrun had been given his mission and was expected to complete it, his life was being thrown away. Tyler sighed. Seriously, that's what you are expected to do? Tyler shook his head. Okay, who gave you those orders then? Athrun didn't understand what difference it made who gave him his orders as much as what the orders would have him do. The Supreme Council chairman gave me them, he replied. Tyler's head snapped up, and he glared at Athrun. You're telling me that the one who is supposed to be your father assigned you these crappy orders? Athrun nodded slowly, not comprehending why Tyler was getting angry about this. Something about his orders was irking Tyler and that Athrun could agree with. But why his friend was concerned with who gave Athrun his orders didn't make sense. Tyler held up a hand and calmed down. Athrun, I think it would be good of me to explain the issue as I see it with your orders. Athrun gestured for Tyler to go on as he wanted to know what was bothering Tyler so much. Tyler breathed in and out. Tracking down the freedom and capturing it is not where I see the major problem, even if you have to deal with Kira. Sadly, that is the logical part of your orders that I can see being feasible. Tyler paused. The rest of your orders are beyond dumb and has me questioning if any on the plant's National Defense Committee have sanity in their heads or if they've lost their marbles. Tyler put his hands to his forehead as Athrun tried to process what Tyler could be referring to. Yet, his friend kept going. Let me lay out the scenario of what your mission requires, and then you may understand why I say what I do. Tyler stopped and ordered his thoughts. First, let's assume you capture the freedom, and Kira didn't need to die for that to be done. Before you go back to the plants and say you did your mission, you would have to take care of the places the freedom went. With that being the case, you would have to destroy Tesway R&D, and I mean raze it completely. And let's assume that you miraculously managed to do that and not be taken down by the Republic's defenders, you are one step forward. Never mind that you slaughtered thousands of people, if not more, to get the job done. That's what your orders demand, so why should you care and all that? Tyler held up a hand when Athrun was about to give a counter-argument. I know that you are not so unfeeling or monstrous as I'm saying to assume you are Athrun. I'm merely painting what the one who got this mission has to do to be seen as completing it. Athrun was silent as anger filled him and horror coursed thought him at what Tyler was describing his mission required him to do. Tyler continued, after destroying Tesway and likely beating many of the Republic's defenders, which honestly I can't see even ZAFT's champions doing without serious issue, you would move on to the next targets. Athrun bit his lips as Tyler said destroying Tesway wasn't enough. Next, you would have to find 2 Federation bases that one has never been identified and the other ZAFT has never found. You would need to find the Federation's information network hub, which is a closely guarded secret, and like Tesway isn't a base, you would be just let in to blow it to Kingdom Come. And let's say you again, by another serious miracle, managed to do that with the same kind of price attached, you would have to move on to the last target. By this point, if you somehow managed to complete what I stated, you would be a damn war hero and have outdone everything ZAFT's champions have done combined. If you weren't seen as the most valuable and decorated soldier ZAFT had with such accomplishment, then ZAFT is blind and nuts. Athrun didn't know what was crazier, what Tyler said he was expected to do, or how he would be seen if he somehow finished his mission. Athrun's father couldn't understand what he'd been asking him to do, there was no way. Tyler took a breath and kept going, the 2 miracles you managed to do while amazing themselves, they would be dwarfed by the last piece of this. Your final target is the Federation's High Command's base, which neither of the other factions has ever found. So finding it is a feat, destroying it, Tyler paused, you would have more luck assaulting Asgard by yourself, Athrun. Tyler smiled slightly, do I need to keep going on about the impossible mission you've been given requires of you, or have I made my point about how suicidal your mission really is? The way Tyler had iterated what Athrun was being expected to do was hard to argue. It was, as he said, impossible and completely suicidal for any pilot to do by themselves. Athrun would even say any of the champions, even Commander Klein, wouldn't be able to finish what Tyler has said he was to do successfully. Thus, as Tyler stated, Athrun had been handed a mission he was expected to die attempting to do. And he was expected to kill both of his best friends in the process and countless others. Having the point spelled out just sickened Athrun so much that he didn't have words to say how horrified he was. Yet, Tyler cleared his throat, but for argument's sake, let's say you miraculously completed your mission somehow. Let's talk about the fallout ZAFT and the plants would then face from the mission you were assigned by the Supreme Council Chairman no less. Your attack on Tesway has already put ZAFT and the Federation at war, no question on that. And with the Chairman having assigned you these orders, there is little to nothing that will get peace talks to happen. Athrun hadn't thought about what eliminating what the Freedom could have had contact with would result with. War with the Federation wouldn't end well, there was no question with that. But with what Athrun had seen with his father, Patrick Zala didn't care and felt ZAFT would win against any that opposed them. Tyler continued, so, by the time you were going for your second target, I imagine either ZAFT's lunar fleet or the plant's defending fleet would be fighting for their lives against the Federation's military. Any ZAFT forces on Earth would be far busier fighting the Federation to worry about Enjammer cancellers getting into the wrong hands. Tyler paused, if ZAFT has anything left of its organizational structure, which I doubt it would have by that point, they would be doing everything to defend the plants. Unfortunately, in the end, I'm sorry to say the plant's best option would be to surrender and have the radicals imprisoned for all the lives needlessly sacrificed. That's what will likely come should you fulfill your orders, Athrun, I hope you can understand. Athrun's head fell, I guess I hadn't thought about how much would be included in eliminating those with which the Freedom came in contact. Athrun sighed, when did this damn war become like this? Tyler moved over to be next to Athrun, I fear it had been sliding in this direction for a time now, it has just been accelerating recently. And with the attack on the Republic, factions no longer factor into this war anymore. Athrun looked at Tyler, what do you mean? Tyler frowned, there are 2 sides in this war now, and it isn't Omni vs. ZAFT any longer. It is those who want to save humanity fighting those who are hellbent on destroying it in some way, whether a part of humanity or the whole species. And neutrality is no longer an option in this, all will have to choose a side they will fight on. Tyler shook his head, but discussing that more will have to happen a different time. There are things to be done that are more urgent first. Athrun knew that Tyler was right, there were more pressing matters that needed attention than talking more. Agreed, so then, what will you do, Ty? Before Tyler could answer, a Tesway worker came up to Tyler and handed him a data pad. Tyler glanced over the information on the pad and found it contained orders for Tyler to go into space. Well, this data pad says I will be going up to space and work around there, Tyler stated. Plus, I have a promise to keep, which going to space helps me be in a better position to do. Athrun knew that Tyler didn't make promises he didn't fully intend to keep, it was how seriously he took them. When Tyler made a promise to another, he didn't do so lightly. Tyler's integrity was not something to be questioned. Athrun wondered who it was that Tyler made whatever promise he had. But Athrun also had to decide what he would do now that he'd helped the Federation to protect the Republic. He couldn't complete his mission as Tyler had laid it out, and Athrun felt the way his friend had said it was accurate enough to be right. So, now that he would be defying orders, Athrun was free to do what he thought was right. Athrun realized it was the first time in years that he could remember having the real freedom to make his own decision. Do you believe Omni will attack the other Federation member nations? Athrun asked. Tyler nodded. Unfortunately yes, he replied, it's a matter of time before they do the same to the other member nations. The Alliance has always wanted to have a go at the Federation if only to prove they are better than us. Tyler paused, and if I were to guess, Orb will be the next nation to be assaulted. So, if you are inclined to help, I wouldn't doubt Kira could use a hand with Omni forces that will be attacking there. I bet the three of us will meet back up in space, as that's where the war will shift to, by what I figure. We really need to catch up so we can do it there and compare notes and stories then. Athrun agreed that Tyler, Kira, and he needed to sit down and talk to each other about things. So much had happened since the beginning of this year that they needed to seriously discuss that it boggled Athrun's mind. The catch-up session they had done in Shira had helped, but there hadn't been enough time to talk about things the way they needed to. If they were to do something to help in the war, they would need to be on the same page. Athrun could see now that working together with Tyler and Kira would be the best thing they could do. If he didn't work with them, he would be required to kill them, and Athrun couldn't bring himself to do that anymore. Indeed, Athrun replied, the three of us need to have a heart-to-heart discussion. So, stay alive so that we can all sit down and talk about things, Tyler. Tyler bowed his head. You know I will, he returned. Talk to Kira, he will give you the chance to speak your mind. And remember, his naivete that we curse means we sometimes have to explain differently than we would with others. But Kira has a good heart, as we know, so that he will listen, I assure you. Athrun knew if there was ever a loyal defender to have as a friend, it was Tyler. He stood up for Kira even when the guy's naivete would drive a firmly sober individual to drink. Tyler even frankly forgave Athrun when many would agree with and expect him to blame Athrun for nearly killing him. It was a friendship that was less than 1 in a million that was rarely seen, and Athrun felt he didn't deserve such a bond with another. However, instead of disparaging the friendship, Athrun would value it through fighting alongside Tyler. Thus, Athrun held out a hand to Tyler, then until we meet again, Athrun said in farewell. Tyler grasped his friend's hand and shook it. Yes, till our paths intersect once more, Athrun. May you find allies along the way that will assist you in your endeavors. Athrun headed off back to the Justice while Tyler glanced over his orders once again. Tyler found that he wasn't the only one that would be going up into space. Lisa and Graham would be going with him. They were to assist the space forces in the response with Omni due to their attacks on the Federation. The three would be sent up with the mobile suits they had piloted during Omni's assault on the Republic. The mission would provide a reason for Tyler to be ready to speed off to the plants and help both Lakis and Siegel when the time came. Over the next hour, the Justice finished its resupply, and Athrun was told his mobile suit was ready to launch. He had watched the Aurora and 2 other Gundams be moved elsewhere, likely to some form of transportation. From what Tyler said, he would be going up to space so that he would use the Republic's mass driver, Shenlong, as Athrun recalled. He wished Tyler the best of luck with whatever he would do up in space. Athrun had been using the time to gather information on what was going around Orb. At Tesway, Athrun could access the Federation's information network, even if it was limited. From what Athrun read, Orb had been sent a message from the Alliance on the day the Republic was attacked. It had said something to the effect of joining the Alliance or becoming an enemy. Apparently, Carpentaria had reached out to Orb, asking what was going on. The long and short of it was Orb was going to be assaulted like Tyler said it would be soon enough. It was clearer now that the Alliance was claiming their superiority and was attempting to enforce such with their mobile suits. The war was definitely entering a new and far more horrible phase with the Federation being pulled into it. At the same time, Tyler boarded the train that already had the Aurora, the Athena, and the Thanatos loaded on it. Lisa and Graham followed him as they had the same orders to go up to space as he did. Tyler was confident Athrun would reach and help Kira in time before things took a potentially fatal turn. He wished he was going with Athrun, but orders said no, and Tyler still wanted to help Lakis too. Thus, as much as Tyler didn't prefer it, he knew there was a need to divide the tasks between those who could work on them. So, Athrun would help with Orb while Tyler would go and lay the groundwork in space. That would work best right now. At least, that was what Tyler was telling himself to hush the urge to go to Orb while the train traveled to the Shenlong station. Once arriving at the station, Tyler and his 2 companions exited the train, and the unloading of the 3 mobile suits began. A shuttle was already locked onto the mass driver track when Tyler's group got there. Tyler knew that the Republic's Shenlong was different from the other mass drivers in how it flung craft into space. Every mass driver was still simply put a large electromagnetic linear catapult, even if they were modeled or set up differently from one to another. The Shenlong did not utilize a long track that had some sort of cart that ran along with them, it was one of the two that didn't use a form of that method. Instead, the mass driver was designed the way it was due to the mountains surrounding the long valley the mass driver was built in. The solution with the driver track having a limited length due to the valley's layout was to have it accelerate faster and over a shorter distance. So, the Republic's mass driver used heavy rams to accelerate module connectors built into the track. The last fourth of the mass driver's track climbed upward along the mountain at the end of the valley to give the ascent vector. The natural landscape also acted as a shelter for the mass driver and a very defensible position for the complex. The three pilots had to wait while the three Gundams were loaded onto the shuttle. Lisa insisted that Tyler get a nap while they waited, and while Tyler argued a bit, he begrudgingly agreed in the end. Tyler boarded the shuttle and plopped down in a passenger seat folding his arms, showing he was not pleased with waiting. Lisa shook her head at Tyler's stubbornness but left him brooding while he dropped off to his nap. While the other two were doing what they were, Graham took the time to register with the Federation's military. He was given the rank of commander straight away and had a piloting license as well without much questions put to him. The rank didn't really matter to Graham as any would do, he was a soldier working to make a difference, that was his story, and he would stick to it. At the same time, with dawn just a short period away, Athrun figured it was time for him to head out. Orb was expected to come under attack later today, and it would take hours for Athrun to get over there. So, he launched from Tesway through the upper shutter as he had entered through earlier. Athrun had the Justice disconnect the Fathom 00 and then jump onto it before riding it down the canyon. He hadn't activated the Justice's phase shift armor as it would unnecessarily drain the suit's power. And with Omni attacking Orb, Athrun wanted what resources he could have available. As the shoreline came into view, Athrun glanced around and saw Federation forces were still patrolling and doing damage control. While Omni hadn't gotten far after landing on the Republic's mainland, they had still damaged the city. The sun was peeking over the horizon as Athrun went over the ocean and kept going forward. While he went, Athrun was left to his own thoughts, which had changed from what they had been at Carpentaria. He was glad he'd come to the Republic and talked with Tyler, it had made a world of difference. And helping the Federation defend the Republic had felt right, righter than any of the previous battles in this year had. Protecting another's home to defend innocent people had not just made sense to Athrun, it had revived his moral compass. It had shown Athrun he had been dangerously ignoring his moral compass to the point it had almost become silent. If one threw away their morals, then they lost one of the defining qualities of human beings, they became empty followers or, worse, monsters. Fighting alongside and speaking with Tyler had wiped the confusion in Athrun's mind away. It was nothing short of astonishing how talking to a friend could help one's perspective. Tyler had explained what had confused him about Lakis and even Siegel. Athrun knew in his heart they would never betray the plants they loved them and their citizens too much to do such a thing. And Tyler saying their actions were to make sure nuclear technology would have the means to be countered to prevent the massive loss of life made all the sense in the world. Athrun would have been more shocked that others weren't cooperating with the two and having ZAFT R&D invent countermeasures if not for the interaction with his father. Whether he meant to or not, Patrick Zala had made it clear that ZAFT would use nuclear tech to win the war. Athrun feared that it would end much as Tyler had said and implied. ZAFT was making a horribly dangerous gamble that the odds of coming back to kill them were extremely high. Nuclear power wouldn't win the war, it would end the human race, even if not all at once. And it had been during the battle to defend the Republic that Athrun decided to defy and disobey his standing orders. Tyler's iteration of what would result if Athrun's order were completed showed how radical leaders were becoming. Thus, Athrun knew he would no longer be welcomed by ZAFT when their leaders found out he was not following orders. It would be worse when the chairman found out he was going to use the justice for other things than capturing the freedom and cleaning up the theft. However, the conversation with Tyler had helped Athrun start preparing for when he would have to fight against ZAFT and any others that were trying to destroy humanity. He had chosen his side in this war's new direction, he would fight to save and defend humanity. Athrun didn't doubt Kira would make the same choice if he hadn't done so already. Meanwhile, Tyler was jerked awake when the shuttle pilot announced the craft was being sealed in preparation for launch. He glanced around and found Lisa and Graham were strapping into their seats. Tyler straightened up and strapped himself into the seat he had been napping in while they had been waiting. He looked down at his suit's data panel on the right forearm and saw from the time he'd been sleeping for around an hour. The sun was rising behind the shuttle as the signal came, and the craft began its launching sequence. The shuttle began moving forward and quickly picked up speed as it raced down the electron rails with the connectors pulling the craft. Halfway down the track, Tyler felt himself being pushed back into his seat as the acceleration increased. A moment later, the shuttle's orientation began shifting from horizontal to near vertical as they shot up the last fourth of the track. The modulus accelerator platforms the rams were pushing disconnected their link to the shuttle as the wings supported the shuttle's ascent. The shuttle's pilot ignited the craft's boosters and shot off the end of Shenlong, heading upward away from Earth's surface. At the same time, Athrun had set the Justice's course to have him around orb mid to late afternoon. However, a thunderous boom from behind him got Athrun to turn and see a large craft surging upward from where the Republic's mass driver was located. He assumed that was Tyler and whoever else was with him heading up to space. Athrun wasn't happy about going separate ways, but Tyler had made a good point. There was too much to be done for them to work on the same collection of things. Thus, it was better for both Tyler and Athrun to handle different tasks. Kira, Tyler, and he would meet up again somewhere in space, and then they would get on the same page. A/N. I'll leave off there for the next phase to continue from. There are a couple of things to cover in this phase that changed from the original version, as I wouldn't doubt some may have noticed. I'll divide this into two groups, which are the things involved in the battle and what came afterward. So, the battle itself, as some readers noticed, the flow went a tad differently this go than the previous. First, Tyler used seed mode in it, which he didn't do originally, and might I say he whipped ass with it. I decided that was something to add, as honestly, Tyler was seeing his home being ruined, so I don't blame the guy for losing it. Also, I was asked about the Aurora's shield. For us Gundam lovers, I would hope you remember the Unicorn Gundam. The Aurora's shield is based on the Unicorn's shield. Next, I added the side of the Galliana sisters, and I would say it brought in another layer to the story. It let me flesh out some of the personalities of the girls who I did enjoy creating. Finally, I would like to state the teamwork that Athrun and Tyler did was even better than before. I wanted to make it clear the friends can work very well together, as I'll be having that more later on. Moving on to what came after the battle, since there is quite a bit that changed from the original. I'll get to the conversation between Tyler and Athrun in a moment, but let me talk about the time shift I did. I wanted to have Athrun getting to Orb when the battle was going on there, which will happen a day later, so I had to add time Athrun spent around the Republic. That came in the form of Athrun helping with the damage control and assessment done after the fight. And yes, they do get resupply, which I don't mention in the phase itself, reading between the lines and everything. Now, onto the conversation between the two characters, as it changed quite a bit from what it was. I'll point out more the points of importance rather than everything the conversation involved. In this talk, keep in mind that Athrun is seeking answers to clear the confusion he's been dealing with. Thus, Tyler's explanation about the theft is what Athrun was missing and filled in holes that others either didn't know or wouldn't say. Then there is the section about Athrun's orders, which was added in this as I wanted to show just what they involved. In canon, the orders Athrun gets imply what he is expected to do, but we really don't get much as to what he would have to do were he to fulfill his orders from Chairman Zayla. So, I thought I would lay out what Athrun would have to do and show just how impossible the mission really is. And not only that, but what would most likely happen if Athrun somehow managed to complete his mission. Yes, were Athrun to follow orders, it would in the end doom ZAFT and have the plants surrender to the Federation. It shows how far gone Athrun's father really is by this point in the series, which I think is important. The other thing I would like to point out is Athrun's realization and accompanying horror with what Tyler lays out. It helps Athrun come to the conclusion he needed to decide himself what he would do and not just follow orders. That is pretty much all I have that I wanted to highlight from this phase specifically. Should any of you have questions, either PM me or write a review and ask them, and I'll answer the best I can. Please, some of you write reviews and tell me what you think about the phase, I really appreciate those. The next phase is titled, Looming Attack, and will be out in 2 weeks as things are going. Thanks for reading this phase, hope you enjoyed it and have a great Memorial Day this weekend should you celebrate it. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 35, Phase 38, Looming Attack. June 16, 71 CE. The Orb Union. Uzumi couldn't remember a day longer and more stressful than the last two and the current one in the last few years. Orb's council hadn't left the government administration complex for the third day, most having slept in their offices. When news that the Republic had received what was essentially an ultimatum from the Alliance, the tension building rose sharply. Uzumi would have felt sorry for Ellen and having to deal with keeping the citizens of the Republic, but he didn't get the time. On June 15, a very similar message came to Orb. Uzumi had known the Alliance wouldn't leave Orb alone, not after it had joined the Human Federation. Even if not publicly admitting it, the Alliance had made it clear that they detested the Federation's neutrality. They had been requesting the Federation to help them in their war for years, even when they weren't supposed to. At first, it had been them asking to help them protect Earth from ZAFT, putting it in a nice way before Orb joined the Federation. After the member nations had firmly refused that at the time, the Alliance had changed its tactics. They had tried just asking for aid and assistance with their efforts against ZAFT. The Alliance had put it much as they were now with them protecting the world from those they claimed were going to invade it. Their real intentions were not well hidden, leading the Federation to have the treaties they did with the other factions. Their most recent actions violated the Ordia Treaty, which kept peace between the Alliance and the Federation. The message had subtly morphed over the years to bring it to the message that Orb had received from them. Additionally, the news broadcast that had been going on during Omni's attempted invasion of the Republic had been problematic. It had been done by an independent news network that had been at a distance from the fighting. Uzumi had watched the images from that along with the feeds from the information network as the battle had happened. He respected and applauded the efforts of the Republic's defenders, they were to be commended. To wish to protect one's home was a natural urge, which some took advantage of. The Federation was thankfully not one of those. Uzumi just wished the brave men and women didn't need to rise up and stand against oppressors. The other thing the broadcast and the feeds did was give a view for Orb what type of attacks they would face soon. Uzumi knew that his top admirals had been studying the footage and preparing the best they could for what was coming. If Orb hadn't been a member of the Federation, the circumstances would be far direr for the nation than they already were. Uzumi didn't want to imagine how Orb would fare if they fought the alliance alone. Orb would likely fall if they were forced to manage with their own military forces against Omni. However, with Orb being a member nation of the Federation, their military forces had been coming and building up since joining. And thankfully, none of the incoming Federation personnel had been rejected or feared by Orb's citizens. If anything, they had been welcomed and became good citizens of Orb, adding to their diversity and strength. Then the addition of the Federation's military forces had bolstered Orb's own fighting strength, and Uzumi felt it would give them more than a fighting chance to repel Omni. Of course, there were contingencies in place should the worst happen. Uzumi wouldn't give the alliance an advantage over others, and he hoped it wouldn't come to that. However, Uzumi couldn't be sure of the alliance's action, for they had changed ever since they lost Panama to ZAFT. What had happened at JOSHA was an atrocity when one looked at it logically. The alliance's actions were horrible, but they were spinning them in a way to gain support, but that wasn't enough for them. It was more like they had lost a reason to put up any face of civility or use of manners and only sought to win their war by whatever means necessary. Then their attack on the Republic had, in essence, declared war on the Federation even if they had made no official announcement of the intention. At least, that was how the Federation was taking the actions of the alliance. The Federation was mobilizing and securing the member nations' borders, among other tasks they were doing. The reports from the information network, the Republic's forces had been victorious. However, they took losses that were still being counted, but the estimates weren't looking good. Of course, any losses were terrible, but with war, they were expected even when they were sad. It showed that Orb would experience losses against Omni, even in the best-case scenario. And yet, Uzumi knew that every soldier of Orb would volunteer to fight to protect their home. They were all told there was a chance they would die in the defense, but from what Uzumi had been told, such had not deterred any. And while Uzumi was proud of Orb's defenders, like he didn't doubt Ellen had thought, they shouldn't have to put their lives on the line. Uzumi sighed, turned off the feeds he'd been studying, and rose since there was to be a council meeting shortly. As he traveled, Uzumi could see the signs of contained worry to panic in the secretarial and governmental staff went about their business. The tension was high with the attack on the Republic that occurred yesterday, so that Uzumi could sympathize with the contained feelings. Uzumi was concerned about Ellen and the stress she was undoubtedly under. His friend had been forced to witness her nation assaulted, some of its defenders giving their lives to protect it. Ellen had given almost 2 decades of her life to the Republic to make it the beautiful and peaceful country it was now. And if any claimed the woman was a workaholic as he could sometimes be, Ellen had a family with 2 children and managed to be a good mother while she'd been the Republic's leader. So, no one should have to go through what Ellen was, even when Uzumi knew he would have his own version of such to compare with her soon enough. Ellen was a longtime friend of Uzumi's, who he was grateful for. She had done wonders to help his Kagalai work through her hard times. Uzumi couldn't forget that Ellen had helped both him and Kagalai through the loss of his wife. Then she had also been a strength for Kagalai as she went through puberty. Uzumi had no idea what Ellen had done, but with whatever she had been doing, Kagalai had gone from the wild teenager to the passionate and dedicated young woman she was now. Kagalai may not work within the governmental part of Orb anywhere as much as he did, but he believed she would be ready when the time came. Instead, Kagalai acted as a liaison between the government and Orb's military fighting force. Uzumi cleared his thoughts as he entered the council room and saw he was among the last of Orb's council to arrive. His brother Homura worked with the Civil Affairs Department and Orb's media to keep the citizens calm. Uzumi was glad Homura had decided to follow and help him govern Orb. Homura hadn't needed to, and it was more expected for the eldest of the noble families to fill the job. Yet, Homura had walked beside Uzumi, and Orb had been the better for it. Homura had been the background worker, the second in command, Uzumi's right hand. Thus, Homura had hardly left the conference room doing what work he could from there. Uzumi nodded to Homura, who nodded back at his brother as Uzumi walked to his chair and sat down. After a few minutes, the last representatives arrived, and the meeting was called to order by Homura. There were mutterings between the representatives, which from what Uzumi heard, was all about the message that had come and what had occurred to the Republic. Yet, all went silent when Homura stood. As all of you know, he began, we received a message from the Atlantic Federation stating it is on behalf of the Earth Alliance. There was more muttering, and some curses before Homura picked up the first page of the message and continued. The message from the Atlantic Federation states that this is our final warning, and it is as follows. To the Orb Union. This is to be seen as a final warning to your nation. The Orb Union, which claims membership and to ally itself with the group calling itself the Human Federation, is being called upon to make a decision. The show of inaction by the group known as the Human Federation has shown said organization to have no proper interest for the human species. With that being the case, the Federation's actions are unacceptable. As a result, the governing body of the Earth Alliance, by unanimous vote, has denounced the organization as an official faction. Such is seen as effectively the same as the former United Nations body making the decision. Thus, your claim to membership is void by the group's denouncement. An orb is a nation of Earth. And so, regarding the Orb Union's inaction, as a nation of Earth, you have not considered the state in which the world is in. You have abandoned your responsibilities as a nation of Earth, showing concern for your own security and peace rather than the world's as a whole. Furthermore, the Orb Union has refused multiple requests for aid, support, and cooperation with the other nations of Earth. Therefore, on behalf of all signatory member states of the Earth Alliance, demands the following of the Orb Union. The immediate mass resignation of the current governing body of the Orb Union, relinquishing all its political and executive authority. The total disarmament and dissolution of all its military forces. Submit to inspections by Alliance Assembly representatives in the governmental procedures of your nation. Should these three demands not be met in 48 hours, the Earth Alliance will conclude the Orb Union to be supporters of ZAFT and the plants, and therefore be treated as enemies to be met with force to preserve Earth's safety against mankind's enemy. Homura paused as he still had a hard time keeping from snapping at the message he had read several times. That is the full contents. He finished putting down the page. The other pages are a list of suggestions of if the demands are accepted ways in which we could improve our nation to align better to match the world as it is becoming. The muttering between the representatives began as whispers but quickly grew in volume after the message was read. Uzumi could tell his brother Homura hadn't liked reading the Alliance's message aloud. He bet that Homura had read it more than once before reading it for the council to hear. It was easy for Uzumi to hear the even tones Homura was holding in irritation, and he could understand. The message was so ridiculous that it was beyond insulting before even picking the subject matter apart for meaning. Overall, if anything else could state the alliance was done, even making it look like they had integrity, the message was it. According to international law, the alliance was using powers they didn't have, which had been agreed upon, but the leaders of all three human factions. Uzumi's right hand curled into a fist which he smacked the table with. What ridiculous nonsense. Homura could see his brother was angry and sympathized as he felt the same about the message. The message was the alliance saying they were finished being nice or appearing so and now were going to do whatever they felt necessary to obtain their goals. They claimed the power to change international standing and law when such required leaders and representatives of all three factions to do so was evidence. The denouncement of the Human Federation was more the alliance's way of saying they wouldn't take no as an answer anymore. It was clear that Omni was on its way to seize Orb by force or die trying, and all available information agreed with that. To Homura, it was for that reason that the Federation's military had been preparing for Omni more than ZAFT to attack them. Indeed, Homura agreed, it is easy to see why the Federation's military has been preparing for the time the Alliance gained the ability to mass-produce mobile suits. Their lust for power and dominion is seemingly insatiable, and the saner people vanish from the Alliance accelerates the issue. For them to have a dangerous tool such as mobile suits, they would use them to further their ambitions. There were murmurs of agreement to Homura's statements before he spoke again, and rest assured, the suggestions provided are to establish natural human dominance and prevent equal justice for all. Uzumi didn't doubt his brother's words about the Alliance's suggestions being them asserting natural superiority and supremacy. It more displayed that Blue Cosmos and those like them had taken enough control within the Alliance that they ran things essentially. That was the real concern the Federation had always watched for, radicals taking control. And sadly, ZAFT was heading in that direction as well, and the Alliance was just farther along. Now, the Alliance was demanding the human race be divided into their types and then kill the others. Do they now no longer have the decency to attempt to use diplomacy with others? Has the Alliance sunk to the point that they don't even to hide their real intentions? They don't even hide their true colors now that they've lost Panama, and they have been put at a disadvantage. Uzumi slammed his fist down onto the table again. Damn the Atlantic Federation. The other representatives were still muttering to one another, but there were affirmatives to Uzumi's statements. One of the elected representatives spoke up. For the Alliance to claim they can dissolve international standing is brazen. International law is clear that representatives from all three factions are required to consider such a thing. However, that does say that the Alliance is adamant in their efforts to get others to join them in the war. Homura nodded, knowing the representative who had just spoken was true. But that was no longer the point of the meeting, not with what was coming their way. While that is true, it is meaningless to argue as the Alliance would unlikely listen to reason. The information network has confirmed an Omni fleet heading toward us. That is answer enough that they mean to enforce their views if they aren't agreed to. They must have headed out not too long after the fleet which attacked the Republic had been deployed, another representative remarked. It leaves the question of how many of the Alliance's seaborne fleets have been mobilized for their vendetta. Homura could understand the want for an answer to the question of how much of Omni's fleets were active, and it wasn't needed for the current circumstances. Orb would be facing an Omni fleet, beyond that would have to be saved to be answered later. So, Homura spoke to get the focus back on the matters at hand. While Omni fleet deployment is concerning, it is not the matter at hand right now. Homura interlaced his hands together. Their fleet is coming here for the same basic reasons they struck the Republic. They are after the mass driver in our Morganroet development facilities. The Alliance wants Federation technology to use in their vendetta against ZAFT and the plants. There was a moment of silence at Homura's remark as it did spell out what they were going to face in a nutshell and why. There was an exhale from a representative. So, the message is more a way of the Alliance saying they won't listen to anything we say. This is a blatant violation of the Ordia Treaty. After the comment, more muttering was heard, some asking about what was to be done next. With the Republic having repelled the Alliance's attack, the other member nations are already preparing for similar attacks. What about reinforcements from the Space Forces? A female representative asked. Uzumi knew that the Federation's military was being fully mobilized for the first time in years. However, they were working on the response to Omni and crippling them from doing far worse things. So the Space Forces were not officially available, but they would be sent if things went really bad for Orb or another member nation of the Federation. He didn't doubt that the Republic would send help when they were able, as would the Equatorial Union. Yet Orb couldn't count on such reinforcement being there to help in defense of Orb. And as if Uzumi's thoughts had been projected, another representative spoke, the Republic isn't likely in a position to assist us with the battle they've fought. The Equatorial Union is readying itself with the Alliance activity increasing along their western and northern border, so they can't send help either right now. The situation was looking harsher as this meeting kept going from what Uzumi could see. Orb would be forced to defend itself, and there was no other way of properly saying it. However, the Federation's military forces stationed here would make the task much more doable than it would have been if they weren't here. ZAFT's Carpinteria base has heard what is happening, the communications division of Orb's government representative said. And they also are asking for an audience to get more information on the situation. They have said they could offer help if we state that we need it, but not what type of help they would be willing to provide. While Uzumi and Homura could understand ZAFT's interest in finding out more about what was happening, now wasn't the best time to ask. It was likely that ZAFT had been watching the assault on the Republic and was trying to figure out what was going on and why. They wouldn't have known about the ultimatum sent to the member nations. So it would have looked like the Alliance was attacking without reason, and it wasn't that far from the truth. But ZAFT was more trying to see if there were a power shift happening, Uzumi would bet. And if the Alliance kept going on the path they were and succeeded, the world would fall into darkness. The war destroyed hopes of peace, and it frustrated Uzumi. The world is being divided into two armed camps because of the Atlantic Federation. No, terrorists like Blue Cosmos have gained control of military forces that keep this war going. Does everyone have to either be an ally or an enemy in this senseless conflict? He questioned. Why should any in the Human Federation throw away their laws and principles to fight whichever enemy we're told to? Homura sighed, though he completely agreed with his brother on the Alliance's insistence on being fuel for the ongoing war. In a perfect world, I doubt we would have to decide whether one is an ally or enemy. Unfortunately, we don't live in such a world and likely never will. All we can do is work towards the ideal of a peaceful world for all. Thus, as stated by Uzumi, the question is rhetorical, I'm sorry to say. The statements from Uzumi and Homura sparked worried muttering from the other representatives around the table. The implications, true as they were, still made the future for Orb and the other member nations of the Federation look darker and darker if they didn't stand up and fight in the war. Nevertheless, Uzumi kept going, if we join forces with the Alliance, the plants become our enemy. But then, if we join forces with the plants, the Alliance becomes our enemy. Even if we could avoid conflict with the Alliance today by agreeing with their demands and leaving the Federation, we would suffer the same fate as Panama or even Victoria tomorrow. The second we side with one of them, all chances to avoid the war and its effects vanish. That's why the side of the Human Federation is so important. Representative Atha, as much as we all agree with your sentiments about not participating in the war, it's clear that the Alliance isn't going to take that justification for an answer, said a representative. As part of the Federation, we don't want to fight in this war, but Homura knew that arguing the ethics of whether Orb should be in the war or not was meaningless. Omni was going to attack Orb when they refused their demands, and it was a fact that had to be accepted. There was work to be done before Omni reached Orb and began their assault. So, Homura cleared his throat to gain the room's attention, then our next actions are just as clear. We need to accept that the Alliance is coming and will attack us when we refuse their demands. So, instead of bickering about such, we should give the evacuation orders to the citizens. Their safety needs to be the highest priority, and there's still time to get them out and avoid possible innocent casualties. All the governing representatives went silent at what Homura said, for it was one of the guiding principles of Orb to serve and protect their citizens. It was a part of the oath they took upon entering office, being a representative on Orb's council or part of Orb's governmental body. One of the other representatives spoke up, Representative Homura, they said, but paused before continuing, you're right. Let us pray that our people, especially the children, will suffer the least amount of tragedy during these difficult times that have come upon us. Meanwhile, it was a beehive of activity at Orb's Onogoro Military Command Center. When ZAFT's attack on Panama had been realized, preparations had begun. There had been chatter about the time the Alliance losing their mass driver would trigger them to look toward the Federation as targets. Thus, in the days that had passed, all military personnel had been put on high alert. Shifts had gone from 6 hours to 10 to 12 with the concerns of the Alliance coming their way. Kagalai and Kisaka spent much of their time around Orb's military command center in recent days. The last few days had been extremely hard for Kagalai. Not only was she soon to oversee the defense of Orb, she had to watch what happened to the Republic. The Republic was almost a second home to her as she had been there multiple times in the last few years. It hadn't been uncommon for her to spend a week over there seeing Ellen about what Kagalai dealt with during her years of puberty. Ellen was almost like a second mother to Kagalai and, truthfully, the only mother figure she'd ever known. Kagalai's mother, Lady Atha, had died when she'd been really young, and Kagalai had only the vaguest memories of her. Ellen had been the woman who had stepped in when Kagalai needed a mother each time she could recall. Ellen had never missed Kagalai's birthday, that was how much of a mother figure she was to Kagalai. And now, Kagalai had watched the country that Ellen had given so much for assaulted by the Alliance. Kagalai knew she would know the same pain personally soon, but even witnessing the Republic war-torn hurt. At the same time, Kagalai knew that she couldn't prevent Orb's damage, which didn't stop her from trying to do everything she could. She didn't want to see Orb broken, and she wasn't the best at governmental work, so Kagalai could help the defenders prepare. The evacuation order for the general citizens would come soon. Kagalai didn't doubt that. The military would assist in that task, but they would also make sure the defenses were ready as possible. However, the stress was building within her and was causing Kagalai to have trouble sleeping. She got sleep when forced, and there had been times that Kagalai had woken up on a cot in an office and hadn't remembered how she got there. She'd suspected that some had slipped her concoctions to force her to sleep, but she couldn't prove that. Kisaka had been watching Lady Kagalai as he'd been working with Orb's admirals, preparing Orb for the coming assault. The young woman was working herself to the bone, and then some. No one said it out loud, but all military personnel could see it. Lady Kagalai wouldn't have slept in days if not for Kisaka and a few others slipping sleep aids into her drinks at times. Kisaka knew she took after her father in dedicating her whole self to work for Orb, foregoing her own needs. While her help was appreciated, Kagalai would bolster the troops when Orb came under attack, and she wouldn't be able to do that if she ignored her physical needs. Lord Homura and other governmental staff looked after Lord Uzumi's health, so Kisaka and others did the same for Kagalai. He observed Lady Kagalai as she had viewed the feeds on Omni's assault in the Republic. The girl had not hidden her emotions well during those instances, and it was clear that she'd been angry. The issue was that anger could blind an individual and have them make mistakes. Mistakes during or directly before a battle rarely, if ever, went well in the end. History proved that. And it wasn't like Lady Kagalai was the only one displeased for the Republic to be attacked as it had been. There wasn't the time to fume or brood over events that had already happened and couldn't be changed. According to the information network, the size of Omni's fleet was around the same size as what assaulted the Republic. Orb's defense forces would have the arduous task of defending Orb's land from the invaders and protecting the evacuation routes. The evacuations wouldn't be done by the afternoon of the day when Omni was expected to arrive. Both Kagalai and Kisaka were overseeing the final preparations of Orb's defenses. All in the military command center would glance at the timer ticking down, saying how long Orb had until Omni came into range. And once Omni was in the range of Orb's defense, the battle would begin, and the preparation time would be over. So, the last tasks were hurried to be possibly done before Omni attacked. At least there was no lack of volunteers, which was something Orb could be proud of. Many were standing up and were more than willing to serve and protect their country, and it certainly was a sight to see. From what Kisaka had witnessed, though the volunteers ranged in age, the look in their eyes had been the same. All of them were ready and willing to give everything to help defend Orb in any way they could. Even as Kagalai looked over the displays showing the progress being made with the preparations, she was still frustrated. None of the preparation should be necessary. Omni shouldn't be coming to attack. They were supposed to be standing by their agreement with the Ordia Treaty and not intimidate and force member nations to join them and fight in their war. The point had Kagalai's hands in fists. How did it come to this? Damn it, she cursed. The Federation is neutral, we aren't a part of their war, and they shouldn't be forcing the issue. They agreed and promised they wouldn't do that. Kisaka glanced at Kagalai at her cursing, not that he couldn't sympathize. However, as Lord Uzumi's daughter, she should know that things weren't always as they should be, like people sticking to treaties. The Ordia Treaty had been made to keep the peace, but it was seen as a temporary solution. The Alliance had lost much of the integrity they had once had, so they hadn't been believed at their word anymore and hadn't been for years. So, the attacks on the member nations had been more a matter of time rather than a question of if they occurred. Kisaka put a hand on Kagalai's shoulder. Lady Kagalai, he began. Kagalai twisted around and gazed at Kisaka as he continued, I'm sorry to say, this has been an expectation within the Federation leadership for years, as Lord Uzumi told me. Kagalai's eyes widened, you're saying the Federation has known the Alliance would do what they are. Kisaka nodded, Federation military forces have been readying themselves for the time when the Alliance would attack. It was one reason they insisted on station Federation forces here in Orb. Federation High Command was aware that our own military wouldn't be enough to repel an Omni force that would come our way. Kisaka paused for a moment, it would be best to do what you can right now rather than worry about what could happen from the battle with Omni. Tears were coming to Kagalai's eyes, but Orb will be, she started, and her voice caught in her throat. Our people could be killed, and we can't let that happen, Kisaka. Kisaka gained a soft smile, for Lady Kagalai had a heart of gold yet harbored the fires of determination and hope within. The love she had for Orb's people was to be admired and was why the people loved and trusted her. Rest assured, Lady Kagalai, the situation isn't as hopeless as you imagine. Kisaka didn't want to lie to Kagalai, she was special to him, almost like a daughter, but nor did he want to shield her completely from the horrors that were happening. The soldiers of Orb and our comrades of the Federation's military will do everything in their power to protect the nation and its people. Since the Republic was attacked, we have had a surge in volunteers wanting to help protect Orb. You are not alone in wanting to defend our home, and many wish to help even if it isn't fighting Omni. At the same time, the entire crew of the Archangel gathered together in the hangar on the Archangel at the request of Maru. The message had been that she had something serious to talk about with all of them. Maru wanted to give the crew the truth of their current situation so they could decide for themselves. She had decided she could live with it, but Maru wouldn't force her choice onto others. The Alliance was doing just that, so she was no better than those who orchestrated Josh's demise if she did the same. After what Maru had seen, she wouldn't lower herself to the level of those who saw nothing wrong with killing allies just to beat the enemy. Maru had talked things over with Mew and Crystal, and they had agreed it would be the right thing to do to tell the crew about the circumstances. The two former armor pilots turned mobile suit pilots had stated they would fight for the ship wherever it went. While that was a comfort to Maru that both pilots were staying, there were still many unknowns ahead. Maru didn't want those that made up the crew risking their lives without knowing what they would fight for. It was honestly the first time that Maru had as clear a head as she'd worked with since the onset from Heliopolis. The path forward was as clear a view as she'd seen, and Maru hoped that she could help those in the crew to have. Even though the path before them was fraught with hardship and danger. There was no guarantee that any who stayed with the Archangel would live to see the end of this war. However, Maru felt that now they were seen as dead by the Alliance, they were free to choose their own path. And she would have the rest on this ship choose for themselves, and she owed them that kindness. Once all were gathered in the hangar, Maru faced the crew she had led for close to 6 months. They were lined up in rows of 10 and 5, all wondering what this was all about. It was a visual picture that the crew had grown since the outset from Heliopolis yet was still smaller than it was originally planned to be. There had been 3 officers and several non-commissioned crewmen transferred from the 8th Orbital Fleet. And with what had happened at JOSHA, there had been a lot of cursing and muttering between the crew. Maru hadn't missed the disgruntled gossip and talk going around the Archangel. Nor did she blame any for doing so with the betrayal they had experienced with the Atlantic Federation. Now, the Archangel was a runaway ship, and that was a harsh title to be labeled as, for it was close to the same as deserters or traitors. Mew stood on Maru's right while Crystal was on her left. They were here to support Maru in the decision she had made. They both agreed that the crew should be told the truth and make their own decision. The two would stick with the Archangel even when the vessel would soon go against the Alliance. Mew and Crystal had seen some of the videos of Omni's assault on the Republic, and it left them to consider many things. The battle was the first serious view of the Federation's real strength, and it was nothing to scoff at. They had shown they had mobile suits of their own and knew how to use them in combat far better than Omni and could likely even give ZAFT a serious run for their money. And while the Federation had repelled Omni, it wasn't an absolute victory as had been expected from the Federation's military. However, they did whip the Omni fleet, making both pilots wonder if the Alliance's leaders were taking the loss. Kira looked on from the sidelines of this meeting, wondering what this would be about. The recent attack on the Republic had been concerning for many, Kira included, as he knew Tyler had been fighting in it. Kira was aware Tyler was no ordinary pilot, he was more than good, but Kira couldn't say how much. But even knowing that didn't relieve any of Kira's worries about Tyler. Kira wished that Tyler was here now, standing by him, being the pillar of strength he always seemed to be. He would feel better with the battle coming if Tyler were going out to fight alongside him. Yet, Tyler went where he believed he was needed and could do the most good, and Kira wouldn't fault his friend for that. Kagalai and Kisaka had also arrived to check on things aboard the Archangel when the meeting had been called for. Kagalai had come to check up on Kira, but she didn't tell anyone else. She had come to realize that she had leaned on the guy, and he seemed to be able to relieve her stress somewhat. Kagalai couldn't say what about Kira it was exactly, for he was truthfully an irritatingly naive idiot. But the ship and its crew he worked with could help if they were inclined to defend Orb. The nation needed any help it could get for the upcoming battle to mitigate casualties and damage. On the other hand, Kisaka felt pity for this ship and its crew for what they had endured. As a soldier himself, he could understand following orders even when you didn't comprehend why they were being given. And soldiers tended to fight for the side they believed most matched what they wanted to stand for themselves. To have that belief not just proven to be false was bad enough for any soldier to be forced to accept. Being betrayed on top of that by those you believed to be allies trying to kill you was world-shattering. This ship and its crew had been picking up the pieces and trying to figure things out. But now, time was short, and they would have to decide whether they would fight or run from their former allies. Muru took a breath and began, "Thank you all for gathering here. I wanted you to all know how things stand. And I believe that all of you deserve to know the truth so you can make the best decision for yourselves and live with it." She paused for a moment. "If you haven't heard the dire news, an Omni fleet is making its way to Orb. They are coming here because unless Orb agrees to side with the Alliance and leave the Federation, they will consider Orb an ally of ZAFT. If it comes to that, Omni will attack Orb with the intent to either destroy it or being a nation under the Alliance's control." There were gasps of astonishment and disbelief at what Muru had just stated. The Alliance forcing Federation member nations to join them was crazy. Plus, it was a violation of standing treaties that had kept the Federation from wiping out the Alliance before now. Even with what happened at JOSHA, for Omni to blatantly attack the Federation made little sense. Yet, Jackie Tonomura voiced what most if not all of the crew were thinking, "But that's insane." There were mutterings of agreement to Jackie's statement from those in the hangar. Nonetheless, Muru continued where she'd left off. "As you all know by now, the Republic of East Asia has already been attacked by the Earth forces for essentially the same reason. Even with Orb's government stressing and sticking to its position as a member nation of the Human Federation, it doesn't seem to affect on the Alliance. Most of you know that Omni's actions violate the Ordia Treaty, but it would seem the Alliance's leadership doesn't care." Muru paused as the next part of what she would say was more her opinion rather than fact. Orb's government is still pursuing a diplomatic solution even as we speak. But unfortunately, judging by the actions of Omni so far, the chances of avoiding a conflict is extremely slim. The Earth forces we knew and served are not as they once were. The attack on the Republic stands as proof of the change, and it appears that the Alliance won't stop due to losses. The government has ordered its citizens to evacuate cities and areas close to military facilities along established routes. Orb is also readying its defenses in preparation for the worst-case scenario. Predictions are being formed with what's know that comes from the reports of the battle at the Republic. Muru took a deep breath after stating the truth about the current circumstances. To have to admit what the Alliance was becoming was difficult. Muru had enlisted believing the Earth Alliance's motto of protecting Earth no matter what the driving force behind it was. Seeing the Alliance lower itself to the level of terrorists as they were cast doubts. Now, each one of you must make a decision as well. The Archangel is classified as a runaway ship and written off by Omni as sunk. Thus, no one gives us orders to follow, no missions to fulfill. Even the orders I give hold little meaning as we are not officers or crewmen. So, the choice of what to do in this situation with Orb comes down to personal choice. If you choose to stay on board the Archangel and an attack prove unavoidable, you are to be at your station at 1400 hours tomorrow since the Archangel will fight on the side of Orb. However, you are to evacuate according to the Orb's government's instructions if you choose to leave the ship. Whether we stay or go, the choice is yours to make, but you need to decide quickly. Therefore, if you wish to leave, now's the time to pack up and go. None of us will think less of you should you choose to leave and seek other opportunities. I can say that it has been a real honor to serve with you all, and I've felt privileged to command you all this far." Over the next couple of minutes, only muttering was heard among the crew about what had been said. Being told they weren't a part of the Alliance anymore was more a statement of fact. JOSHA had proven the Alliance had forsaken them and counted them as dead. But for the Archangel to go from that to fighting Omni as enemies was a stretch for some. Muru spoke once more to give her final plea, "I know I haven't always been the most reliable captain during this journey." She paused, "And I want to thank you all for sticking with me up to this point from the bottom of my heart. It has been a privilege to have led you all from the outset to come to where we are now. May you all think hard about your decisions so that you can live with whatever you choose to do. This is my final order, and you are dismissed to make your decision, and thank you." The crew filtered out of the hangar, leaving Mew, and Crystal in the hangar alone. Muru sighed after watching the crew leave the room. She wouldn't blame any for leaving, the hardships they had endured were horrible, and she asked them to shoulder more. It wasn't fair to them to expect the crew to follow orders blindly, and such had nearly gotten them killed. However, the Archangel couldn't afford to lose too many of its crew, and they were just above a skeleton crew as it was. True, Muru could ask Orb for some personnel, but they were so busy preparing themselves for an attack that she didn't feel it right. She couldn't stop herself from voicing her thoughts. "I'm left to wonder how many will leave the ship." Mew saw, as always, Muru was harder on herself than any of the crew. She'd been modest and saying she wasn't the best captain the whole conversation. With what the Archangel had faced, Mew would challenge any officer, experienced or green, to do as well as Muru and Nataral had done. There was no playbook written for the crap the Archangel had faced on its journey. Muru should have more confidence in herself and her command abilities with the trials she'd gone through. So, Mew moved to be behind Muru and put a hand on her shoulder. I think you will be pretty surprised at what will result from this. Crystal agreed with Mew and could see where he was coming from. Muru was harder on herself than she should be, it was a shortcoming of hers. Crystal felt there would be few, if any, of the crew that would leave the Archangel. I agree with Mew in this, Crystal remarked, I'm confident that the majority will stay. This crew has gone through things that change anyone, and that's something you don't forget. And I think JOSHA really affected most, made them think about where they stand. Meanwhile, throughout the Archangel, the crew made their own decisions, whether to keep going on board the ship or to leave and take their chances. But the fact of the whole world facing much the same as orb would weigh on the crew. In the end, a few did exit the ship, but most of the crew stayed where they were. With all the stuff they had been through together, they would stay and go the distance with their comrades. Tall, who had already decided that he would stay, had put on his uniform as he would be on duty soon. With battle coming, Tall wanted to occupy his time, so he didn't have the opportunity to think about other things. Seeing some of the feats of the attack on the Republic had not been encouraging to watch. It was more an image of the war as it became the terrible event it was. And by what Sai had said, Tyler would have been there during the assault as he'd traveled there days ago. While Tyler going out to fight had become somewhat normal, it still didn't sit well with Tall. Around Orb's Marshall Islands, it had really looked like the Aegis's detonation had killed Tyler. Tall couldn't forget the heart-wrenching pain he'd experienced. He'd managed to keep his feelings of grieving inside most of the time, unlike Mirialia. However, he never wanted to go through losing a friend like that again. Tall didn't doubt Tyler was still alive with his piloting skills. After all, he had survived the destruction of the Shadow, a battle with the Alliance would probably not dampen his style. Tall was heading for the bridge, even if it was early for his upcoming shift, before he bumped into Cuzzy. Cuzzy had an internal argument with himself in the quarters he shared with Sai. On the one hand, Cuzzy was scared of the fighting, and he would face more if he stayed on the Archangel. Leaving would let him get away from the war directly, even if he would face its effects. And yet, should he leave, he may never see any of his friends ever again. When Tyler was presumed dead, it had been the worst month that Cuzzy had ever known. Tyler had been there for Cuzzy and the rest ever since he came to Heliopolis. No matter the request or the weird situation any of them got into, Tyler didn't hesitate to help them. When the Archangel had been in danger, it had all too often been Tyler who had bailed them out. Thus, his absence had been pronounced so much that Cuzzy and the others had been lost. Cuzzy didn't want to go through that again with any of his friends because of this war. And so, even though he was still scared of what could happen, he couldn't bring himself to leave the ship. Nevertheless, when Tall looked up and saw Cuzzy, he was surprised that his friend was still in an Omni uniform. While Tall knew that Sai would stay just like him, and even Mirialia was not leaving, it was expected that Cuzzy would disembark. Cuzzy was not one for fighting, he was scared of it, which none of his friends blamed him for. It made Tall wonder what motivated Cuzzy to have him swallow his fear and stay. Cuzzy, Tall questioned, you're still here and in the Alliance uniform. Cuzzy gained a serious expression. He hesitated, I thought about leaving the ship, I really did since I hate all this fighting and what this war is doing to the world and the colonies. You and the others say that I'm too nice for stuff like this, and you're right. But even so, after believing Tyler died and feeling the pain of that loss, Cuzzy paused, I don't want to go through that kind of experience again. Living with the regret that I ran away from where my friends were and then found out they died when I wasn't there. So, I'm going to stay on the Archangel, no matter the dangers that will come or how scared I get. I'm staying with those I care about and helping in whatever way I can, even if it's only simple things. Tall was in a mild state of shock at hearing the determination that Cuzzy was showing. Cuzzy had always been more like a teddy bear, soft, nice, and disliked violence and would avoid it as much as he could. He had been the quiet and nice one of the group, the peacemaker of them all, so this was odd. However, Cuzzy was putting friendship over his fear of danger, and battle showed that this war and its consequences had affected him. Tall felt a smile creep on his face before moving forward and hugging Cuzzy. Now it was Cuzzy's turn to feel shocked by the gesture. It wasn't the embrace, but the timing as Cuzzy had been serious. He was about to ask Tall what he was doing when Tall spoke, then you'll be in the best of company, Cuzzy. I thought we would have to say farewell to you, but apparently not, that's awesome. Meanwhile, Mirialia was heading down to the brig of the Archangel, having been asked to release the prisoner that had been kept on board. She had decided to stay with the Archangel when given a choice to leave the ship. Even with all the Archangel had gone through, then chances of further loss, Mirialia couldn't see herself being anywhere else. When Tyler was thought dead, Mirialia had been lost, and she didn't want to face that again if any of her other friends died. And after viewing what video feeds there had been with Omni's attack on the Republic, Mirelia didn't want to see that happen to Orb. Although she knew she couldn't stop alone, Mirelia wanted to help as she could. Mirelia figured she had been asked to release the ship's prisoner as she had been the one who had most often taken meals to Dirka. All in all, Mirelia had found that Dirka wasn't a bad person after talking to him. At least he sounded remorseful about what he'd done to the Archangel when she'd asked. It made her wonder if most in ZAFT were either not told when they were doing or just doing as ordered while they disagreed with it. Tyler had implied soldiers in this war were doing what they were told but may not agree with the results. And with Tyler being a soldier in the Federation's military, he would likely know about following orders he didn't like. So, Mirelia wanted to give Dirka the benefit of the doubt and believe he had been fighting against them without knowing what he was fully doing. She looked down at the red ZAFT pilot uniform that she was carrying for Dirka. Mirelia had once thought ZAFT was just a group of coordinators that defended the plants and fought the Alliance, but recent events had her reassessing that. Dirka would be let go, yet where would he go after that? Did he really have anywhere he could go from Orb as things stood? Similar questions were bouncing around her mind as Dirka was actually a decent guy as far as she'd seen. While the buster had been taken to Morgenroet for inspection, it still made it impossible for Dirka to have access to it. So, he couldn't use the mobile suit to leave or go anywhere else. At the same time, Dirka was in his cell thinking since that was one of the few things he could do these days. Honestly, he'd only been to one question and answered session since getting on this ship. Dirka was treated decently compared to how ZAFT reports stated Omni treated their prisoners. The time to think had done a lot for Dirka. He was questioning several things about what he thought ZAFT was fighting for. This war was changing, and the signs were there, even if they were subtle, but they were there. The only other thing that he got to do other than think and sleep was interacting with the one who would bring meals. About half the time, it was a crewman that Dirka didn't know, and they wouldn't really talk to him. The other times it was someone his own age, and they would at least answer a question or two before they left. Out of those, a brunette girl had been kind of nice to him, and she had mentioned her name was Mirelia. Tyler McGregor had also been the guy who had talked to Dirka, and that was a conversation he wouldn't forget. Dirka didn't doubt that the conversation stood out for the subject matter and because McGregor had been so memorable. Tyler had been more than cordial, and he had listened to what Dirka had to say and not just appear to be doing so. Dirka would admit he hadn't been so inclined at first, he had kind of insulted the guy at first. He'd been surprised that Tyler had seemed to know the Black Zephyr somehow and not just know of but actually know the woman personally. There weren't many Dirka could think of that would be on such terms with the Zephyr. After breaking the ice, the things they had talked about had given Dirka a lot to think about. Dirka was brought out of his thoughts when the door to the cell block opened, and he figured it was time for a meal delivery again. He normally didn't react to any meal delivery unless the individual said something. Dirka didn't see a reason to start a conversation while on the ship, let alone in a brig cell. However, the sound of the lockpad having a code put into it got him to turn to look at what was going on. Dirka found himself looking at the girl Mirelia at the opening door. She had his red pilot suit in her arms where didn't make sense for a moment. Then as Dirka thought, there were only two reasons for the girl to be here with his pilot suit. He would either be questioned further than he'd been already, or he would be transferred elsewhere. So then, more interrogation or transfer, Dirka asked evenly. Mirelia stared at Dirka for a moment, regarding him and the question he'd asked her. Honestly, she felt sorry for the guy after talking to him a few times. He was around her own age, and he'd been stuck in this cell for more than a month without hinting what would happen to him. Dirka had apologized for what he'd said, which had angered her when she first met him. Even if he was part of ZAFT, he was a good person, but this war had forced him to do horrible things. So, it was better that he leave while the evacuations went where he wanted. Mirelia took a breath. The Archangel is going into battle again soon, she said. Omni is coming to attack Orb. Dirka blinked at the information he'd just been told as it didn't make sense. As far as he knew, the Orb Union was a member of the Federation neutral in the war. The Alliance had been rather careful not to engage the Federation's military during the war. He couldn't think of what could have changed for Omni to attack a Federation member nation blatantly. Yet, the last meal delivery had come with odd gossip about some attack but little more than that. Mirelia continued, apparently, you're free to go now, you're being released. Mirelia turned and walked away when Dirka got up from the bunk he'd been familiar with for more than a month. He had so many questions about what was going on as he'd not gotten much information. If the Alliance had decided it wanted to fight the Federation, Dirka wanted to know how that had happened. And if he was being released, what was he supposed to do from there? Should Orb come under assault, it was unlikely he could hitch a ride back to Carpentaria anytime soon. Then, wasn't this ship an Omni vessel? Why would it fight against its allies, thereby assisting a Federation member nation? Thus, Dirka chased Mirelia. Hey, wait up a second, would you, he called before catching up with the girl, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Mirelia didn't turn to face Dirka at his question, and she just kept walking towards the door. She wasn't feeling inclined to answer the questions he was asking as it reminded her of what was coming. When the question of if she would stay with the Archangel came, there hadn't been hesitation with her. Orb was her homeland, and she wanted to help protect it from those that would come to attempt to take it. The battle with the Republic had shown the Alliance wasn't being nice anymore, and they would try and take what they couldn't control. And while it was dangerous to stay with the Archangel, Mirelia didn't want to lose what was important. The time of Tyler's absence had taught her fear was something to not give in to, that fighting was needed sometimes. However, Dirka followed her, so she spoke again, exactly what it sounded like. She replied. The Alliance is sending a fleet here to Orb and is more than likely going to attack it with the intent to seize control. With that said, there is no reason for the ship to keep a prisoner, that was the officer's decision. That is why you are out of that cell and should go wherever you want after exiting the ship. Dirka still couldn't connect the dots of how the Alliance was attacking the Federation. The Federation's military forces were no joke, and he'd seen enough files on that subject to know it to be fact. He didn't doubt the Alliance knew that fact too, which had Dirka wondering why they would be foolish enough to attack. It made no logical sense, and while the Alliance wasn't known for smart choices, they weren't as dumb as some claimed. Dirka felt he'd missed something huge that had the Alliance changing their careful action with the Federation to what it was now. Okay, Dirka started, then can you explain to me why this ship would fight its allies by siding with the neutral faction? The Alliance attacking the Federation makes no sense, that is just plain dumb. Mirelia stopped and turned to the guy. The Archangel isn't with Omni anymore, not since the betrayal happened at Josha. Then, I don't know why the Alliance is doing what it is, she shot back. Maybe they are dumb like you say, I don't know, but that isn't the point. The Alliance demanded Orb side with them, and Orb's representatives have refused to say the nation would stay with the Human Federation. That's all I can say for sure right now, and you'll have to figure out other answers on your own. 2 points stuck out to Dirka from what Mirelia just said. First, the mention of betrayal was one he hadn't heard. From what he knew, Operation Spitbreak had been set for mid-May, but its target had been Panama, from what he'd been told. Dirka was almost afraid of what else he could have missed if that had changed. Then, the part about the Alliance demanding Orb join them was odd. Dirka remembered there being some sort of treaty between the Alliance and the Federation in which the Alliance wasn't supposed to push for the member nations to change sides. And if any of the Federation's member nations changed sides, that would be extremely bad for ZAFT. Dirka didn't think any of them would change sides, the Federation was known for sticking to its principles, and he didn't see that changing. None of that answered why the Alliance would suddenly start fighting the Federation. Okay, I get Orb wanting to stay with the Federation, but I thought there was some treaty with the Alliance to prevent them from demanding to switch of sides, Dirka remarked. Then the Federation had always stuck to their neutral stance when it came to the war. What changed? Mirelia recalled what Tyler had said about the tension between the Alliance and the Federation. He made it sound like it would only take an event to tip the balance off, and fighting broke out between the two. Panama had seemed to be that trigger that Mirelia still didn't entirely get. So, she shrugged, I don't know what changed, she returned, ever since they lost Panama, nothing has made sense with the Alliance. So, I'm sorry, but once the fighting starts, you'll be on your own. The mention of Panama suggested ZAFT had done something to them, which apparently caused the Alliance to fly off the handle. Operation Spitbreak was supposed to have the Alliance's mass driver unusable by the end according to what Dirka had read. The loss of their mass driver would likely have them panicked, but how that led to them attacking the Federation, Dirka couldn't say. While it did say there was a shift in the war, Dirka didn't think it was the shift ZAFT leaders wanted. It didn't change the point that Dirka was now stuck in the middle of this, and his options were limited as far as he could tell. Thus, being told that he would be on his own was being handed the short end of the stick, as the old phrase said. Freaking easy for you to say, Dirka muttered, hey, what about my mobile suit? For Dirka to still refer to the buster brought irritation to Mirelia. He was in no position to ask for much, if anything, with things as they were. The guy was lucky he was getting released and permitted to go where he wanted without being watched. Mirelia didn't think most prisoners got that treatment if they were released, so he was getting off. And she was really stressed lately with the battle coming up tomorrow midday. So, Mirelia spun around and glared at Dirka, I think you mean our suit, and it is back with Morgan Roet. You won't be getting it back, so deal with it. Mirelia stopped and calmed down a bit, sorry, things are really stressful at the moment. I didn't mean for that to come out as it did. At hearing that, Dirka felt his mood drop lower as his options and outlook were getting bleaker by the minute, and it was seen with the frown that came to his face. Not only was he being released, which would have been nice if it wasn't pretty much him being kicked off the ship that had captured him. He was thrown off into a volatile situation where an enemy attack was inbound. Dirka was to find his own way to leave Orb and make his way back to Allied territory. If that wasn't a hard task by itself, the mobile suit he'd had to work with was elsewhere and wouldn't be given back. To say he had limited options to choose from to accomplish his standing task was being kind, and he had yet to leave this ship. Dirka wondered if it wasn't better, in the end, to stay and fight Omni. At least then, he would be busy doing something that made sense. Mireille could see that Dirka was down about what he was facing. The frown made that rather clear, and she felt sorry for him. He had the equipment he had away, and he was still expected to fend for himself. Mireille remembered that feeling as it had come right after Heliopolis, not knowing what to do and wondering what would happen next. "I'm sorry it has to be like this," Mireille remarked. "I know I wasn't nice when we first met with trying to stab you before. I was dealing with a friend disappearing back at the time, so I wasn't thinking straight. Stay safe after leaving the ship, while others may not know it, and you are a decent guy." Dirka looked up at this girl who had talked to him while on board this ship. She had apologized about the attempted stabbing before but hadn't exactly said why she had been so angry back then. Mireille sounded like she genuinely was sorry things had ended out the way they were for Dirka. Where he normally wasn't one to accept sympathy from others about the circumstances he had to work under, in this, it was kind of nice. And yet, it sounded like the girl would be on this ship when the fighting broke out. Mireille was a nice girl, and she shouldn't be fighting in this war. So, he grabbed her upper arm, hoping to get an answer to his question of her being here when Omni attacked. "Hold on, are you going into this fight too?" Mireille didn't like being seen as weak just because she was a woman. She had made the point clear with her friends, Tyler included, which had been her fighting him. Mireille had lost that scuffle with Tyler, but he had said she'd lasted longer than he would have expected. So, she got irked when others treated her as a dainty or weak woman that needed protection. Thus, Mireille looked Dirka square in the face. "I'm in charge of the Archangel CIC, so yes, I will be here," she stated, yanking her arm away from Dirka. "And besides, Orb is my homeland." Mireille left Dirka in the corridor, and he was left with a growing conundrum in his mind at the developing situation. The people on this ship weren't bad, far from it, they had been some of the nice group he'd been around recently. McGregor had said the Archangel's crew was among the few decent people Omni had possessed. Dirka had to agree with that assessment when he'd been on the ship, even in a brig cell. All of those who delivered food had been nice even if they hadn't talked to him, and they had at least not insulted or taunted him. That was the expectation from Omni, treat the enemy like garbage and demoralize them the best you could. The truth made Dirka question several things that he had thought to be fact. It made finding the Buster and using it to fight Omni more than just kind of tempting. Meanwhile, Omni's second seaborne fleet was made up of 29 ships sailing toward the Orb Union in the Pacific Ocean. The sun had set less than an hour ago as they slowly moved through the water. The fleet consisted of 14 Fraser-class frigates, 152 meters in length. They had their main 127mm rapid-fire gun and carried several missile launchers, normally used to bombard defenses of enemy bases on Earth. Positioned on the outsides of the fleet's formations, they were the lightest and fastest ships within the fleet. Next, there were 10 Des Moines-class cruisers, 190 meters in length, similar to the Earth Alliance's Arkansas-class cruiser. They possessed a 155mm rapid-fire gun on the front and had missile tubes built into the ship. Making up the core of the Alliance fleet, they kept it in the middle part of the armada. They carried aircraft like VTOL fighters and F-7D Spearheads on them, which had landed just before sunset. While they weren't as good as mobile suits, they would help wear down an enemy force. Then last but not least, the 5 Spengler-class carriers, 200 meters from bow to stern. The carriers lacked armaments, but with the aircraft and mobile suits in them, they made up for the absence of weapons. They carried the new GAT-01 strike daggers the Alliance had for all but one of the Spengler-class ships. On the lead Spengler-class named the Powell Muruta Azrael, Blue Cosmos head and the Alliance's National Defense Industry Association director, sat in a seat on the bridge. He was reading over the answer the Republic's governmental body had sent in reply to the Alliance's request yesterday. The first seaborne fleet would have been fighting them much of the previous day. There hadn't been any reports from them, but as the Federation was stubborn, they would drag things out, Azrael wouldn't doubt. That was one of the few things he would give them. Their stubbornness, though annoying, was impressive. With the Republic, Blas had given a response that matched the things he'd heard about her, but it was also amusing. For years, Azrael had heard the stories about Ellen Blas, the Republic's leader. She was impressively stubborn and was nigh impossible to fool or manipulate. The woman had earned the nickname she had as the Dragon of the Republic. Azrael would give her that. Her answer was not just a no expected from the get-go, she had stated other things. Blas had said something to the effect of the Alliance being the monsters they claimed ZAFT was. She had gone on about how the Federation would stand and the Alliance saying otherwise was invalid. The woman had ended her reply with the Republic would not change its standing and would defend its principles and beliefs as necessary. Blas had a way with words. Azrael would admit that even if it annoyed and amused him. There was still the Euros coalition and the Orb Union left of the Federation nations, which had mass drivers. The Euros coalition was being left until other Federation member nations were brought under control. That was mostly due to the Federation's military base Asgard, as that would take much of what the Alliance had to handle. But when all was said and done, the Alliance would have Federation tech, making the work that would go into this worth it. Azrael even hoped the Federation might have something to get around the cursed Enjammers as it would help plans along. He still wanted to see nuclear weapons to destroy the plants, to purge the human race of the blasted coordinators. The acquisition of both the Republic of East Asia and the Orb Union would certainly make a difference. Blue Cosmos's benefactors had expressed interest in having the nations under control and Federation technology accessible. Azrael had been told he would be seen as a monumental contributor to Logos and to the cause of helping the human race. The Federation had gummed up the works for long enough, the war would be brought to an end, and it would be the Alliance that would win. Azrael would do what he could to make sure things went right this time when they hadn't before. Azrael was brought out of his thought when a junior officer handed the ship's captain a collection of paper. Orb's reply, I assume, he asked almost indifferently. Azrael didn't expect much different from Atha than had come from Blas. Uzumi Atha had a similar reputation as Blas had, the man was beyond stubborn. So, the chances of the man and the others that led Orb capitulating were slim to none, even with the threat of attack. The captain passed the pages over to Azrael, and he scanned them over. The contents were pretty much what he'd figured Orb would send, and they had refused the demands. Azrael could help but read the last two lines aloud, the Alliance's demands are unjust, so we cannot accept them as stated. The Orb Union is a member nation of the Human Federation and will remain so for the foreseeable future. Should the Alliance attack, there will be consequences, and Orb will not stay silent. The reply was the expected one overall, but Azrael still couldn't help but chuckle after reading it. The ultimatums were more the Alliance's way of telling the Federation they wouldn't stay neutral in the war. Yet, the formality of the reply was amusing to Azrael as it was some sort of attempt of being dignified. Honor and dignity were foolish notions in the cosmic era, wasted on dreams of fancy. The human race had become infected by patchwork fiends and their pollution they brought with them. It was beyond high time that the infection be handled and things put to right. Azrael gained a smirk, I have to admit, I expected the refusal, but not the comeback that came with it. I will applaud the man for that, and he isn't called the Lion of Orb for nothing. Azrael put the pages down, and his smirk morphed into an almost malicious expression. I'm glad to see that both he and Blas didn't fail to disappoint with their reputations. In truth, I was a tad worried that after knowing the Republic was attacked by the Earth forces, I was worried that Atha would think about agreeing to our demands. Now, we have more reason to conduct our test with the new suits. I just hope they oblige us by fighting until the bitter end. That, I'll enjoy to the fullest. While it was easy to see Director Azrael was excited for Omni to have a go at Orb's military force, it wouldn't be so simple. There had been no word from the first seaborne fleet who had been assigned to assault the Republic. The silence from the Allied fleet was worrisome for several reasons, at least, the Powell's captain felt so. They should have either finished their task or have retreated after trying. And yet, there hadn't been so much as a peep from them, and the longer that was the case, the more concerning the point became. The higher UPS in Omni had been insistent that the strike daggers would give Omni the advantage over the Federation's military forces. More officers weren't as sure as the higher UPS about their chances against the Federation. So, the captain looked to Azrael, Sir, while your excitement is understandable, we still haven't received word from the First Fleet. They have no doubt been working on their task around the Republic already. The plan was they were to meet up with us and assist in the expected assault on Orb afterward. Azrael knew the general plan made by Omni top brass on how to go about dealing with the Federation. The seaborne fleets were each assigned a task in the Pacific Ocean to start with. Once a fleet was finished, they were to join up with the nearest fleet and help them in their job. The tasks were not simple ones, so patience was required, and Azrael knew that even if he didn't like it. So, Azrael smiled, indeed they are my good man, but do give them time and patience. The Republic's defensive capabilities have been estimated to be strong by intelligence reports. He shrugged, they will undoubtedly meet up with us once things are settled with the Republic, so have some faith in your colleagues. It wasn't a lack of faith that the captain had in those in the first seaborne fleet, they were experienced and had the drive to finish a task. It was just that the said task was the most difficult that Omni had taken up since the beginning of the war. However, the Earth Alliance's leadership treated this as nothing more than a normal day at work. The captain of the Powell now thought the Alliance's leadership were businessmen that had no idea how the battlefield worked. They never saw or cared about the ideal results they said they wanted soldiers to get for them. Thus, the captain exhaled heavily, I understand that, Director, he began, but with no word from them yet. Azrael didn't much care what the captain thought about the other fleets doing their jobs. They all were assigned to do different things and were expected to do what they were told. However, it was likely the man would whine if not assured things were going according to plan. Azrael also wanted to hear Mina's report on how her star girls performed. With Mina's pitched, Azrael expected big things from the ones Mina had with her. Thus, the blonde-haired man sighed in acceptance, very well, he muttered. I will call my contact with the First Fleet and ask how things are going on their end in a little while. Then we can plan the upcoming operation will go so we are prepared for it when it starts tomorrow. The captain of the POW nodded slowly at the suggestion and began thinking about the battle that loomed with Orb. The fleet would come into range to assault Orb shortly after high noon on the coming day. Orb was expected to resist the operation to take over the nation, more so with their reply. Like all Federation member nations, it was assumed that there would be Federation military forces defending it. However, in Orb's case, they had their own military forces before joining the Federation, which would be added to the other defenders. The issue in the current situation was Omni intelligence hadn't obtained much on the point of estimates of the strength and amount of said defending forces. It had been an ongoing difficulty for Omni, estimating the Federation's military fighting force had been almost impossible. Credible information on the Federation was harder to come by than water in a desert at midday. It was one of the reasons the Alliance hadn't considered attacking the Federation before now. The chances of a major and serious mistake being made were extremely high. With ZAFT pressing as they were, making a serious mistake with a real force-reducing consequence attached could cost the Alliance badly. It had the Powell's captain as worried as he was with the operation ahead, for silence from allies was a bad omen. And he had attempted to contact the Loudon, the flagship of the First Fleet, but had received nothing back. It was possible that the Federation could be jamming communications somehow, but it was just as likely the absence of a reply could be due to the failure of their task. While Omni top brass had been insistent on going against the Federation member nations and that they could win, those below them hadn't been as enthusiastic. The fleet commanders and other officers who were more realistic about things hadn't kidded themselves. The Federation would be a more vicious opponent than ZAFT had been thus far in the ongoing war. Records and accounts from those who had experience with how the Federation did things clarified that they were different from ZAFT. The Federation had a knack for being ready for what came their way, and one could call it amazing foresight. They had always been prepared for any situation they had faced during this war thus far. And so, following that logic, the Federation would undoubtedly be ready for the Alliance attacks, more so with the 48-hour warnings they were getting. Hence, the fleet commanders expected losses they hadn't seen going against ZAFT in this war. At the same time, the remnants of Omni's first seaborne fleet was sailing in the eastern quadrant of the Indian Ocean. The fleet was notably smaller than when they had commenced the assault on the Republic. There was a tad more than half of the ships that had headed out from the docks on the western coast of the North American continent. However, those left were making running repairs, but that wasn't the worst losses the fleet had taken. That came from the destruction of more than half of the mobile suit complement they had started with. The serious reduction of transport carriers was also what the Republic's defenders had taken down. While the fleet hadn't been wiped out, its fighting strength had been effectively reduced by the attack on the Republic. The defeat had been sobering, even if it was frustrating that little progress had been achieved. The First Fleet was heading towards Victoria to assist Omni's Fourth Seaborne Fleet. The Fourth Fleet had been put on the operation to retake the Victoria base from ZAFT, who controlled it. The base and its mass driver had been under ZAFT control since they had ousted Omni from it back in year 69 of the Cosmic Era. Back on March 13 of year 69, ZAFT had attacked the Victoria base, which had been the Alliance's headquarters at the time. They had struck at the base once before, but ZAFT had been repelled back by Omni at that time. Like the first, the second battle of Victoria was going on for more than a day, with neither side giving way to the other. At the start of the second day, it looked like Omni would come out on top again and push ZAFT away given time. However, that optimistic view had been shattered a little after dawn on that second day when ZAFT received reinforcements. And it wasn't the fresh ZAFT troops that dropped from orbit that turned the tide, and it had come with them. The CGUE's custom colors had given the first warnings of the changing tides, for only one ZAFT pilot used the black and crimson as the machine had. It had made it clear to Omni's top brass when ZAFT was determined to take Victoria from them. For why else would ZAFT send their dreaded champion, the Black Zephyr, if not to give them the best chance of achieving victory? The woman had proven she'd earned the feared reputation she had with Omni. The Zephyr was ruthless yet honorable, as shown by her carving a path but letting any that surrendered live. She had finished what had been going on for almost 2 full days in the matter of hours leading ZAFT's charge. It had been and still was one of the worst, if not the worst, loss the Alliance had suffered in the war. Half of Omni's general staff had been killed when the military command was overrun. The number of soldiers lost had been staggering by the end, only adding to the defeat experienced. Then the Alliance had lost the use of the mass driver, which had strained the supply line to space. The loss had been embarrassing, especially as one of ZAFT's champions had whipped them and taken their headquarters in hours. The Alliance leadership had made sure Omni couldn't live down. The operation to take back Victoria was to be both redemption from the defeat suffered and somewhat repair the bridges between Omni and the Alliance's leadership. Both groups had compromised for the operation to make it a success. The Alliance's leadership had wanted to accelerate the timetable even before the loss of Panama. They had wanted the operation done less than 6 months after the loss, ignoring the real issue of not having the forces to have reasonable success. Thus, Omni's top brass had compromised by saying they would plan the operation as demanded, but the timetable would have to change for success. The Alliance's leading council hadn't been pleased with the idea but had agreed to give Omni time to prepare after discussions. And originally, the operation was to happen in August of the current year to have everything possible going for Omni. However, the destruction of Panama had required Omni to move up the operation and give up some of the natural advantages they could have worked with. Should Victoria have been the only operation going, the Omni's seaborne fleets would be far more confident in its success. Yet, the Alliance's leadership had stated they would also be working on taking control of the Federation member nations. Thus, the mood of the first seaborne fleet was low as they traveled toward their allies. As the ships traveled, Mina Moss was in her quarters going over the records of the recent battle against the Republic. She was ignoring the glum mood on the ship since she had no interest in it. The Omni personnel had suffered firsthand the consequences of making rash and foolish decisions. And if Omni had employed their brains, Mina would have expected them to learn something from the loss. However, there had been no evidence they would change anything about their brute force strategy they seemed to resort to so often. Historically, Omni's swarm with numbers and force tactics had worked at first, but ZAFT had adapted, and now the Federation had shown such methods would be useless against them. And even with her girls outdoing the part hadn't shown Omni overwhelming their enemy was not a question of numbers anymore. Mina hadn't expected her girls to pick up the major slack Omni's dependency on their new mobile suits they created. From what Mina had understood from the things she'd read, Omni had enough issues fighting ZAFT. And yet, like rabid dogs, they had demanded more even when it would clearly do more harm than good. Thus, they had choked on what they had tried to bite off when attacking the Republic. Omni had grossly underestimated the Federation and its military, even when they wouldn't admit it. They had treated fighting the Federation much as they did going against ZAFT. Mina wondered in passing if Omni's leaders had any common sense left or if they had given up all of that in this war. Of course, Mina wasn't one to argue or question another's state of mind as it made no difference to her. The data from the battle would assist her and others with creating simulations for the candidates to work on back at the labs. That was one of the few things that made this venture worth the time, let alone profit from it. If not for the field testing, Mina would have told Azrael he could have other personnel go out while she would take the data back to the lab. Mina had been close to doing that and letting her friend and Ladonia's client relations management handle Azrael. But it was too late now to leave as tempting as the idea was for Mina. While watching her girls perform had been nice, Mina was still disinterested and annoyed with being around Omni personnel. Back to the debacle around the Republic, Omni had bungled the whole operation. Their incompetence was honestly beyond ridiculous, even if it wasn't always blatant. As far as she knew, the fleet commander hadn't reported what happened to Omni top brass or to Alliance leadership. The only problem she had with such was that it meant Azrael would likely call her and ask what happened. She would tell him without holding back, but he would blame her and her work to be at fault. The man, like many funders, took what they were told that the Enhanced Human Project was producing unbeatable soldiers. Mina had stated specifically that the project's candidates were better than Omni and could go against ZAFT and have potential success. And over the years, Mina had become irritated when others would whine and complain they had been cheated when they hadn't listened to what had been said. It was the equation that some had stated was possible earlier in the cosmic era, the creation of a better soldier, a better solider. Mina knew such a soldier never would exist, and there's no such thing as an undefeatable soldier or pilot or a perfect human. One individual had already tried creating the idea, and Yulan Hibiki had failed in that dream of his. The man had intelligence and talent and had wasted it all on the obsession he was stuck on in Mina's view. Not to say that the work on the Enhanced Human Project hadn't made strides in improving some subjects to do better. Some of her candidates could perform as well, if not somewhat better than average ZAFT pilots at this point. Then there had been the custom model mobile suits that the Federation had put out on the field. Mina had seen some time ago that custom-colored mobile weapons were normally given to exceptional pilots. Custom machines were even more likely to have such pilots using them, and going against the Republic had proven that point again. Mina had expected 1 or 2 custom machines, maybe 3, to show up even if Omni had assured her that it wouldn't happen. She was confident that her girls working as a team, could take down even the new Gundam type units one by one. However, Mina had counted 7 Gundams on the Federation side while there were only her 3 girls units. That was more than 2 to 1, and that was odds Mina would rather not have the girls be on the losing end. Things had gotten worse when an 8th Gundam type had shown up and quickly made it clear it was on the Federation's side. Mina would tout that her girls were good at getting results and would provide evidence to prove that. However, she would push back against any that would expect any non-exceptional pilot to come out of the situation her girls had been in. And she wouldn't have her girls throw their lives away to satisfy a foolish and blind businessman like Azrael. As some would demand, too much work had gone into them and other project candidates to toss them away. Not that Mina expected Azrael would take anything she said as anything but an excuse for her project not being as he heard advertised. It was one of the reasons Mina didn't deal with the clients directly most of the time. Anyway, even with the loss incurred against the Republic's defending forces, Things hadn't been all bad. The data acquired on the Raptor, the Sinister, and the Bandit had made the sacrifice a fair exchange to Mina. The adjustments made by the time the fleet reached Victoria would make a difference and better show the potential they and her candidates had. If those results were impressive enough, perhaps the funders would get off Mina's back, stop demanding ridiculous things and keep the money flowing in. The annoyance of financial backers screeching for results and not understanding the efforts that went into the work they so demanded. It was again why she didn't deal with the funders, and Mina just wanted to be left to the work. Nothing she or any of the other scientists at the lab did had been noticed by those who gave the money that the lab needed to keep going. None of the financial backers the lab had ever seemed to possess a bit of gratitude or were satisfied with anything put out. Every single representative from a funding group for the lab which had come had been the same. No matter how many times they were shown examples from different projects, they didn't see the value of what the lab did. Mina's friend Lori, who dealt with the funders, had mentioned there had been no expressions of gratitude or congratulation from any of them. Where Mina didn't care about the lack of gratitude from those who demanded the lab's work, congratulations on the progress made would help smooth things. Instead, over the last year and more, the funders said, "That's all you can offer, and can't you do more or better?" The escalation of the war had increased the demands of the funders so much that even Mina had been hearing about it from her friend and others. The irritating noise had Mina and those that effectively ran Ladonia considering taking their work elsewhere. Mina had even talked with others from the Tartarus and the Lemuria complexes about the issue of their funders' treatment. The grumblings had made it clear to Mina that there was a need for change in some way for the enhanced human project. Whether that change was taking the work to others or getting the funders to change their attitudes were different. Mina had considered taking the project to the Federation or ZAFT in the last few weeks. She would choose the Federation over ZAFT as they would at least look at the work and its potential. Mina knew that if she and others left their current funders, they would have to give up some things, but that was more preferable to changing nothing. She saw nothing but problems and ruin should the enhanced human project stay with the Alliance. Her mood was such that Mina put down the pen she'd been using to write up the report she was. She gazed down at the page and frowned. "This crapshoot is going past ridiculous," she muttered. "I should have never agreed to humor Azrael, and the data is barely even worth the trouble I'm dealing with." A beeping sound drew Mina's attention, and she saw an incoming call on the terminal on the left side of the desk. Those on this ship hadn't called down to her quarters once, and they avoided her, which she preferred. And the calling code wasn't from any of the 3 labs, and she knew those by heart. So, she connected the comm signal before hiding her irritation that flared up at seeing the face of Muruta Azrael on the screen. "Director Azrael," Mina greeted flatly, "what do you want this time?" Azrael respected the attitude of wanting to get to the point and not waste any on pleasantries. Playing nice with others had its place, and Azrael would do such when he felt inclined to. But as things were finally in swing with the Alliance and the Federation issue, he wanted things to move fairly. My, to the point as ever, Mina," Azrael remarked. "I certainly can respect and appreciate the mentality." Azrael paused before getting down to business. "The reason for me reaching out is I hadn't heard from you yet with results from your end. So, while I like to leave others to do as they can, I thought I would check and see how things were going on your end." Azrael's pleasant mood would soon change. Mina knew more due to the answer he was asking for. It also said that the fleet commander hadn't reported what occurred with their assault on the Republic. And while Mina knew of their incompetence, for them to not say anything to their superiors was a more interesting sign of it. They either feared their superiors or were so foolish as not to admit their mistakes. Mina hadn't expected much with the operation, and her expectations had been on point for the most part. Omni had underestimated the Federation and had paid the price for the foolishness. If not for her girls, they would have taken more losses before the one in charge called back Omni forces. Not that Azrael would see things the same way Mina did, but she would tell him what happened. Mina rolled her eyes. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised the buffoon that is the fleet commander hasn't said anything." Azrael's eyebrows rose at the sentence, though he said nothing as Mina continued. "Omni's first seaborne fleet failed to take the Republic, and miserably at that. There had been no report about the operation to take the Republic finishing, let alone failing that he'd heard. Difficulties were expected with the Federation, but they were accounted for in these operations. Then, Mina's work, her girls, were supposed to raise the chances of success in the operation. Thus, Azrael controlled his expression, hoping he would get details about what had happened. If some needed to be punished, he wanted to know who and how badly. "You don't say, Mina," he began. "Please define what you mean by failed miserably if you would." Mina shrugged and picked up the first page of the report she'd been writing. "If that's all you want, I will certainly oblige." Mina skimmed over the first few lines. "You will recall I told you I expected there to be problems due to Omni underestimating their opponents." Azrael nodded. "Yes, you said something to that effect," he remarked. "That is the major reason the Federation repelled Omni's assault on the Republic. The captains in the fleet were fools." Mina paused. The so-called fleet commander didn't seem to understand that the operation would be a hard fight the whole way and so jumped the gun and played right into the defending force's hands. "When I asked," he replied. She stopped and adopted a sing-song voice, we are being met with unexpected resistance. If the daggers could land on the Republic's mainland, things would progress more according to plan. Mina's voice returned to the annoyed toned voice, it's no wonder Omni is having such trouble if that is the kind of officer who is commanding. Mina paused to take a breath, therefore, in the end, Omni was pushed back, losing about half of their fighting strength. I define that as failing miserably, Azrael, and I would think you'd agree with the definition. Azrael wasn't pleased to hear Mina describing the failure she was. And he was inclined to believe what she said was accurate as the woman didn't mince words. In all honesty, Azrael had hoped to see Blast sweat and break down somewhat, and the Republic falling could get that. Yet, Mina hadn't mentioned anything about her candidates, and they were supposed to make a difference. Really, Mina? Azrael posed, and what of those candidates of yours that you tout and are so proud of? Azrael had been told Ladonia's work would give the Alliance an edge in the war, and that wasn't what he was hearing. With what you and others have said, I was expecting to be told of amazing things they did. I'm not the only one of your funders that want to see some performance of what we pay you to work on. Rest assured, funding your work isn't cheap, so something for financial backing would be appreciated. You wouldn't have kept them out of the fight, that's not like you, Mina. Azrael paused, that is unless you are developing some sort of motherly attachment to those girls. Mina gained a small angry frown at the suggestion that she would not have her girls go out on a battlefield. They are examples of my work, Azrael, not children that I brought into the world. A lot of work and resources have gone into them, I don't want that wasted, Mina insisted. And they were out on the battlefield, doing far better than Omni was. She stopped and glared at Azrael, mocking my work is very unwise, Azrael, don't make that mistake as others have before. You've shown yourself to be smarter than that, so don't cross that line. Mina took a moment to calm down a bit, my work, including candidates and mobile suits, you had me do the designing and do a good deal of overseeing with their construction, none of them are at fault. As I stated, Omni foolishly underestimated the Federation, and their performance suffered. You should not reasonably expect a select few, even skilled and talented ones, to make up for the many fools failing. Azrael exhaled irritably, knowing that Mina did have a point that few making up for the failings of many rarely worked out. Okay, you have a fair point, Mina, Azrael admitted, good to see you stay objective with your work and don't get emotionally involved. Mina gazed at the man, I've seen the folly of that mistake some have made, she replied. While I am proud of what my girls can do, they are shining examples of my project. I do not see them as children that belong to me even if they treat me as their mother. Mina stopped and returned to the original subject, while the results are not what you desired, the data acquired for the 3 suits were worth the time. The improvements which will be made will significantly make the difference in the next battle. The candidates from my project were designed and trained to go against ZAFT forces, Azrael. This was their first experience with Federation soldiers, and there is a difference between the two, even if there are those in the Alliance who say there isn't. Azrael would give credit to those who saw others' mistakes and worked not to make them themselves. However, it made Azrael concerned that the candidate with the fleet he was with would potentially fail. And yet, by what Mina had said, she implied she was making some sort of offer that hadn't been stated specifically. I'm sure you've seen the folly of getting emotionally involved with work, and I applaud you for taking the necessary steps to prevent yourself from falling into such. But correct me should I be wrong, Azrael began, yet, it sounds like you are making an offer for another demonstration. Mina nodded, see it in what way you wish, Azrael, she returned. When the first fleet reaches Victoria, I will show you proof of my work's viability. I doubt the 4th fleet will have finished with their task and likely won't have made much progress in it. ZAFT won't give up Victoria easily, so that Omni would fight for days on it. My girls will not just speed the operation along to its conclusion, and they will achieve better results. There will be a lot less damage to the mass driver than with just the Alliance's strike dagger suits doing the job. Let that serve as a show of my project for you and the others who fund it. Azrael was interested in the offer of another demonstration of Mina's enhanced human project. The data he'd read on it appeared rather promising, and if it worked as implied, the Alliance would have a way to turn the tides in the war with ZAFT. However, the sales pitch Mina had just given was not just impressive, and it set an expectation that even Azrael wouldn't find fault with. And Mina certainly sounded confident that her girls could do as she stated. So, Azrael decided to give her a second chance without strings attached, as he would be inclined to do with others. A smile came to his face, oh, Mina, it's nice to see that your confidence is still healthy as ever. With that offer, I'm more than willing to give you a second opportunity to show me the fruits of your project against those they've been trained to fight. Azrael gave a nod, I certainly look forward to hearing the results of Victoria with a sales pitch like that. Until then, keep up with that attitude of yours, Mina. The call with Azrael ended, and the room was left in silence as it had been before the call had come. Mina was left fuming at the man she had quickly come to dislike, Muruta Azrael. He was more of a pain to deal with than rumors had suggested. Blue Cosmos was one of the bigger funders that the lab had, but it wasn't pleasant to have one's work questioned. It was one of Mina Moss's serious pet peeves to have her work questioned or doubted, and it irked her to an extreme. None at Lodania Lab did such a thing anymore, they knew better and knew that there were consequences. However, she knew that should she want the funding to continue coming, she would have to play nice enough to keep it that way. Her thoughts turned to her previous musing about leaving the alliance and taking her project to others. With how things were going, the sooner the project could slip away from the alliance, the better. And while Mina didn't like the possibility of giving up pursuits, that looked more acceptable than the current circumstances. Thus, Mina got on an encrypted channel and sent a message to Lodania. She addressed the message to her friend and the one currently in charge of the lab while Mina was gone. Lori was one of the few Mina trusted with anything, and the woman had proven dependable. Plus, she understood the value of the project and was a much better face for the funders than Mina was. And it was best Azrael nor any of the other funders knew she was having doubts about them. Lori would know to keep this under wraps and away from potential rats and moles from the funders. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off in this phase there and continue in the next one. Now, on to the points of note in the phase. So, I'll admit this phase is kind of a filler one, and to set up for the fighting in the next one. However, I wanted to go into some detail as to those in Orb what they were going through with the Alliance's actions. The message is similar to what the Republic received, but I feel the Alliance would send much the same to any of the Federation member nations. The message is the Alliance's unofficial way of saying they won't leave them alone as is implied by a Orb Council rep. I also want to point out something Uzumi mentioned that shows the difference from canon. Uzumi admits that the Federation's military forces will make a difference in the upcoming battle with Omni. He says without them Orb would likely fall and canon pretty much proves how right that is. Another thing I would like to point out is the results of the meeting Muru had the Archangel's crew. Now the meeting itself was much like canon was, but some like Kuzi deciding to stay. There is more hope that things can go better against Omni and the Alliance than there was in canon. I also include Dirk's leaving the ship as he is in more conflict in him than I would say there was in canon. And lastly, the interaction between Azrael and Mina which is important in my view. First, Azrael is amused by the response Ellen gave to the Alliance's message. Because of that, Azrael liked Izumi's response not only because of the new GAT series being used, but Azrael wanting to take Atha down a peg or more. However, when Mina told him of the First Fleet's failure, he was both disappointed and worried. It does set some expectations for the next phase which was the intent. With that done, as I normally do, please some of you readers write a review for me and say what you think of the phase. I really do appreciate the reviews that I get, I do read them and take the suggestions given to heart. The next phase is titled, Intervening Justice and should be ready in 2 weeks at the pace it's going. Peace out till the next phase. Chapter 36, Phase 39, Intervening Justice. The start of the battle scene in Orb. As per usual, I own nothing of the Gundam universe, as much as I would love to. All that I take credit for is my characters, ideas, and musings that go into this story. So with that out of the way, hope you enjoy the phase.